Chapter 1. The edge of the North Galaxy, a planet named Luya Star, is located on the edge, has little strategic significance, and the environment is extremely harsh. Belonging to desert planets, there are a large number of desert monsters, and the value is not very high. Of course, occasionally there are rich people who buy such planets for the construction of special attractions or to keep pets that require special climatic conditions, which still has certain strategic significance. After investigation, the strongest biological combat power on the planet is only 684, which happens to be used as a penal colony after the birth of lower-level warriors. The fighting nation Saiyan, the notorious race of the universe, warlike and cruel, has become more and more bad since it was adopted by the Kurds, and they have been fighting everywhere with scientific and technological assistance, slaughtering the planet's indigenous peoples, and then selling the planet at a high price in exchange for living materials and advanced technology. Among them, babies born as low-level warriors will be cultivated in the cultivator for a period of time, instilling some Saiyan knowledge, basic energy manipulation and flying skills, and exiling them after finding a suitable planet. Yes, exile, either complete the mission and allow the return, or fail the mission and die in battle, and then send other warriors to continue to attack the planet. It can be described as very cruel, and he has no pity for his cubs. Of course, intermediate fighters and advanced fighters are counted separately. Vitalis, a lower-level warrior born with only 42 combat power, was assigned to the Luya Star. The endless sea of sand, rugged sand dunes, no vegetation, lifeless, perhaps because during the day, all kinds of monsters sleep in their territory, waiting for the arrival of their prey and the arrival of night. A fireball suddenly appeared in the sky in the distance, with the tail dragged by a spark, quickly and forcefully smashed into the sea of sand, and the powerful force made a large pit appear in the sea of sand, and the gravel at the bottom even melted. I saw a small white ball in the center of the bunker, and if you entered the interstellar-era civilization, you could recognize this as the Kurdish Legion's standard single-person spacecraft at a glance. Fast speed, fast flight speed, convenient takeoff and landing, high endurance, is the Kurdish Corps fighting at the forefront of the fighters' favorite of the fighters. Of course, the native civilization cannot be happy to see it. Because this kind of pill spacecraft, in the Kurdish Legion, only those who have the ability to fight alone, the trash fish and the top are on large spaceships, and only a few special forces and Saiyans use this type of spacecraft on a large scale. So seeing this spaceship means that the countdown to the destruction of this civilization has begun. Let me see, is there a small deflated 3 with combat power 5? The smoke cleared, the hatch opened, and a short figure came out. The hedgehog head that rushes into the sky, a strand of bangs in front of the left forehead naturally hangs down, and the left eye is wearing the latest combat effectiveness detector, although he is wearing the same combat uniform as a miscellaneous fish, but he looks like a protagonist. Vitalis is still very satisfied with his appearance, although he is cannon fodder, and the protagonist's son Wukong, who is also a lower-level fighter, has the same face, but it is much better than other lower-level fighters who are also assigned to this face, at least assigned to normal skin color, not as black as Darren's, and also assigned the hairstyle of Goku Super 2, and enjoyed this handsomeness in advance. Super 2 Goku has a kind of cold coolness, and Vitalis' black hair and black eyes are more soft and handsome. Vitalis is happy with his image. Diddy. Oh, the highest combat effectiveness is actually more than 700, really unreliable, really a barbaric people, no wonder the Saiyan population does not go up, it is really irresponsible, the strongest one is only more than 600, and do not consider the real-time update of detection data, just send the child out. The distance is only 100 kilometers? Slipped away, there is still half a month before the next full moon of this planet. I can't afford to mess with it. I saw Vitalis raise the takeoff boat with one hand and quickly flew into the distance. Wow, after sleeping for a year and a half, my combat power has actually reached 78, the highest combat power of this planet is 734, this wave of awe advantage is in me, 780 vs 734, How can I lose? Could it be that those people also take into account the possibility of the existence of native creatures becoming stronger in time, so they also take into account the variables of the growth of scion cubs in the travel time? Am I wrong about them? During the strategic retreat, I took time to look at my combat effectiveness. I found that my current self is much stronger than when I was born. But the lower level warrior has no human rights. Only 6 months after he was born, he was thrown into a spaceship for a year and a half of space navigation, and came to this damn planet to perform a slaughter mission, and sure enough, the gap between him and his previous life was too big. Vitalis was a person from another world in his previous life, where Scion, Frisia, and Kurd were all characters from a manga called Dragon Ball. Because I stayed up late to read novels and play games, I didn't rest well. I didn't step on it when I got up in the morning to go to work and go downstairs, and I rolled down directly, and I don't know about the follow-up, but since I came to this world, I think it's already burping. Retracting his thoughts, he flew for about 20 minutes, and saw a rift valley about 10 meters wide and 100 meters long in front of him, and it was estimated that he could not find a better place to live, and Vitalis flew towards the bottom of the valley. Just find a cave to live in for a while, rely on the life support system of the spacecraft for a while, and go to Earth when the combat effectiveness is almost there. As for the mission? Joke, go to the Earth to open up for yourself, and when he goes back, he will become the king. This task is still left to other people to do. Luckily, I found a cave, but there were a group of unknown creatures with single-digit combat effectiveness, and the double-digit Vitalis naturally did not care, and walked in with the spaceship. According to the position displayed by the detector, a few places were randomly selected, and one was rewarded with a small energy egg. The power is equivalent to an ordinary grenade, and the slag with single-digit combat effectiveness has no possibility of survival. Sensing that life was threatened, detectors showed that those alive fled quickly. Sure enough, having power is different, and from beginning to end, Vitalis did not see what these creatures looked like, and it was easily solved. Fortunately, the internal space of the cave is still large, the structure is also very stable, and it has not collapsed after several small explosions. Go to the depths and put the ship down and sit cross-legged next to the ship. Stretch out your finger and carve the words Earth, Super God Water, Sendu, Spirit Time House, Dragon Ball, Namex Star Dragon, Super Dragon Ball, and Adrit Star on the rocks on the ground. Hey, the Earth is worthy of being the protagonist's old nest. Not only many major events are happening on the Earth, but also has so many treasures. With Scion blood, taking off in a short time is not a dream. It's now the year 732 of the new universe. Frisia just took over the Legion. About 5 or 6 years the Scions will be destroyed. Have to rise before the Scions are destroyed. It's a pity that the Scions are destroyed. I have to try my best to save the Scions. It is best to kill the Frisia father and son. 100. The combat power of Wukong in the Z period seems to be more than 300. Boldly speculate that the current turtle immortal is about 100. The god counts that it has 300. Give the god some face. The others are not threatening. For the sake of safety, exercise for a period of time, and go to the Earth after about 400 combat effectiveness. To this end, Vitalis made a series of cultivation plans. Get up at 8 o'clock every morning, meditate for 2 hours, start running at 10 o'clock, run for 2 hours, go to the spacecraft at 12 o'clock to supplement nutrition and take a nap by the way, get up at 2 o'clock in the afternoon to do an hour push UPS, squat for 1 hour, sit UPS for an hour, and then go to the spacecraft to supplement nutrition, start meditation at 6 o'clock, and go to bed on time at 8 o'clock at night. After making a series of training plans, Vitalis felt that he would soon be able to punch Frisia, step on Kurd, King God Realm, and Realm King God kneel to the Time Ring, lead the Super Scion God Legion to fight in various time and space, and become the strongest in all dimensions. When the God of Destruction saw it, he had to hand over a cigarette and shout. Chapter 2. Late at night, Vitalis stood on the highest sand dune in a radius of hundreds of miles, gazing at the earth by the moonlight. Only a few hours had passed since landing, and he did not go to bed as early as planned, for the simple reason that Vitalis was so excited that he couldn't sleep with excitement. Just after passing through the meeting, he was immersed in the cultivation capsule every day, and he could only sleep every day, and after staying for a few months, he was hurriedly instilled with some basic common sense by the machine and then thrown into the spacecraft, and then forced into hibernation, and was not awakened until he arrived at Luya. Not long after making the plan, he ran out of the cave and flew into the sky. Of course, dozens of energy eggs were thrown large and small. After all, this is a power that only existed in fantasy in the previous life, and it is the prototype of the powerful power that destroys the sky and the earth and destroys the stars and the sun in the future. Just thinking about it makes me excited. How can I sleep? Is this age the age to sleep? After exhausting his physical strength, he returned to the spacecraft to rest, heard the roar of the beast in the middle of the night, and ran out of loneliness, relying on the detector to find out all those with a combat strength of less than 50. Hidden underground, there was an energy bomb. The ones who ran outside used it to practice the destruction ray. The name is essentially just a beam of energy released with your fingertips. Even a dog similar to Urha passing by was caught and slapped twice, feeling that looking at the kindness did not kill him. After half a night, my physical strength was exhausted again, so I had to stay here to recover, so as not to fly halfway and fall half disabled. After 1 o'clock in the afternoon the next day, Vitalis finally got up. I played too much last night and consumed too much, resulting in oversleeping today. Sure enough, young people need moderation. No, waste half a day of cultivation time, sad and lamentable, even I feel shameful, should be taken as a warning. Next time cannot be like this. Vitalis secretly vowed, absolutely not slack off in the future. Start training. 30 minutes later. Vitalis lay like a dog in the sand. At the beginning, it was fine. The more I ran, the more excited I became, and I ran for more than 10 minutes at a speed that surpassed the 100-meter athlete in my previous life, and I didn't get tired, and I began to sprint with all my strength. Obviously, it didn't take long for the training to exhaust itself. 5 minutes later. It's a slowdown. It turns out that after reaching the limit, it is such a feeling. The Saiyan body is also very strong. In my last life, it is estimated that I still have to lie down, and my legs and feet have to be sore for a few days. After training to the limit, it feels very good. The original plan is nullified. The training subjects remain unchanged for the time being, but the time plan is nullified. Each project must be the ultimate in physical strength, until it can't be moved, presumably in this way to maximize the potential of Saiyans. Vitalis stood up in place, hugged his head and began to do the squat. For the next few days, Vitalis was running, squatting, and sit-ups, training until he was paralyzed each time, and he also insisted on meditation training before going to bed and waking up. Said to be meditation, but in fact it is all cranky. At the beginning of the uncontrollable beating of thinking, always want to be crooked, not a daydream to dominate the universe in all dimensions, or count the beauties of the Dragon Ball series. In short, I insisted on meditating for a few days, and I could barely calm down and not think too far away, but simulated fighting with the creatures I had seen in my mind, thinking about skills such as tactics and special moves. Although he can't fight in the spiritual space like the Z-Warrior, and meditative cultivation like Vic does. But it's better than thinking about something. I just miss my mobile phone and computer a little, and I miss my two-dimensional wife for the first few days. Sometimes I want to slack, but when I think about the Frisia father and son, I can't sleep. Although Frisia asked King Vegeta to summon the Saiyans to not respond and not return, it is difficult to guarantee that Frisia will not send someone to collect the head. You can't expect to let yourself go just because you're a low-level warrior cub. After all, none of the Saiyans named Vitalis in the original book. You can't give your life to the plot. Thanks to Frisia, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to last so long. No one to accompany, no mobile phone, life is quite difficult, Thanks to King Frisia's encouragement, when the time comes, I will have to punch a few more punches to repay it. After a period of training, the basic physical fitness has increased, the physique has been slightly strengthened, and the corresponding internal energy has also increased, and the combat effectiveness 95 is the result of this period of hard work. In fact, during this time, Vitalis thought of training his fighting skills, but unfortunately he had not learned any martial arts or fighting skills in his previous life, although he had learned military body boxing in military training, but unfortunately he returned it not long after. In this life, the machine is only instilled with simple energy use and flying skills, and there is no so-called fighting skills at all. After all, the fighting skills of Saiyans are practiced in battle. And to solve the strongest on this planet, after all, it depends on giant ape, and the lower warriors cannot do giant ape to maintain sanity. It is instinct that determines the victory, so it is good to give it to instinct. And what Vitalis has to do is to guarantee the basic combat power, to ensure that it can be suppressed in combat power, derived from the instinct of the bloodline. The ape Saiyan who has lost his mind is very terrifying. And tonight, it's the night of the full moon. In the previous life, Vitalis looked at Dragon Ball and felt that the Saiyans were very handsome, and the Super Saiyans were even more handsome to the point of view, and from the perspective of setting and performance, the Saiyan race is very cool. The only criticism is to transform into a gorilla, which he rejected ugly in his previous life, and he also thought that if he became a Saiyan, he would only become a Super Saiyan, absolutely unchanged as a gorilla, but now he really became a Saiyan, but he was eager to try the first upcoming ape. Who can refuse the temptation of power? Raging gorillas, it's exciting to think about. Hours before dark, Vitalis cautiously flew towards the planet's highest combat power. I saw an oasis suddenly appear in a desert, with sparse trees on the periphery, and clusters of weeds in the east and west growing tenaciously. The closer to the center, the more trees, and even unknown plants that look like shrubs, are like entering the deep mountains and old forests, rather than in the desert. In the center is a huge lake, which is estimated to be able to swim after Vitalis' apes. According to the detector, the monster was in the lake. After remembering the location, Vitalis flew towards the ship with all his might. After carrying the spacecraft, he randomly found a direction and flew away, and after detecting that there was no existence of more than 20 combat effectiveness within a radius of tens of kilometers, he found a position for the spacecraft and put the probe into it. This is to avoid the destruction of the probe during the battle. It is safest to put in a spaceship, and to break the defense spaceship, the combat effectiveness must be at least thousands. Ready and back in the oasis, Vitalis found a good spot to lie down and wait for the night to fall. Not to mention, in the oasis is comfortable, there are trees to shade, the air is not dry, and there is a faint fragrance. I don't know if it is grass or trees. In the evening, the last stubbornness of the sun is about to disappear, and the moon on the other side leaks half of the figure. Vitalis flew into the sky with his back to the moon, looked at the large cloud overhead, and fell into deep thought. Hey, the combat effectiveness is not strong enough, otherwise this cloud will have to disappear with a roar. Forget it, wait a few more hours, see the direction and speed of the wind, wait a few more hours and float away. The first battle, there is no room for the slightest mistake. Vitalis was speechless, it was really beautiful. It's good that it's not a dark cloud, otherwise you have to cry to death. I was excited and encountered this cloud. Wait until about 11 o'clock at midnight. When the clouds were only a little bit left in the sky, Vitalis finally moved. That's right, when most of the sky leaks out, Vitalis can do it, but he didn't. It's not that he instigated, but the battle is not a family, life and death fights, can't be careless, this is called caution. Fly above the lake and randomly condense an energy ball and throw it into the lake. Come to fight Yubi. Vitalis quickly looked at the moon. Chapter 3. After throwing the energy bomb into the lake, Vitalis did not go to see if the monster came out, but looked at the moon. Just set off a small wave, the monster did not move, well, expected. Maybe it's always shining in the moonlight. The moment I saw the moon, I reacted. First, a violent heartbeat sounded. Boom! Boom! Bang! With the sound of heartbeat, invisible energy spread around, and the air was also affected, resulting in distortion, and ripples visible to the naked eye began to rhythm with the heartbeat. The pupils constrict, gradually transforming into animal pupils. The bones of the face contracted and encouraged a ah accompanied by Vitaly's low roar, fangs protruding, and saliva flowed from the corners of his mouth. The originally thin and short body expanded rapidly, and the special combat uniform became larger. Almost in the blink of an eye, Vitaly's completed the transformation process from a human to a giant ape, with a huge body and a terrifying aura. It's hard to imagine that a few seconds ago it was just a child. This is the unique transformation of Saiyans, ape. Because of the burst light emitted by the moon, Saiyans with tails can transform. Combat effectiveness is 10 times more than normal. That is to say, the normal combat effectiveness of Vitaly's is 95, then the combat effectiveness of the ape Vitaly's is an astonishing 950. This is not an ordinary gorilla, but a Saiyan great ape. The great ape stared at the lake for a moment, then looked at the moon again, wow! And let out a war roar that did not know what it meant. At the same time, his hands kept beating his chest. After all, now Vitaly's has lost his mind and cannot speak. After a while, the giant ape lowered its head and opened its mouth wide, shimmering light, and after about 5 seconds of momentum, it sent energy waves into the lake. The huge energy swept towards the lake at a fan-shaped speed, and in the blink of an eye, it came into contact with the lake. A large amount of water was evaporated instantly, and the huge waves generated by the aftermath carried a small amount of water to the shore, and the water of the lake almost bottomed. The figure of the monster hiding at the bottom of the lake is revealed. It resembles a dinosaur, with thick legs, short front paws, a tail dragged on the ground, and spiral horns hovering on the sides of the skull. At first glance, it is a ruthless character, especially the cold eyes, narrow eyes, and extremely intimidating. Roar! The monster roared angrily at Vitaly's. The back of the monster was pitch black, and not a single intact scale could be found. You can even smell the aroma of grilled meat. Seeing that the scum sleeping secretly in his territory was not killed, and was still yelling at himself, the giant ape was angry. Hammering his chest a few times, the giant ape rushed towards the monster with a roar. The giant beast that fell from the sky, without giving the monster time to react, stepped on the monster's head into the mud at the bottom of the lake. The huge impact shook the little water left at the bottom of the lake into the air, creating a small rainfall. Knock, knock, knock. As if not to understand the hatred, the giant ape raised his right foot and stomped on the head of the monster a few times. After stepping on a few feet, he stepped on the back of the monster with his right foot, beat his chest again, and issued a war cry of unknown significance, roar roar, as if to declare that this is the end of breaking in and staying in his own territory. Snap! The excited giant ape was stunned, and he was actually attacked by the loser under his feet. I saw the tail of the monster weakly and intermittently whipping its feet on his back. Roar! The enraged giant ape roared angrily, stepping on the back of the monster harder, and the monster's body fell into the mud again. His hands stopped beating his chest, but grabbed the monster's tail and pulled it out hard. I saw purple blood splashed everywhere, and the tail of the monster was actually pulled off alive. It seemed that severe pain, or humiliation, caused the monster to fall into madness, and actually pushed away the giant ape, stood up, and stared at the giant ape with bloodshot eyes. It seems that he did not expect that the loser in front of him could still struggle, and the giant ape was pushed and stumbled. The next moment, the giant ape who reacted was furious, and flicked the tail in his hand. The giant ape instantly appeared in front of the monster, kicked the monster in the stomach, and the kick took off before it was punched on the head by the giant ape again, flying into the sky at a very fast speed. A broken corner to the bottom of the lake. The giant ape opened its mouth wide, charged its power again, and a dazzling light flashed, this time not an energy wave that attacked in a diffusion manner, but an extremely condensed energy ball. The last comes first, and the energy ball instantly catches up with the monster. The strong wind generated by the violent explosion of boom even rolled up a large number of sand grains in the distance, faintly showing signs of sandstorms. The smoke has cleared, there is no trace of the monster, the slag is not a little, maybe if you look carefully, you can still find some slag, right? Hitting the uninvited guest in his territory, the great ape seemed very happy, beating his chest as he walked, and let out a roar of unknown meaning. After touring the territory a few times and stepping on an unknown number of trees, the great ape seemed to confirm that his territory was free of other intruders, so he came to the lake and sat down, looking at the moon and falling into deep thought. The next morning, Vitalis was awakened by the dazzling sunlight. Seeing his surroundings, Vitalis was confused. Close to the dry lake, the bottom of the lake is clearly branded with portraits of unknown creatures. Flew into the sky, patrolled around, and found many fallen trees, messy footprints of giant beasts, and large broken tails in the forest. It is not difficult to speculate that last night's battle was very fierce, and the two giant beasts collided passionately at the bottom of the lake, drying up the lake and beating it from the lake to the land. Fortunately, I won, thanks to my caution. I came after exercising, and even pulled the combat power to 950, and opened the unknown creature 734 combat power a large cut, otherwise the tail below may be mine. Looked at the broken tail on the ground, touched the tail coiled around his waist, and Vitalis's heart was full of a strong fluke mentality. But then again, it's really comfortable, I slept, and now I'm full of strength, and I feel like I can kill a cow. Vitalis only remembers the last moment he looked at the moon. After that, it was like falling asleep, without any memory. And waking up at the peak of both mental and physical. If he hadn't seen the surroundings and knew about the Saiyan ape, he probably thought that he had just slept here beautifully. Take out the remote control of the spaceship from the mezzanine of the armor, call it with one click, the spacecraft will automatically locate the remote control and then fly. It is very convenient, it is worthy of being provided by the Kurdish Legion. Oh no, now it is called the Frisia Legion, right? And the combat suit is also, after apization, fierce battle, without a little damage, even the remote control placed on the mezzanine is fine. In less than 2 minutes, the spacecraft landed next to it and quickly took out the probe to probe the surrounding environment. Even if the scene seems to have won by itself, but only a broken tail, no corpses of other creatures, still very uneasy, in case of not dead, even if it is a serious injury, you can shoot yourself who is not in the state of a giant ape, so even if you determine 9 points, if you don't completely confirm it, you still can't let go. Fortunately, the probe can no longer detect more than 300 combat power, the highest combat power of this planet is 734, and the other dozen combat power is between 100 and 300. And Vitalis's mission is to annihilate all creatures with a combat power of 20 or more on this planet. After all, the value of the planet with a basic ecological environment is higher, and it is only necessary to ensure that no living thing can threaten the life of customers. Of course, Vitalis does not intend to complete the task, this time to challenge the strongest. Itchy hands are one reason. After all, with such a strong power, it is always uncomfortable not to find something to fight, and it coincides with the full moon, and experimenting with the great ape form is also a reason. Chapter 4. Vitalis went to the spaceship to replenish some nutrition, and although he had the urge to roast the tail of the unknown monster and eat it, he still forcibly suppressed his appetite. I haven't eaten a meal since I crossed over, let alone meat, but these strange alien creatures are still spared. Wild animals can't eat, alien wildlife can't eat. Even if the strong physique of the Saiyan is not afraid of diarrhea and trace toxins, it is not good if it leaves hidden dangers, and it is not good to die young one day. At that time, I can leave descendants to cry that the ancestors have not yet started a business. All are lucky, I am afraid that I will burp if I don't leave the cubs. So when you go out, you have to pay attention to your diet. Fortunately, the spacecraft reserves enough nutrients. If it is dormant, it is enough for more than 3 years, and it took half of it on the way to come, which is estimated to be required for the return journey consumption. This period of time has been training at the limit. The consumption is quite large. It is estimated that it is not bad to stick to it for half a year. However, Vitalis didn't plan to go back either, so he didn't care about this consumption. It is still good to live by nutrients. First of all, there is no need to excrete. Even the sweat of training has no excess impurities. These nutrients are specially formulated according to the physical needs of Saiyans. There are no unnecessary elements, and they can be perfectly absorbed to meet the body's operation. The only drawback is that it can't satisfy your appetite. You can't experience the taste of food, you can't feel the taste of eating. You can't win 'em all. Just wait for the future to go to Earth, and then enjoy the food, the Earth food in the Dragon Ball world. That is the existence that makes the god of destruction and angels linger. While injecting the nutrients, Vitalis took the time to look at his combat strength. Found that your combat effectiveness actually has 102 points? Stunned, right? 1.5 years of dormancy. With the increase of age, combat effectiveness has improved, but the magnitude is not large. Half a month of high-intensity training, although only 78 increased to 95, an increase of 17 points, not as large as the gap between 42 and 78. But one time span is a year and a half, and the other is half a month, and the gap can be imagined. And last night, the first real battle, the combat effectiveness actually increased by 7 points. It seems that the fighting nation Saiyan is worthy of its name, and fighting is the best way to become stronger. It seems that last night was a big battle of dragons and tigers, presumably very happy, but unfortunately my basic combat strength is not good. I can only rely on ape to fight with one. If I rely on normality to fight with it, it must be of great benefit to my fighting skills and power control, but unfortunately, losing such a great opponent, I will remember you, unknown monster. Thank you for everything you have paid for me. Maybe it's time to rely on normality to fight. After all, ape transformation requires conditions, which is not very convenient. But you have to wait until you learn the fighting skills later. Not long after crossing, you run to fight to the death, which is pure death-seeking behavior, and you can only bully the weak with a large gap in combat power. If you fight with an opponent who is not much different, it is estimated that you will be killed. This is also Vitalis knows that the Saiyan ape will lose his mind after being transformed, and he dares to come to the trouble of the monster by relying on the instinct of the beast. If he is allowed to operate it himself, unless he kills in seconds, he can laugh at the death of his opponent in exchange for serious injuries. So it's good that lower-level fighters can't keep their sanity. This is why Vitalis has the confidence to dominate the universe. After all, in the face of aliens, you cannot be soft, but in the face of intelligent creatures, you may be soft and can't get started. After all, in this world where the strong are always strong, few people will be kind to the enemy, and it is easy to bury the root of the bane when it is soft-hearted, so when there is a need, they rely on ape transformation and give it to instinct to decide whether to kill or not. At most, feel guilty afterwards. Anyway, when the ape is transformed, it is okay to fight without being soft. The combat power breaks 100, and after ape transformation, it can be regarded as a natural disaster in the planet, and it takes a little time to destroy the surface civilization, and even let the planet suffer unhealable wounds, and since then it has declined, barely have the ability to protect himself. It's time to consider going to Earth. Fortunately, the star map inside the Frisia Legion has the existence of Earth. Perhaps it is the lazy name of the scouts, so they use the name of the natives? Thinking that whether it was aliens or alien gods in the original play, they were all called Earth, so I tried to search for it, but I didn't expect to find it. The solar system, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, etc., the names are unchanged. It is indeed the Earth, and these scouts are really lazy. According to the planet's notes, the level of civilization on Earth is extremely low, the highest combat power is only 348, and the location is remote, although the environment is good, but it is suspected that there are galactic patrols, which is not worth conquering. The little broken ball was lucky, although it was discovered, but because of the geographical location and the presence of the Galaxy Patrol, the people of the Frisia Legion could not look at it. So it's still safe. You can't go directly to this spacecraft, the probe can't take it to Earth, and the nutrients stored by the spacecraft are not enough to support the Earth, you have to think of a way. A day later. Thinking about what to do next, Vitalis got on the ship. The probe did not crush or anything, but just threw it to the bottom of the lake, leaving him to fend for himself. Before throwing it, Vitalis hesitated for a long time. The function of the detector is still very fragrant before the perception of gas, and wearing handsome, the Saiyan has to wear a combat uniform, where the detector is a complete Saiyan, otherwise there is no soul. Unfortunately, the drawbacks are also great, not to mention the eavesdropping function, and perhaps the positioning function. Wearing it is a hidden danger, and you can only endure the pain of cutting love. Damn Frisia, sooner or later I'll let you pay for my detector, I can't swallow this breath, I remember this account. Vitalis gritted his teeth and secretly vowed in his heart to make Frisia look good. The Mariko spaceship rose extremely quickly, cutting through the sky and rushing into the universe with a white tail. Glancing at the starry sky in the universe, he took off the respirator hanging in the cabin and put it on, and slowly fell into a deep sleep under the influence of the drug. This time the purpose is a planet called Lue Star, a commercial planet, which is an important node in a trade route in the area controlled by the Frisia Legion. First of all, it is under the control of the Frisia Legion, a rich man, and the planet purchased by Frisia, so it will definitely know the prestige of the Frisia Legion and will not be afraid of encountering trouble. Secondly, there is a spacecraft manufacturer stationed, and it is only 3 months away from Lue Star, and then it takes only half a year to leave for Earth, which is the best transit station. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Yes, in the blink of an eye, Vitalis closed his eyes, and then opened his eyes and saw Lue Yuxing. From space, Lue Yuxing's colorful, even visible, and huge buildings abound. At this time, the inside of the spacecraft began to prompt that someone wanted to access the communication. After thinking about it, Vitalis chose to answer. Honorable Powerhouse, please moor the spaceship into the dock, someone will send you to the inside of the planet. I refuse, I, a member of the Frisia Legion, am on a mission and have no time to play with you. Without thinking, Vitalis refused, still rushing towards Lue Yuxing without slowing down. Joke, how can it be possible to do what it says? Thinking about what to do next, wanting to succeed, he can't allow him to take half a step back, and he has to put out a strong attitude. This. The man in the communication seemed to want to say something, but when he heard Frisia's words, he didn't dare to say anything more. Toot. Deeply afraid of softening, Vitalis simply turned off the communication. I am now a Saiyan who belongs to the Frisia Legion, the bravest Saiyan who fights on the front line. Why should I explain my actions to others in my life? Chapter 5. The Mariko spaceship rode across the sky, landed strongly, and landed on the outskirts. Afraid of being injured by mistake, did not dare to fall in the city. The devil knows if there are masters to experience life here. Some people flew to the sky, intending to see the liveliness, to see if it was a baby. Not a baby to see the lively is also very good, but seeing this unique spaceship, quickly ran away, and even the timid have begun to start the spacecraft, intending to escape overnight. This is unique to the Frisia Legion, and the personnel who ride are often ruthless people on annihilation missions, and their kills often need to be calculated by planet, cleaning up the aborigines, selling them to homeless and homeless rich people at a high price, and giving them assistance. The current boss is the biggest real estate boss in the universe, Frisia. The former boss was also a well-known Kurdish. Who doesn't get stunned when they see it? That was a force that the Galaxy Patrol did not dare to touch. Although he knew that the planet was a legitimate commercial legion recognized by the Frisia Legion, Frisia was the law, and the madmen loved to watch fireworks, and no one dared to bet that Frisia would destroy the planet. People who saw or indirectly knew the news of the violent landing of the Marico spacecraft, the powerful basically ran away immediately. Vitalis didn't know what a sensation he had caused, and he didn't care if he knew it. At this time, he was flying towards the city, intending to find something delicious to eat first. After walking around, I finally saw the food in the universe, and more strange delicacies than the dark cuisine passed down in the previous life abounded, such as a restaurant opened by a giant race, the pot boss, an unknown creature similar to an elephant, simply slaughtered and skinned and then thrown into it head to head, added some colorful condiments and covered the pot and began to cook. Vitalis also flew up curiously to see, thanks to the good genes of the Saiyan, he had good eyesight and clearly saw the unknown creature's eyes wide, as if he wanted to use this godless eyes to see who had eaten it later. Watching Vitalis, he was sick to his stomach, retched twice, looked at the chef with the giant kitchen knife, smiled awkwardly, and quickly left. Resisting the thought of wanting to cut people, the chef is very annoyed, and actually gags on top of his good dish, which is to think his signature dish is disgusting. Isn't this insulting? Feeling that his cooking skills were trampled on, he couldn't wait to chop the little garbage with 2 cuts. It's a pity that the iconic combat suit, the tail coiled around the waist, I'll tell him what the identity of this person is, this is someone who can't be provoked. Dismissing the intention of dining on this planet, a passerby was arrested and asked where the spaceship was being sold and went straight to the destination. After explaining the intention, he was taken to a room by an octopus head, which should be a high-class living room, simple decoration, white walls and ceilings, but the placement is not simple. I don't know what creatures have skulls, horns, fur. It seems that these creatures were very powerful when they were alive. It seems that no matter where you are, merchants are shrewd as a Saiyan. How could Vitalis not see that the decorations of this room were very much in line with the preferences of Saiyans? Saiyans love to fight, and some warriors also have the habit of taking home the symbols of their prey after victory to show their strength and achievements. Presumably if Vitalis were another race, it is estimated that he would not have been brought here. Unfortunately, today Vitalis is not here to shop honestly. At this time, the door opened, and a fish beauty walked in. Yes, walked into a combination of fish and beauty. The lower body is humanoid, the head is a fish head. Don't say, the figure is great, it's a pity. Powerful Saiyan warrior, hello, Ali Yurankyang serves you wholeheartedly, may I ask you what you need? People should not look, don't look at the head of the fish, the voice is very good. It's a pity that the mouth is on the top of the head, and the big eyes on the sides of the head also look at the mat. So Vitalis doesn't plan to stay long. I am the Frisia Legion, the warrior of the strongest fighting nation Saiyan in the universe, King Frisia's #1 horseboy Dodoria. You can call me Mr. Doria. Vitalis interrupted the mermaid and introduced himself as he walked to the window and looked out. This time I was ordered to go to Baba Star for a crusade mission, but the halfway spaceship was damaged, so I came here to buy a spaceship. Now listen to me, I will say that there are fewer items next, you will explode with this planet. Well. Okay sir, you wait a minute, I'll turn on the company's internal voice. From now on, the company will do its best to serve you. Hearing what Vitalis said, Yu Mei trembled and took out something similar to Big Brother. It seems that he is also a person who has seen the big world, and he was not scared and paralyzed. I want a 10,000 meter class aircraft carrier, equipped with 12 100 meter class warships. By the way, go next door and fill me with 100 servings of 3-year high-grade nutrient solution. Give you 30 minutes, delay the fighter, your race will disappear in this universe. Understand Ming understand. Wiped the cold sweat, the mermaid replied cautiously. Go down, get ready to call me. The mermaid was amnestied, almost snatched the door and fled. Fortunately this is an automatic induction door, there is no opening and closing of the door. Otherwise, it is estimated that opening and closing the door will torture this timid mermaid to death. Looking at the mermaid who fled from the desert, Vitalis did not feel good in his heart. This is the world of the strong, the Frisia Legion is famous, after all, Frisia at this stage is the undisputed emperor of the universe, and the vast majority of cosmic people only know Frisia, do not know the realm king god, let alone the destruction god. So Frisia, who sets off fireworks in the universe from time to time, is a well-deserved uncrowned king. Vitalis also had no choice this time, so he had to buy a 0 yuan in the name of Frisia. After all, as a Saiyan cub, a lower-level warrior, or a scum who did not complete the task, where did the money come from? The Mariko spaceship does not dare to drive to Earth, even if no one cares about a low-level warrior, but what if someone is curious about his dynamics? A Saiyan lower-level warrior who is only a few years old, does not complete the task well, runs around, and the destination is clear. If you track it down and send someone to follow the Earth, then it will be the end of the calf. After the destruction of the Saiyans, Frisia and his men are estimated not to care, but now that the Saiyans have not perished, Frisia is estimated to pay attention to the movements of all Saiyans, not afraid of 10,000, just in case. Vitalis does not dare to gamble, and is not qualified to gamble. Therefore, I can only go around such a large circle and try to ensure that it is safe to go to the Earth. Today I borrow the name of Frisia, I will remember your contribution to Frisia, my starting capital depends on you, thank you for your contribution to my future defeat of the evil universe Emperor Frisia. When the time comes, it will be better to punch you less. After making a joke on his inner self, Vitalis once again strengthened his determination. Everything is to clear the obstacles, to stand at the top of the scenery, to live freely and happily. Chapter 6. The efficiency was fast, and it was ready in about 20 minutes. Please, my lord, over here is no longer the mermaid, but a tiger-headed man who is a bit like a tiger. The two took a shuttle ship between the space station and the interior of the planet to the mooring. Under the leadership of the tiger head, he took a general look at the material reserve area and the required warships. Under the explanation of the tiger head, I basically understood the operating system of the battleship, and it was simple to have intelligent AI assistance. Although one person cannot control all the functions to participate in battle, it is enough to sail far away. Okay, you go down, time is urgent, I need to go to the front line as fast as possible. Vitalis was satisfied, not only fast, but also according to quality and quantity, worthy of King Frisia, no one dared to slack. My lord, that one. Money? The tiger-headed man rubbed his paws and asked cautiously. Hey? Vitalis glanced at the tiger-head man in surprise, and put on a look that seemed to be very strange. Why the tiger-head man was so bold? The incident is urgent. The order I got is to come to Lu Yuxing to replenish supplies. As for money, why are you looking for me as a soldier? I'm only in charge of the battle, no matter the money, you can go to the financial office of the Frisia Legion to report the account. Vitalis frowned, as if very impatiently explained. Hey, okay, then may I ask where is the financial office of the Frisia Legion? The tiger-head man laughed dryly. Although his legs were shaking, he didn't know where the courage came from to dare to continue asking questions. This time Vitalis really felt incredible. This tiger-head man is still a real tiger. If you really change the people of the Frisia Legion, this tiger head has been exploded. Fortunately he is lucky, but he just ran into a liar, not a person from the Frisia Legion. No, he is really a member of the Frisia Legion, not a liar. It's just that his heart is bright and not cruel. Go and find out yourself, get out, don't delay my time anymore. Helpless, had to rush people, Vitalis did not want to attack these people, although it may be a profiteer, but he could not kill any life for no reason, especially intelligent creatures, and this time it was also his fault. But if this tiger head goes down again, he will have to do it. After all, such a talkative Frisia Legion, or a Saiyan, who has ever seen it? In case someone is suspicious, it is not good. this is not the day of the full moon, and it is estimated that the full moon transformation will not be able to run out, just these black-mailed battleships in front of them, all the people who can fight with no more than 10,000 people are called dead. Although individuals win weakly, it is not difficult for their technological weapons to explode stars. In other words, Frisia's name dares to come here to blackmail, otherwise in exchange for the period when the Saiyans were exterminated, he did not dare to come, and he did not dare to come if he had money. Yes, yes, yes. Seeing Vitaly's impatience, the tiger head ran out quickly, and even the appearance of rolling and climbing showed that the tiger head man was not so tiger. This is the benefit of strength, fist is power, because the name of the Frisia Legion and the fierce name played by the Saiyan, even if it is a child of a few years old. No one dares to question and slack. Enter coordinates near the solar system and the battleship departs. A month later, arrive at your destination. There are 2 galaxies to pass from Earth, and Vitaly's changes to small warships, and the aircraft carrier will fly at full speed until the energy runs out according to the setting, and in the middle, the small warships inside will be released one after another. So the doubtful array, although I don't know if it works, but at least it can reassure Vitaly's. If it works, it can be delayed for at least a few years, and after a few years, the relationship between the top and the bottom will change, and then there will be no fear. Half a month later, mooring the battleship above the Earth Temple, Vitaly's flew towards the temple, where the gods and Bobo were already waiting. Land in front of the gods. Alien, what are you doing here on Earth? As soon as he landed, the god couldn't wait to inquire, afraid that Vitaly's would bring misfortune to the earth. The separation of good and evil causes the gods to be extremely kind, and they think about the earth wholeheartedly, compared to the king god of a certain realm, which is far worse than him. This is the god of heaven, a dutiful god. Nami Nemesis, I have followed an ancient prophecy, darkness is coming, the universe will fall into endless war, including your home planet will also fall, your people will be forced to wander, and everything will be in crisis. Facing the inquiry of the gods, Vitaly's explained his intentions. Wave. What do you mean? Tenjin, who felt that things seemed serious, asked. There is a self-proclaimed cosmic emperor in the universe, who usually likes to set off fireworks everywhere when he is fine. In the future he will learn that Nami Nemesis exists in Dragon Balls, and will plunder Dragon Balls. Your people are mercilessly slaughtered. Of course, Earth also has Dragon Balls, which is also his goal. Vitaly's did not panic, but just said what happened in the future. Nami Nemesis. I said so much, didn't you hear the cosmic crisis? Did you just hear about Nami Nemesis? Well, I forgive you for a poor child who has never seen his father and mother since he was a child and does not know his race. Yes, Nami Nemesis. You are a Nami Nemesis who inadvertently wandered to Earth in a crisis, green skin, strong vitality, severed limbs reborn and gigantic, and some strange superpowers. By the way, you only need to drink water and then photosynthesis, the special existence in it can also make Dragon Balls, wishing balls that can fulfill wishes in order to make the gods believe in himself. Vitaly said all the Nami Nemesis who remembered. So I'm also an alien. The old man's face instantly became a lot haggard, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Tenjin. Bobo looked worriedly at Tenjin. I'm fine, I just didn't expect that I was actually an alien. I also have clansmen. Are my people okay? After explaining to Bobo, he continued to ask. It's still good, but because of the past crisis, the number of combat-type Nami Nemesis is rare, and the combat effectiveness is low. There is no self-preservation ability in this dangerous universe, and there are Dragon Balls. The future end is not very good. According to the ancient prophecy, Nami Nemesis will be destroyed in the battle of the Universe Emperor for the Dragon Ball. Hearing the question of the god, Vitaly's hurriedly answered. And intentionally or unintentionally introduced Frisia. Destruction? Knock, who is the Emperor of the Universe? The crutch knocked the ground, and the powerful momentum erupted, it seems that this kind heavenly god is also a member of the heart. Even if he has never met the clansmen, the Nami Nemesis are originally peace-loving, not to mention this kind side of the gods. Vitalis was speechless. Speak well, talk well, what is the explosion? I'm just a child with more than 100 combat effectiveness. The gods are strong for Vitalis now. Universe Emperor Frisia, fierce and vicious, my people have been enslaved by their father and son for generations. Frisia is moody, happy to set off fireworks to celebrate, unhappy also set off fireworks to vent. Wait, I don't know the specifics of enslavement of your people, it's not easy to evaluate, but according to what you said, this fireworks maniac. Oh no, this universe emperor is not that bad, hey? Do you just like fireworks? There are a lot of beautiful fireworks on our earth, you can give some to him. Tenjin discovered the breakthrough point. The existence of Dragon Ball is the impossible coexistence between Frisia and Nami Nemesis. Nami Nemesis love peace, even if they die, they will not give the Dragon Ball to Frisia, and even if Frisia gets the Dragon Ball, he will not let the Nami Nemesis who can make the Dragon Ball live. Moreover, fireworks are just a euphemism. Frisia said that the explosion of a planet is the most beautiful fireworks in the universe, and its power destroys the planet, easily. Bobo's face was scared black. The faces of the gods turned green. Frisia was indeed famous. Chapter 7. Destroy the planet? Is this something that can be done by manpower? After a moment of contemplation, Tenjin asked. That's right, the celestial god of earth, presumably with your current strength, an all-out burst should be able to destroy the moon, and your combat power should be more than 300 in the numerical system established by the Frisia Legion. And the combat power is thousands, destroying the core of the planet, can also destroy the planet, tens of thousands, can directly destroy the planet without chance, and Frisia's basic combat power, 530,000, this is a desperate number, Vitalis replied. It's a pity that I don't dare to wear a detector, otherwise it will be more convincing. Although I want to fool the gods, but the gods who have lived for hundreds of years, how can they be fooled so easily? So it's just a try, it's best to solve it peacefully. After all, the difference between active cooperation and passive cooperation is too big. So it doesn't matter if the negotiations fail, the battleship on the head is the best deterrent, and when the time comes, show the power of this battleship to the gods, and presumably the gods who love the people like sons will cooperate obediently. I can feel it, you are not lying, but you are not a kind person, the Emperor of the Universe is true, the 530,000 combat power is also true, it is also true to focus on the Dragon Ball to destroy Nami Nemesis, it is also true that you want to resist, but don't mention the lies of any ancient prophecy, if you need anything, mention it, I will cooperate, provided that you can't endanger the earth. If you can, I hope you can save Nami and avoid his destruction. Tenjin gave Vitalis a deep look. Of course, I like earth very much, Nami Nemesis is not bad, it would be a pity to destroy, in other words, Tenjin, can you find the location of the Earth Dragon Ball? Now that the words have been said, then Vitalis is not polite. It seems that you know a lot, no, this is the rule. Even if I am the creator, I can't violate it, Dragon Ball needs someone destined to find it. Tenjin shook his head, indicating that if you want, you can find it yourself, I can't do it. Okay, I'll figure it out myself, can Mr. Bobo accompany me on a trip and lead me down? Vitalis looked at the black man, this guy was deeply hidden, strong and terrifying. Tenjin. Bobo ignored Vitalis and turned to ask the gods. Look, this heavenly god servant, the pair of things in the king god realm of a certain realm should really kill themselves. God is not like God, and the servants are bigger than God. Go, Bobo, try to meet his needs, Tenjin said with a green face. Yes, Tenjin, after speaking, he took out an Indian flying carpet from nowhere and stood up. Seeing this, Vitalis was not polite and jumped up to do a good job. This thing is impressive, the speed is fast, at least now Vitalis is not sure to catch up. Well, Mr. Bobo, take me to the turtle immortal first, right? Do you know where he is? Vitalis asked tentatively. I know. After saying that, without waiting for Vitalis to reply, he began to set off. Brush brush, a few flashes to the sea. Vitalis only felt a flower in front of him, and he saw the small island, a hut, a few coconut trees, a sun umbrella and a rocking chair. Don't think about the gadgets in the hands of the little old man and the nosebleeds. It's really a bit of a modern immortal. Seeing the small ball hanging around the old man's neck, Vitalis knew that he had come to the right place. The turtle immortal is worthy of being a turtle immortal, it must be a destined person, and it is also a destined person of the protagonist group. Can pick up Dragon Balls and make them meet the protagonist. Perhaps this is fate. After staring at the turtle immortal for a few seconds, Vitalis jumped in front of the turtle immortal. Hello, turtle immortal, I need this, I hope you can give it to me. Vitalis didn't intend to talk nonsense, and directly pointed out the meaning. Who are you? This is a thing I accidentally found and collected it when it looks beautiful. What does it do? Is it important to you? The turtle immortal quickly wiped the nosebleeds away, and the light flashed on his sunglasses, showing the style of a generation of grandmasters. This is called Dragon Ball, it is made by the gods. After collecting 7, you can summon the divine dragon, and you can fulfill the wishes made by the collector. The turtle immortals in this period may have heard the legend of the Dragon Ball, but they probably didn't care, and they didn't have the interest to look for it, let alone that they hung one of the Dragon Balls every day. Vitalis didn't want to hide it, after all, he may have to get along in the future, there is no need to evil the relationship, even if the turtle immortals don't care, but it's not good. I have an enemy that must be defeated, he is very strong, I need the help of the dragon to be able to defeat him in a short time and save my people. Vitalis also explained the purpose of the Dragon Ball, not to win sympathy, but to tell the truth. In front of these old antiques, bells and whistles are not necessary. It's unpleasant. Even if it cannot be obtained peacefully, plunder by force is. No need to go around in circles. Ha ha ha, funny little ghost head, can be given to you, but I have conditions. The turtle immortal laughed. 100 of the latest beauty magazines. Vitalis knew the hobbies of the turtle immortals, and it was impossible to impress with money, fame, and fortune, and the oppression of force. Only when you are recognized can you have the opportunity to exchange beauty magazines. This is a treasure that has accompanied me for many years. The turtle immortal slowly took down the Dragon Ball and said sadly. Beautiful magazines around the world, all the ones that can be collected will be given to you, guaranteed to be no less than 1,000. Deal, give it to you. For fear that Vitalis would repent, and quickly threw the Dragon Balls to Vitalis. Looking at the Dragon Balls in his hand, Vitalis was a little confused, he didn't expect it to be so simple, but he prepared several hands, whether it was the gods or the turtle immortals here, it was very smooth. Originally thought that he had to take the battleship to bomb half of the temple, destroy several uninhabited areas, and threaten the earth. But fortunately, they are all human spirits, and they are also efficient in doing things. Whatever they're thinking, the goal is achieved. Absolute strength, not afraid of everything. Thanks, I still have business, go first, I'll come to you later and bring you a magazine. Vitalis greeted and jumped behind Bobo. Go to Zidu, Dr. Brive's house of the Universal Capsule Company, trouble you, Mr. Bobo. Okay. Looking at the departing two. The turtle immortal lay down and continued to flip through the magazine. From time to time, there were bursts of lewd laughter. Brush brush, a few glances, and you will come to a futuristic large-scale city. On the road, all kinds of flying cars shuttle. It was the afternoon, and Dr. Briff was having afternoon tea with his wife in the courtyard. Vitalis jumped in front of the two. Doctor, I want to ask you for help, I don't know. Vitalis explained his intentions directly. Boom, what a wonderful young man. Before Briff could react, his wife turned to Vitalis and pinched Vitalis' little face. There is a request for people, endure, is a beauty, and does not lose. Oh, little friend, what's the matter? Is the toy broken? Uncle repaired it for you. Dr. Brive looked at his wife helplessly. It was Drive and Mrs. Brive. I jumped from such a high place, and there was a black brother standing on the flying carpet in mid-air. It's still so calm. Doctor, is there a place for a wider spot? I'll show you my remuneration before we talk. Chapter 8. Coming to the backyard of the doctor's house, I can only sigh that I am worthy of being the richest man on the earth. Summon the battleship and stop in the backyard of the doctor's house. This is a spaceship. As a big man of Earth black technology, he can see the details of this spacecraft at a glance. That's right, this is the spaceship I came to Earth to take. It is one of the top level of science and technology products in the universe at present. This is my reward. I need your help with a few things. This spaceship will be given to you. Good to say, as long as I can do it. The doctor, who was originally wide-eyed when he saw the spacecraft, heard about the space technology, and he couldn't wait to go in and study immediately. Well, the doctor thinks I need you to make an instrument that can locate this Dragon Ball as soon as possible, he said, and handed the Dragon Ball to the doctor. The second thing is that I want to ask the doctor to build a cultivation room that can adjust gravity at will. If you can, I also hope to be faster. The sooner you can build it, the better. This positioning instrument called Dragon Ball, it's not difficult, give me half a day. As for the gravity room, I have studied gravity, half a month, give me half a month I can make it, the doctor said and walked to the studio. Although he wants to study spaceships first, he does things first and gets paid later, which is his principle. Oh, that's it, little Liz, go on a date with his sister. Madam said with a smile, dragging him away without giving Vitalis a chance to resist. At this time, Mr. Bobo was still standing in mid-air watching. Soon, the time came to the evening. This afternoon can be described as refreshing. First was welcome to drink afternoon tea, used to living a hard life. How to eat such a high-end refreshment, the previous life cannot be compared to this is the richest man's private chef maid. Vitalis, who accidentally ate too much, told his own affairs under the questioning of the lady who was flooded with maternal love, the Saiyan, the big stomach king, and the matter of being thrown to the barren planet since childhood, which made the lady cry. Immediately called a group of chefs, made a delicious afternoon, and finally let Vitalis, who came to this world, eat a full meal for the first time, or top food, and die without regrets. As for what was eaten, poverty limited the author's imagination, so I won't go into too much detail. After eating and drinking, Dr. Brive came out with the Dragon Ball radar. Looking at similar radars, I have to say that this is a father and daughter. A consistent aesthetic style. Everything that is made in the same style. Vitalis used Dragon Ball radar to find a Dragon Ball in the basement of Brive's house, and sure enough, Brive accidentally got the Dragon Ball, thought it was useless but good looking, and threw it into the basement. Perhaps he got the space battleship, and Brive gave the Dragon Ball directly to Vitalis without asking anything. He refused the invitation to stay overnight and returned to the shrine with Mr. Bobo. Mr. Bobo is as reticent as ever. Even during the afternoon meal, they ate silently. Whether it was Mrs. Brive or Vitalis, they all replied with the words yes, yes, and so on. Maybe the high people are so high that they are cold, so they seem to be cold? After returning to the temple, he found a place to sleep under Mr. Bobo's arrangement. The basic work is largely done, the rest is in order, and defeating Frisia is no longer a dream. Perhaps it was a reduction in stress, and Vitalis slept peacefully this night. Sleep until dawn. Well, at high altitude, the sky dawned quickly. Breakfast with Mr. Bobo. The gods went to bask in the sun. Mr. Bobo, I'll collect the Dragon Balls later, and when I come back, I want to ask you to guide my chi practice. May I? After all, Mr. Bobo is an unfathomable master, at least since the last Tenjin period has lived until now. Even if it is the Z period, you can play with 2 super race imps. Even if Gokyutan and Trunks do not move, you can see Mr. Bobo's terribleness. Perhaps the combat effectiveness is not as good as those perverts in the later period, but Mr. Bobo's realm is unfathomable. Even if he said that he mastered the extreme, Vitalis was not surprised. Yes is still a short answer. Vitalis, who received a response, quickly finished breakfast, came to the temple and jumped. The first Dragon Ball is at the bottom of the sea, easy to get, caught a large octopus. If you meet Son Gohan later, it will be a gift. If you can't meet it, let Mr. Bobo add a meal. The second Dragon Ball is easily obtained on the edge of the cliff. The third one is in a forest, and there is a group of monsters living there, but they are all war scum, and they are easy to get. The fourth one is in the mountain, which is probably Bun Mountain, and the house looks similar to that in the anime. Hello, my name is Vitalis. I came here to find the Dragon Ball. That's it, Lucky. An old man slowly returned with a basket, and Vitalis took out a Dragon Ball to show the old man. Oh, you said this. I picked one up in the mountains a few days ago, and I took it back when I looked good. Since it is useful to you, I will bring it to you, said Son Gohan, and turned to the house to take out the 4 planets. I didn't expect Son Gohan's personality to be so good. Not only didn't ask why, but he could give it casually just if he needed it. He was really a good person. No wonder he could teach the innocent Goku. Thank you, this is my return gift. I caught it on the way to find the Dragon Ball. After getting the Dragon Ball, Vitalis gave the large octopus placed next to Son Gohan. Ha ha ha, okay, old man, I'm not welcome. I haven't been to the beach for a long time. I didn't expect to be able to eat the big octopus in the sea. It seems that he is also a wonderful person, and the ideological consciousness and realm of these old men in Dragon Ball are higher than one. Refused Son Gohan's dinner invitation. After all, the amount of Saiyan rice is still terrible. There is no need to increase the trouble of the old man. In other words, I changed history. Kakarot may not come to the earth, and no one will step on Son Gohan. So will Son Gohan not be able to go to the netherworld? Can't be the guardian of the Taishang Lejun? When watching anime, this old man willingly stayed there. Do you have to calculate the time and send Son Gohan down? Shaking his head to dispel this terrible thought. Although he had only been in contact for a while, this old man had a good personality, and Vitalis couldn't do it, at least not and couldn't. If there is a chance, after Sun Wuhan dies normally, he will also go to Taishang Lejun. The last Dragon Ball, found in a mountain stream. At this point, the collection of 7 Dragon Balls is complete. Return to the temple. Are you sure you want to make a wish now? For Vitalis' 2 days of looking for Chi Dragon Ball, the god seemed to be quite critical, and his face was green. After all, the divine dragon that can even come back from the dead naturally has to go through many tribulations to be eligible to make a wish. Unexpectedly, Vitalis actually finished by chance. That's right, make a wish early, start the skill cooldown early. Every wish in my plan is important. It is necessary to defeat Frieza, and I am also at ease to finish it early, so use it in time, Vitalis replied solemnly. I am about to make a wish, and I am very anxious. Place the Dragon Balls on the ground. The 7 Dragon Balls come together, flashing and flashing, very beautiful. By the way, Mr. Bobo, you're a Nemesis language, right? Yes, that's good, Vitalis shouted as he opened his hands to the sky. Come out, Shenlong. Chapter 9. Come out, Shenlong. The voice just fell. For a while the wind was fierce, the sky quickly darkened, the 7 Dragon Balls lit up at the same time, the light was one, and the dazzling light went straight into the sky. The body of the divine dragon appeared in the light, the huge and long body circled around the sky several times, the huge head slowly drooped, and the eyes as big as an ox stared at Vitalis. I will fulfill any wish for you, say your wish. It is estimated that there is no soundtrack, so I feel that summoning the dragon is not as shocking as in the anime, and there is no soul. However, such a huge divine dragon is still visually shocking. Shenlong, please bring the 7 Dragon Balls in Nami Buster to me. Dragon. Bobo. God. Are you sure? Shenlong confirmed again. That's right, my wish is this. As you wish. After saying that, the dragon's eyes flashed, and 7 Namek Dragon Balls, which were a few sizes larger than the Earth Dragon Ball, appeared at Vitaly's feet. Your wish has been fulfilled. Wish fulfilled. The dragon disappeared, and the Dragon Ball slowly rose into the air and turned into stone. When he was about to disperse, Vitalis held the bag and instantly stopped several Dragon Balls that turned into stone and put them into the bag. You this. Seeing Vitalis's commotion, the god wanted to speak, but his face was getting worse and worse, and his green turned black. Not daring to provoke the gods, Vitalis looked at Bobo. Mr. Bobo, Nami Nemesis Dragon Ball needs Nami Nemesis language, please translate. Vitalis requested. No way, only cosmic lingua franca, not Nami Nemesis language, or Mr. Bobo is powerful, and I don't know how to learn it. Bobo goes stronger. Nami Nemesis words, come out, Shenlong. Meanwhile, the distant Nami Nemesis. No need to panic, the Dragon Ball was taken and used by a funny child. The elderly Grand Elder Namek used the fairy tale of ideas to appease the guardians who were panicked because of the Dragon Ball. Nuriru, fate has changed, no one knows what the future holds, although this kid is good for now, but no one can tell in the future. If something happens, I will commit suicide and make the Dragon Ball lose its power. At that time, Mlin will succeed the Great Elder, and no more Dragon Balls will be created. The Great Elder instructed Niru, who was in the shadows. Niru lowered his head and looked at the ground without saying a word. Earth. Mr. Bobo, my first wish is that I want to learn all the magic that exists in the universe. Bobo nodded, and Nami Nemesis said, please let the child in front of you learn all the magic that exists in the universe. I saw a red light in the eyes of Nami Nemesis Shenlong. The first wish has been fulfilled, say your next wish. Tenjin was stunned. Originally he was immersed in the majestic figure of the Nami Star Divine Dragon, how to see, how to feel kind. Not only is the Dragon Ball a few sizes bigger, but the dragon is also stronger and more powerful, and he is thinking about whether to change the skin of his own dragon. Hearing the words of the Divine Dragon, it also pulled back the thoughts of the heavenly gods. It is worthy of being from hometown, that is, strong, and can realize more than one wish. Mr. Bobo, I want a kin of fairy beans that can never be eaten. Namek said, I want a kin of fairy beans that can never be eaten. This wish cannot be fulfilled, I can't do unlimited. Fairy beans, also, infinite, even infinite sand grains are enough, not to mention fairy beans. It is estimated that it will take Super Dragon Ball. Mr. Bobo, to put it another way, I want a jar that can automatically produce 1,000 fairy beans a day. These are 2 wishes, are you sure? 2 wishes? Want a jar, and then this jar gets the function of producing 1,000 fairy beans a day? What a pit! It seems that Nami Nemesis Shenlong really can't exploit the loophole. Mr. Bobo, change my wish. Let this bag of mine gain the ability to produce millions of fairy beans every day. After speaking, Vitalis took out the bag that was going to be used to hold the Nami Star Dragon Ball. Bobo. Tenjin. Bobo said in the Namek language. Please give that bag the ability to produce 1,000,000 fairy beans a day. Bean-sized sweat droplets appeared on the head of the Nami Nemesis. Shenlong can't do it, the limit of producing fairy beans a day is 10,000. Otherwise the rules will be broken, and the world will lose balance. Then 10,000. Wait a minute, I'll change the bag, I can't hold 1,000,000, this bag is too big. Name your last wish. End. Tenjin. Mr. Bobo, I want to learn the language of God. Please let the child in front of you master the language of God. Translator without feelings. As you wish, your wishes have been fulfilled. After speaking, the Divine Dragon dispersed. One advantage is that the Nami Dragon Ball did not fly randomly. It is estimated that it is because several elders are separated to guard after making a wish, so there is no such setting. And the Earth Dragon added the setting of flying away because it wanted to test the adventurer. Vitalis stepped forward, put the Dragon Balls away, and carried 2 bags of Dragon Balls. Tenjin, Bobo, I'll go to rest, digest this knowledge, stuff too much at once, and my head is swollen and panic. After talking to the 2 masters, Vitalis walked to the bedroom. It is worthy of being a divine dragon, the almighty wishing machine. The technology is so good, the knowledge is imprinted in the depths of the mind. As long as you concentrate, it will emerge, rather than a stream of brains stuffed in. It is still careless, in case the head explodes or becomes a fool is not good. The dragon is awesome. Vitalis lay on the bed to summarize the wishing process. But it's really unexpected. I originally wanted to learn to heal magic, but I didn't expect that magic was all-encompassing, and there was actually teleportation magic. But I saved a wish. I originally wanted to make a wish to learn to teleport because time is urgent. It is too time-consuming to learn teleportation, so I want to make a wish with the dragon. I didn't expect the magic to be so powerful. The next thing is to learn the control of Qi with Bobo. And then the improvement of Qi, otherwise the Qi is insufficient, and none of the useful magic can be used. Xiando is also available, and when you master Qi, you can brush the passivity of the Saiyan. Saiyan passive, every time on the verge of death, after healing, the strength will rise greatly. In fact, every creature has this characteristic, but most races reflect the effect is not very obvious, not as exaggerated as the Saiyan. Of course, Saiyans know this feature, but not everyone will find the opportunity to implement it. Fighting outside, near death is very dangerous, even if it is a companion. Few Saiyans dare to give their lives to their companions, and it is good to complete the task, and they can take you back for treatment along the way. If you have not completed the task, dragged your feet or lost face, it is estimated that you will be executed by your companions to maintain the pride of the Saiyan, and the Saiyans do not need losers. As for brushing each other passively, Saiyans are both victorious and dead, and once they start fighting, either one dies or both die together, and they are wild. Even if they are companions, pride does not allow them to lose. And the Saiyans are also afraid of death and dare not entrust their lives to others. The original Vegeta found Klin to brush passively, but was also frightened by Frisia's power, in order to gain power. In order to defeat Frisia, and seeing that Dandy has healing powers, he made this decision. After all, serious injuries are on the verge of death, and if they cannot be treated in time, they will die ugly. Vegeta almost rolled over. For various reasons, Vitalis believes that the fairy bean is born for Saiyans, eats one for 10 days without hunger, specializes in treating the king of the stomach, and has the effect of healing and state replenishment. Once every Saiyan carries a large number of fairy beans with them, then it will be a nightmare for any race. Unless you kill in seconds, who is not afraid of a battle maniac who can't kill and become stronger and stronger? Even if there is a limit to passivity, but the Saiyans who reach the limit, there are very few people in the universe who can defeat them. And to the limit, maybe this Saiyan has already touched the threshold of the Super Saiyan, which will only be more terrifying. Chapter 10. The magic of the Dragon Ball world is not mainstream, not that it is difficult to use, but it is very simple for the strong to crack. Powerful warriors can ignore psychic magic, and offensive magic is not as destructive as a wave, so the status of magic in Dragon Ball is biased towards assistance. For example, the Babadai father and son, although they are very powerful for the 80% of the creatures in the universe, the magic is very weird, and it is difficult to entangle, but for the strong, they are not protected by Bu, that is, a second of goods. Even if they are proud of Bu, who has powerful magic, but against people who are close or stronger than themselves, magic has no effect, and even has the opposite effect, such as the strongest candy in the universe created by the original Bu. Bu still relies on his own powerful combat power and his strange body. Like the divine dragon wishing to learn magic, originally just thought it was easy to use, such as the flashing of eyes to change clothes, Vitalis liked it the most, and healing magic is also very important. After all, fairy beans can be eaten by individuals, and it is troublesome to be destroyed or snatched by the opponent, and it is not good to eat it all and be seriously injured that day. Small lives are the most important, so I learned magic. Surprises: first, the desire to teleport, and second, according to the magical knowledge obtained by Vitalis, magic is only the use of chi, similar to the views of the Adraiths. The special ability of the Adraith Starman is a subsidiary ability obtained from the study of chi. Of course, they do not call chi, but call others. Very awkward, Vitalis can't remember exactly. The development of chi can do all kinds of incredible things, not to mention the abilities of the Adraith Starman. Just Gaku during the Battle of Nami Buster, touching Klin's bald head, reading what happened during this time, and even taking the initiative to intervene in the group chat initiated by the King of the Realm. Being able to intervene to interject means that he has already heard. Although Gaku has some magical little skills that he didn't show much later, it also shows that chi is the root of Dragon Ball. Mr. Bobo, may I be taught how to control my chi? Vitalis sorted out his knowledge about magic and found Bobo's invitation to train. By the way, Mr. Bobo, there is no need to arrange other training, please let me fight. We fight the Saiyans. Learning in battle is the fastest. Suddenly thought of Bobo's training method for little Gaku, and Vegeta's example of learning the control method of chi after being beaten. Hurriedly requested. Being able to become stronger in the fastest time is the most important, and Vitalis suddenly remembers that the demise of the Saiyans is not just what Frisia meant. Beerus is the most troublesome, and it is best to solve the problem before it happens. Otherwise, even if you can rely on Dragon Ball to resurrect the Saiyan family in the future, it will inevitably evil Beerus. The cat Beerus, the strength is unfathomable, and with the change of versions, it is still getting stronger. There is no need to offend this god of destruction. When the time comes, it is a big backer, golden thighs, so Vitalis will become the king and conquer Beerus with the most comfortable pillow and earth food in the universe. Then you can beat Frisia brazenly. Glancing at Vitalis, the cold male god Bobo flashed and flashed again. Vitalis's scalp hurt, he thought of something, looked at Bobo's hand, and sure enough, there was a pinch of hair. Why pull so much? You know, hairstyles are the soul of Saiyans, bastards. Although I want to complain very much, I can complain in my heart. After all, I want to ask for others, and people are also to help themselves. Watching Bobo walk back into the room, Vitalis sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. This time it's really meditation, not cranky thinking in the name of meditation as before. All magic also contains many meditation methods, and chi is the power born between the spirit and the body, and it is the integration of the two. Meditation strengthens the spirit and martial arts exercises the body, both of which increase chi and improve the quality of chi. Picking a meditation method that looked good, Vitalis began to meditate. Almost instantaneously, it was a state of entry, and apparently these meditations were classified as magic and had been learned. This meditation method is to visualize the stars in the universe to simulate the movement of the stars, thereby strengthening the spirit. Vitalis first visualized the solar system, but unfortunately the mental power is too weak. These planets can't turn, so they have to build a small satellite to orbit the Earth. Well, it's the moon. Snap click seems to be the sound of wooden objects falling to the ground. Probably Bobo got it right. Vitalis broke his meditation and opened his eyes, only to see Bobo and Tenjin standing at the door of the room below, and the Tenjin's stick fell to the ground. It seemed that the culprit of the noise turned out to be the Tenjin. In mid-air, it is the power leaking out during meditation that disturbs the magnetic field, so it's normal, but why are the gods and waves so small? And the strength seems to be much stronger, about 10 times? And is churning fast. Puzzled, Vitalis stretched out his hands and saw that a pair of big furry hands were rapidly shrinking. Eileen? Can the meditative moon also transform? And didn't run away? Vitalis was a little confused, brainstormed for a while, and thought of GT, known as the official Dujin, Goku's matter of treating Earth as the moon. The unexpected joy is a little much, no material moon is needed, not yet violent, meditating Saiyan ape, Vitalis is a little excited, a series of tumultuous thoughts cross his mind. Vitalis, that is. Looking at the transformed Vitalis, Tenjin asked. Although persuaded by Vitalis' statement, I am also grateful to Vitalis for bringing news of his hometown. But with that huge body, powerful, calm and tyrannical chi, the heavenly god can be sure that no one on the earth is his opponent, not even if it is a seal, the gap between the two is too big. There is a high probability that the seal will fail. Therefore, the celestial god directly spoke, the potential threat must be clarified. The celestial god is not afraid of Vitalis to start now, since knowing the affairs of the universe, the containers and talismans needed by the demon seal wave, the celestial god carries it with him, in case the enemy of the universe cannot be stopped, then the heavenly god directly demon seal wave serves, not giving them the opportunity to destroy the earth. It is better to say that Vitalis really has a ghost, and the god hopes that he can do it now, then he can directly seal Vitalis. It's just that at the moment Vitalis is all right, there is no lying, there is no malice, but the gorilla just now really frightened the gods, powerful and tyrannical, or he is still meditating, and the gods want to spit out bottles. This is the unique transformation of our Saiyan race, and the combat power after transformation will be 10 times that of normal. Although he didn't know what the god was thinking, Vitalis still felt a little. There is no hostility, but the gods are wary of themselves. So only part of it was said, if the god knows that he will run away after transforming, God knows what the god will do, so it is better to hide it. As long as you don't transform again in the future, this is also the first time, I suffered a loss without intelligence, but fortunately, although I transformed, my body is still meditating. 10 times? It's really a terrifying ability. Don't transform in the future, that chi is very evil, presumably if you are not meditating, you can't control that power. Taking a deep look at Vitalis, the god picked up the crutches and walked back to the room. Well, these old guys can't fool around at all. Even if they don't have the strength to fight on the front line in the middle and late stages, their realm is really terrifying. Maybe this is the precipitation of time and life experience. Fortunately, the gods are not stubborn old antiques. There was no dispute, and if you really fight now, it is estimated that you will be killed. Let's start, the cold male god spoke, and after speaking, he gave way and let the figure behind him walk out of the room. The same hairstyle and tail, but wearing an orange Godo suit with a celestial pattern on the chest. Sure enough, the martial arts uniform is not bad. I am really handsome. Looking at the masked figure in front of him, Vitalis naturally knew what this thing was. Vitalis's eyes flashed, and the combat uniform he had been wearing for a long time finally changed, and he changed into a black and grey martial arts suit, which was the same style of the original Black Goku. It's a pity that the hair color is not right, and the eye color is not right, otherwise my face with this hairstyle is estimated to scare Shiryu to death. So I ask you if Super 2 Goku is afraid. Narcissistic for a while, Vitalis poses in Wing Chun. I am the fighting nation Saiyan. Thinking of a handsome self-introduction before the war, I didn't expect that this thing didn't talk about martial virtue, but actually sneaked up and kicked in the face. Looking at Vitalis hanging from the tree, Bobo shook his head and walked towards Tenjin's room. Chapter 11. The puppet doll made by Bobo was simply ruthless, was beaten and hung on a tree, and before he could react, he was grabbed by the hair and lifted. Knock knock, according to the stomach is 2 punches. Vitalis knelt on the ground holding his stomach and vomited. Isn't that careless? Although fighting is the best way for Saiyans to learn, I won't fight. Vitalis regretted a little, overestimated himself, has been going smoothly. Sure enough, the swollen person will not swell for long, reality will slap you. Watching Vitalis' condition improve, the ruthless replicator kicked into the sky, and then instantly reached above Vitalis, kicking Vitalis back with a whip leg. Flash to the ground again and send Vitalis flying again in waves. Looking at the confused Vitalis, the puppet did not strike again, but waited for Vitalis to fall freely, catching Vitalis before landing, without letting him cause damage to the temple. Lying on the ground, Vitalis silently healed himself with healing magic. I didn't expect the idea of healing with magic to come true so quickly. While healing, meditate on the beating just now. According to the setting, this puppet should have the same strength and skills as himself, but with the perception of added chi. Through the puppet's attack method, Vitalis knew that this puppet, like himself, would not have any fighting skills, but the punching and kicking posture was obviously different from his own, and the wave was also, without a little extra movement and waste of strength. It's all just right. Just look at the effect, hit just right, seriously injured, but not fatal, not stunned, left a breath to treat. Knocked down a few times, Vitalis felt a little hung up on his face. Healed the broken bones and wounds, patted the ashes and stood up. The blood of the Saiyans is still good, although it hurts, but it feels so refreshing, and the blood is boiling. At this moment, the will to fight that originated from the bloodline suppressed the thoughts of the previous life. Come again. It's like this again. Before Vitalis could finish, the replicator jumped up again and kicked it head-on. This time Vitalis reacted and threw himself back, while kicking out with his right foot, aiming at the crotch of the replicant. Unfortunately, it didn't work out, and the replicator flipped in the air and kicked on Vitalis' stomach. Shhhhhh. The sharp pain didn't make Vitalis pass out immediately. Stretching out his trembling little hand, he took out a fairy bean from the bag hanging from his waist and ate it. As soon as the fairy bean was swallowed, the state was instantly filled, and a powerful momentum rose from Vitalis. A serious injury, a near death, triggered the passive, and raised Vitalis' combat effectiveness by several notches. It's just that it won't control the power yet, causing the breath to be exposed. Lying on the ground, Vitalis was still reminiscing about the feeling just now, and almost died, because with the memory of his past life, his thoughts were more complicated, and he felt a burst of fear, but his body was trembling, it was trembling with excitement, and every cell was cheering. Rejoice for the battle, cheer for coming back from the gate of death for greater power. There is a huge divergence between the mind and the body. The memory of a past life is an advantage and a shackle. Knowing the plot, knowing all enemies, making wishes with the dragon, obtaining fairy beans, and learning magic, all put their own safety first. If you want to crush all enemies by training and strong strength, you try to rely on shortcuts, and you don't have the mentality of a warrior at all. At this moment, Vitalis realized that he could crush those who were weaker than himself by strength, but were those strong people who rose up in life and death battles so easy to defeat? Are you afraid that you will be counter-killed by an existence that is weaker than yourself but not much different? Even those trash fish that Vitalis despises are better than Vitalis in this aspect, especially those who fight between the sinister stars. As a traverser, or a scion with unlimited potential, the great Frisia Legion is only afraid of the Flis father and son, even if it is the Frisia father and son, in his eyes, it is only an existence that can be surpassed at any time. In his eyes, except for the whole king, he is not afraid of anyone, and has the confidence to surpass one by one in the future, whether it is the god of destruction or the angel. Soy milk is poured in vain. Fortunately, reality gave him a slap. If you don't correct your mentality, it is estimated that you really have to start a business first. After thinking about it, Vitalis stood up, although the state was full, but the feeling of the spine being interrupted can still be felt, not physically, but mentally. Make up your mind to completely detonate the already boiling blood. This time no more nonsense, but rushed towards the replicant, punching it in the face. The replicant, on the other hand, just tilted its head and hidden. Although the air pressure generated by the powerful force shattered the mask, the replicant puppet did not suffer any damage. Dodging Vitalis' attack, the replicant's attempt to press its knee against Vitalis' abdomen, but this time it was blocked by Vitalis, and his left hand pressed down to hit his knee. Vitalis grinned, and the punch he punched turned into a hand knife and slashed at the replicant's neck. Vitalis's eyes flickered, the replicator lost its voice, and then a kidney pain flew out. Vitalis rubbed the battered part and grinned in pain. Although it hurts, Vitalis is happy. Based on the Saiyans' powerful body and fighting instinct, he can see the movements of the replicant. Even if the last acceleration flashes to his side, his eyes lose their target, but his body feels it. The perception of chi has eyebrows, and when he resumes his standing posture, Vitalis suppresses the chi that has just skyrocketed, although it can only suppress part of it, but the control of chi is also introductory. Vitalis had to sigh at the Saiyans' fighting talent, and sure enough, as he thought, he learned the fastest in battle. Even if he was beaten unilaterally, he could learn the essence of the enemy. Once you've mastered the beginning, the next step is simple. Using rough controls, Vitalis distributes chi throughout the body to improve the body's defenses and attacks. Rushed towards the replicant again, although he suppressed some of the chi, but the speed was obviously faster than just now. Flashing to the side of the replicant, elbow strike, Vitalis thinks one of the most handsome attacks in Dragon Ball, but unfortunately the replicator moves. The replicant appears behind Vitalis, clasps his hands together, and hits Vitalis on the head. The crude imitation of the high-speed movement of the replicator doll dodged the blow. Boom! Immature high-speed movement, Vitalis crashed into the pillars of the 3 temple corridors. Touching the top of his head with a palpitation, compared to the knocked-down pillar, the blow just now Vitalis felt death. Instinct told him that if he was beaten, he would die, and even the kind of fairy beans that he would not have time to eat. Heartless fellow, but thanks to you, I have improved a lot. Thanks to the Saiyan bloodline, Vitalis' mind has changed, no longer as cowardly as before, perhaps crossing to other races. It is estimated that Vitalis has laid flat. Influenced by the belligerent factor, not only did he not have the idea of retreating, but also wanted to beat those strong people violently. However, some things that come from the soul also suppress part of the nature and do not become cruel and cold. Instinct is a good thing, just the body reacted, but my thinking couldn't keep up. I wanted to flash behind his back, but I didn't expect a deviation. Thinking and body failed to reach a consensus. Feeling the danger, he instinctively wanted to flash, and Vitalis also knew the actions of the replica doll through his instinctive reaction, and he wanted to learn and then fight back. If you dodge according to instinct, it is estimated that it will not be so embarrassing. Originally thinking slowly, and when the reaction comes and want to attack, the thinking command is issued, the body simply does not have time to make the combo that Vitalis thinks, and the coercion brought by the attack of the replicating puppet makes Vitalis busy, did not defeat the enemy, but made himself miserable. Fortunately, it avoided the fatal blow. Maybe obeying the instinct will touch the extreme of self-consciousness, suppress the instinct of control, and then learn from Beerus for a period of time, and maybe you can master the extreme of self. It's all a divine skill. Suppress cranky thoughts. Tell yourself again that you can't be ambitious. Calming the disordered chi in his body, he rushed towards the replicator again. Chapter 12. After eating 16 fairy beans, the progress is obvious, and now Vitalis can fight with the replicants. There are back and forths. Of course, in the case of suppressing power, many times seriously injured, several times near death, the effect is very significant. If not suppressed power, now Vitalis can crush this puppet with one finger. If it weren't for the fact that this handsome face was very comfortable and there was no better opponent, Vitalis would have blasted this ruthless puppet long ago. Sendu with Saiyan is a perfect match. After eating 3, Vitalis' power has already crushed the other party, just to train combat skills, so he has been suppressing the skyrocketing power. Of course, the consequence is that the suppressive Vitalis has been hanged and beaten until he eats 10 fairy beans. From the morning to the present, the sun has set and the stars have turned. It is estimated that knowing the role of fairy beans, no one asked him to eat. The non-stop fighting, the endless stream of fairy beans. Now Vitalis is fighting more and more spiritually, and even 2 more days can still fight. But Vitalis chose to stop. One is that the opponent is too weak. Second, the power is too strong and difficult to control. Now just suppress the excess chi, more will cause uncontrollable damage. If released with all your strength, the temple is estimated to be destroyed, and the earth will be half crippled. The power of excessive growth is difficult to control, and it is also a nuisance. So Vitalis next needs to control the gas. This is also a compulsory course. Start training now, and it will be convenient to quickly enter the full power state of Super Saiyan in the future. Mr. Bobo, can this doll be strengthened? Arriving at the temple to find Bobo, who was meditating, Vitalis asked, "It would be great if it could be strengthened. Such a useful cultivation tool." "No, there is a limit to the power that the material can carry." Hearing the clear meaning, Bobo said no. That's right, if there were no restrictions, there was no need for the gods to personally fight Bike, and the later Saiyan invasion, or artificial humans. As long as they got their hair and created a group of dolls, could they still talk about threats? Does Shrew have hair though? There should be, right? Walking outside, Vitalis flew into the air and began meditating. Meditation can strengthen mental power, exercise will, and play an intuitive role in controlling chi. Although battles can be mastered quickly, Earth is not a good battlefield, and there are no equal opponents. As for why in mid-air, not in the room? That, of course, is the mood. It is good for cultivating the mind, not to pretend to be that. This time I didn't visualize the moon, I haven't figured out the situation, I can't mess around. Vitalis estimates that his current combat strength has exceeded 10,000, if he runs away, it will be a disaster. It's not good to accidentally kill the gods, but I'm not afraid that the earth will be destroyed, and Saiyans can't survive in space, so even if they run away, they will instinctively control and will not destroy the earth. The main thing is that the gods are dead, and the Dragon Balls are also incapacitated, so it is not worth the loss, and the gods and Bobo can be regarded as his benefactors of Vitalis, not to mention the love of the characters in the play in the previous life, just these few days of getting along. Vitalis can't bear to hurt these kind people. Entering meditation, as the spiritual power strengthened, the suppressed chi in Vitalis' body was gradually released, trying to control the chi. Tenjin and Bobo also walked out and looked at Vitalis in mid-air. I saw Vitalis sitting in the air, and the powerful force disturbed the magnetic field beside him, and the air was distorted. Visually it looks like space is being kneaded, with the magnetic field changing, and small currents flashing. Fortunately, now Vitalis is training to control chi, the range is only within 100 meters of Vitalis. Otherwise, the gods would already be pulling out the bottle. Is this the cosmic race? It's really a terrible talent, it has become so powerful in a short time, not counting the transformation. Although the chi in his body when he first came to the earth is strong, it is not invincible, but now it is huge and it is difficult for me to have fighting spirit. Vitalis didn't know, at that time, the gods were relieved, mostly because they knew about their hometown, and they had a good impression of Vitalis who brought the news. And with the certainty of solving Vitalis, let Vitalis go. Even if he is afraid of the space battleship, the celestial god has the confidence to solve it before Vitalis reacts. How can the celestial god, who has lived for hundreds of years, not see that this is an alien with brute force? Afterward, Vitalis gave the ship to Dr. Brive, causing the gods to let down their last guards. It seems that the magic seal wave still needs to be improved, it has to be prevented, the possibility of a bottle being interrupted is too great, you have to put up a position, use multiple bottles at one time, only need one success, but also have to contact the turtle immortal and his big apprentice, develop the skills of multiple people to use together. My strength alone has a limit after all. For the safety of the earth, I have to prevent even if Vitalis will not be bad for the earth, but the god cannot forget the tyrannical breath of the gorilla. 10 times the combat strength, if the current Vitalis is 10 times stronger, the heavenly god does not dare to imagine the harm caused by its violent walk. Even if it is a random roar, countless people will die directly or indirectly. The gods did not dare to gamble, nor did they dare to give the decision to others. Besides, if Vitalis can't use it, it doesn't mean that it can't be used in the future. Not knowing what the gods were thinking, Vitalis was fighting with the chi in his body. After learning to control chi, he suppressed the uncontrollable chi, and suppressed it every time it soared. And now I start to try to control, but it is very difficult, it is too large. I have only been more than 100 before I started training, and now I release it with all my strength, and it is estimated that it is easy to tens of thousands. The huge chi is difficult to control. Originally I wanted to release it little by little, but I didn't expect to open a small gap, and it was immediately torn into a large hole by the huge chi. Although I tried my best to control it, but I only barely controlled the speed of the outflow. It's like a dam bursting. Once it starts, it can't stop, and now Vitalis doesn't have the ability to press it back. This is the power of separate suppression at a time, and with his current control, it is difficult to master it at once. So Vitalis chose to release, no longer suppressed, but controlled the airflow to the outside of the body, not condensing the chi into energy, nor controlling these chi, but turning them into particles of light and dispersing. Maybe this is also a Reiki revival, right? A person's chi contains his spirit and life force. Chi can accomplish all kinds of incredible things, and by magic, it can heal injuries. Simply you can also give your own chi to others and replenish energy for others. With more than 10,000 combat power, the first person in the history of this cosmic space-time Earth, Vitalis' chi is the best tonic for animals and plants. Maybe it will become refined and open the evolutionary awakening superpower, or not. With the loss of chi, Vitalis' physical strength also gradually declined. Afraid of harming the body, but also to exercise control, Vitalis did not release at one time, but slowly deflated little by little, and the average flow per second was equivalent to the full amount of Vitalis yesterday. Waiting for the lack of chi to quickly maintain the amount of sitting in the air, he took out a fairy bean, ate it, and then continued to release it. Just now it was a last resort. Now for cultivation, Vitalis found that he could quickly control chi, and such a consumption method was no less than an all-out battle. Inadvertently found another cultivation method. Vitalis didn't know if others knew this cultivation method, and didn't know if there were drawbacks. Anyway, just apply it now. As for dark wounds and the like, there are fairy beans. Fairy beans don't work, and dragon balls. A lot of whole cards is willfulness. Chapter 13. After a night of recovery, the deflating cycle greatly deepened the control of chi, and Vitalis found that this was a good cultivation method, and the quality and quantity of chi were significantly improved. That is, Vitalis, who has a large number of fairy beans, can be so proud and inhumane. Seen by the group of soldiers of the Z era, it is estimated that they will cry, and they will be plagued by that dead fat man with a large number of fairy beans, so that when they face a crisis, they have to break and eat a single fairy bean. As his control of chi deepened, Vitalis discovered that the greater the chi mobilization, the more difficult it became, unless the chi was normally maintained at its highest state, but that would cause unnecessary damage. Therefore, in addition to fighting and cultivation, it is necessary to mobilize. And the yelling when the anger in the original book is to mobilize the chi with all his strength, and even the flesh will have a certain burden. Shouting can concentrate. Others didn't know, but Vitalis tried, silent when angry, feeling passionless and inefficient. But shouting can accelerate the gathering of chi, and shouting out, it is really cool. And the roar of the strong is harmful. Greeted Bobo and indicated that he wanted to use the spirit time house, and after Bobo and Tenjin asked for instructions, Tenjin also agreed. After all, the Dragon Ball was also used, and the one who should be handed over was also handed over. It's not worth turning your face now, and it's not cost-effective to do it. If you succeed, you will die, and if you are unsuccessful, it is estimated that you will be unilaterally beaten. He is a god who wants to leave a useful body to protect the earth. Because the spirit time house has not been activated for a long time, Bobo needs to prepare. And it just so happened that Vitalis also had something to do. Say goodbye to Bobo and hop off the shrine. After passing through many obstacles, we came to the top of the Karan Tower, the residence of the Karan Immortals, commonly known as the Cat Immortals. "Hello, Cat Fairy," Vitalis greeted as he looked at the old cat carrying a cane in front of him. "Hello, alien, what are you doing with me? Now you don't need my exercise, nor do you need fairy beans, is it for the super divine water?" Although he hadn't seen it once, apparently the cat fairy knew about Vitalis' existence. "Yes, introduce yourself. I am the first fighting nation in the universe, a warrior of the Saiyan. Saiyan Vitalis. As you said, I need super divine water for these elders." Vitalis is respectful, and he didn't say that it would be silly to exchange fish for fish. Even if they are weak, the realm they have accumulated over the years requires Vitalis to spend a lot of time learning and chasing. Compared to the king gods of a certain realm, these immortals are more like gods. Since you opened your mouth and the gods also approved of you, then give it to you. The cat fairy pulled out the bottle from behind and threw it to Vitalis. "You know the existence of super divine water, you must also know that it is not a side effect. I won't say more. I'm curious why you know so much, and I'm also curious about your future. You don't want to die licking his paws." The cat fairy turned away. Obviously, seeing the eager Vitalis, the cat fairy did not delay too much. Looking at the back of the cat immortal, Vitalis decided to wait for this cultivation to finish. Take some time to run through the ravines in the Highly River, and collect all kinds of fish to give to the cat immortal. Even later, when he becomes the king of the Saiyans, he will give his subordinates a mission to search for fish in the universe. "You help me, I help when I have something, and I will satisfy your hobbies if I am okay," which is the way Vitalis is done. This time the cat immortals refused, and Vitalis would not use force to rob them, waiting for the dragon balls to cool down, and the dragon could ask for it. Holding the super divine water, Vitalis flew at full speed, and in the blink of an eye, he came to the depths of the temple, in front of the entrance of the Spirit Time House. You should know the rules of the Spirit Time House, but I still want to emphasize that the Spirit Time House has a greater burden on people's spirits. The environment inside is harsh, and when it is important, a person can only enter for 2 days in his life, that is, 2 years inside, and the time is not enough to enter and exit an unlimited number of times, and if it is timed out, the entrance will disappear and be lost in a different time and space forever. The cold male god said so many words for the first time. Vitalis knew Bobo's character and secretly complained that the cold male god was just screaming, "This is a person with heavy feelings, and will cry for the departure of the god." "Okay, thank you Mr. Bobo for the reminder, I'll pay attention," and Mr. Bobo said, and Vitalis walked out of the scenic area. Walk through the rest area, step into the training area, and sink your body, where the gravity is greater than the earth. But for Vitalis, it is no different from returning home. After all, it's home star, and the gravity here, it is better to feel this power for a long time. Vitalis feels very comfortable. Knowing the side effects of the super god water, Vitalis sat down, opened the cork, mouthed, and then simply threw the flying bottle neatly and lay down. As soon as I lay down, I felt like an ant crawling all over my body, followed by heart-rending pain, pain all over the body. Every organ, every cell, is undergoing metamorphosis. Under the action of super divine water, maximize the potential. Super god water can trigger its own potential and greatly improve combat effectiveness, but super god water is highly toxic, and people who drink super god water must first be pure in their hearts, otherwise they will be poisoned by super god water. Super god water is a treasure left by the earth gods. Humans drink it first to resist toxicity to stimulate potential. According to the words of the Karan immortals, Goku does not drink super divine water. Cultivation for a few years can also defeat Old Bike. After Wukong drank super god water, he did gain the power to fight with Old Vic for a period of time, and killed old Vic in case of serious injuries. You can see the effect of super divine water. Vitalis speculated that the super divine water is specialized in tapping potential, and for those who have exhausted their potential, it is poison, because they have no potential to tap, and the huge power of super divine water has nowhere to vent. Naturally it will make a mess inside the body. It is not bad to leave a whole corpse to die, and it is miserable to die violently, and you can't find a fragment in the burial. So Vitalis dares to drink, the same Saiyan. Vitalis feels that he will not be worse than others. Even if it is the vein of King Vegeta, the so-called royal bloodline, just the predecessor is strong, the younger generation is also strong. Inheritance, really on the bloodline, Broly's super bloodline, is the real existence above ordinary Saiyans. Born combat power does not measure the potential of any Saiyan. The acquired effort and opportunity are the key. For example, now Vitalis, his strength can go back to defeat King Vegeta and be crowned king. As time passed, Vitalis' screams began to grow smaller and gradually stopped. The pain dissipated, and with it came a stream of heat, and the whole body was warm, and the comfortable Vitalis wanted another jar. It's a pity that it is an earth-level treasure after all, and the potential that can be developed is only that, and no amount of drinking will have any effect. After eating the fairy beans, the state was full, and he felt his own chi, which increased a little. Compared with Vitalis' current combat strength, this traces a lot. However, the growth of gas is only a bonus, and the real big head is the potential to be tapped. The potential is released, the talent is increased, and the next cultivation will be twice as effective as before. One step closer to beating Frisia. Chapter 14. Vitalis trained in the Spirit Time House for more than 4 years. There are 3 parts of daily training: physical training, meditation, and magic training. Half a year later, as the chi grows, after being able to use advanced magic, use magic to create a doppelganger, and after dividing the chi equally, conduct one-on-one and one-to-many combat training. Hitting others doesn't know how effective it is, but when it comes to hitting himself, Vitalis is a professional, beating himself to death, eating fairy beans when he is injured and dying, but correcting a lot of his own mistakes and overcoming weaknesses. The tail is also specially exercised, not only to strengthen the strength, no longer a weakness, but also to participate in the battle. The power of the tail Vitalis will not give up, and he also wants to try to see if he can make a Super 4, so the tail cannot be a burden. Boom! Vitalis, dressed in the blue combat uniform of the miscellaneous soldiers, was punched to the ground, and the powerful force smashed out a large pit, and this Vitalis was embedded in the ground. Before this Vitalis could get up, a big foot stomped the newly raised head of miscellaneous soldier Liss into the dirt again. This is a muscular version of Vitalis, one size larger than the regular Vitalis. His body was larger than Vitalis lying underground, and his muscles bulged like iron casts. What is even more peculiar is that this Vitalis has beast pupils in both eyes. Kicked the red combat suit miscellaneous soldier Liss, rose into the air, and casually hit the green combat suit miscellaneous soldier Liss with an energy wave. Quickly fell, this time, the feet fell on the waist, and the powerful force directly exploded this miscellaneous soldier, turning into light particles and disappearing. Looking at the disappearing figure under his feet, Vitalis disappeared in place, and reappeared as he grabbed the red soldier Liss with one hand, and the other hand was inserted from behind, and his chest was poked out. It's a pity that red soldier Liss is not a creature, which is not a fatal injury. Blue soldier Liss took the opportunity to hug Vitalis from behind, and the two began to gather energy in tacit understanding. Seemingly unaware of the two or understanding what they were doing, Vitalis just withdrew his hand and squeezed the arm of the bug in his hand, trying to tear the bug to pieces. Just as soon as they held it, the two blew themselves up. To maximize damage, this self-detonation was controlled within 300 meters. The space at the center of the explosion was distorted, not the air was distorted, and when the explosion was generated, the air was pushed out, creating a huge storm. The smoke cleared and a bottomless pit appeared, while Vitalis remained in place. Losing the breath of all living things, he didn't know what to do, and instinctively stayed in place to recover his strength. After a long time, Vitalis's body began to shrink, the beast pupils disappeared, and the eyes returned to normal. What a terrifying power, sighed Vitalis, who once again took direct control of his body. Divide the power into 10%, each doppelganger into 3%, and keep one copy of the body. This 1 vs 3 battle is one-sided. 1 was simply and neatly exploded, and 2 chose to self-detonate, and even did not cause any damage to this state, even the defense was not broken, and the corner of the clothes did not fall off. Fortunately, it is just a doppelganger who blows himself up, otherwise it is estimated that he will die without blindness. This form was discovered by Vitalis digging for the power of the tail. Because he is in a different space, Vitalis can develop dangerous things without scruples. Knowing that meditating on the moon can also be ape-like, Vitalis thought of Goku, who treats the earth as the moon in GT. So Vitalis boldly speculated that the power resides in the tail, and the moonlight frequency of the full moon is the key to the activation of this switch. The artificial moon mastered by the advanced Saiyans, and the machines made by the GT Boomer, are all analog frequencies. Explanations can trick the tail, and the delirious Goku sees the earth as the moon, as evidenced by Vitalis' meditations. During this time, Vitalis transformed more than once, disconnecting the control of the mind from the body during meditation, while Vitalis in the meditation space looked outside through the eyes of the flesh through magic. The ape-like flesh, on the other hand, instinctively attacks all creatures within its sensing range. Vitalis visualizes the moon in the meditation space, the physical body is responsible for the output outside, the key moment disperses the moon, exit the transformation mode, and Vitalis, who has been observing the outside, can take over at the first time, seamlessly switch, and indirectly control the ape. And the human form has the power of ape, and it was Vitalis who thought of the Broly who hung the single empty shell, studied the power of the tail, and controlled this power through magic to achieve this state. Vitalis called Saiyan Great Ape Human Form. This form is really handsome. Nearly 9-year-old Vitalis is 1.34 tall, using this form height has skyrocketed to 1.67, the eyes of the beast, losing the power of reason and fury, beast-like instinct, even if the fighting ability during this time has greatly increased. Vitalis is not the opponent of this form, even if the same strength, frontal combat. Vitalis is not confident that he can last a minute. Rampage Saiyan, 24K pure handsome. Because it can be controlled indirectly, Vitalis is very satisfied with this form. After the retreat, Vitalis became much stronger, reaching the extreme that he can now reach. I originally wanted to retreat for 2 years, but I became stronger too quickly, leaving a space-time positioning mark outside the spirit time house. Even if the exit disappeared, Vitalis could teleport out, and it was a one-time retreat. Magic is so convenient. Give a thumbs up to your wise self. Halfway out, I found Dr. Brive to get the finished gravity room. In addition, they are all soaked in the spirit time house, and they eat countless fairy beans. With so much effort, Vitalis even touched the boundaries of Super Saiyan. The basic combat power has reached the standard, and Vitalis, who has been observing his own cells, found that as the combat effectiveness increases, some cells have mutated, and this part of the cells carries special energy. Vitalis guessed that this is an S cell, and the mutation is not enough, it should be said that it is sleeping. Especially when meditating, S cells grow rapidly. Maybe to become a Super Saiyan, you don't have to love peace, but you have to be calm. Vitalis feels that his combat power meets the minimum requirements of a Super Saiyan, and the amount of S cells is enough. And he is only one opportunity away from transforming into the Super Saiyan of his dreams. This is also one of the reasons why Vitalis went out. He is a fighting nation Saiyan, but from birth to now, he has not experienced a serious battle, nor has he experienced a close contest, let alone a moment of life and death battle. It has been developing obscenely, so it cannot break the bottleneck. Only warriors with a state of mind, basic combat strength, and a soldier who has experienced hundreds of battles can step into the realm of super competition. Vitalis plans to first recover the Saiyan clan, train them, build a stable rear, and start a full-scale war with the Frisia, and when the Saiyans rise in this universe, go to other time and space to compete with those masters. As for the plot of this universe, although Vitalis' rise proves the benefits of knowing the advantages of the plot, he does not intend this universe to develop the same way. With his intervention, forcibly pulling back the plot will only produce greater variables, which will only be more unfavorable, and it is too troublesome to follow the plot or something. Of course, there are some things that can be had, such as Bardak's son, Kakarot, and Vitalis planning to find a time to take to Earth to make a grandson for Son Gohan. Vitalis is full of good feelings for Sun Wuhan, the old man, and the short contact makes him think that this person is good, then directly sending him to Lao Jun to enjoy blessings, or let him raise his grandson, first enjoy the relationship between grandfather and grandson, so that after going to Lao Jun, it is more complete. And it's good for Kakarot's future, too. And Vitalis remembers that the first time Goku met his grandfather after the plot began, the sentence "Grandpa, I miss you so much" almost cried Vitalis. After all, little Goku's expression was really foul. Touching the scene, he also thought of his grandfather in his previous life. Of course, the thinking of the Earth martial artist is also good, and in the future, not only Kakarot, but also he will send excellent seedlings to learn, station and protect the Earth. Vitalis, who thought about what to do next, took a shower, his eyes flashed, and he put on the same combat uniform as Broly in the Dragon Ball Super theatrical version, and tied a black animal skin around his waist. In order to completely conquer these muscular Saiyans, you have to show your muscles, so you must subdue them in Saiyan ape-like human form, and then let them know that they can also do it, so that they can become a king that they are willing to follow. It's a pity that I can't transform into a super race, it's a bit of a pity. Otherwise, the transformation into a super race during the king's coronation ceremony is exciting to think about. Although the basic combat power can wipe out all the Saiyans, it feels uncomfortable to show up. Chapter 15. Vitalis simply straightened his clothes and walked out of the Spirit Time house. Because he came out several times on the way, it was only more than 100 days since Vitalis came to Earth. For Vitalis, more than 4 years have passed. The Spirit Time house, one of the biggest bugs, after all, involves time, and using the time difference can do a lot of things. Find the god in Bobo. The god is busy researching, Bobo accompanies the god. The master-servant feeling has to make Vitalis sigh, but it is not good to continue to bother, said that he will go home next, said hello and left. Came to Dr. Brive's house, took the books collected by Dr. Brive. Don't look at this guy Sven, and a little dumbfounded, but he is a good hand, and he has money, quantity is guaranteed, and the quality is also scary. Some are not available to ordinary people, and require a certain level of wealth and status to be accessible. After thanking the doctor and bidding farewell to his wife, who kindly invited him to afternoon tea, Vitalis came to Kamizan Island. Give the books you got from the doctor last time you went out to the Turtle Immortal, and the latest Vitalis is the first to receive. After all, the Turtle Immortal is old, and there is a problem of nosebleeds at every turn, so Vitalis has to go through it first to make sure that there is no problem before daring to give it to the Turtle Immortal. Otherwise, the Turtle Immortals were stimulated and drove the crane west, which would be a big loss for the Earth and the universe. Vitalis also thought that in the future, if he could let the Turtle Immortal guide the Saiyan cubs, even if he could not be accepted as an apprentice, he could learn a little turtle fairy flow and calculate a little. Vitalis imitates can also use the turtle sect Qigong, but unless it is crushed by quantity, the same level of strength, Vitalis imitates is not as strong as the Turtle Immortal genuine version. The Turtle Immortals created the Turtle Fairy Flow, and as a stunt turtle school Qigong wave that carries the spirit of the Turtle Fairy, in the hands of the Turtle Immortals, they can exert themselves beyond the level and stimulate their power to the extreme. In the hands of Vitalis, there is no difference from ordinary Qigong wave energy bombs. Pose and then imitate. Many people can do it, but that is meaningless. Everyone's stunts carry their own will, in order to implement their own spirit developed, can make their own strength in a short time beyond the level and beyond the limit. The turtle sect Qigong wave can only be used by the inheritors of the turtle immortal flow, and Vitalis, who has realized this after cultivation, respects the turtle immortal very much and values this martial arts grandmaster even more. Because Vitalis has not yet found a way, has not been able to understand his will, and only relies on blood and foreign objects to reach the current level. Only strong on the outside, and weak in will. Along the way to the sea, rivers, mountain streams, anyway, where there is water, now Vitalis flies at full strength, half an hour can circle the earth, catch the fish of the two major ice warehouses. I have to say that the space-time capsule is really useful. One gave it to the cat immortal, and the other gave it to Sun Wuhan. The cat immortal really loves to eat fish, and Sun Gohan Vitalis really doesn't know what to send, and he can't send him to Lejun now. And Sun Gohan also said that he hasn't been to the beach for a long time, so he is mainly seafood. Saying goodbye to everyone who thought of it, Vitalis sat down in the stratosphere and began to observe the starry sky, looking for the planet Vegeta. There are many kinds of teleportation magic, some require coordinates, some use chi positioning similar to teleportation, and those who can go when they see and know their destination like the realm king god. Because of the need to build its own coordinate system, Vitalis gave up this. The amount involved is too large. Although most of the star map provided by the Frisia Legion was originally remembered, the conversion coordinates are very simple, but the universe is so large, it is still changing, and when Vitalis builds a coordinate system, it will be updated from time to time, which is too troublesome. And with gas positioning, no one on planet Vegeta can transmit breath to the earth from such a distance, and now Frisia can't do it with all his strength. So now Vitalis uses magic to probe the past along the places marked by the star map. Although it can't be like the old world king god who looks at the insects in the world from the dimension, and space, with the current strength of Vitalis, it is still possible to find the planet Vegeta. Using magic, Vitalis cast his gaze into the starry sky. Through the sky, the ocean, the earth, and the stars could not stop his gaze. Vitalis saw the fleet that had been released to attract the enemy, and now he still followed the instructions. Seeing Liu Yuxing, Vitalis also deliberately looked for the tiger-headed man, but unfortunately he didn't find it, not even the mermaid. After casually looking at it for a while, he looked in the direction of Luya Star, because when the route was planned, this road Vitalis was very familiar. Otherwise with the approximate star map that he had written down at the beginning, he had to search to find it. It's better to go again and recall the original feeling, and it's faster than looking for it according to the star map. Star maps are not something that people can remember. After all, it is not two-dimensional like a map, and it is probably thanks to the Saiyan physical foundation that can be remembered. Saiyans have good heads, but it's a pity that Saiyans prefer hands-on than starter brains. Found Liu Jiaxing, glanced at the oasis where he was at the beginning, sighed and continued to search. Because he was still a baby when he came out, and he was sleeping, Vitalis had no memory, so he had to follow the route of the memory of the original star map to find it. In order not to forget easily, when leaving the road Armor Star, Vitalis studied the route of the past planet Vegeta, and noted down several special planets with characteristics that will not be destroyed in the short term as signposts on the way. Taking a moment to find these signposts, Vitalis looked at the home star. Planet Vegeta, the current home of the Saiyans, is the planet that wandering predecessors slaughtered the natives. Most of the Saiyans live in tribal forms, and with the technology supported by the Frisia Legion, and the accompanying scientific and technological personnel, the Saiyans have also built a high-tech metropolis. The royal palace was built here. At this time, the city was still in the dark, and there was still some time before dawn. Vitalis thought it would be better to wait. Every morning, King Vegeta would attend to government affairs at the palace before going to cultivate. Therefore, when King Vegeta summons his men to a meeting, it is the best time for him to defeat King Vegeta. Glancing at King Vegeta, who was sleeping, Vitalis began to think about how to appear later, and then how to open his mouth to challenge. Planet Vegeta, Royal Palace. King Vegeta walked to the throne, flicked the bright red cloak symbolizing the glory of the king, and sat on the throne. Looking at the 6 people kneeling below, these 6 were intermediate warriors on planet Vegeta at this time. The superior warrior, currently only King Vegeta. Intermediate warriors, there are only a dozen Saiyans, and the rest are lower-level fighters. Teleporting to the gate of the palace, Vitalis slowly walked towards the hall. The undisguised footsteps attracted the attention of several people. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Vitalis stopped and hugged his hands, and slowly spoke, "King Vegeta, I, Vitalis hereby challenge you. I will lead the Saiyans as the king of the Saiyans to bring order to this universe and restore the glory of the Saiyan fighting nation like me in the past." Chapter 16. You little ghost, you who are not even a mid-level warrior, what qualifications do you have to challenge the king? Seeing that it was a child, a bald middle-level warrior said, looking at the size and hairstyle, it was estimated to be Nabataha Daddy. The bloodline of Saiyans is the stronger, the royal bloodline, and intermediate warriors, basically the number of each generation is similar. Occasionally there are excellent lower-level warriors, surpassing ordinary Saiyans, strong combat power, giving birth to children rated as intermediate warriors or even superior warriors. For example, the junior warrior Bardock, who is second only to the king in combat power, his eldest son is rated as a superior warrior, and if the son that King Vegeta is about to give birth to qualifies, then Raditz will grow up with Vegeta's next king as Vegeta 4's guard. Many lower-level warriors, except for a few strong people and their descendants, the others are not worthy of being known by these middle-level warriors. And no one in the middle fighters looks like this. So Vitalis is just a junior fighter. According to the clan covenant, the strong are king. Do you care if I am a low-level warrior? Vitalis glanced at this bald head. This guy is really Naba's father, then his strength must not be weak. After all, his son is serving Vegeta 4 with Raditz. And Naba surpassed Bardock's eldest son. I'm not a king of stereotypical antiques, and you don't know my strength. Spare you once. After all, he is educated, and Vitalis considers himself a wise and divine king, a benevolent and righteous king, supreme and good. Well, although I think a lot, the gap in combat effectiveness is too big, it's too boring. So, King Vegeta, I give you the opportunity to challenge me and knock me off the throne, and you will still be king. Saying that, Vitalis flashed, stood in front of the confused King Vegeta, grabbed his chest and threw it out. Himself sat on the throne. Impossible *7. Just reacted to locate King Vegeta, looking at Vital in disbelief. Just now Vitalis' speed, and the power to throw him down, shocked him. Although he was defenseless, the power that King Vegeta felt positively let him know that even if he fought head-on, he was not the opponent of this little ghost. And the other 6 middle-level warriors, seeing King Vegeta being thrown down, also understood the confidence of this little ghost, naturally stopped making noise, and immediately retreated to the side after exclaiming, "It doesn't matter who the king is, because the king is above everyone. Forget it, it's not realistic for you to knock me off the throne. I will suppress my chi, you walk in front of me, I will retreat, and I will come to you next month to challenge." Vitalis looked at the incredulous looks of the few people below, and his heart was inexplicably happy. It seems that something has awakened. King Vegeta didn't know what to call angry, but he didn't want to give up so much. Stood up and walked towards Vitalis. He knew that he would be defeated, but he also wanted to know how strong this junior warrior was. As for walking in front of Vitalis, Vitalis will challenge again next month. He will not give Vitalis a chance, and it is not bad to step down so decently. Only 6 people saw him and were thrown down, which was better than being hung and beaten in front of the public. These 6 people are only middle-level warriors after all. And themselves, even if they are no longer kings, will be the first strong under the new king in the future. These 6 people are not stupid and know what to say. It's just that the idea is good. Just one step. King Vegeta knelt down on one knee. If not for dignity, it is estimated that he would have fallen down. Watching King Vegeta take a step, the 6 intermediate warriors were also eager to try, and also wanted to feel the power of the new king, glanced at each other, reached unity, and walked to the side of the old king together, but compared to the old king, they were more unbearable and were directly suppressed on the ground. Well, the ground is not broken, after all, he has just been declared king, and this palace cannot be a problem, so Vitalis divided a part of the power and strengthened the power of the palace, which is the calmness of the strong. However, because the ground was strengthened and there was no place to unload the force, these people were crushed. Looking at the appearance of these guys, Vitalis increased his output, and Vegeta 3 also lay on the ground. Chi not only contains the life energy in the body, but also carries spiritual power, and under the shroud of Vitalis' Chi, not only the body, but also the spirit bears endless pressure. Everyone saw a golden giant ape roaring up to the sky in a trance. Blood flowed from the 7 tips. Looking at the miserable appearance of everyone, Vitalis slowly added strength. Click, click, there was a sound of bones shattering, but none of them screamed. They were all killed from the corpse mountain and the sea of blood. What injuries have they not suffered? Although they didn't know what Vitalis was going to do, they could feel goodwill from this force. Yes, not killing intent, but kindness, and gradually, they seemed to feel the breath of joy. Knowing that he and the others will not die, perhaps it is the test of the new king. Everyone is gritting their teeth and insisting, unwilling to lose people in front of the new king. Maybe the new king has a way to become stronger in his hands. After all, he is only a low-level warrior, but he is so strong. Maybe he surpasses Frieza. Maybe if he performs well, he is estimated to be cultivated. And this little injury is nothing, just soak for a month. It's just that they want to fork. Vegeta 3 was the last to be unconscious. This guy even exceeded the limit. Not a single piece of the bones of the whole body was intact, and the internal organs were also a mush, just hanging with a breath of tenacious vitality. Maybe it's the dignity of being a king? Walking to a pool of muddy Vegeta 3, Vitalis took out a fairy bean, lifted Vegeta 3, separated a mass of pure life energy, and sent the fairy bean to the stomach. Eating fairy beans to get Vegeta III's injury visible to the naked eye is one of the most buggy items in Dragon Ball. Just to restore physical strength is too wasteful. Of course, like that dead fat man as a meal is even more wasteful. Looking at the almost restored Vegeta 3 in his hand, Vitalis casually threw it back to the ground and turned back to the throne. Perhaps he was also mentally tortured and healed, but he was still in a coma. After waiting for a while, seeing that Vegeta 3 had not woken up, the other 6 were also dying, although it was not as serious as Vegeta 3, but after waiting for such a while, no matter how strong the body was, it was time to die. Vitalis had to throw a spiritual magic and forcibly awaken. Originally, he wanted to wait for him to wake up. After all, it was really miserable, and Vitalis couldn't stand it. But in order to go smoothly next, he had to be wronged by Vegeta 3. I'm still alive. Vegeta 3 opened his eyes and saw Vitalis sitting on the throne. My injury quickly touched his whole body, an incredible expression. Illusion. No, my power. This is my power. Stretching out his hands, Vegeta 3 felt the surging power in his body incredulously. Don't be surprised, this is for you, they're dying. Give them this and you'll understand, said Vitalis, throwing 6 fairy beans at Vegeta 3. Click. They power skyrocketed, and Vegeta 3, who could not perfectly control the power, although he caught the fairy bean, but the fairy bean was crushed. Slowly open your hand, divide the powder into 6 parts, feed them, slow down, waste a little, I'll break your hand. Distressed straight pump. Although there are still a lot of fairy beans, but next he has to feed more than 600,000 people. Embarrassed, Vegeta 3 slowly opened his hand, wrapped it in energy, and then fed several people to take it. He also wondered why Vitalis cared so much about this thing, thinking of his original condition and the 6 people who were about to die. Vegeta 3 had some guesses, but the result was too terrifying. If it was true, Vegeta 3 looked at the hand that crushed the fairy bean. If it was really like that, it was good that it was not wasted, otherwise Vegeta 3 himself would have wasted this hand. The effect was immediate, but looking at the surprised 6, Vegeta 3 kicked out of the palace one by one, and when he became stronger, he felt that Vitalis was protecting the palace, so he did not kick up, but kicked out the window. Because it is an all-out force, if these 6 people do not react, it is estimated that they will be kicked out of the planet. Vitalis. Wang, Vegeta 3, who had been silent for a while, finally made up his mind to speak. Chapter 17. King Vitalis, is that why you are strong? Vegeta 3 is ruthless and cruel, but he is also one of the few who sees Frisia's face and tries to lead a rebellion to kill Frisia. Instead of being like most Saiyans, immersed in the good days when being a member of the Frisia Legion can fight unbridled every day. Not only is it powerful, but it also has Frisia as its backing, so it can run amok in the universe. But they don't know that the Frisia family, fearing the Saiyans, fearing the birth of Super Saiyans, and they are similar to being kept in captivity, and once threatened, they will be destroyed immediately. But King Vegeta was also stupid, angering Beerus and bringing forward the Saiyans' demise. As one of the few Saiyans who can use their brains, Vitalis decides that as long as Vegeta 3 does not cause trouble, he can stay. That's right, this is called Xian Bean. It has the ability to instantly recover injuries and physical strength. Of course, there is also a grain that cannot go hungry for 10 days. There is no concealment. After all, this thing is to be used in large quantities among Saiyans next, and will be used as a standing material for every Saiyan. You should know that after we Saiyans recover from injuries, our combat power will be greatly increased and we will be on the verge of death. After recovery, there will be a qualitative transformation, Vegeta 3 said, also thinking about the experience just now. Complicated glanced at Vitalis. I know, that's why I brought it back. This seems to be a treasure born for Saiyans. We Saiyans don't use it. Isn't it a waste of our talent and the role? Of fairy beans you mean? You still have a lot of fairy beans. Vegeta 3 asked impatiently. If the healing chamber had this effect, the Frisia father and son would have been crushed by him. Well, a lot. You don't need to be excited. Relying on dying to improve combat power, it can indeed become stronger quickly, but there is a limit. It is impossible to brush it all the time without limit. Seeing Vegeta Ii's excited look, Vitalis directly poured a basin of cold water. That's enough. Now I, plus you, and the Bardock guy, if the number of fairy beans is enough, plus all the intermediate warriors, we join forces, the Frisia father and son will be annihilated by us, and the universe belongs to us Saiyans. Vegeta Ii's eyes were shining. It was a flame called ambition burning. Looking at the excited Vegeta 3, Vitalis felt the need to pour cold water on him, otherwise he was fantasizing, and this guy was probably calculating how to kill himself. You think too much. Do you know Frisia's strength? 500,000 only. Some time ago when I took over the Kurdish Legion, I came here to show off my might. I don't want to kill him for a day or two, but I have already collected intelligence. It is estimated that he is excited, and the wind has changed in Vegeta Ii's words. Now the combat strength is estimated to be about 100,000, when the time comes, the ape will be able to trample Frisia to death with 1 foot. Yes, ape, glanced at Vitalis, saw the tail around Vitalis' waist. Vegeta 3 sighed, but it was not without a chance. Vitalis glanced at Vegeta 3 speechlessly, but he didn't expect that this serious-looking uncle actually had such a side. Yes, as the king of the Saiyan of the fighting nation, he was pressed by the Frisia father and son and could not raise his head and held back. Your intelligence is correct, but you don't know a little. The Frisia clan, in order to control the powerful force, will suppress the power by transforming and control the combat power within a controllable range. while Frisia can transform 3 times, and the final strength is estimated to be 120 million. Vitalis poured cold water close to absolute zero. 120 million. That's a desperate number. That's right, we rely on transformation to become stronger, and they use transformation to suppress power. This is the gap. This point Vitalis is also not happy. Yus feeling is more bullish than the setting of the super race, in order to suppress the power transformation, not ordinary Versailles. Fortunately, he did not overtake the manager. This is Vitalis' last stubbornness. Vegeta 3 stumbled back a few steps, wanting to refute, but Vitalis had no need to deceive. But 120 million, really desperate, thinking of the attack and killing he planned, Vegeta Ii's hands and feet were cold. As a Saiyan, a former king, the blood veins in his body were restless, so he was not scared to the ground. More than 10,000 combat strength, on the verge of death once, becomes about 10 times stronger, regardless of the limit. Wang said, how many times does it take to reach hundreds of millions of combat power? And there are limits. Thinking of Frisia's smiling face and eyes full of chill, Vegeta 3 felt powerless. Frisia is more terrifying than his father, and the Kurds still nominally cooperate with the Saiyans, but Frisia tears off this fig leaf and abandons his undisguised malice towards the Saiyans. That's right, my current combat power is probably more than 2 million, even if it becomes 10 times stronger, it is far from Frisia's opponent. Hey, Vitalis said helplessly. Are you really a Saiyan? Vegeta 3, who was desperate for Frisia's power, heard this statement and really wanted to slap him a few times. However, there was no doubt about Vitalis' combat power of more than 2 million, and after seeing the fairy beans, Vegeta 3 was also confident to achieve it. Unfortunately, before knowing Frisia's strength, he may have had ideas, but now, Vegeta 3 felt that it was better to lie flat. Gather all Saiyans back, whether on a mission or in exile, call me back, I will give you a year, mobilize everyone, be sure to bring all Saiyans back, not a cub can be spared. Well, Saiyan blood is wandering outside, it is very dangerous, Earth scientists can produce freaks, the universe is so big, it is difficult to guarantee a few more perverted. In the future, Saiyans will dominate the future, and these people will have trouble with the Saiyans who are in exile. Vitalis doesn't want to face strange artificial warriors with Saiyan traits. After that, I will arrange to improve our overall strength as soon as possible, and in a year there will be my coronation, when I will lead the Saiyan and Frisia legions into battle. I will become a Super Saiyan and reclaim the glory that belongs to us Saiyans again. Super Saiyan? Even such a powerful you, are not Super Saiyans yet? As a child, Vegeta 3 thought he would become a Super Saiyan, but unfortunately he was slapped by reality. He once thought it was just a myth and legend, but as a king, he knew many secrets. So he set his sights on the next generation. Just knowing Vitalis' combat effectiveness, he also once thought that Vitalis had broken the limit and became a Super Saiyan. Not yet, I just touched the realm of Super Saiyan, it's still a little closer, I can transform into a Super Saiyan. At that time, I still have a chance to defeat Frisia, but we have to develop Loki for a while, at least you and Bardock, also have to transform into Super Saiyan, we have a chance to win. Frisia's father and brother will only be stronger than Frisia, only need us 3 victories, the power of the Frisia family is vulnerable. Hearing that he could also transform, Vegeta 3 began to breathe rapidly, but in the end, he suppressed his excitement with perseverance, and now he was just painting a pie, and it was too late to be happy if he succeeded. Vitalis has not yet transformed, and Vegeta 3 understands the truth of joy and sorrow. I'll talk about it later, go down, start preparing for my coronation ceremony, the date is today in a year, if any Saiyans don't come, I'll send you to the Realm King Star to cultivate. Glancing at Vegeta 3, who quickly calmed down, Vitalis had to sigh, this is daddy, some aspects are really better than his son. Realm. Well, only dead people can go at the moment, Vitalis said leisurely. Vegeta 3 disappeared in place, not for the sake of the Saiyans, he could not die now. He is one of the 3 Super Saiyans who will fight the evil Frisia family in the future. Chapter 18. Oh, what a terrible Saiyan! Oh, Xiando, instantly recover from injury. Frisia, who was sitting on the same spaceship as the stroller, looked at the picture in front of him and sneered. Doria and Sob stood aside, afraid to speak up. The two of them were really afraid. They always thought that those dead monkeys had nothing to fear except for the night of the full moon, but they didn't expect the king who suddenly appeared to be so terrible. Moreover, through the means of that king, King Vegeta and his 6 men had surpassed them, and it was estimated that the Kinnet team would have to be beaten to death if they went. They hadn't tripped up these dead monkeys before, and if King Frisia hadn't been here, they would have run away. Fortunately, everything is under control. These Saiyans did not expect that their every move was under our monitoring, and they discovered the secrets of the Saiyans in time. Saiyans are seriously injured and dying, and many people know about it, but no one cares. After all, Saiyans are ruthless to their own people, no one is at ease to hand over their safety to others. There are many Saiyans who died in the hands of Saiyans, and the treatment takes a long time, and no Saiyan is willing to lie in the treatment warehouse all the time, so no one thinks about becoming stronger by dying all the time. But the appearance of fairy beans upset this balance. Frisia was also frightened, although the large machine only monitored more than 300,000 combat power when the Saiyan trained his subordinates, but from the beginning to the end, the one sitting could not see that the new king could control the combat power at will. Transition believes in machines, will die ugly. So no one doubts the 2 million combat power that this person himself said. Frisia only felt afraid for a while, more than 2 million, and he was not prepared to be in an instant. Thinking of this, Frisia flew outside the spaceship. 10 minutes later, looking at the completely changed Frisia who flew in, Doria and Sob quickly knelt down, not daring to look more. Cute is really cute, but according to the news of that king, this is estimated to be the final form, a terrifying existence with a combat power of hundreds of millions. Frisia is not allowed to be careless. According to the intelligence analysis of the Saiyans, this Vitalis should not be on the planet Vegeta, but a little ghost who was exiled to the barren star. Moreover, it suddenly appeared on planet Vegeta, and Frisia had to suspect that this guy would teleport and other moves, for fear of being suddenly killed, so he had to return to his original appearance. Go and investigate, where did Vitalis go after leaving Lu Yuxing? Destroy Lu Yuxing, who can't ask anything. Standing in front of the screen, looking at Vitalis sitting on the throne, Frisia ordered. For the result of disappearing since Lu Yuxing, Frisia is very unhappy, he is very close to death this time. So the Kinnet team was sent to Lu Yuxing to track down. Unfortunately, this cautious imp is really difficult to do, so it will take a while to produce results. Recovering from his injuries in an instant, Frisia is very moved. There are nothing stronger than him in the universe. With this thing, it is equivalent to a lot of more lives. So the fairy beans must belong to him. Frisia, Vitalis, he wants, and he wants the place of origin. Go to planet Vegeta at full speed. And you won't be able to catch it in half a year. This time, Frisia did not maintain a gentlemanly demeanor, which shows that he is really anxious. Returning to the room, Frisia contacted her father. Frisia, well done, it's good that you kept a hand. Monitor planet Vegeta, the 3 Super Saiyans, it is indeed a way. You arrive in half a year, be sure to kill the Saiyans without leaving them. Remember, the Saiyans who go to the planet Vegeta, can't move, it's not good to be discovered. First kill their leaders, and then slaughter all the Saiyans, just in case. If you are defeated by then, try to solve one person, and then escape. Gula and I need a year to arrive. When the time comes, the 3 of us will join forces, and we will definitely not lose. Listen to my father's instructions on the video. Frisia turned off the power and crushed the wine glass in her hand. He also doesn't want to contact his father, but he can't be afraid. This Vitalis, according to the data, is just over 2 years old. You see how old he is now? And the combat effectiveness is terrible. Frisia had heard about the existence of buildings with wonderful powers in the universe, different from the outside time, and he had to suspect that Vitalis had mastered such a existence. So now Vitalis is only estimated to have 3 Super Saiyans, but really wait a year later, hundreds of Super Saiyans will pop out. What will happen then? Vitalis is only a low-level warrior in the Saiyan rating, and he is still at the middle and lower levels. Sure enough, Grandpa is right, the Saiyans are really terrifying, but is Grandpa blind? Frisia's grandfather left behind the blonde-haired Saiyans who were careful of them, and the others died before they finished speaking. After the Saiyans that Kurd met, he saw that they were all black-haired, no blonde, and low combat effectiveness, and he was curious that he did not exterminate the Saiyans who killed their father, but reached a cooperative relationship and observed the Saiyans. Frisia couldn't wait to drag his dead grandfather out and ask, "Did the blonde-haired Saiyans you saw dye their hair?" Frisia felt that it was all his grandfather's fault, and he didn't explain the situation clearly, leaving trouble for his father's curiosity, and he was careless because of his father's actions. Fortunately, this Saiyan went to planet Vegeta first to be the Monkey King, otherwise he would really be killed under carelessness. Vitalis, who had always thought that only the detector came with a listening function, did not expect that everything about himself was discovered by Frisia. After all, preconceived, and Vegeta 3 and others also knew that the detector had a listening function, so they didn't wear it during meetings, and the palace must have checked it, so Vitalis dared to say everything in the palace. Now Vitalis is unaware of the impending crisis. It's counting the days, and there are still 3 days left, which is the day when the Nami Nemesis Dragon Ball cools down. The time of Nami is shorter than that of Earth, and the year of Nami is only 130 days of Earth's. Relatively speaking, Nami's Dragon Balls are much stronger than Earth's. Boom! The continuous roar came. It was Vegeta 3, who after arranging the task, he couldn't wait to find 6 intermediate warriors who were kicked away. He wants to fight as much as he wants, so that this surging power can be unleashed. Just failed to control the force, destroyed many innocent buildings, these places are not protected by Vitalis. So Vegeta 3 desperately needed to control the power, and so did the 6 warriors, and fighting was naturally the Saiyans' first option. Walking out of the palace and looking at the 7 people who kept colliding in the sky, Vitalis leaned against the pillar and watched silently. This is the highest specification battle he has seen since crossing. Although the scene is not as big as his own and his own doppelganger, the moves are extremely exquisite, they are all fatal, and they have been trained in the battlefield battle, without the slightest bells and whistles. Worth learning from Vitalis. Chapter 19. After watching for a while, Vitalis had an itchy hand. Rush into battle and kick the mighty Vegeta 3 into the 6. Seeing Vegeta 3 looking at himself with resentment, Vitalis quickly explained, "I have the skills to teach you, and fighting is the fastest way, although it is true that there is a little bit of wanting to hit people, but the skills are also true. Well, where I study, the energy in our body is called Qi, as for the way of existence of Qi and the skills to use it, I think you are all battle-hardened warriors, you don't need me to talk more," Vitalis said slowly, "although fighting is enough, but you still have to open your mouth to remind and know what to learn, so that you can clarify your goals and improve efficiency. With the study of Qi, the perception of Qi and the control method of Qi have been developed in that place. The perception of Qi can sense the power contained in the organism without the need for a detector, and there is no risk of explosion, and it is proficient in the perception of Qi, and can quickly detect the location of the enemy and the level of human power, and even fight without relying on the eyes. The control of Qi, like me, can control the size of Qi at will, that is, you can change the combat power value at will. If you only rely on the detector, I can control how much combat power I want to show you, and even completely hide my breath, so that you can't find me. These skills are all very useful. In the face of the Frisia Legion that relies on the detector, we will have the advantage. My dear Mr. Vitalis, I am also learning this." A beautiful boy who was watching the live broadcast while exercising said. Then, knowing the purpose, let's fight. Probably let a few people know what to do. Vitalis rushed forward and kicked Vegeta 3 away again. Vegeta 3 was speechless. Why only kick me? Looking at the flying Vegeta 3, Vitalis separated into a doppelganger, which was responsible for opening the energy shield and surrounding several people. Vital is okay, he can control the power perfectly, and these few have just skyrocketed in strength, and it is not good to accidentally burst the planet Vegeta. Dozens of energy bombs flew from the direction of Vegeta 3, and Vitalis raised his index finger, cohesively a small energy bomb, and flicked his index finger to push the energy bomb out. I saw that the energy bomb that was originally the size of a fist rose in the wind, devouring the energy bombs launched by Vegeta 3 one by one, and the control energy bombs stopped in place. Vitalis turned and kicked Vegeta 3 away with a roundhouse kick that tried to strike him from behind. It's useless, I said, the perception of chi, you don't need your eyes to see, sneak attacks are useless, you won't control chi, you guys are as dazzling as ink spots on a blank piece of paper. Feel your own power, feel my strength, rely on your heart to feel, give up your eyes and ears. Say the six of you, is it okay to look like this? That's probably why people are kings and you are miscellaneous soldiers, Vitalis taunted, looking at the 6 people with the pestle in place. He saw the fighting intent in the eyes of the 6 people, but for some reason did not dare to make a move. The battle between the old and the new king, we shouldn't interfere, and now the 7 of us join forces, even if it's the king. The words were not finished. But Vitalis also understood what they meant. First, these people saw themselves fighting with Vegeta 3 and felt that they and others were not good to interfere. After all, Saiyans advocate the strong, and the gap between classes is very large. The second is that he feels that the combat power of himself and others is soaring, and even if Vitalis is very strong under the joint efforts, it will be very difficult, afraid that Vitalis will be embarrassed and wear small shoes in the future. Yes, very brave. You actually think that you can defeat me with your face, it seems that you still don't understand my power, come and feel it for yourself. As he spoke, Vitalis flashed to the bald head and kicked him in the jaw. Grab the bald foot, whip it artificially, and pump it to the bearded man next to it. The bald head and beard flew out, and in the next instant, 4 Vitalis appeared, and the remaining 4 were shot out almost at the same time. Vegeta 3, who had just slowed down and attacked again, rushed towards one of the Vitalis after images. Inferior means, not worth mentioning. Before he finished speaking, he was kicked in the ass by Vitalis. All said, to learn to control chi and perceive chi, the gap in combat power between you and me is too large, and you can't keep up with my speed just by relying on your eyes. Well, although these people are powerful, their realm is not comparable to him who has studied on the earth, and he has been hit everywhere on the earth, and now it is finally his turn to teach people. Next, there is no limit to the amount of immortal beans, of course, you can eat them only when you are dying, this is for your own good, so that you can master the use of chi as soon as possible. Vitalis looked at the 7 people maliciously. Unfortunately, the habits that have been developed over the years are not easy to change. Even if Vitalis attacked in a different way, several people were mainly eye-oriented, and they couldn't find the direction to learn the perception of chi. The future Vegeta did this very well, speculating on Goku's human abilities on his own, and actively learning during the battle, and successfully mastered it after the war. Chi don't teach you a lesson, you don't have a long memory. Seeing his 7 people moving, staring at his 7 people with wide eyes, Vitalis thought of something fun. Look, this is one of the strongest mysteries I've learned. For fear that these people would not look at themselves, Vitalis said meaningfully. The atmosphere at the scene gradually became anxious. Obviously, hearing the word Uyi, everyone focused their attention on Vitalis and their eyes widened. Vitalis spread his palms next to his temples, sun fist ha, and shouted out the move. The strong light blinded those watching the battle. Ha 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 ha! Seeing a few people who were crazy because of the loss of vision, Vitalis smiled unkindly. these guys almost opened their eyes to the limit in order to see the meaning of what Vitalis said, and they didn't blink. So now the effect is doubled. Look, you who rely on your eyes, after losing your eyesight, even if your combat power is strong, it is for nothing, so feel the existence of Qi," said Vitalis. After a momentary panic, Vegeta 3 calmed down and subconsciously retorted, "It's very troublesome to lose my eyesight, but I can attack indiscriminately, and even destroy the planet, as long as I can't survive in the universe. There is only one way to die." "You are right, indiscriminate attacks can prevent the enemy from approaching, and destroying the planet is also a way to negotiate with the opponent, but, the move I just made, hundreds of people who fight can do it, and you? Are you sure that you will die with the other party when you encounter such a thing? It's not worth it. Many races can survive in the universe, Frisia is like that. I also have mastered the trick of teleporting between planets, so your ideas are not reliable, and not everyone has the ability to die together. And, now I am training you to teach the use of Qi, instead of letting you refute my words, find my loopholes, and make you raise the bar." Saying that, Vitalis quickly rushed to Vegeta 3, who had his eyes closed. Bang Bang just punched 2 punches in the eye, completely destroying the eyes of Vegeta 3. With his hands together, he hit Vegeta Ii's ears, destroying Vegeta Ii's hearing. After doing it, 6 doppelgangers were divided, and the other 6 were treated the same. Then came Vitalis' one-sided hanging, allowing the 7 who had lost their senses to dodge their attacks. Chapter 20. The Saiyans are worthy of being a fighting people, and several people were caught off guard at the beginning. Their eyes and ears were wasted, there was no vision, no sound, and only the pain caused by the rain of fists made them feel that they were still alive. After being beaten for a while, several people went from random kicking at the beginning to consciously sensing the presence of Vitalis to defend against Vitalis' attacks. When it comes to fighting, Saiyans learn quickly. They didn't have this concept before. Fighting is about crushing and being crushed, and fighting skills are only to defeat and kill opponents faster. And the energy in the body only needs to be enough to launch energy bombs. I will not think deeply about this power, but just blindly pursue strength. Now with Vitalis pointing out the direction, and under the violent guidance of Vitalis, several people have successfully learned the perception and control of Qi. Seeing everyone's progress, Vitalis took out the fairy beans and asked the doppelganger to feed a few people to eat. Under the power of Xiando, the state of several people was instantly restored, and after training, several people suppressed the powerful Qi, although the restrained Qi was not as great as the oppression that permeated the surroundings before training, but several people knew. What an amazing ability to control Qi! Frisia originally used the detector to find the secret sentry set up by the Saiyans, and accurately sniped. If he mastered this ability at that time, those warriors would not have died in vain. That is an elite warrior with a combat power of at least 2,000 or more, but after transformation, he is a master with a combat power of 20,000, and Vegeta 3 feels like vomiting blood when he thinks about it. These tips are not difficult, but unfortunately no one has this idea. After that, I will trouble you to teach these skills to the clansmen, and the Saiyans must master Qi in the future. Next, I'm teaching you a trick, and you who have mastered the Qi initially have the ability to learn this trick. Vitalis continued to arrange without caring about the few people who were excited. This trick is the Metamor-Starman fusion technique. This move allows 2 people to fuse into a powerful warrior through dance steps, exerting 1 + 1 greater than 2, or even stronger. As usual, I'll demonstrate it first, and then you just follow along, and when you learn it, you will know the power of this move," said Vitalis, causing the 2 doppelgangers to fly to the ground in the middle of everyone. I saw 2 Vitalis making the same but opposite movements at the same time, slowly moving at a pace, swinging his arms, and finally the 2 bent sideways with their index fingertips facing each other. Looking at the funny action, a few people did not react. After all, as long as it can become stronger, it doesn't matter if it is funny. Several people present are flowing with belligerent blood, as long as it can become stronger, the rest does not matter. And although only half a day has passed, Vitalis brought shocking news. This time is the most serious, can make Vitalis so important tricks, everyone dare not be careless. The dazzling light dissipated, and Vitalis was still Vitalis, just a change of clothes. The small vest, white pants, and blue belt are the national costumes of the Metamor people. Well, maybe it's a doppelganger, what are the rules? Can't brush bugs. My doppelganger fusion, just the addition of the power contained in the two doppelgangers, did not produce a qualitative leap. Dance step fusion. In the previous life, Vitalis was a fan of Gajata when he was a child, but he studied well, and he remembered the movements and points clearly, but unfortunately he couldn't find a friend to practice in his previous life, and he only practiced with the doppelganger in this life. It's a pity that the doppelganger fusion, spending two doppelgangers can also separate such a doppelganger, and the body and the doppelganger fusion are only similar to the recovery of power, but with a change of clothes. So you can't rely on your own doppelganger to brush bugs. You still have you two are about the same size, come out and try, Vitalis said, pointing to the bald and bearded warrior. Yes king, my name is Nama, and this one is Hubba, the bald scion introduced himself and mentioned his companion. First of all, you two adjust your chi at the same time, you must be consistent. Looking at the two Vitalis, he explained the precautions. The fusion time limit is 30 minutes, even if you don't do anything, it will disintegrate when the time comes. On the contrary, if you exert strong power, it will shorten the fusion time and disintegrate in advance, so you need to explore the limit of strength by yourself, don't drop the chain in battle. And after the fusion disintegration, there is an hour cooldown, this time period cannot be fused again, you must wait an hour. The problems of dance step fusion came out one by one, and some things must be raised earlier. After all, in addition to being warlike, Saiyans also have waves engraved in their bones. There will be no killer until the end. Occasionally there is no wave, which is in the downwind or critical moment. By the way, the movements and gestures must be consistent, otherwise not only will it not become stronger, but it will not necessarily become weaker. The failure rate of fusion is still quite high. After a while, the two who finally adjusted their strength jumped away from a distance and stood side by side. Wrong. He is worthy of being an old soldier. He remembered the essentials of the action after reading it once, and there was no shame, and the action could not be faulted, which can be said to be a success. You must know that even Vitalis, although he likes this trick, but in his previous life, he only dared to practice secretly by himself, and this life is also a secret practice in the spiritual time house. This time he was also determined to build a Saiyan strong clan, only to take it out. He also thought again and again to take it out. Maybe some people will laugh, but when the whole Saiyan is in control, then this action is no longer funny, but can make the enemy fearful. The light dissipated, and a big man in a small vest appeared. His face was bald, but he had hair and a thick beard, and his figure had not changed much, but his muscles were bigger. Although the chi was well controlled, everyone present could clearly perceive that the gap between the current person and the two before the fusion was between heaven and earth. I'm neither Nama nor Hubba, just call me Naba. The voice is a superposition of the two, although it sounds strange, but it has a magnetism, and it feels better than the voice of a single person. Now I'm extremely powerful, young Wanzhou, let me see your power, right? Yes? Two people with a combat power of 50,000 or 60,000 fused, who gave you the courage to challenge me? And, Naba, hey? This name is strange, it's still called Mahu, said Vitalis, and suddenly appeared in front of Mahu. A whip kicked Mahu, and then said to the rest of the people, the four of you, also give me fusion, give me a feeling of the power of fusion. As for Vegeta, now Bardock is not there, the rest are not qualified to fuse with you. You first go and gather everyone on planet Vegeta, let everyone find teammates, a group of two. After that, this is the battle mode of our Saiyans, no matter what task you do, where you go, you must be two people together between talking, and the other two groups also fused. Vitaliska pulled the three into the battle circle and beat them together. I have to say that the strength of the fusion is indeed much more resistant than before. Vegeta 3 looked at the three fused warriors, eager to try. He had long wanted to beat Frisia to death. What was the dignity of the king in comparison? And now he is not a king. Thinking of Bardock, who is rushing back, Vegeta Ii's heart is hot, but the king said before that he and Bardock are expected to be Super Saiyan, and when the time comes, the two will fuse. They should be able to kill the Frisia father and son alive, right? Imagining the future, Vegeta 3 flew to the palace and began to popularize integration. Compared to the hot planet Vegeta, Frisia, who was arriving, was in a heavy heart. Just now he was still learning the control and perception of Chi, and he thought about showing off with Vitalis when the time came, scaring Vitalis, but he didn't expect Vitalis to take out a bomb with his backhand. The fusion, and the effect those monkeys exhibited, Frisia had the idea of turning away. It's only been half a day, do you want to be so scary? Super Saiyan, Sendu, Fusion, Frisia only felt that his head was big, and now he had to bite the bullet, only hoping to catch this group of dead monkeys by surprise. Solve them in advance, otherwise the more it drags on, the worse the end will be. A group of fused Super Saiyans, take the head? Only now did he get the chance, and Frisia began to train more rigorously. Chapter 21. Send away the 6 people who were disintegrated. Vitalis returned to the palace. It seems that the strength after fusion is not additive, 50,000 and 60,000 fused. The combat power is about 220,000, while 40,000 and 50,000 fused, the combat effectiveness is only about 110,000, 50,000 and 50,000 are fused, but the combat effectiveness is infinitely close to 200,000 is not a simple addition, but the comparison of the three groups is irregular. Potential differences between fusionists? Or is it the relationship between the integrators? It's like Goku and Vegeta's combined warrior Vegeta, who is evaluated by the old world god. Both friend and foe, complex feelings produce great power? Or is it emotional resonance? In previous lives, there has been a saying of fusion, addition, combination, and multiplication. But the three fusion warriors just now have shown that fusion is not just about simply merging two people into one and mixing energy. Instead, the power was further enhanced on the basis of the two, but the power of this increase was not regular, and the only speculation at the moment was the potential of the fuser and the relationship between the fused. However, Vegeta 3 has already begun to popularize and fuse the warriors currently on planet Vegeta, and a large number of data can be collected and compared after a while. However, it is a people like the Saiyans that can experience the unchaotic and unchanged operation of the throne. If you want to be the king, you can, but you must defeat the king, take the throne yourself, pull gangs and factions to work together to kill the king or something. No one will help you. Maybe you can ask other foreign aid to assassinate the king, but then you will face the counterattack of all the Saiyans. And a one-on-one victory over the king is recognized by all Saiyans, and no one will turn a blind eye to the king's orders and do not listen to the existence of mobilization. Of course, it depends on what the task is. You let the Saiyans commit mass suicide, of course it will not be carried out, but you let them rush to Frisia, no one will retreat, even if they know that this is no different from looking for death. Saiyans can die, but only on the battlefield. The throne of Vitalis is already secure, and as long as it keeps its strength ahead, then the Saiyans will follow forever. This is also the reason why Vitalis wants to be the king of the Saiyans. Otherwise, if you are intrigued with those mortal dynasties, and your subordinates are Yang and Yin, then it is better to let the Saiyans wait to be exterminated by Frisia. For example, Vegeta 3, there must be an opinion, and this man is not small, he must have a small calculation, but now the king is Vitalis, and he not only resolutely carries out Vitalis's orders, but also admonishes himself to do his best. Alternative unity is also the reason why Saiyans can be famous in the universe. Most Saiyans have no views like family, partners, and hobbies other than fighting. But they united under the leadership of the king. In a sense, Saiyans are actually quite cute, not only loyal, but also full of potential. Thousands of lower-level fighters, not to mention comparable to Goku, can do 1/1,000,000th of Goku's, and Vitalis can wake up laughing when he sleeps. After thinking about it, Vitalis called Vegeta 3 and 6 mid-level warriors. After the abolition of the original warrior level, Saiyans no longer divide classes by birth combat effectiveness, and in the future, all are lower-level warriors, and only those who master the transformation of Super Saiyans can automatically advance to intermediate warriors. Superior warriors must master the breath of gods and become the gods of Super Saiyans. This is the later division of Saiyan classes, military aspects, the establishment of marshals, generals, corps commanders and other positions, 2 in a group, 6 groups for a small team, 6 squads for a squadron, 6 squadrons for a group, 6 squadrons for a regiment. The basic center is mainly integrated to carry out distribution work. Daily squad operations are the mainstay. Wartime formation of battle groups on the spot, squadron leaders and group leaders are appointed on the spot in wartime. Each general is limited to 10 regiments, and the marshal is 100 regiments. Vitalis does not intend to set up a standing army in military terms. After all Saiyans are warriors. And a little development, the per capita explosion is not a dream, a group of 2 plus fusion, except for Frisia's level and above, no one is vain, and it is Vitalis cautious to be based on the squad. And the creation of corps commanders and generals and marshals, without equipping them with standing troops, is because it is basically not needed, but just in case, they are given the authority to form battle regiments. In the event of a real crisis, these people can become the backbone and pull up a force on the spot to launch a counterattack. Otherwise, as before, except for the palace guards, the Saiyans are like scattered sand. Who has strong combat power listens to whom, and if the king is not there, he can't even organize resistance. Now Vitalis will grant Bardock the rank of marshal, and if Bardock has such permission in the Bardock chapter, then those Saiyans will not question it, but will obey the order to fight with Bardock. Although the result is the same, it is better than Bardock being forced to be a husband. Super Saiyan God. A few people have long been unable to hold back. Everyone just knew about the Super Saiyan, still excited, and there is another Super Saiyan God? If it weren't for Vitalis being king, he would have asked long ago, which would have waited until Vitalis arranged to ask questions. However, compared to the other 6, Vegeta 3 obviously knew something, and after hearing about the god of Super Saiyan, he kept frowning. Vegeta, do you know anything? The curious Vitalis asked. After all, Vegeta 3, his grandfather escaped from his hometown, is not strange to know something. Yes, Wang, I know, a long time ago, it was said that we Saiyans were extremely strong at that time, until there was a rebellion. It was a child, it was said to be the legendary Super Saiyan. His power ran away and killed many of his compatriots. When desperate, the ancestors did not know what to do, triggered the mysterious ritual, and created a powerful warrior. This warrior is called the god of the Super Saiyan, but unfortunately after this warrior hit the legendary Super Saiyan, he also died of exhaustion. Super Saiyans and Super Saiyan gods have also become legends. Since then, Saiyans have declined, until 1,000 years ago, an unknown Super Saiyan walked the universe, leaving legends. We believe that Super Saiyans really exist, and Super Saiyan gods only appeared once. And the authenticity cannot be investigated. Could it be? Vegeta 3 said cautiously as he knew what he knew. That's right, I know the rituals of the Super Saiyan god. But now we don't have the conditions to hold a ceremony. I didn't expect Vegeta 3 to know so much, and that time the Super God appeared, he actually played the Super Pass, and he was tired to death after the victory, but think about Broly, it makes sense. Super Saiyan God, it's still far away, live your current life first, don't think too far, Vitalis said. He didn't want to hide from everyone to the super race god, and saying it could also mobilize everyone's enthusiasm very well. Vegeta, you and Bardock, I appoint you as marshals. I hope you can manage the kingdom well in my absence. As for the 6 of you, temporarily serve as the head of the legion. If it is not suitable, I will change the person, first adjust it in this pattern, and then change it later when I find problems. 8 marshals, 36 generals, 72 corps commanders, it's about the same, and the rest will be completed after the coronation ceremony. Vitalis thought for a few easy-to-read numbers. Next I need to go get something, I will leave for a few days. Vegeta, you manage the kingdom first, Chi and fusion must be popularized, I will have a surprise when I return, Vitalis said, without waiting for Vegeta to respond. He disappeared from the throne. He is going to Earth to get the Nami Nemesis Dragon Ball. The cooldown time is coming, this time it is time for the Saiyans' strength to skyrocket. Meanwhile, Doria, Lu Bingxing is the closest planet to planet Vegeta, you contact them, and then I will rush over with all my strength, resupply there, let them prepare, and then go directly to planet Vegeta, Frieza explained, and hurriedly flew away from the spacecraft. It's not urgent, it's not over, the Super Saiyan gods have come out. Unlike the Super Saiyan, it is currently known that the Super Saiyan has basic combat power requirements, and there is a barrier. According to them, there will be at least 3 Super Saiyans in a year. And now what is mentioned? The god of the Super Saiyan, something that can defeat the Super Saiyan, only needs to hold a ceremony, but now there are no conditions, and after saying that, Vitalis does not know where to go. How can Frieza not be in a hurry? If they went to prepare for the ceremony, and when they arrived slowly, wouldn't they be going to send the banquet? I believe that if I and others are killed, this group of dead monkeys will definitely celebrate the meal. Including the Kurds and the Gula, they also flew to catch their own flights, but fortunately their family can survive in a vacuum, and now they can rush on their own. No hurry, their father, grandfather, was really beaten alive by a Saiyan, and according to the legend left by that man, that is, a Super Saiyan. A few Super Saiyans are not afraid, after all, they have surpassed grandpa, father, but when it comes to gods, especially the gods named Super Saiyan, who does not panic? They have to go and kill this group of wild monkeys early so that they can be at ease, otherwise who knows what will pop up in a few days. Chapter 22. Vitalis appeared at the Earth Temple. Bobo, who was watering flowers and plants, spotted him. You've been gone for less than a day and forgot something? Mr. Bobo asked. No, I have successfully inherited the throne, and I will stay here for a few days when I come back this time, and I will go back when the Nami Star Dragon Ball has cooled down and the wish is made, Vitalis explained. Hearing Vitalis say this, Bobo turned his head and continued to water. Go with Vitalis. Less than a day after walking, the atmosphere does not have time to spread, this guy runs back. Sadness is impossible to be sad, happy, or happy, when this guy has not walked. By the way, Mr. Bobo, can you trouble bringing a child? This guy is a bit of trouble, I hope you can train this guy's state of mind. Vitalis thought of Broly, this guy had already been born, if he hadn't returned in time, he would have been exiled later. Vitalis planned to take Broly over and let Mr. Bobo teach for a while, and then go to the Turtle Immortals to learn again. I believe it is better than in the Era Star, only Paragas taught. Paragath may simply have higher combat effectiveness than Mr. Bobo and the Turtle Immortals, but the realm of martial arts is lower. After all, Saiyans are warriors and cannot be called martial artists. Vitalis is looking forward to the enhanced Broly growth. At the same time, Broly is also the best integration partner that Vitalis is looking forward to, and the easiest to transform at the moment is Broly, and Vitalis is still a little afraid of being killed if he breaks through unsuccessfully in battle. And the warrior after fusion, presumably it is not difficult to transform, and having experience in transformation, Vitalis has the confidence to complete the transformation in a short time. In fact, Vitalis wanted to experiment with the Super God ritual this time, but was afraid of making uncontrollable things. People with peace hearts can become Super Saiyan gods by holding rituals, but what about evil hearts? Super Saiyan demon? Evil Super Saiyan god? The probability is very high. The heart of peace is a force of will, praying for peace, carrying the super god born of the will to quell the rebellion. So how is pure evil not a force of will? Especially the current Saiyans, burning, looting, doing all evil, they also know that their actions are evil, but they don't care, because they are enjoying the battle by the way. As for justice and evil, it is not important to them. The Frisia Legion provides the stage for them to fight, and they can complete the tasks for the Frisia Legion while also gaining wealth, which is simply profitable, right? As for the life forms that died in the process, no Saiyan would care about the feelings of the loser, especially the dead loser. One is that I don't know if the Super Sai God has basic combat power requirements, and the other is that Vitalis does not have the confidence to suppress the Super Sai God for the time being. Of course, Vitalis can also become a Super Saiyan shapeshifter by himself, but now Vitalis does not dare to try, in case the ritual process is brainwashed by the mainstream ideas of the current Saiyans. Although there are some Saiyans who are not warriors, Saiyans who are responsible for scientific research and logistics exist, but their thinking is the same as all people. Although I have never seen Bardock and Gnei, the two Saiyans who are different. There are only two of them after all, and their eldest son obviously did not inherit the will of the two. So Vitalis is ready to let Broly enter the spirit time room to train for a few years, and when he is close to height, he will take people to a barren star and hold a ceremony. If the Super Saiyan God is controllable, then everyone is happy. Maybe the Saiyans are about to enter the age of the gods. If they are uncontrollable, then the fusion warriors of the two will humanely destroy everything until the Saiyan mind is reversed and the popularization of the Super Saiyan God is carried out. Mr. Bobo went to ask the gods, and the gods agreed. After all, Vitalis briefly explained the existence and hidden dangers of the next transmission super, this extraordinary thing. The gods listened to it and felt their legs and stomachs tremble. When I heard it, it was not something that the current demon seal wave could seal. The gods of heaven want Bobo to teach well. After all, Bobo's state of mind, the gods rest assured. He believes that after Bobo teaches, the troublesome guy will also have a state of mind like water, which can also be regarded as solving a difficult problem for the universe. And if you accept the love of the Saiyan, it will be beneficial in the future. The god went to Hades and asked about his hometown and the Saiyans, and his hometown of Nami Nemisa had been heard of, but only appeared in the beautiful mythical story of having a wishing ball. On the contrary, the Saiyans are the villains who appear in the evil invasion story, and basically everyone knows them. A large number of creatures who die every day, some of them are sent down by Saiyans, and once they are sent, they are a planet. When he first knew what a Saiyan god was, he once regretted it and wanted to go back immediately to seal Vitalis, but after thinking about the Vitalis he saw so far, he was not an evil person. Although he occasionally shows some unusual appearances, Tenjin observes the human world at any time and knows that such a performance is called the middle two. And Vitalis has respect for the people he has contacted, those who are highly respected, does not despise others because of his own strength. Even if he has the power to rob, he will obtain it through exchange, and for those who do not ask for anything in return, he will repay it in his own way. Therefore, the celestial god can only let Vitalis develop. Anyway, the celestial god has reported to the leader of the Realm King, and the Realm King also solemnly said that he will include Vitalis and the Saiyans in the monitoring. There are leaders who take responsibility, and the gods say that they are not panicked. Don't say a Broly. You call all the Saiyans now, the gods don't matter. That is the direct leader of one Realm King, and the gods of the major planets, only four, responsible for supervising the universe, and if there is an uncontrollable crisis, it will send people to suppress. The previous Saiyans were only slaughtering life on the planet and were already provoking the nerves of the gods, but what they did was still in the balance of the universe, so no one did anything to the Saiyans. And now what Vitalis has learned on Earth will greatly increase the strength of Saiyans, and he has also obtained a wishing machine such as Dragon Ball, which may break this balance, so the king of the realm attaches great importance to it. I didn't know that I was being targeted by many people. Teleport back to planet Vegeta and let people take themselves to the nursery center. The Saiyan Parenting Center is divided into two modules, one for combatants and one for non-combatants. Non-combatants make up a small part, including all kinds of scientific and technical personnel and logisticians, and Vegeta too, who has seen the power of science and technology, singles out some people who are not suitable for combat and allows them to multiply from generation to generation, in an attempt to let the Saiyans control technology. It is a pity that this group of so-called scientific and technological personnel will only use other people's technology to let them master and develop it themselves. So let the descendants of this group of people also participate in scientific research, maybe in a few generations, through bloodline inheritance, their descendants will appear an excellent scientist. In addition to this part of special talents, the rest are combatants. Their descendants are more cruel, only if the combat effectiveness reaches the evaluation of intermediate fighters and above, can they stay, and the lower fighters will be exiled, and they can return to the ethnic group after completing combat missions. This is also the reason why the Saiyans have a smaller population than the Earthlings in their fertility and development period, and have a longer life expectancy than the Earthlings and a longer youth and adulthood. Now there are more than 600,000 people, most of them are very old, and there are very few babies who survive every year, and they have not been exterminated, so I have to say that the genes of Saiyans are indeed strong. Finding the person in charge and explaining that he was looking for the son of Paragus, he was soon brought to an ordinary cultivation warehouse. Wang, we are also struggling with whether to send Broly to the elite training room. Broly was born with a combat power of 10,000, maybe he is the legendary Super Saiyan and will lead us Saiyans to glory. But Broly's combat effectiveness is very unstable, sometimes exceeding 10,000, we damaged a lot of instruments, cannot measure his strength. After all, it is to detect infant combat power, naturally will not be equipped with a high combat power detector. Who would have thought that Broly is such a pervert? Okay, I know, now take Broly out, I'm going to take him to special training. By the way, where is Paragus? Vitalis stopped the tirade of the person in charge, he knew what the men wanted to say. It is a pity that Saiyans, whether they are scientific researchers or combatants, only have their heads in battle, and they do not use their brains at all in peacetime. Can't speak, change someone to be king, and Broly's end is doomed. Broly met by Dragon Ball Super Broly 3 is okay, but he is exiled, and the boss Broly can only mean that he has strong vitality and has not been killed. If these researchers had used their brains a little at the time, perhaps Broly's life would have gone differently. But the current king is him. King, Paragus is on his way back. Hey? Say it for me, I won't wait for him. Looking at the open hatch where the dry culture liquid was opened, Vitalis picked up Broly, and his eyes flashed. Broly appeared on his body in a tiger-striped baby suit. With a hat on his head, he asked the researchers to bring the instrument, take pictures, and then return to the Earth Temple. The god sighed at Broly's strength and let Bobo take Broly to the Spirit Time House for training. This is Vitalis' request, and he desperately needs strength, so he can only accelerate Broly's growth. Time flies, time has passed 6 days since Broly cultivated, and the cooling of the Nami Nemesis Dragon Ball has also improved. Jet lag is good, and the year of Nami is only 130 days of Earth. Chapter 23. Vitalis came to the Spirit Time House through the time and space markers he had left behind. I saw the young Broly sitting in the void, meditating. The breath did not leak out at all, and it was obvious that Broly's spiritual will was extremely strong today. During the years that Broly experienced, Bobo was taught a multiracial language from an early age, and after understanding things, he began to learn chi control and meditation, and only had very little time to move his body and train his fighting skills. Broly's learning ability is extremely terrifying, and the tricks he has seen can basically be copied, even surpassing the original anti-suppression enemies used by opponents. So Bobo taught Broly to control emotions, and even let Broly use meditation instead of sleeping, and Broly's meditation method does not involve cultivating any power, just simple meditation, but Rao is so, Broly's power has been growing over time. Now Broly can control his emotions well in his normal state and is no longer impulsive and irritable, but once he transforms into a Super Saiyan, it is difficult to control. Yes, Broly mastered the skill of transforming into a Super Saiyan, and Vital at that time let Broly try to concentrate his chi behind his back, and the result was really transformed, and he could still control it just after transforming, but Vitalis didn't have time to study, and Broly entered the super mode. Fortunately, Vitalis was quick to teleport away with Bobo, and it is estimated that he can now consider reincarnation. Fortunately, Broly is still young, and he can't touch the power to break the spatial dimension, but he has destroyed most of the environment of the Spirit Time House. After that, Vitalis did not dare to die. Vitalis also taught Broly various teleportation skills, and after returning this time, let people inquire where Frieza is, and then send Broly directly over, give Frieza a surprise, fight in the enemy's lair, lose his mind and run away, not distressed at all. Vitalis and Broly are both the same and need a fight to the fullest. It's a pity that Vitalis really doesn't dare to fight Broly. However, Broly now has a good relationship with Vitalis. Under Bobo's teaching, Broly's personality at this time is biased towards Earthlings, curious and longing for his father he has never met, and he is extremely dependent on Vitalis as an introvert. So in terms of personality, Vitalis is relieved. With the whole card to suppress the Super God, the next step is to be able to suppress Broly's power. The Super Sai God ritual can find time to experiment. Broly himself is not afraid, but the violent Broly is really handsome and strong, and the 6 relatives do not recognize. It is okay to see in front of the screen, and it is better to run far and how far when you really meet. Therefore, it is necessary to suppress Broly's power, and Broly does not dare to release his power with all his strength. How to talk about control, so whether it is to help Broly or prevent Broly from running away, strength is needed. And the ordinary super race can't keep up with Broly's version at all. So it takes the power of the Super God. Fortunately, Saiyan artificial gods are very simple, just hold a ceremony, even if the gods of the current period are not as strong as the empty shell duo of the super period, but presumably a group of super gods will definitely be able to suppress Broly. Broly, let's go, show you the dragon. Let's make a few wishes, and then go home. Vitalis suppressed his thoughts and woke up Broly, who was meditating. Okay, Vitalis. Broly was originally called Brother, but was asked by Vitalis to change it. Being called by first name by Broly was also a great experience. As soon as the 4 words of Brolika Carrot in the original play came out, it ignited, with BGM, and it exploded instantly. Shrouded in chi to make a connection and teleport outside the temple. Using magic, transfer the Nami Nemesis Dragon Ball, which was placed in the temple to restore its shining, to the ground in front of you. Namek language, come out Shenlong, grant my wish. Vitalis and Bobo learn a foreign language, enrich themselves, and avoid bothering others. Tweet brush brush, the raptors appeared. Say your wish. Seeing old acquaintances, and maybe meeting on time next, the Tool Dragon does not have too much nonsense. Nami Buster build a spiritual time house on planet Vegeta, with the entrance deep in the palace. These are 2 wishes, are you sure? Dragon. The dragon does not drill at all. No. The entrance is always casual at that time. You can also build a magic passage, but you can't get used to this dragon. As you wish, the entrance is placed above the palace. You didn't target me? Are you sure there is no retaliation? Vitalis looked at the dragon helplessly. My second wish is that planet Vegeta's spiritual time house can freely adjust gravity, and my third wish is that planet Vegeta's spiritual time house area expands to the limit. Vitalis directly said his wish, since he couldn't exploit the loophole, then there was no need for a little temptation. As you wish, the eyes of the divine dragon flashed. Your wish has been fulfilled. After saying that, the dragon dispersed, and the dragon ball faded its light again and turned into stone. From beginning to end, the gods did not appear, and Bobo was with the gods. Vitalis didn't bother the two either. Took Broly back to planet Vegeta? Well, this time did not say goodbye, and only a few days have passed. Those acquaintances do not know that he returned to Earth, mainly because Vitalis did not expect it to be so smooth. The first day to say goodbye and the second day to return, people still thought they were playing with them. Wasted feelings. When Vitalis and Broly returned to the palace, they heard a small sound outside. If you listen carefully, you can say nothing more than what it is. Vitalis led Broly out of the hall, only to see many Saiyans in the air pointing at a portal that stood in the void. This door is the same as in the Earth Temple, except that there is only a door, no wall, and the same is true from behind. King, you're back. Sensing Vitalis's anger, Vegeta 3 hurriedly stepped forward. This door has just appeared above the palace. According to the person who found it, it appeared suddenly. Afraid of fraud, we have not taken measures for the time being. We have mobilized people from the Scientific Research Institute to bring instruments. Seeing Vitalis looking at the door, Vegeta 3 took the initiative to explain. This door was obtained by me through a wish in Dragon Ball, called the Spirit Time House. This is Broly. Presumably you have investigated me and have doubts about my age. Now if you investigate Broly, you will also find that he was a baby 6 days ago, Vitalis explained directly. Spiritual Time House. There is a different space inside, 1 day of external time, 1 year of internal time, and the internal environment is harsh, coupled with the gravity adjustment function. It is an excellent training base. The information of the spiritual time house is fully entrusted. After all, it is mainly for these people. There is also no need to hide. As soon as Vegeta 3 heard it, he understood, and in an instant his eyes lit up, and everything was connected in series. There is only one truth, Vitalis is so powerful by relying on fairy beans, and spirit is the time house. Taking a deep look at Vitalis, Vegeta 3 truly recognized Vitalis as their king at this moment, and he could not compare with this kind of mind. He decided to leave Vitalis alive when he regained the throne himself. Even if Vitalis is stronger now that he knows the secret of Vitalis' strength, he is confident that he has a strong royal bloodline and is confident that he will surpass Vitalis in the future. At the same time, the Frieza father and son, who were flying at full strength, each received a notice from their subordinates and received information from the Spirit Time House. Abominable dead monkeys. Frieza gritted his teeth. Recently, he rushed to Lu Bingxing while Kurdish and Gula met halfway, and then the two rushed by fusion. Wait for Lu Bingxing to assemble and kill planet Vegeta together. The main thing is that TMs has only stopped for a few days, and they have made such a thing against the sky. The Frieza father and son are not in a hurry, they must race against time, and now time is not on their side. Chapter 24. After entering the Spirit Time House for a circle, the area was indeed much larger than that of the Earth God. Although the Earth Spirit Time House space was as vast as the Earth, it was too small for a race like the Saiyans. It can only accommodate a few people to make a fuss. Now it has been expanded to the limit by the Nami Star Divine Dragon, conservatively estimating that the space has the size of several galaxies, and the specific size of Vitalis is not interested in measuring, enough to accommodate the cultivation of the entire Saiyan race. Now there are more than 600,000 people, and it is enough to double the number several times, and when the time comes, it will be enough to find the Super Dragon. So don't panic. After a simple experiment, you can divide areas to adjust gravity, which is much better than the entire space gravity that Vitalis thinks. Starting from the entrance as the center point, the gravity of the planet Vegeta began to increase tenfold, and every 100,000 meters increased tenfold, and this was the permanent cultivation place of the Saiyans from now on. Vitalis intends to gather the Saiyans and take a compulsory course to meditate, not to mention that everyone can change their sex, but at least to wash away the killing heart and return to the pure fighting people, so that they understand that wardthirsty and bloodthirsty are two different things. The main thing is that these people will recklessly provoke people who should not be provoked after having great power, such as those gods of destruction. The gods of destruction in this universe will run out from time to time to wander around, even if the gods of destruction in other universes also love to mess around. And there are many dangerous old antiques, small fights and small troubles people can't look at, but it doesn't mean that the power that the Saiyans have after that people can't look at them, and when the time comes, inexplicable and unknown monsters fight, it is not cost-effective to provoke a higher existence to gaze. Therefore, the use and integration of Qi is the basis for Saiyan self-preservation, so meditation is a necessary measure for Saiyans to control their minds. Meditation can calm the mind, cultivate the spirit, and count in one fell swoop, and if it is not enough for this generation of Saiyans to suppress it, let them be a fertility tool and correct the next generation. The strength of a person is only the strength of an era, and the strength of a group is really powerful. To be the strongest of the strongest race, power and strength Vitalis wants. Returning to the palace with everyone, in addition to the 7 people from the last time, 3 former intermediate warriors returned, one of whom was Broly's father. Although this old guy in the original book is really hateful, after all, it is Broly's father, and there is no feud between the two now, so he doesn't plan to target. Paragus, you, like other former mid-level soldiers, serve as the commander of the legion, and you have the authority to form a battle group on the spot in wartime. Glancing at his still young father, Vitalis made arrangements. King, Paragus is deeply honored, willing to be the pioneer of the king. Kneeling down on one knee, I have to say that Paragus is also one of the few people who can use his brains, but unfortunately the original plot has gone crooked, otherwise with Broly's feelings for him, why control it? Get up, Broly! Who will be the captain of my guards after that, and then select 12 warriors to join my guards, led by Broly. Hearing Vitalis' arrangement, Broly, who was standing in Vitalis, walked to the king to sit down, learning from his father to kneel on one knee. King, Broly is deeply honored, willing to be the pioneer of the king. Looking at Broly, who is learning from his father, Vitalis feels interesting. At the beginning of people, the nature is good, change the way, life opportunities will be different. As his strongest fighter, Vitalis decided that with him Broly, he would be the happiest Broly in the whole dimension, and would not experience tragedy like other Broly. Okay, Broly, get up, stand beside me in the future, no need to salute me. You're my most important partner, he patted Broly on the shoulder. Broly, don't look at his young age, you are not his opponents together, he is a legendary warrior that we Saiyans meet once in 1,000 years, Super Saiyan Vitalis explained to everyone. Although they are all Saiyans, everyone does not despise Broly. After all, the person who is favored by the king, and most likely is the king's fusion partner, no one dares to underestimate Broly, but it is inevitable to unconsciously stimulate Broly in the future. Paragath is at the bottom of even among mid-level fighters, and he is still very old, so he will inevitably be ridiculed by other colleagues. And these warlike madmen, it is estimated that there will be many people to challenge the captain of the new king's guards. After all the positions in the Saiyans are the capable and the loser. For these people and their own lives, Vitalis feels that it is better not to hide Broly's identity, although this king cannot transform into a super race, and Broly is a world apart. Broly's super identity is out, the Saiyan family will definitely be shocked. It is not surprising that some people have proposed to make Broly king, and temporarily hiding Broly's transformation and announcing it after Vitalis has also succeeded, is the best choice for Vitalis. But as soon as Vitalis had this thought, he was uncomfortable. The belligerent factor in his blood did not allow him to instigate, and although Broly was reticent, his feelings for Vitalis could be felt. After all, it was Vitalis and Bobo who grew up with him in the Spirit Time house. So Vitalis is relieved of Broly. Well, a Super Saiyan like Broly is derived from the bloodline, every 1,000 years, and is a real legendary warrior. Unlike the ordinary Super Saiyans we can transform, ordinary Super Saiyans can increase their normal combat power by 50 times, and Chuan Chao has no upper limit. The disadvantage is that Broly can't control this force now, and the transformation of Chuan Chao will run away, so inform down, don't live impatiently to provoke Broly. Vitalis warned. Vegeta, leave enough people to run planet Vegeta, and the rest will all enter the spirit time house, give you half an hour, and after half an hour I will teach the same trick that can exercise the spirit. Vitalis originally wanted the whole clan to enter. It's a pity that planet Vegeta still has people from the Frisia Legion. Some of these people are scientific and technological personnel, the technology is not low, and it is a pity to kill and run trouble, so they have sent special people to supervise during this time. Neither Vegeta 3 nor Vitalis deliberately attacked these people, after all. There are some high-tech, they still need to operate, and when Frisia dies, these people are theirs. So there's no need to do more. Wang, except for the necessary people, the remaining 400,000 pairs have all entered the Spirit Time House. By the time Vitalis came here, for those who entered very early, a long time had passed, and there were even people who conquered 30 times gravity and cultivated in the 30 times gravity zone. The spiritual power attached to the powerful combat power, Vitalis knew the general situation with a sweep. Wang, do you need to call them all over to lecture? Seeing Vitalis standing at the entrance, Vegeta asked. After all, when he was king, he enjoyed the feeling of speaking in such situations. No need, call the Legion commanders, I will leave it to you, you are responsible for teaching everyone. Let Vitalis speak, forget it, in his previous life, he saw a lot of commotion, but it was difficult to get him to say it. 2 meditation methods were taught, one that honed the spiritual will and the other that could fight online at the level of the spiritual world. Taken together, it suits Saiyans perfectly. Coupled with gravity honing the physical body, this is the most suitable cultivation method that Vitalis thought of for Saiyans. After all, Qi is a mixture of life energy and spiritual power contained in the flesh, and is the foundation of the Dragon Ball world, both of which can promote the growth of Qi. After instructing Vegeta to let everyone meditate for no less than 3 hours a day, he gave Vegeta the bag of fairy beans and asked him to distribute it to everyone. Simple meditation is boring for Saiyans, although they will not openly resist, but after a long time, they will be driven crazy, so the battle is inevitable, and with fairy beans, as long as they can't die, they can fight to death. For Saiyans, this is paradise. Probably arranged, Vitalis took Broly to the outside world. Broly is afraid that with the change of time, the power will skyrocket again. Vitalis is to the bottleneck, stay boring. Vitalis' normal combat power is now more than 2.4 million, and it is difficult to improve it by relying only on simple cultivation and near-death brushing bugs. Although the effect is still there, it is too little for Vitalis' current size. In addition to the state of mind, Vitalis can't find anywhere else that is inadequate. The cultivation environment and resources are more luxurious than all the fighters in the original book, and age is not an excuse, and Son Gohan can beat him with one hand at his age. Vitalis decided to push himself, not to crush the enemy when he was ready, but to challenge Frisia. Think about it, his 2.4 million combat power, Frisia's first few forms are not a word, there is no danger. If he transforms smoothly, the combat power of about 120 million can at least be equal to Frisia, and when he can fight, he can't beat Broly. Oh! Thinking of Broly again, it seems that there are gains and losses. Broly's existence makes me slack. Originally, I planned to take the Saiyans to start a war a year later. Broly's appearance made him deviate from his plan, and just wanted to take Broly to find Frisia to practice. It's all based on the support behind it, only with courage. Vitalis also knows that he does not have the so-called heart of a strong man, but the transformation is too difficult. The memory of a past life is both an advantage and a shackle. Although this life is much better, the previous life is to constantly collect the method of weight loss exercise, but it has not been implemented. This life gritted his teeth and started a long time of cultivation is not bad, but really determined to fight well, it is still a little prodded. Meanwhile, Frisia, how long do you have to arrive? My father and I tried, the fusion is really strong, although it is only half an hour, and then it takes an hour apart, but the power of this half hour is incredible, greatly speeding us up. 10 days. 10 days later we will be able to reach the planet Vegeta. Fliss father and son are communicating. Gula and Kurd go to explore other territories, so they are in a distant galaxy, and under the pressure of the Saiyans, the two are the first to converge and practice fusion. The power brought by the successful fusion surprised the two, but they felt even more terrifying. Determined to quickly eliminate the Saiyans. Humph! I am flying at full strength, it will take 2 days to arrive, in order to be perceived chi, I will change spaceships in Lu Bingxing to go to planet Vegeta, the spacecraft will take 4 days to arrive, I will cultivate in Lu Bingxing for a few days, 10 days, we will destroy this group of monkeys in 10 days. We will face the Saiyans in 10 years, they have mastered the transformation method of the Super Saiyan and the Super Saiyan God, and the little ghost called the legendary warrior, all trouble Frisia said through gritted teeth. The main thing is that the things they secretly learn are real. The side proves that what these people say is true. Fighting nation Saiyans, although the high-end combat power is not as good as them, but compared to other cosmic races are much more terrifying. The combat power in adulthood is not less than 1,000, 4 or 5,000 medium combat power is not less, 8 or 9,000, nearly 10,000, after transforming into a gorilla, the combat power increases tenfold. Even Kainu, the strongest under him, did not dare to go to planet Vegeta alone, and only when King Frisia was there did he dare to show his might and give King Vegeta a look. Without the Frisia father and son, the so-called Kurdish army, the Frisia Legion, the overall strength is inferior to the Saiyans. And now, that new king has abused Vegeta 3 and his men, eating a fairy bean, with a per capita combat power of 50,000 or 60,000, and King Vegeta exaggerates his 100,000 combat power. And that new King Imp, with a combat power of more than 2 million, is still only a lower level fighter. Is this going on? At first, the three of them did not panic at all, and they could even slowly watch everything on planet Vegeta slowly advance, stealing something by the way, but now what they learned was very useful, but the more they knew, the more they panicked. Immortal Beans, Saiyan Passive, Fusion, Spirit Time House, Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God, this thing down, no longer panic can only wait for death. Chapter 25. Vitalis was taking Broly to a barbecue in the wild that day. Broly had fluttering golden hair, golden eyebrows, and light green eyes. This is Vitalis in order for Broly to better control his power, so that Broly began to practice Super Saiyan 1 full power. Eating, drinking, meditating all keep Broly in this state. After a few days of cultivation, the aura around Broly is no longer violent, nor will it become unguarded to become a super, the so-called transmission super. It seems that the original setting is called a Super Saiyan or something, but in English, Vitalis can't remember and is called habitual, so it is called Chuan Chao. Vegeta also said that it was the most primitive Saiyan form, and it was also said that it was the super form produced after Broly's great ape power reached its limit. But Vitalis is too lazy to think about it, and always calls it a super pass, but the latter statement is a bit similar to the Super 4 in GT, and when the time comes, Vitalis plans to try it himself to see if it becomes the same super pass as Broly, or Super Saiyan 4. However, the prerequisite is to master the transformation of Super Saiyan. Whether to become a super race after a giant ape or a giant ape after a super race is a problem. Vitalis, who was imagining the future, suddenly felt a very evil aura. The strength was not strong, but that evil aura Vitalis felt for the first time. During this time, some Saiyans have returned from time to time, and some have just returned from missions, and the monstrous murderous aura can make Vitalis feel uncomfortable. But compared to this evil force, it is nothing, although there is no perceived threat, but the more this is the more dangerous it is. A person with such an evil aura will not be weak. Vitalis was brainstorming everything he knew about the strong, but thinking about it, he couldn't think of who would come to planet Vegeta at this time. Beerus will come, but Beerus cannot have this evil aura, and it is impossible for mortals in the realm of gods to perceive it. And this guy will control his power, without the slightest leakage, but this evil engraved in his bones, the breath emitted is perceived by Vitalis. This is still Vitalis wants to learn the vitality bomb, these days have been feeling the vitality of nature, in order to notice this evil breath. Vitalis stared and saw a disk ship slowly heading towards planet Vegeta. Stay near the atmosphere. The hatch of the spacecraft opened, and countless figures flew out, hovering around the spacecraft, and there were strange shapes and people. Finally, the hatch above the spacecraft slowly opened, and a stroller-like thing flew out. Seeing the sitting figure, Vitalis rubbed his eyes vigorously, and looked again, still unchanged, it was Frisia, and it was still Frisia's final form. Could it be that Frisia hasn't suppressed power through transformation at this time? Vitalis thought. Hey, if you can't sense the power, will Frisia control the chi? Vitalis felt that things were not that simple. It's a little troublesome. Frisia conservatively estimates the strength of 120 million, the strongest Broly now has a basic combat power of more than 1.8 million, and the transformation super is only more than 90 million, the transformation super is estimated to be able to catch up with and surpass Frisia in a short time. But I am afraid that Frisia will find that Broly is getting stronger and stronger, and will not give Broly a chance to become stronger after discovering that it was Frisia. Vitalis began to consider the strength of both enemies and us. Although Broly's strength will continue to grow stronger with the battle after the battle, the magnitude is very small. After all, there are more than 40 years of precipitation in the original work, and it has been developed without the power of the Baron Star, and only then will there be a level from mortal to super god in a short period of time. Now Broly still needs time. Even if it is to merge with me, but now I estimate that fusing with Broly will only drag me down, and my thoughts will make Broly weaker. Hoping that Frisia had just come to see the Saiyans, Vitalis thought, it would be unfavorable to go to war now. Giving up his intention to escape, Vitalis took Broly towards Frisia. The two sides met in the stratosphere. Vitalis flew to the same height as Frisia, looking at Frisia, now it's just weaker, there's no need to be afraid, it's a big deal to run away with Broly, and come back in a few days to take revenge. As for the Saiyans who may die, it's good to resurrect the Dragon Ball at that time. Silently praising his wit, Vitalis looked at Frisia and said, King Frisia is coming, I am far from welcome, please forgive me, I will arrange a banquet. Allow me to introduce myself. Oh Clang, I know you, Mr. Vitalis, the current king of the Saiyans. Before Vitalis could introduce himself, Frisia's signature laughter broke out, interrupting and revealing Vitalis' identity. Looking at Vitalis and the yellow-haired Broly in front of him, Frisia knew that these two were Broly, who was about to become a Super Saiyan, and Broly who was in Super Saiyan form. Damn, father, they are too slow, should I do it first? I don't know how the Saiyans in the Spirit Time House are. Is there a Super Saiyan god? Frisia stared at Vitalis trying to see something, while hesitating to do it right away. I didn't see anything, but Vitalis' calm look made Frisia undecided, whether to wait for his father to arrive. He originally wanted to meet together, but they were afraid that if they felt the breath of the two flying at full speed, Vitalis would escape. So Frisia arrived first, stalling for time and blocking these Saiyans to prevent them from transferring, but when it came time to start, Frisia was still a little hesitant, unknown, and the most terrifying. As for coming after the convergence of another galaxy, which would delay for a few days, Frisia and the others did not dare to gamble. Hey? Does King Frisia know about me? What an honor! No matter, the sooner you start, the better, every second delayed, these Saiyans will be stronger. Oh, I know a lot. Sendu, Super Saiyan, Spirit Time House, Super Saiyan God. It's really dangerous. The Saiyans are worthy of being called a fighting people. Frisia stood up and slowly flew away from the car. Offering fairy beans and the Spirit Time House, telling the secret of the Super Saiyan God, killing anyone with a combat power of more than 500,000, how about I let you go? Mr. Vitalis? Frisia said, looking at Vitalis. Great proposal, right? You only need to get rid of people with a combat power higher than 500,000, and you are still the king of the Saiyans. Said Frisia, pointing slowly at Vitalis. A purple laser shot towards Vitalis at great speed, and in an instant, Frisia's breath leaked, shocking and still thinking about why Frisia knew so much about Vitalis. This is definitely not just 120 million power, Vitalis has deduced 120 million power with the power of himself and others, which is far less powerful. You must know that the original Frisia has such power when he is 100% powerful. And now Frisia's muscles have not changed, and he easily exerts the desperate power in the original work. There is no doubt that this Frisia is stronger than the one described in the original book, and much stronger. Vitalis didn't react, but Broly, who was in a super racing state, shot the laser towards the universe. Oh, is this the power of Super Saiyan? It's really surprising, this blow can destroy planet Vegeta, you dead monkeys really can't be underestimated. The attack was flapped, and Frisia was not surprised. He just wants to try if he can kill Vitalis, and he has not yet mastered the person who has transformed into a Super Saiyan. Even if the combat power is more than 2 million, the transformation into a giant ape is only more than 24 million, which is just rubbish. What he really cares about is the Spirit Time House, and Frisia has long locked the portal of the Spirit Time House, for fear of running out a group of yellow-haired Saiyans. Do you want to try to destroy this door? What happens if you destroy the door? Can two different dimensional worlds be completely isolated? It's a pity, but it's not bad to keep these Saiyans in other dimensions, Frisia thought. Although Broly wanted to rush up and punch Frisia, Vitalis said that at any time, without his orders, Broly could not move, but could only defend. So Broly looked at Vitalis, waiting for Vitalis' orders. Chapter 26. He glanced at Frisia with a palpitation. He must have died without Broly, right? Sure enough, the weak are weak after all. After crossing it was smooth sailing, only thought of the monitoring function of the detector, did not expect that Frisia had other monitoring means, and showed his whole cards without reservation. It made Frisia jealous to start early. Frisia, can you tell me how you spy on us? Vitalis asked, the best answer to get in a precaution in the future. Oh roar, just a Frisia king, now Frisia called me. What a little monkey who doesn't know how to be polite, Vitalisan, you will be hated like this. Coincidentally, Frisia also wants to delay time and wait for the arrival of his father and brother. If you can defeat your opponent safely, there is no need to take risks. At this moment, Vitalis, Broly, Frisia and others looked in one direction one after another. Their two stronger chi than Frisia was approaching. Kurd? Gura? Vitalis asked. Oh, it seems that you know a lot, right? I'm curious. I received my father's territory in this galaxy, my father, and I know it's not strange, but Gula went to other regions to fight a long time ago, and the people here should not know about it. Frisia is really curious about this little ghost, he knows a lot. In a short period of time, the Saiyans themselves have been brought into play, so that the Saiyans have never been taken seriously to become a major problem for their people. Broly, go on, kill him in a hurry. Vitalis didn't want to let Broly do it directly. The three fathers and sons gathered, and the current Saiyans are all not opponents, which is an unimagined possibility. Broly, who received the order, raised his chi to the limit, and the golden aura around his body soared, punching Frisia. Boom! Frisia did not dodge, but chose to fight Broly. Broly, who transformed into a super race, is 1.7 m tall, and his violent posture contrasts with Frisia's petite body, as if Broly is the devil. The two did not separate, but constantly increased their strength and entered the competition of chi. The invisible energy spreads out in a circle. The miscellaneous soldiers brought by Frisia were all blown away, and Vitalis gradually couldn't bear the pressure and retreated to the roof of the palace, watching the two of them competing for strength. "Oh roar, it's really an incredible power. If I hadn't practiced before I came, it is estimated that it would have been very hard to fight. It's an honor. I, Frisia, have never practiced since I was born." Compared to Broly, who broke out with all his strength, Frisia was obviously at ease. Roar. Seeing Frisia's appearance, Broly was obviously enraged, no longer competing for strength, but quickly swung his fist, raining fists towards Frisia. "Oh, good momentum. Unfortunately, the gap between us is too big," Frisia said, even wrapping his arms around his chest. Under Broly's furious attack, he just twisted his body at will, and dodged Broly's attacks one by one. And the miscellaneous soldiers behind Frisia are not so powerful. Broly's powerful attack produces a sonic boom with each blow, the powerful force compresses the air to the extreme, and the punches he carries can't hurt Frisia, but those miscellaneous soldiers can't stand it. The small ones died without complete corpses, and the tall ones were torn apart. Frightened, the miscellaneous soldiers fled in all directions. Looking at the two who were fighting, and the rain of blood that fell from time to time, Vitalis carefully sensed the Kurdish father and son who were rapidly approaching. "Do you want to escape?" Vitalis was uncomfortable now, his blood was boiling, his heart was pounding, and he was trembling and wanted to rush up and fight alongside Broly. But reason told him that going up would die. This is the final form of Frisia, if he dared to try it in the first or second stage, but now it is estimated that he will die. And what did Frisia say just now? He practiced. Think of Frisia in the original book, cultivating for 4 months, crossing the gap between mortals and gods. Can fight the two of Kyubei, who possess the power of God. Thinking of this, Vitalis only felt weak in his hands and feet, and had no intention of resisting. "Are you afraid?" "Sure enough, I'm still young," said Vegeta 3, who was standing next to him. "Your cowardly performance is not like our king," Vegeta 3 said, looking at the battle in the air. "As it stands, you are a qualified king who has brought about changes for us Saiyans, but you are not a qualified warrior yet, and you do not have the will of a warrior, so you are not a qualified Saiyan king. Escape, your means of teleportation, Frisia can't catch up. I have arranged more than 1,000,000 warriors to attack. We will consume their strength and create a chance for Broly to kill them. If we lose, we will destroy the entrance, the clansmen inside will work hard to cultivate, and then it will be up to the king to bring them out and avenge us." "King, maybe your battle intent can't convince me sincerely, but the changes you have brought, I recognize. Let's go, King, in the future must lead the Saiyans to glory." Vitalis looked at Vegeta 3 and fell silent. And at this moment, there were a large number of sonic booms at the exit of the Spirit Time House. I saw a continuous appearance of fusion warriors dressed in the national costumes of the Mitamars. Obviously, knowing that the single body is not worth mentioning in the face of the strong, the Saiyans chose to fuse and attack. Boom! A flash of light flashed. Frisia brought the other miscellaneous soldiers to all be destroyed. It was a fusion warrior who chose to clear the field and wipe out the thousands of miscellaneous soldiers brought by Frisia in the blink of an eye. After all, there are still Saiyan fusion warriors attacking. The position is not enough to stand. These trash fish occupy too much place. "Damn Bardock, it's still on the way," Vegeta 3 scolded as he watched the fusion warriors behave. He only saw Bardock as his fusion partner, and Bardock was also designated for him by the king. It's a pity that Bardock took his squad on a mission out and is still on his way back. "Drip Bardock, listen to me, the accident happened, Frisia arrived on the planet Vegeta, the Kurdish father and son are also on the way, now we can't escape, you contact the Saiyans on the other roads, don't come back, go to the endless universe to wander, until the king leads everyone to defeat the Frisia father and son," connected Bardock's communication. Vegeta 3 hurriedly said. During this time, there were no partners to practice fusion, and Vegeta 3 would choose to chat with Bardock, originally just to get to know each other. But I didn't expect to talk to Bardock and was attracted by Bardock's quality. Bardock, an outlier, Vegeta 3 knew, was popular among lower-ranking warriors because of his emphasis on companions, and was a man worthy of trusting his back. After contact, Vegeta 3 also thought that this man was very good. It is a pity that his wife is also an outlier, and his son Raditz is spoiled and lazy, and when he is bored during this time, he will train his incomplete son for his comrades. After a few words to Bardock, Vegeta 3 closed the communication. Daily meditation washed away the irritability, and a settled life gave him and other Saiyans attention to things they had previously ignored. Looking at the cultivation base, where his newborn son was, because he was just born, he wanted to give his son a normal childhood, so he didn't bring it to the spirit time house. Paragus, that thing, showing off his son every day, made Vegeta 3 look forward to his son very much, and sure enough, as soon as his son was born, he was very powerful, and the historical record of birth combat power was second only to Broly. Let him announce on the spot that his son will inherit the name of Vegeta. For his son's expectations, Paragus's show-off, and Bardock's talk about family, he felt the need to make his son happy in childhood, which he wanted to surpass Paragus and Bardock's son. Perhaps his son's fighting power will not be as good as Broly in the future, but little Vegeta's childhood will definitely be the happiest. Instead of growing up like a killing machine like himself and other Saiyans. The calm mind made the Saiyan people notice important things that they had not overlooked. Seeing the people he arranged to transfer the babies, Vegeta 3 looked at Frieza, his body gradually expanded, since there was no fusion object, then ape transformation was the best choice. At the same time, some fusion warriors also chose to be ape-shaped, and the originally dense human figures, after the ape transformation, covered the sky. There were also a large number of warriors who did not fuse, standing behind Vitalis. Fusion has a time limit, and they are the reserve force on top of the previous group of fighters after they disintegrate. Do you really want to escape? Watching a huge corpse fall, no longer a miscellaneous soldier of the Frieza Legion, but a Saiyan, Vitalis felt very uncomfortable. Chapter 27. Oh roar, what a good race! Frieza teased Broly as he shot to kill the great ape. These dead monkeys, most of whom have limited positions, can't surround them, and they set off their mouths in the distance. The closest ones to him came up from time to time to harass him. Although they all lost their minds except Vegeta 3, their instincts told them who was the most threatening and who was of the same race, and with Vegeta 3, who roared and commanded from time to time, everything seemed orderly. That's right, Vegeta 3 was actually controlling this group of violent giant apes, and under the dispatch of Vegeta 3, he caused trouble for Frieza. After the fusion, the combat power of this group of monkeys is at least 2 or 3 million, 4 or 5 million is not less, and after ape transformation, it is tens of millions, and Frieza cannot kill in seconds, and it takes a certain amount of strength to effectively kill. Yes, it is necessary to kill. There is a group of nimble warriors with bags, shuttling through the crowd, who is seriously injured and throws a fairy bean in his mouth. Frieza stomped his foot, although Frieza wanted to kill these people first, but Broly chased and fought fiercely, and he had to bear a large number of attacks every moment when he was dragged. Each attack was issued by tens of millions of combat power masters. If you don't care about defense, you will also be injured. And defense, too, consumes strength. Seeing that Frieza was consumed, he saw the hope of victory, but no one was happy because two more powerful Chi were approaching at high speed. The only chance of victory is to defeat Frieza before that. It's better to face 2 than 3. Abominable wild monkey. Kicking Broly into the air, Frieza flew towards one of the people holding the fairy beans, and the gorillas in the way were hit in the heart by Frieza's fingertip beam, lifting the ape and falling to the ground. Wow, is this fairy bean? Grabbing the fusion warrior's hand, Frieza reached for the fairy bean. Boom! Feeling the gap between the two, the captured warrior chose to self-detonate, not to hurt Frieza, just to take away the fairy beans together. Now Frisia can still be dragged to death by the tactics of the Sea of People, and Frisia, who is supplied by fairy beans, will be hopeless. Oh, it's very good. Frisia smiled angrily, originally wanted to get the fairy beans, then Frisia can exert 100% of his strength, after all, he consumes too much 100% strength. Not conducive to a protracted war. Give me all to die. The furious Frisia decided to destroy the planet together, what fairy beans, what spiritual time house, all to die, and then consume. It was Frisia who died. And without these things before, he was still the emperor of the universe. A huge purple ball of energy flew out of Frisia's hand and slammed into planet Vegeta. Feeling threatened, the great apes all fired out their mouths in an attempt to destroy this energy ball. But this was Frisia's angry blow. How could it be so easy to be knocked away? The Saiyans standing on the ground also sent out beams of light, trying to prevent Frisia from destroying planet Vegeta. Unfortunately, the gap in strength is too large. Frisia's combat power at this time is as high as 150 million, even if there is some loss, it is not something that everyone can stop together. Babbling, was talking to Saiyans about Frisia, and was kicked away by Broly. The energy bomb, which had lost its source of power, was pushed out of the planet Vegeta and flew towards space. Abominable wild monkey! Frisia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and it was finally injured, kicked by this abominable wild monkey. This is also the reason why he is eager to destroy the planet Vegeta. This wild monkey was unilaterally beaten and teased by it at first, and now it is only a moment later, and its combat power is infinitely close to 100 million. Coupled with thousands of giant apes with a combat power of more than 10 million, they will not be able to defeat Broly for a while. Frisia said that his head was big, and his father wanted to run away when he didn't come. Escape? Do I really want to escape? Vitalis was still confused. Just one Frisia cost the lives of hundreds of fighters, and if it disintegrated, the number would have to be doubled. These are the elite of the Saiyans. Even the Saiyans who opened the hanging, who had entered the spirit time house to cultivate for nearly 10 years, most of them were between 100,000 and 500,000 in combat power, and only more than 30,000 in combat power between 500,000 and 1 million. It's just a million people. But in the face of such a terrifying existence as Frisia, the number of people is meaningless. This was once a powerful combat power that Saiyans did not dare to think of, and it could only be used as cannon fodder to consume Frisia's physical strength. The tragic picture shocked Vitalis's heart. This is not a battle. It's war. Bet on the war of life and death of the race. Broken limbs flew all over the sky. Such a picture was something Vitalis had never imagined. What he remembers is the mutual angle between the protagonist group and the villain. Naba destroys the city, Frisia destroys the planet, and Bu kills the Earthlings accurately. Such a scene Vitalis just feels handsome when watching the anime, and does not think much about it, because this is an anime, and the person killed has nothing to do with himself. But now, their own people are being slaughtered. And himself, only some time ago arrogantly sat on the throne. Yes, arrogant, because he saved the Saiyans, he looks down on these brutes. I want to be king, but I just think that Saiyans are a good tool to use. As a price to save them, use it for yourself. Look at familiar faces. Most can't remember the names. But these brutes, who he once thought were brutal and brainless, honestly carried out his orders and conducted boring meditation training every day. They also promise to give up killing, as long as they can fight happily. Killing is meaningless. There are fairy beans. You can fight with your companions to your heart's content, it is enough. Killing is only a requirement attached to the mission. After defeating Frisia, he no longer needs to go out on dangerous missions, and can cultivate and fight every day, which is what Saiyans now yearn for. These brutes wash away their irritability and calm their hearts, and occasionally show their cute side. They would grin and get together and ask Vitalis to show them what a Super Saiyan is. Seeing Broly's heroic posture, they all riveted their cultivation and threatened to become a Super Saiyan as well. So, do you really want to escape? Vitalis also thought of past lives. Insensible when young. Thinking that parents can be unscrupulous here. Because there is no problem that parents can't solve. It wasn't until I grew up and finally experienced the pain of adults that I realized how ridiculous my past self was. Assuming the responsibilities of an adult, he understands the hardships of his parents. It's a pity, powerless to change anything. To buy a house and a car, you have to take a loan, and marrying a daughter-in-law is not only a matter of two people being happy, but also on an ethereal love based on a certain material foundation. The poor do not deserve to marry and have children. So in the past life, you can only break the jar and break, and it is a day to live a day. But now there is the ability to control destiny. Still trying to escape? In previous lives, I was able to escape reality and immerse myself in my own small world because I had a stable and peaceful home. But now what? Can you keep running away? Maybe that's the price of changing the plot? No longer suppress the excitement factor in the bloodline. Vitalis roared up to the sky. It began to explode, and a powerful aura rose up. The ground cracks, the chaotic magnetic field causes gravity to change, and rubble floats upwards against convention. I no longer run away. Why is death not a destination? As long as I have the courage to stop fearing death, then what else do I have to fear? If you don't change, you don't die. Chapter 28. Raising the power to the extreme, Vitalis stood in place and did not rush forward recklessly. He now has a combat power of more than 2.4 million, and in addition to Broglie, the most powerful Vegeta 3 has a combat power of more than 2 million. Fusion with Broly is good enough to defeat Frieza, and it's good to be able to not drag his feet. Fusion with Vegeta 3, plus the combat power of Ape transformation is estimated to reach more than 50 million, but for Frieza, it is still not enough. Staying where you are and looking for opportunities, magic, is a means that Vitalis can use now, and it is more useful than losing his mind and being a cannon fodder. Oh, it's really amazing, if you don't know the intelligence in advance, you really may be killed by you wild monkeys, it's really unpleasant, dead monkeys or something, isn't it good to wait for death honestly? Frieza panicked more and more. A growing imp, a group of dead monkeys that need to consume strength to kill, makes Frisavan very troubled. I wanted to concentrate my forces on killing Broly, but this guy was extremely thick-skinned and flesh, and he was attacked so much, and he was not injured at all except for his torn clothes. He didn't vomit a little blood, but he vomited blood with a kick. Coupled with the harassment of the peripheral wild monkeys, there is no chance to kill this monster, and the strength of this monster is very close to him now. If you come back after not practice, it is estimated that you have already reported to hell. The delay in the arrival of his father and Gula made Frieza even more irritated. Dead monkeys, rejoice, you will have the opportunity to see my full strength, 100% combat power. This form has not been seen except for the time I was curious to use it once forced helpless. Frieza chose to open the firepower, although this state is extremely physically demanding, but as long as you grab the fairy beans, there is that thing, not afraid of consumption. Having made up his mind, Frieza avoided Broly and the others, opened his shield, and blocked the attack. With both hands clenched into fists on the waist the huge power rushed straight into the sky. Frieza's muscles all over his body were abnormally bulging, and his body size swelled in a circle, although his height did not change much. But that fierce momentum is like a giant that has stepped on the sky. But looking at the figure, surrounded by a group of giant apes, it seems incomparably small, but the surging power, he is the center of the world. Based on the power of himself and others, Vitalis sensed that Frieza's power was about 200 million. Fortunately, the cultivation mentioned by Frieza did not seem to have taken long, and it is estimated that he was not tortured by the spirit in heaven, so he did not directly transform into Golden Frieza. And this form will not last. Vitalis sees the dawn of victory, only need to kill Frisia before those two arrive, there is still a chance. Karub. After Frisia gathered his strength, without saying much, he instantly came to a Saiyan holding a fairy bean, and simply twisted the hand holding the fairy bean. Without waiting for the man to slow down, a purple-red energy bullet flew towards the ape group with the warrior's body. The violent explosion blew the Saiyans around them apart, and this blow condensed most of Frisia's strength and cleared the sky. The smoke cleared. The center of the explosion was empty, and this blow killed at least 200 fusion giant ape warriors. Fortunately, the explosion occurred at high altitude, and the power was concentrated in the giant ape group, and the planet Vegeta was not harmed, otherwise this blow directly faced planet Vegeta, and 10 planet Vegeta would also have to be destroyed. Slightly panting, Frisia took out a fairy bean and swallowed it. His physical strength was instantly replenished, and the internal injuries that were beaten by Broly also recovered as before. "OCMM, oh Clang, what a good treasure, fairy beans are specially made for me, can allow me to do my best without worrying about physical strength, oh Clang," laughed Frisia. The corners of the Saiyan who were still sane at this scene twitched. Especially Vitalis, TM's villain actually robbed the fairy beans? Well, the original book was really robbed, but it was snatched back. But none of those present, including Broly, could have been snatched back or destroyed by the current Frisia. Frisia, who was at full strength, once again far surpassed Broly. Broly will need time to catch up. Frisia's eyes were cold at this time. It turned out to be a warrior holding a fairy bean, and after seeing this scene, he crushed the fairy bean in his hand, scattered it into the air, and looked at Frisia defiantly. "Hehe, what a dead monkey with unchanging wildness," finished speaking, and instantly appeared in front of a warrior who had just crushed immortal beans. "Strangle your neck with your tail and hang behind you." The moment Broly chased back, he reappeared behind another fighter. A hand came out of his chest and pulled out his heart. Looking at the heart that was still beating, "Oh, it's not black. But why? Why do you do something so dehumanizing? This is priceless, hey? You wild monkeys who only care about yourself, eating so many fairy beans, it is pure waste, and now you have destroyed so many fairy beans in front of me. Give me death, give my fairy beans to be buried." The angry Frisia shuttled through the crowd, and every time he flashed, a warrior would be taken out of his heart. With all his strength, Frisia and Broly couldn't catch up. I could only watch the Frisia massacre. "Frisia! Fight me!" an angry Broly shouted, watching his clansmen being tortured and killed one by one, and Broly, who could not do anything about himself. At this moment, Broly no longer suppressed his anger. Fear of losing control, fear of hurting his people, hurting his father, and the king who absolutely cannot tolerate being hurt by anyone. He has been suppressing his emotions. Although the power of emotional loss will grow faster, in the end, he himself will become the greatest harm. Anger makes Broly grow in power again. Boom! The sudden surge in power made Frisia kick to the ground by Broly, who was instantly catching up, without reacting. The powerful force smashed out a large pit, and the cracked earth formed a wide ravine. Stepping on Frisia, who was still trying to get up, Broly grabbed Frisia's tail and smashed it left and right. At the same time, the hand that grabbed the tail continuously input power, dispersing Frisia's protective power. Frisia, who lost his power protection, was screamed as he fell. Even shouting loudly could not be done, and a clicking whimper came out of the throat. "Babble! Die, dead monkey!" Frisia cut off his tail in a hurry. Flew out a beautiful 3600-degree perfect landing, and at the same time threw a ball of energy that condensed most of his strength towards Broly. "Fly with your hands!" Broly grabbed Frisia's hand and stopped him from eating the fairy beans. Broly opened his mouth and began to charge his strength. He wanted to destroy Frisia, and he was about to run away, and he wanted to destroy Frisia before he ran away. After charging up almost the same amount of power, he threw Frisia high into the air, and a huge amount of power gushed out of his mouth. Killing Frisia in the air, this is his last sanity. Chapter 29. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. The explosion had not yet dissipated, and shrill laughter rang out. Wahahaha, my dear brother, how unbearable you are, although you are very embarrassed, do I need to praise you? After all, you have held out in front of this group of terrible wild monkeys for so long. If it weren't for your dear brother arrived, you would have died. Oh, what a miserable. The smoke cleared, and the same Frisia, who was a few sizes larger than Frisia, stood in front of Frisia and blocked the attack for Frisia. Gula, don't tease your brother. If Frisia hadn't discovered the problem and arrived in time this time, our clan would have been in danger. It's all right, Frisia, you have fairy beans in your hand, right? Bring me one, it's been flying for so long, it's physically draining, said Frisia, who was also a few sizes larger than Frisia, but bullier than the two brothers. Apparently, it was Gula who fended off the attack for Frisia, and the Kurdish in the largest. The hearts of Vitalis and others sank to the bottom. Although he had long sensed the rapid approach of the two powerful Chi, he also guessed that it was the Kurdish father and son based on the breath similar to Frisia. But what does it mean that all are final forms? Do you want to be such a dog? Can't afford to play? At least Vitalis decided to go to trouble with the Frisia father and son after transforming into a super race. Instead of mastering Super 2 or even Super 3 and then going. Humph! Frisia took out 2 fairy beans and threw them to the two. The two who recovered their strength, undisguised Chi, changed the magnetic field of planet Vegeta. The sky in the distance was covered with dark clouds, and countless lightning bolts were added to the net. However, the location of everyone was cloudless, the gravity changed, and countless rubble and stones were suspended in the air. It's like an apocalyptic scene. It is indeed the end of the world. Everyone here has the power of a solo star destroyer. It's just that the Saiyan side can't survive in space, plus this is the home planet, so restraining power. On the other hand, Frisia's side wants to get the fairy beans and the spirit time house, plus confidence in his own strength, and can annihilate all Saiyans without using the means of destroying stars. But Frisia, who does not care about the internal environment of the planet, unscrupulously releases his power and forms various collateral natural disasters inside the planet. Storms, lightning and thunder. Landslides and tsunamis, the sky collapses and the earth is shattered. There are no ordinary people, otherwise millions of people would have died. Yo King Vegeta, I haven't seen you for a while, it's developed? But the giant ape form is as ugly as ever. Kurdish looked at Vegeta 3, with more than 20 million combat power, he could barely look at it. Oh, Kurd! You don't look at yourself either, you look at your funny head, and your skin? Are you dressed? Streaking? Even if we become great apes, we are wearing clothes, we are civilized people. Vitalis glanced at Vegeta 3 in surprise, it seemed that he had really been oppressed for a long time. It is a pity that the vocabulary is insufficient, it seems that it is necessary to send to other planets to learn how to scold people. But his arrogant appearance and reasonable remarks angered Kurds. Touch bump bump. At this moment, Broly completely ran away. I saw that Broly's pupils disappeared, his aura gradually changed from golden yellow to green, and his muscles soared again. Disappearing in place, it rained down on Gula like fists. There is no reason, but he knows that this guy saved his prey, and this guy has the power that threatens him, instinctively wanting to destroy the threatening character. Unfortunately, every blow from Broly was easily taken by Gula, even with only one hand. The gap is still too big, even if Broly now surpasses Frisia, but in the face of Gura, there is still a gap. The power that Vitalis perceives, at this time, is more than twice as much as Frisia and Kurd, 5 times as much as Frisia. This race will not choose to cultivate because of their innate strength, for them, there is no need to exercise, and they are born above all things in the universe. No one can threaten them except the legendary gods and demons. And they who are older than Frisia are much stronger than Frisia. And Vitalis couldn't make up his mind, is this the limit of the two? Apparently, these two guys also learned the control of Qi. It was still far away from planet Vegeta just now, but perhaps sensing Frisia's danger, he came to planet Vegeta from the position where he had just entered the galaxy and rescued Frisia. Distances measured in light years were crossed in a short period of time. Terror. King Vegeta, when did you learn to play tricks? Is this still King Vegeta, who once slaughtered countless planets under his command? Or did you, who was taken away from the throne by this imp, be taken away by pride? Kurdish still clasped his hands and looked down on everything. Dissipating the moon visualized in his mind, Vegeta 3 returned to his original state. Gula and Kurds are indeed strong, but the Saiyans who have made up their minds will not be afraid, they will just die. But even if you want to die, you must be honorable. Die. Originally, he wanted to merge with Vitalis, but he did not force Vitalis, who had no fighting intent. Now that Vitalis has regained his will to fight, even if he is defeated after fusion, he can still fight. At least buy time for Broly, even if planet Vegeta is destroyed and all Saiyans die, as long as Broly can kill one or two, it is not bad. It's just that the baby has not yet finished transferring, and the fierce battle has brought trouble to the baby's transfer, and he is afraid to transport to the Spirit Time House for fear of stimulating Frisia. Now it is just transferred to the palace, and then sent to the Spirit Time House once after the people are gathered. Ah ha 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 ha! Is this the legendary warrior? Super Saiyan, it's kind of interesting, no wonder you can defeat Frisia. Gula used only one hand to block Broly's furious offensive one by one. Stupid Gura, hurry up and solve the Super Saiyan, this guy will get stronger with the fight, don't play anymore. Seeing Gura's smug look, Frisia shouted loudly. Broly left an unforgettable memory for Frisia, the skin is thick and can't be moved, the stronger and stronger it seems to have no limit, catching up with and surpassing him in a short period of time. Who dared to believe this before? Oh, my stupid brother, that's you are too weak, you see, this wild monkey, no reason, no discipline, will only fight blindly, how can I lose? Gula disagreed, even if he defeated his younger brother, he was still a younger brother. Seeing Gula's appearance, Frisia flew to Kurd's side. Even if Broly defeated Gula, it would not be Kurd's opponent, and seeing Broly defeat Gula, presumably Kurd would see Broly's threat and directly kill Broly. Well, my stupid brother, watch your dear brother avenge you, said Gula. Kicked Broly away, quickly flashed in the direction Broly flew towards, and kicked Broly back. How? My dear brother? You were defeated by this ball? What a shame! This ball is not bad, quite playable, Gula taunted as he played. After all, Frisia's younger brother was very lucky. Thinking of him, Gura, he left the Kurdish early and went out to fight to the death to fight for territory, but he, Frisia, shortly after his birth, inherited the Kurdish army and territory, which made Gula very jealous. It's a pity that there is still a Kurdish press on it. Otherwise, he must make Frisia feel the love from his brother. But if you think about it, your younger brother can only fight by himself. Chapter 30. The Saiyans, the strongest people in the universe, are really powerful, worthy of the legend widely spread in the universe. Give you a while, this universe has no existence that can stop you from moving forward, Kurd said, holding his hands and looking at Vegeta and Vitalis. Unfortunately, you met me, and I will now remove your evil race from this universe, and your existence endangers the peace of this universe. But, Vitalis, right? You Saiyan new king is good, are you willing to be my son? Share the universe with me, just tell the secret of the Super Saiyan God and offer the fairy bean. Kurdish knows more than the two sons. The existence of God is not a myth. That's true. The Kurds also sought the power of God. It's a pity that it's not a realm he can touch. Powerful God of destruction. Terrifying Majin Bu. Powerful as Majin Bu, he can kill the legendary Realm King God, but he is also defeated by the Realm King God. After seeing these existences, the Kurds no longer seek power. No more grumpy either. And just want to rule their own acres and threes well. Long life, invincible power for mortals, no different from gods, there is no need to provoke those things that are not people. But now, the power of the gods has once again appeared in front of them, and the rituals that the Saiyans can complete to create gods, can't they? Are they bad at the sub-race? As for getting the secret, can you let the Saiyans go? Just kidding, it's dangerous to come late, how can you not kill it all to soothe the frightened heart? As for recognizing his son, it is okay for Vitalis to change races, and now that he knows the potential of Saiyans, he does not allow such a race to exist in this universe. Vitalis ignored the two fools. He was thinking about how to escape. As long as he is gone, he can resurrect the Saiyans by Dragon Ball, and I believe that the resurrected Saiyans will only be more terrifying. It is a pity that now he is locked by Kurdish gas machine, and he will be attacked whenever he moves. Apparently, Kurd knew he would teleport. Faced with such a large gap in Kurds, Vitalis was not sure of escaping intact, and may be killed in the blink of an eye. Escaping from serious injuries depends on luck. It's a pity that I made up my mind to fight with all my strength and no longer evade, and I had to face such a strong enemy, and my fate was tricky. Oh, ignore me. It's really disappointing. Do you want to delay the time to transfer the clansmen? The palace below gathers a large number of winning weak chi, is it a small mongrel of the Saiyans, right? Do you want to send it to the Spirit Time House and destroy the entrance? For you who have mastered similar teleportation tricks, you may not need the existence of an entrance, right? By the way, Vegeta, your child was born just 2 days ago, right? Also called Vegeta? What a ridiculous tradition, this is the sadness of short-lived species, right? It takes the name to continue the glory, Kurds teased, looking at the old and new kings. Eloquent. Already know the Saiyan whole card, and maintain the combat power to crush, there is no need to be so nervous. The Kurdish king is coming, how to lose? Well, it's really cold, it makes me look like a clown. Go die, dead monkey. Kurd was talking when he was interrupted by his eldest son's roar, and looked in his son's direction unpleasantly. It turned out that Broly at this time. The muscles erupted again, and the golden hair completely turned green. The energy in the body skyrocketed again. Anguilla was much more embarrassed, pinched by Broly's right hand, constantly punched in the face by Broly, punch after punch, and Gura's facial bones were misaligned. Anguilla screamed like a little lady, and her left hand continued to condense energy and shoot at Broly. Unfortunately, the current Gula can't break Broly's defense at all. The Kurds were stunned. What's going on? Didn't his son kick Broly as a ball just now? How is his son being beaten as a sandbag now? This is the Super Saiyan God. For a long time, the Kurds asked his questions. Unfortunately, no one answered him. While the Kurds were there talking to themselves, Vitalis pulled a thought call chat group. The Saiyans present were pulled in except for Broly. I am Vitalis, this is the idea call channel I established with magic, I only need to communicate ideas, don't leak flaws to be discovered by. Kurd Vitalis. What a convenient ability. Vegeta 3. My son is a cow seeing the Paragas who is gradually catching up with Gula. The Saiyans who are not in sufficient status are only worthy of listening. Now it is necessary to divert the attention of Kurd and Frisia and send the babies safely to the Spirit Time House, they are the hope of the future Vitalis. Frisia father and son don't know how to hear our news, the timing is really fatal for us Beta 3 now except for Bro, we have no resistance, we can do our best, we can reach tens of millions of combat power, and Frisia's father and son are above the billion level. Vegeta 3 in the face of Frisia, we can still play a role in consumption, but Gula and Kurd are too powerful, it won't take much effort to kill us. I have to say that the Kurdish power is really desperate. Let's quit the giant ape, the Saiyans who Vitalis. Ape turned into violent cannot care whether the enemy is strong or not, anyway, just do it, and rest until death. Watching the constant rush towards the Frisia father and son, and then being easily killed, Vitalis ordered. Now Kurd wants to talk, Gula is playing with Broly, and Frisia is watching Broly, waiting for him to beat up his brother. So there is no need to send it to death. The Saiyan spirit body in the giant ape body dispersed the meditating moon, and they all changed to their original state, taking over the control of the body again. Look, do I have a baby? Hanged Gula, Paragas, who has been watching his son. Vitalis. Vegeta 3. Warriors. Your son is indeed powerful, but you can easily lose friends. But it's dangerous. Broly does have the upper hand, but the gap between Kurdish and Gula is too big. Can Broly improve his strength again? Even if he could, would the Kurds give a chance? Pessimistic Vegeta 3. Yes, if it comes later, I will brush alone. There is such a child, died without regrets. Paragas. Speechless. Fighting nation Saiyan, there is no if, there is no but, even if it is wrong, we will not regret it, because regret is the escape of the weak irascible old brother. Vegeta 3. Face reality, go to fight and fight, even if it is death, we must die on the way to fight, because we are fighting nation Saiyan, fighting is our instinct, it is our glory. When we die, we must also open our eyes and stare at the enemy deadly. To hate yourself for not being strong enough, to blame yourself for not being good enough. It is not your fault that the enemy is strong, but it is our fault that you are weaker than the enemy. Vegeta 3 is worthy of being a king, although the idea is too extreme, but Vitalis likes this idea. During the conversation, Broly completely gained the upper hand and beat Gula with one hand. Frisia, on the other hand, held his hand to admire his brother's misery. The yellow-haired Super Saiyan, like the man his father said, the Saiyan who defeated him, the yellow-haired Saiyan, the green-haired now may be the Super Saiyan God, right? Kurdish looked at his abused eldest son indifferently. After all, Gula's careful thinking can't hide him, and he has fused with Gula more than once during this time. Although he doesn't know all of Gula's thoughts, he can vaguely feel that Gula wants to replace him. Although they don't feel annoyed, after all, this is the tradition of their clan, but it is good to let Broly Do fight for a while and let Gula recognize the gap between father and son. As for Broly, it's not enough to see, even if he can surpass Gula, he may not be able to catch up with him, and the fusion with Gula, only the word invincible is engraved on his face. Whether it's Beerus or Majin Buu, he also has the confidence to touch it. Vegeta, and the young king. Do you refuse to answer my questions? I feel like a clown, but I'm generous, I never take revenge, on the contrary, I'm extremely tolerant, Kurd said with a smile. But that smile did not have a trace of temperature, only felt endless coldness, and shuddered. Slowly raise your right hand and extend your index finger. Well, Vegeta, your son was born, I didn't have time to congratulate you, so I will make up for your son and offer flowers for the birth of the new Vegeta, right? Moving his finger slightly, a small purple particle of light floated towards the palace. As you move, slowly get bigger and bigger. The speed is not fast, and it seems to be waiting for Vegeta and others to intercept. Kurd. Vegeta 3 bulged and furious. He is determined to die so that they can grow up safely for his son, and he believes that his proud son will avenge him. But now, Kurd's actually shot at his pride. Moving below the energy bomb, Vegeta 3 greeted it without hesitation. "Ah, give me back!" Tried to push back the same way, but unfortunately the gap was too big. Seeing the appearance of Vegeta 3, Vitalis also rushed forward. Saiyans are difficult to change, but changed Saiyans attach great importance to feelings. And it is he who changes the current Saiyan people, and he is obliged to be responsible. Paragath also arrived, and the surrounding Saiyans also gathered. Below, it's not just Vegeta's son. With their wives and children. Saiyans who have no scruples to fight to their heart's content, after venting their desire to fight, also discover the feelings they have been ignoring. It didn't matter before, but now they don't allow anyone to hurt their families. Oh Clang, is this still a cold-blooded and ruthless fighting nation, Saiyan? It's really sad. Is it worth sacrificing yourself for the sake of a bunch of cubs? Seeing this scene, the Kurds became interested. With an added force, the energy ball was accelerated down. Serious Kurds, unstoppable, Vegeta 3 and others at the bottom, their feet have touched the dome of the palace. Run, Vitalis roared. Having received the order, a large number of Saiyans with children appeared, and the sharp-eyed Kurds saw something, stretched out their hands, and a child flew to the Kurds. Below, a huge explosion swallowed everyone, and no one flew out of the range of the explosion. Chapter 31. As the smoke cleared, the huge royal palace disappeared completely, replaced by a bottomless pit. The huge remnants of strength, the edge of the big pit still has a trace of electric arc from time to time. Kurd. Under this blow, all the Saiyan babies during this time were destroyed, and the fighters responsible for transporting the babies were also destroyed. Pushing away the warrior who was protecting him, Vitalis walked out of the pit step by step. Take out a fairy bean from the magic space and eat it. The white aura rose again. The violent fluctuations even made a whoosh sound. Step by step, staring at the Kurds deadly. Kurdish pinches a Saiyan cub with one hand. Looking at the hairstyle, it was little Beta, who was born not long ago. Bloodshot eyes stared at Kurd. They don't dare to look around, and they don't dare to sense how many people are alive. Vitalis always condescended towards Saiyans. He defeated Vegeta and ascended the throne. He brought immortal beans, brought the cultivation method of Qi, brought the fusion technique, and brought the spiritual time house. He thought he could change the original fate of the Saiyans, and he thought he was the savior of the Saiyans. So he is rightfully the king of the Saiyans. However, reality gave him a slap in the face. Although the Saiyans became powerful, they also brought destruction in advance. A more luxurious extinction lineup than the original. Regret? Regret. Hate? Hate. I regret that I always knew about my problem, but I didn't make a change. Hate your own cowardice, hate your own eyes and low hands, hate your own inaction. If. Perhaps. Many thoughts swirled around Vitalis' mind. Regret is the escape of the weak, facing reality, going to fight and fight. Fighting is glory, recalled the speech of Vegeta 3. Yes, the matter has come to this, right and wrong have long been irrelevant, the past does not matter, the important thing is that he now wants to kill the Kurdish father and son. Thinking back to his life with the Saiyans during this time, he finally froze on the Saiyan warriors who protected him. Why would it protect him? Aren't Saiyans cold-blooded and ruthless? Because he is king, because he is the one who changed the Saiyans. So, next, he is going to fight as the king of the Saiyan people. Take up the responsibility of being king and bear the price of changing the Saiyan people. Step by step, the chi that mentioned the apex began to change. The outer circle gradually covered with a faint layer of gold. The eyebrows and hairstyle did not change, but there was also a golden brilliance shining. Kurd. Vitalis attacked with all his strength and rushed towards Kurd. Before dying, at least he had to save Vegeta, not because he was the second man, but because he was the son of a comrade in arms, regardless of the plot, just the responsibility of being a comrade in arms and king. Oh, it's terrible. Contrary to his wishes, Frieza also noticed the movement on this side and stopped Vitalis. Super Saiyan? It's a little different, but it's a lot stronger, but it's more than a little worse than the madman over there holding his hands. 1 foot defused Vitalis' offensive one by one. At the same time, while commenting, King Frieza's confidence has returned. Frieza. Seeing Frieza blocking himself, Vitalis was even more angry. The white aura mixed with more and more gold. The golden brilliance on his eyebrows and hair became more and more intense, and even his own color began to change. The pupils in both eyes disappear, leaving only the whites of the eyes. Not noticing the abnormality in his body, the angry Vitalis just wanted to tear Frisia in front of him. That is, King? Vegeta 3 also climbed out of the pit not far away, and he was also protected by nearby warriors. Looking at the way Vitalis was fighting, Vegeta 3 was very relieved, with an inexplicable joy and a faint loss. That naive king has grown, but he is useless, and he can't keep up with Broly's pervert, but now even this little king who used to look down on is far more than him. For Vitalis, Vegeta III's feelings were unusually mixed. He took his throne, did not kill himself, and brought with him many treasures that were priceless to the Saiyans. So that the Saiyans can really stand up with their chests up and have the opportunity to stand on the top of the universe. He once thought that this was a stinky imp with good luck, and he would soon be able to surpass and take the throne back, and he looked down on this junior warrior in his heart. But there is no denying that the benefits of Vitalis have benefited the Saiyans immensely, so he feels that he will not kill Vitalis. But this time, he recognized the king. It's just that the situation is not optimistic, and Frisia doesn't pose any threat now, and Gura, who was beaten by Broly, is not counted. The real threat is the Kurds, who have not really made a move. Yo, Vegeta, you're still alive, the sudden voice pulled Vegeta III's thoughts back. Following the prestige, Vegeta III's sad heart trembled, and the iconic Vegeta inherited hairstyle. The stubborn figure who was grabbed by Kurdish head with one hand and was also struggling non-stop. It hurts, but I never cry. Look at this scene. Vegeta 3 felt that the world had lost its voice. Lost color. All that remained was the pounding of the heart. Why is little Vegeta still alive? He thought little Beta had died with the explosion. Also ready as a father, gamble on Saiyan moral dignity, fight to the death. But now little Vegeta is being held by the Kurds. Perhaps, it is still a good thing to die with the explosion. It's great, oh Clang, Vegeta, I've known each other for so long, I didn't know that you would actually show such a cute expression, it's really great ha 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 ha. Looking at Vegeta 3 at this time, Kurd felt that today was really worth it. Since learning what happened on planet Vegeta, it is like a thorn stuck in the throat of the Kurds, and he is very uncomfortable. Fearing a threat, he told his sons to rush to planet Vegeta to wipe out these scourges once and for all. Now, the haze has been swept away, the top combat power of the Saiyans is just like that, the warriors with medium combat power have been almost eliminated, and the babies have been destroyed by his own hands. The next step is to concoct these thorns, get the secrets of the gods, and then go to the Spirit Time House to extinct Saiyans. What's wrong, Vegeta 3, offer fairy beans, tell the secrets of God, give you a decent way to die, as for your son, I will give him a chance to serve me again. Kurdish shook the little Vegeta in his hand. Are you thinking about fart eating? I believe that Vegeta will not want to become a sinner of the Saiyans, the moment he is born, he will be a warrior of our Saiyans. We will not fear death. We no longer intend to work for you as your lackeys, you destroyed our homeland and slaughtered our people. Vegeta 3 closed his eyes in pain, tears flowed uncontrollably, so many tribesmen had died, his son could not be special even if his blood was noble. Poof! A soft sound sounded. But in the ears of Vegeta 3, it was unusually harsh. Vegeta 3 opened his eyes and looked at the slowly falling corpse, a small headless corpse. And the Kurds just flicked the blood stains on their hands. Staring at Vegeta 3 with a smile on his face. Stretching out his trembling hands, Vegeta 3 tried to catch his son's body, and a purple energy bullet came first, and a violent explosion completely destroyed the young corpse. Staggering 2 steps, Vegeta 3 stabilized his figure. He could not fall, as a Saiyan, only fighting. Withdrew his hands and clenched his fists on his waist was the straightest he had ever stood up in his life. Powerful momentum emanated. The clouds blown apart by the battle gathered together again under the change of magnetic field, turning into thick dark clouds, as if they were about to press down on the ground. Lightning that appeared out of thin air continued to explode, and a rich golden light surrounded Vegeta 3. In the distance, feeling the chi caused by Vegeta III's changes, Vitalis looked in the direction of Vegeta 3, while pushing the power to his back in a furious manner. The same golden light surrounded Vitalis. Chapter 32. Powerful power, blowing everything around you, golden light dispersed. Leaked out Vegeta 3 and Vitalis. The Golden King has hair and eyebrows, and Vegeta III's golden beard. Cold and emotionless emerald green eyes. Neither the Kurds nor Frisia dared to look directly. Take advantage of the Kurdish and Frisia to be stunned. Vitalis and Vegeta 3 quickly approached. The strong golden light of fusion erupted again. The gap in basic combat power is too large, and seeing that Vegeta 3 has also become a Super Saiyan, Vitalis contacts Vegeta 3 and chooses to fuse. The powerful force attracted the violent Broly, and Gula took the opportunity to come to the Kurdish side. He took a fairy bean from Frisia. Almost beaten to death, damn Frisia, it was he who gave such a much stronger warrior a chance to grow. The same damned Kurds, who don't know who to learn from, also waved so much, giving birth to two powerful Super Saiyans, and now the two fused, feeling the furious breath, and the murderous aura against their father and son. Gula felt ashamed to be with Kurd and Frisia. It's all fucking two waves. Fortunately, with Tagula, fused with the Kurds, it should be possible to suppress this person. If Frisia and Kurds come, they will be defeated. Father, we also melt. Okay? Before he finished speaking, Gula's eyes flickered, and his father disappeared, replaced by a strange warrior standing in his father's position. A wisp of bangs hung in front of his forehead and moved with the wind, a sky-rushing killing matte hairstyle, and his turquoise eyes swept over Gura, making Gula's careful liver tremble. Similar to Gogeta 8, the protagonist is Goku with Super 2 hairstyle, and Vegeta 3 and Vegeta are also very similar, so it is probably the appearance of Gogeta, but with the same beard of Vegeta 3, it should be a middle-aged uncle's version of Gogeta. Fusion. It seems that you do know a lot of things, not only learned the control and perception of Chi, but also learned fusion. The voice with the voices of Vitalis and Vegeta 3 sounded. The fusion of Vitalis and Vegeta. Well, it's not easy to choose a name, just call Vegeta. Holding his hands, the fusion warrior said. It may be troublesome for you to merge with the Kurds, although I would like to fight with your fusion, but please die first. Now I don't have the qualifications to wave, Vegeta said lightly as she looked at Gula. His eyes fixed on Gula, who slowly retreated. Don't kill me, I was forced by the Kurds, it was the Kurds and Frisia who enslaved you Saiyans, I didn't participate, and I am today, I didn't kill a single Saiyan, it was all the hands of Kurd and Frisia. Feeling his body out of control, Gula hurriedly said. Go and die. Dead Monkey. The flying Kurdish held a huge ball of energy and smashed it towards Vegeta. Seeing that Vegeta was attracted by Gura, Frisia rushed to Vegeta at the same time, jumped up and kicked Vegeta in the waist. Fusion, powerful tricks. In the blink of an eye, it turns things up and down. Easily dodged Frisia's kick and sent Frisia high into the air. Stretching out his finger a little, the energy bomb in Kurd's hand was flicked into the universe. Grabbing Kurd's hand and throwing it at Frisia, he came first and crashed into Frisia. Holding out his right hand to Gura, a small colored ball flew out, and Gura flew into the air with him, chasing his father and brother. In a few moves, Xingyun flowed in one go, and several people had no power to resist. At the moment when the three converged, a burst of colored light flashed, there was no explosion, no gun smoke, and the father and son also disappeared. Without a single residue left, he quietly went to Hades. Whether to go to heaven or hell, that is Hades' business, but unfortunately Vegeta is still very weak and has not been able to extinguish the souls of the three. In 1 minute, from the end of transformation, fusion, to the elimination of father and son, no more than 1 minute, the fusion warriors are terrifying. And Broly, who has already stormed away and lost his goal, rushed to Vegeta. Losing his mind, great power needs a catharsis. A rare opportunity to play with you. Looked at Broly, who rushed towards him. Vegeta rushed forward and grabbed Broly's face and knocked him down. In another place, planet Vegeta can't withstand our battle anymore. Grabbing Broly to teleport, he came to a barren planet. The thin oxygen makes the planet basically lifeless, but for the two, it is just right as a battlefield. Facing the big hand on his face, Broly's mouth began to condense strength. After thinking about it, Vegeta did not dare to press back, after all, it was her own person. Removing his hand, he gave Broly a scraper and let Broly's energy spray into the air. Because Broly has not yet mastered his powers, Vitalis has not let Broly learn other tricks before. After the current Broly ran away, he learned Frieza and Gula's fighting skills through fights with Frieza and Gura. There is a strong shadow of Frieza and Gula between the moves. It's a pity that this doesn't suit Broly. So Vegeta started feeding Broly the skills that Vegeta 3 fights. Vitalis learns skills on Earth, and is constantly used by Vegeta to beat Broly. The Rampage Broly instinctively learns the enemy's tricks and becomes more powerful. 20 minutes later. At this time, Broly's simple strength had caught up with the Kurds just now, but perhaps close to the limit of his age, and the speed of becoming stronger began to slow down as early as 10 minutes ago. Perhaps if it continues, it will seriously overdraw Broly's potential, and he is afraid that the car will be counter-killed by Broly, and Vegeta stunned Broly with a knife. Holding Broly, who had returned to normal, Vegeta returned to planet Vegeta. Perhaps the surviving Saiyan warriors informed the people in the Spirit Time House that there are now a large number of Saiyans cleaning up the battlefield. Search for the remnants of the tribesmen, level the land, and several powerful warriors who use their own strength to calm the erupting volcano and suppress the storm with their own momentum. Looking at what was in front of him, Vegeta was speechless for a long time. The other Saiyans saw Vegeta and did not bother. Until the moment before the fusion was lifted, Vegeta glanced at the sky, and the powerful force dispersed the dark clouds in the sky, and the sun shone on the earth again. The light flashed, and Vegeta split in two. Fortunately, Paragus did not die, but was stunned and found by the searching warriors. At this time, he held his son and left tears of emotion. He survived death, and as the father of the savior Broly, he is now in a very emotional mood. Looking at Paragus, who was holding his son, Vegeta's hands trembled slightly. His hands have killed countless creatures in his life. Fast and steady, but today, he trembled several times. Looking at Vegeta's appearance, Vitalis smiled gratifyingly. He knew that he had really changed these Saiyans, who were ruthless, but once they were emotional, then emotions would become their most powerful source of strength. At this time, Saiyans will abandon self-respect, abandon glory, and be crazy for feelings. Tapped Vegeta 3 on the shoulder. Don't be in a daze, start cleaning the battlefield and rebuild our home. You don't want little Vegeta to see you after he is resurrected, do you? Vitalis said. Resurrection? Can it really be done? Looking at the departing back of Vitalis, Vegeta 3 decided to trust the change-making king once again. Chapter 33. Located at the end of the netherworld, the higher dimension of the Yang. It is a dimension that mortals cannot reach. King of the North. The four figures formed a circle, and the tentacles on the top of their heads trembled from time to time, sometimes clenched their fists and sometimes exclaimed. Vitalis didn't know that there were other beings besides them in the big war just now, from the beginning to the end. Kurd, Gula, Frieza, the power of personal terror overwhelms the universe, and the sphere of influence covers most of the universe. In addition to the vicinity of the headquarters of the Galaxy Patrol, within the scope of the invasion of the Demon Realm, the real estate business of the three fathers and sons is all over the universe. moody and wantonly destroying the planet of life. Coupled with a certain inactive realm king god, he is tracking the traces of Majin Buu every day. Make this universe worse. Over the years, the population of the universe has continued to decline, and the birth is not as fast as these things. The naturally born life planet can't keep up with the destruction speed of these guys. And the realm king god does not care, he has not created planets and life for a long time, and he cannot make ends meet. The comprehensive indicators of all aspects of this universe continue to decline, and the decline in performance makes the four realm kings fearful. With the center of the universe as the boundary, the four realm kings are divided into east, south, and northwest to supervise the universe. It looks powerful. It is a pity that only they themselves know their suffering. The direct leader of the great realm king likes competitions, always finds people to conduct various competitions and martial arts conferences, otherwise he listens to all kinds of music and dances all kinds of strange dances. Only they are working conscientiously, and they have to find ways to curry favor with the leaders and search for talents everywhere. As for the Yan Luo king below them, they need to be in charge of everything after the death of living beings, they can't have time to help them, and they don't have that strength, and when they have a headache, Yan Luo king will only have more headaches than them. The gods of the various planets that went down, not to mention, some of them were unable to protect themselves, and the planets they served were destroyed, and they could only stay in the netherworld and wait to be assigned again. But the hope is very slim, the planet that can have the celestial god is only a minority, and the celestial god is given priority in selecting the planet, and many jobless celestial gods are considering changing careers. Therefore, the position of the four realm kings is extremely awkward. For the development of the universe, dig out your heart and lungs. There are beings that endanger the universe, they are monitoring, there are people who violate the rules set by the gods, and it is they who shake people to suppress. They are all thinking about whether they need to compete for the position of the king of the lower realm, and if the position of the realm king god is not too dependent on birth, it is not impossible to compete. It's a pity that the four of them combined can't beat the great realm king. Oops! What a happy event, Frisia is dead. Happy king of the northern realm, the great cancer in his jurisdiction has finally overturned. Yes. I didn't expect that Gula and Kurd also died here. King of the southern realm. Ah, this! What are you happy about? Can kill these three fathers and sons, aren't these Saiyans more dangerous? Quite a sane king of the western realm. It's okay, these Saiyans are indeed powerful, but the number of their ethnic groups is larger, it is easy to cross the line, and then it will be noticed by someone, said the eastern realm king, who had a more far-reaching view. And before crossing the line, the king of the northern realm, who felt wrong, asked, "Oh, my family's ribs are broken, I have to go and see," said the king of the western realm and hurriedly left. By the way, I have to race with the great realm king, the appointed time is almost up. The eastern realm king also quickly left. Don't look at me, my people simply don't look enough. If you go, there will only be no dregs left in the end. The competitive southern realm king glanced at his northern realm king and left helplessly. The main thing is that the Saiyans are open, the spirit time house, the fairy beans, the fusion, the legendary warrior green-haired Super Saiyan is difficult enough, and the fusion warrior Vegeta who appears at the end seems to be able to find someone spying on them. It's very difficult. So leave it to the king of the northern realm. A headache. Not in their jurisdiction anyway. And they only need to send someone to clear the remnants of their own Kurdish and Gullah, and this year's indicators can be raised, there is no need to mix the next rotten things. Anyway, those Saiyans can't hit the realm king. The king of the northern realm stood lonely in place. In the distance, Barbarous and Gurgly looked at their thoughtful master, not daring to make a little movement. Every time I wake up in the morning, I know the benefits of going to bed earlier at night. Ha 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 ha, so funny. Suddenly, the king of the northern realm spoke coldly and suddenly laughed. In a good mood, he came to the highway, got into his beloved car, and started drag racing. The speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he circled the king of the world. He knew more than he had seen only half of the others. Those few did not stare at Kurd and Gula every day, but were attracted by Kurdish and Gula teaming up to go to planet Vegeta, and they were curious. And it is not good to spy on the jurisdiction of colleagues privately, and the other 3 people came in a team. Their jurisdictions were more or less invaded by the Kurdish father and son, and naturally focused on the father and son. They only saw the strength of the Saiyans who killed the Kurdish father and son, and the legend that knew how murderous the Saiyans were once was. But he didn't know that he was the king of the Northern Realm, and he had already set his sights on this new king of the Saiyan. It's hard to say whether it's kind or not, at least he knows how to respect the elders, and the changes he has made along the way to the king of the Northern Realm are all in his eyes, knowing the transformation of this king and the changes he has brought to the Saiyans. So the king of the Northern Realm does not panic. Anyway, it can't be worse, it's better to let it go. As they say, the current Saiyan race, it's easy to cross the line. If he crosses the line, he will be cleared, and on the contrary, he will be able to win the Northern Realm king. At least the Saiyans pressed. And the other races couldn't make a head. He was willing to trust Vitalis for once. Vitalis is recognized by the Earth gods. Recognized by the great elder of Nami Nemesis. The quality of these two, the king of the Northern Realm is assured. Meanwhile, Vitalis, who didn't know that he was being watched by the bigwigs, sat at the door of the Spirit Time House. The palace was destroyed, there was no place to go, and he didn't want to enter the Spirit Time House for the time being. He wanted to resurrect the clansmen early, he didn't want to go in and wait for decades. Of course, life expectancy was also one of the reasons. So I had to sit cross-legged in front of the door of the Spirit Time House. Reflect on this sudden war. The first is carelessness, originally a trick for the Saiyans to use, but it was stolen and gave Frisia and the others the basis for this sneak attack. Preconceived that only the detector has a listening function, but ignores other things, subconsciously thinks that the strong in the Dragon Ball world are respected, and ignores technology. Vitalis, who had just calmed down, carefully sensed and found a lot of miniature robots flying in the air, and there were also many machines on the synchronous orbit. Vitalis, who has defeated the Kurdish father and son so far, does not know the function of these machines, and does not make a reckless move, waiting for the Saiyans to fully take over before judging. Good things are left, useless ones can also be recycled, there is no need to waste them. Anyway, the biggest threat is gone. Secondly, Vitalis thought about the plot for a while. At first, I just wanted to strengthen myself and develop the Saiyan family, and the crisis after that passed, but I was taught a big lesson by the Kurdish father and son. But thinking about it, Vitalis refuses to take the plot, it's too troublesome, and now he is reluctant to send these Saiyans to death, and it is impossible to resurrect the Kurdish father and son. Reverse from the most critical event that Vitalis knows. The All-Cosmic Power Conference held by the king. Without Goku's intervention, I don't know if it will be held. If you don't hold it, you will directly clear the universe that is backward on average, and you really don't know how to die. Therefore, it is necessary to make 2 preparations, in order to participate in the conference to get the winner, if possible, 10 super blue bottoms. If you can comprehend the divine skills, it is better. When the time comes, one-on-one singles will not win, and 5 fused super soldiers are not worth any other universe. The second is to raise the average level of the universe. This is a headache, I don't know how the whole king and the high priest are evaluated. His grandmothers. Vitalis scolded secretly. It is not the gods, but the hearts of the gods. Vitalis could only think of some items that would affect the decision. Next, it is necessary to send the Saiyans to attack in an all-round way and rush for the peace, prosperity, and stable development of the universe. One is that you can find something for these Saiyans to do. The second is to whitewash the Saiyans. After all, what the Saiyans did before Vitalis grinned when he saw it, and he didn't have to wash it, but for the future, he had to forcibly wash it. Anyway, his fist was big. The third is to avoid the universe score being too low and being directly cleared. In other words, if you do it well in the future, can you be a realm king and god? Chapter 34. In short, the level of the whole king is a big pass. It's not good, only if you can get by, you can have a future. As for the previous crisis, after this change, Vitalis decided to take the initiative and kill the danger in advance. This timeline does not allow such a powerful existence as Shrew, and Majin Buu will also send people to search for it in the future. It is best to find it in the sealed state, and then give it to Beerus or exile to other timelines. Anyway, Vitalis is not sure that the puppet will not overturn. This thing is difficult to kill, there is not a single cell left to be destroyed, and it can also become stronger by phagocytosis, and there is no solution to development. Especially now, so many Saiyans are alive, and it can be predicted that the Saiyans will be stronger later, and the Majin Buu who has developed in such an environment is afraid to think about it. Other strong enemies that the original protagonist group such as Golden Frieza and Broly have to face, and the subordinates of Frieza father and son are all sent to reunion, without giving a chance to be resurrected. Broly is his own man. Other theatrical versions of Crisis androids are also impossible to drop, and the remaining Super Nami Nemesis, Demon Hilda Gang and the like are not a big problem, they can be killed head-on, and can be defeated by human C tactics. Artificial people with unlimited energy, puppets that can become stronger anytime and anywhere, this is called trouble. Saiyans will then garrison various living planets and will not participate in the struggle between civilizations. As long as the planet is not destroyed and civilization is not destroyed, the Saiyans will not take the initiative to attack, and other conquests or enslavements are arbitrary. While controlling the universe, improve the indicators of the universe. Is it to establish a space guard? Get a Saiyan brother out? Vitalis thought maliciously. The space guard can get one, that is, you have to go to the bank center in the future to say hello to the Galaxy Patrol. These guys are simply crazy, powerful people dare not provoke, the traces of Saiyan babies they know very well, send someone to chase and kill. 3 days later. The environment of planet Vegeta is basically stable, and the remains of corpses can be collected and stored in refrigeration. However, there are very few corpses, even if they are mutilated, and most of them are ashes. Looking at the more than 30,000 soldiers in front of him, Vitaliston felt arrogant. These 30,000 are only Saiyans with more than 1 million combat power that have been put together after a period of cultivation after the war. Most have touched the threshold of Super Saiyan. The number of threshold S cells of Super Saiyans Vitalis has probably been figured out, but the basic combat power index has not yet been determined, and it is necessary to wait for the number of Super Saiyans to collect data for comparison. These 30,000 people are Saiyan warriors who have been selected, have sufficient combat power, excellent meditation courses, are no longer tyrannical and have washed away the irascible. Is the most likely fighter to break through at the moment. Most Saiyans are still not able to do basic meditation, but years of killing make it difficult for them to calm down, and the growth rate of S cells is too slow. There are also some long-term killings that have been perverted and basically incurable. But fortunately, these people still recognize him as the king and follow their hearts and are recalled. Vitalis let these people practice in the Spirit Time House, and the daily meditation and battle arrangements are full of land, so that they can spend their old age happily in the Spirit Time House, during which they can give birth to some cubs for the group and expand the population. 30,000 men, led by Vegeta III, attacked the territory of Frieza in the northern galaxy, responsible for killing the soldiers of the Frieza Legion and receiving the scientific and technical personnel of the Frieza Legion. Unfortunately, most of them have only learned to rely on the teleportation of gas positioning, and they need to rely on spaceships to rush in the early stage, and it is easy to rely on teleportation after about running. After a few simple explanations, he watched these 30,000 soldiers leave on the Pill spaceship. Each warrior is responsible for 2 or 3 galaxies, and nearby Saiyans can teleport to quickly support when in danger. Vegeta 3 travels alone to the base camp of the Frisia Legion, which will later be the headquarters of the space garrison. And Vitalis takes Broly and a squad ready to go to Nami. Visit the Grand Elder of Nami and station an elite squad there to defend Nami Nemesis. Search, locate. The sky is green, resulting in the water being also green, and it feels like it's all green. This is the hometown of the Nami Nemesis, the paradise of the Nami Nemesis. Here the skin of the Nami Nemesis is not obtrusive and complements the surrounding environment. And the 3 stars operate, there is no night, you can bask in the sun anytime and anywhere, and you are not afraid of starvation. Standing directly outside the door of the Great Elder, there was already a person much younger than the heavenly god waiting here. The Great Elder knows that you are coming, go in, but don't try to disadvantage the Great Elder, otherwise I will kill you if you bet on the future of the Nami Nemesis, the young Nami Nemesis said ruthlessly. But Vitalis didn't care, this was normal, these could be said to be the children of the Great Elder, he understood. And he didn't intend to disadvantage the Great Elder either. He is also a respectable elder. And the power is unfathomable. The powerful Nami Nemesis Divine Dragon can exploit Klinder's potential to that extent, and Vitalis will not think that the Great Elder is a weakling. Maybe the frontal combat ability is not great, but there are definitely many skills such as magic. At least Vitalis, who was standing in front of him, could feel an ancient and heavy power. Once it explodes, it is earth-shattering. Leaving the squad waiting outside, Vitalis walked in with Broly. "Child, you're finally here," said the Great Elder amiably. From Vitalis's point of view, the body and appearance of the Great Elder were extremely terrifying, but his smile could indeed infectious, making Vitalis feel like facing the white-bearded grandfather. And not an alien creature. A warm and intimate feeling comes into being. "Yes, I'm here, it seems that everything I do is in the eyes of the Great Elder." "Thank you, Nami Nemesis Shenlong gave us a lot of help." Vitalis was stunned. Yes, the disappearance of the Dragon Ball, definitely can't hide from the Nami Nemesis. Moreover, he had already used the Nami Star Divine Dragon twice, and as a maker. He did not believe that the Great Elder had no means of countermeasures. At least the Great Elder can cut himself and turn the Nami Dragon Ball into a waste stone. Therefore, Vitalis was sure that he could use the Nami Star Divine Dragon with the tacit approval of the Great Elder. Hehe, there is no need to repeat it, the matter has come to this, the future has long changed, whether it is good or bad no one knows, I hope you can continue to walk consistently, the Great Elder said with a smile. Vitalis was stunned when he heard it. Future? Change? Great Elder is so bullish? Ha 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 ha, I'm just an old thing that is about to decay, no need to think about it. As if seeing Vitalis' doubts, the Great Elder laughed. Ha ha, too, I don't know if the Great Elder can tap the potential for me and us Saiyans. This is one of the goals of Vitalis Lina Mijis. The Great Elder mastered the ability to draw out potential. Although it cannot be compared with the potential development of the old Realm King God, if you look at Klin before and after the development potential, you can know the strength of the Great Elder. No, if I had come earlier, I would still be okay, now you are all too strong, my remaining life is not enough to draw out the power hidden in your body for you. The Great Elder shook his head solemnly. Not much disappointment, it's dispensable for Vitalis now. So, can I learn this trick? Well, that's the main goal. The Great Elder looked at Vitalis speechlessly. After Nero came in, he lowered his head and looked at Vitalis. This kid is really greedy. Yes, but there is no need, my ability is only to draw out the power that I will have in the future in advance, and it is not as good as your own cultivation for a period of time. After all, the power that is brought out in advance also takes time to adapt, it is better to cultivate by yourself. The Great Elder explained. Well, Vitalis thought too much, and thought that in the future, Saiyans will drink Super God water, and then use potential development to improve the overall combat power in a short time. I had to find the old Realm King God in the future, and I had to plan it. Chapter 35. That, Great Elder, you wait I'll go back. After chatting with the Great Elder about some cosmic anecdotes, Vitalis suddenly thought of something. Brush! Vitalis disappeared in front of the Great Elder and the others. The next moment, Vitalis came back with the confused god, and Mr. Bobo, who was nervous to grab the god. Seeing Vitalis suddenly appear, the god was startled. Seeing Vitalis grabbing him, the god was powerless to resist, and in the moment of disappearing, Bobo seemed to feel something and grabbed the god. Great Elder, look, I brought you your fellow. Vitalis pushed the celestial god in front of the Great Elder. The helpless celestial god rubbed his crutches, glanced at Vitalis resentfully, looked at the Great Elder, and fixed his gaze on Nero. I have to say that time is ruthless. In Nero he saw his young and vigorous self. Looking for his family, he embarked on the road to the heavenly realm to worship the heavenly gods, separated from evil, and has been guarding the earth so far. Looking at Nero with appreciative eyes, this young man is really handsome, like himself back then, quite like his own style back then, just like that. It's Kadaz's son. I really surprised me, I didn't expect him to reach Earth safely. The Great Elder's cloudy eyes flashed, and then became even more cloudy. I didn't expect to see the son of the deceased, when Nami changed drastically, and some of the clansmen fled. It is a pity that almost all of them, whether they fled or stayed, were all dead, and the current Nami nemesis were bred by him. Tears slowly flowed from his cloudy eyes, and he thought of Nami nemesis before the mutation, when he was still a happy child, but unfortunately he couldn't go back to the past. Come here, child. Because of his size, the Great Elder beckoned to the heavenly god with difficulty. Facing the elder, the heavenly god moved towards the Great Elder with restraint. Walking in front of the Great Elder, watching the Great Elder's big hand cover his face, suppressing the idea of wanting to escape. After all, this big hand is really terrifying, and it feels that with a light press, the head will shatter like a watermelon. However, the connection in the bloodline and the aura emitted by the Great Elder made the heavenly god unconsciously believe in the Great Elder. Tens of minutes later, Vitalis takes the Scion squad and Bobo around wandering around Nemesis. The gods came looking for it. Thank you, Vitalis. Tenjin said. You're polite, it's just a gesture of raising your hand, and thanks to you, I was able to lead my people to overthrow the evil cosmic Emperor Frisia and his evil family. Vitalis quickly waved his hand. What? I still need the power of the Dragon Ball in desperate need after that. I wonder if you can improve the Earth Dragon Ball after coming here. For example, shortening the cooling time? Add a few more wishes or something. Then Vitalis asked. Wordless gods. Eye-rolling waves. Broly, who turned his head. Ahem, by the way. Vitalis admits that he is a little anxious, but everyone has been together for so long, who doesn't know who? There is no need to cover up. I can do it, but my strength is not enough, and I need to become a perfect Nami nemesis to be able to do it, said the blackened Tenjin, who was angry, and he was also moved. Understood, call me if you need my help. Vitalis knew what the gods wanted to do as soon as he heard it. It seems that after knowing some of the secrets of the Nami nemesis, he no longer rejects the other side of his evil. Or that the current gods are hungry for power. Send me back, he said with a glance back at his hometown and a firm turn to Vitalis. Don't look at your hometown and fellow countrymen anymore? Vitalis questioned. No, I can come back, I have no regrets in this life, but as an earth celestial god, I can't leave the earth for a long time. The celestial god shook his head. Okay, this Scion squad was sent by me to protect Nami nemesis, and then I will also send a squad to defend earth. When the time comes, you want to come back, tell them, they will bring you here. Teleportation is still very convenient, Vitalis told his own arrangement. Don't think about it, the fighters I arranged are carefully selected, there will be no trouble, and there are Dragon Balls in Nami nemesis and Earth. It is inevitable that people will worry about it, causing disasters. I send people to guard it to be at ease. And I am about to set up a space guard to guard all living planets. Nami Nemesis and Earth are not special cases. Vitalis saw that Tenjin's face turned a little greener, and quickly explained. Hey, do whatever you want, as long as you don't hurt the humans on Earth. Tenjin sighed helplessly. He didn't have the ability to stop it, and saying it to his face was considered to give him face. He just needed to be prepared to deal with the crisis. After going back this time, continue to strengthen the demon seal wave, and it is best to achieve the group seal. The god silently made up his mind. Sending Tenjin and Bobo back to Earth, Vitalis returns to planet Vegeta after handing over the Saiyan squad to the Grand Elder. Father, you're back. A boy with long hair and waist ran to a man who looked like a protagonist. The man looks the same as the protagonist's son Wukong in Vitalis' memory, but the scars on his face add a bit of fierceness and appear more masculine and domineering. Raditz? Bardock asked questioningly. That's right, father, I'm Raditz. I haven't seen my father in years. The young man replied, but the hands he was holding trembled slightly, and from time to time he glanced at his father's face, obviously also a little tsundere. Yes, it's just been a while for me. Spirit Time House, it's magical. Bardock looked at the portal in the air. During this time, he kept in touch with Vegeta, and he also knew about the changes in the Saiyan. He had long sensed that Frisia was uneasy and kind, but it was a pity that people spoke lightly and could not make any changes, but it was a pity that this time because he could not catch up with the battle outside, which was very regrettable. I don't know what, the thought of not having a chance to beat Frisia up, Bardock always felt empty in his heart. Suppressing the strangeness, Bardock flew with Raditz to the Spirit Time House. Every Saiyan will go as soon as they come back, because if they don't go in for a while, they really can't keep up with the era version. Let me tell you, father, my current combat power is 530,000, and I have a good chance of becoming the next Super Saiyan. Let me guide you, right? Once the first person under the king, except for the newborn baby, there is no Saiyan weaker than you. Vitalis, who had just returned, heard these words and also saw Bardock's iconic face and Raditz's conspicuous long hair. In fact, there are many people who are similar to Bardock. After all, they are lower-level warriors. Many faces are the same, but the hairstyles are different. Of course, there are similar hairstyles, but different skin tones. And Bardock's scar has also become Bardock's unique medal. As for Raditz, in the future, Vitalis will have to find time to shave his eyebrows, satisfy the fantasy that he wants YY, and be born Super 3 Raditz. But Raditz's words intrigued Vitalis. Bardock is a purebred Saiyan, and although he values his partners and family more than other Saiyans, after hearing his son say this, he lifted Raditz and rushed into the Spirit Time House. Chapter 36. Vitalis found it interesting and followed to see the excitement, and by the way, pay homage to the legendary figure of Bardock. This family is legendary in every way. The chapter of Bardock will not happen in this universe, but perhaps in other timelines. There is really a Bardock who loses to Frisia and travels through time to transform into a super race to solve Frisia's grandfather. Left behind the legend of super race. The eldest son Raditz opened the Z era. Dragon Ball officially entered the era of destroying the sky and destroying the stars casually, although it is not related to Raditz, but Raditz's phrase War 5 slag in another world is a mess. You cannot know Raditz this person, Dragon Ball this anime, but may have heard the scumbag of Combat Power 5 in other words. The second son, Kakarot Son Goku, the super transformation of the world, the developer of the Super Saiyan, the man who fights against the gods and steps into the realm of gods and masters the skills of gods. The eldest grandson Son Gohan, the first person in the Super 2, was once the first person under God after the development of his potential, although it was almost scrapped after that, but he was only one opportunity to rise, and he could return to the peak at any time. The youngest grandson Sun Wushan, the youngest super race, has endless potential, but unfortunately his father and brother are too powerful, plus they are young, and they have no chance to perform. but once they fuse with their little friend Trunks, they will step on the first-class level of the Dragon Ball universe and can compete for the strongest sequence under the gods. If you practice well, the future is unpredictable. This family can be selected as the strongest family in the universe. Among them, Bardock plays fiercely, and is one of the few Saiyans who have not been a wave. Maybe it's a chance? I saw Bardock dragging Raditz to the 30-fold gravity zone. Raditz, who saw Bardock walking hard, said, "Father, you only have more than 10,000 combat power, it's too early for you here, first go with me to the 20-fold gravity zone to train for a while, I'll teach you the perception and control of Qi, and then come here." Raditz is still worried about his father, but unfortunately he has not been to school and does not understand the art of speech. Bardock's eyes were red, his whole body was bulging, and he turned his head with difficulty. "Use your full strength to fight me." Maybe this is how Saiyans communicate emotions with each other? Really? If I punch down, you estimate that I will die? My mother will kill me, and Uncle Vegeta will get me in trouble, but I said I would teach you to learn Qi, so Uncle Vegeta let me rest, Raditz said hesitantly. Unfortunately, Raditz does not understand the human heart and does not understand the pride of being a father. Damn it, Raditz! Bardock moved to Raditz with difficulty, raising his hand to scrape a big ear. Unfortunately, under the action of 30 times gravity, it is extremely slow, which is why Bardock has been running in the universe all year round, and has seen several times the gravity of planet Vegeta. In order to persist under 30 times gravity, most Saiyans start training from double, planet Vegeta. Looking at his father's insistent look, Raditz's eyes were hazy. Is this the fighting spirit of the Saiyan? Fighting ethnic Saiyan, indomitable spirit. Holding back his tears, he rubbed his sour eyes. He understood that this was his father teaching him by example during training. He also knew that he was lazy in the past, but under Uncle Vegeta's strict teaching, he realized his mistake, and now seeing his father at this moment, he regretted the time he wasted even more. Thinking about it, Raditz raised his foot and kicked Bardock in the stomach quickly, fiercely, and accurately. One kick flew hundreds of meters. Seeing Vitalis wondering, does Bardock usually abuse Raditz? Teleport next to Bardock. At this time, Bardock did not breathe. The eyes were white, the combat uniform was tattered, the ground was plowed out of a long ditch. Obviously, Raditz really shot with all his might. No, it was a kick. Fortunately, Raditz did not have violent power, and Bardock was also a Saiyan. His body was quite strong, his combat power was more than 10,000, and he was not kicked and exploded when he was prepared. A little weaker, being kicked in two is considered physically strong. Place your hand on Bardock's chest and stimulate Bardock's heart with pure life energy. Ahem. After pressing twice, Bardock finally began to gasp, but the situation was not optimistic, and now he was just hanging on Vitalis' breath, and he would die at any time. Glancing at Raditz, who was flying rapidly, Vitalis sighed and took out a fairy bean and fed it to Bardock. As soon as the fairy beans are eaten, the state is full. It is estimated that Bardock's souls have gone to the netherworld and began to line up, and at this time they are still in a circle, opening their eyes and looking around in confusion. Staring at Vitalis for a while, he seemed to wonder who this was. Then saw Raditz standing next to him. The green tendons burst out again. This anger. Vitalis felt Bardock was not far from the Super Saiyan. Teleporting away, Vitalis felt that this time should be left to this father, a father desperately eager to pass on his father's love to his children. Wang. Raditz also saw that something was wrong with his father at this time. I wanted to stop Vitalis, but unfortunately it was a little slower. Raditz, worthy of being my son, Bardock said leisurely, standing up. That, father. You made me go all out, who knew you would be so careless? Vitalis forgot to give Bardock something, and just teleported back when he heard Raditz's words, although he was interrupted, but unfortunately he came a little late. silently took back the bag of fairy beans in his hand, which was originally intended to be given to Bardock. It seems that it is not enough now. A large bag was changed, full, and it was estimated that there were tens of thousands of grains. Handed to Bardock. This is immortal bean, after eating, go to Vegeta to ask for it, you can still cultivate for 3 days, also 3 years here, and then come to me, there is a task. Vitalis didn't say much. The current situation is not suitable for talking about anything else. Pray for Raditz, hope that he will never be surpassed by Bardock. Otherwise, he will feel full of fatherly love. Because of his father, Raditz was born with extremely high combat power and was rated as a superior fighter, but this could not change the influence of the family of born a lower-level warrior. Once looked down upon, became lazy and did not like to train, and his mother was a rare kind Saiyan, Raditz can be said to be very unsuccessful. In addition, although Bardock attaches importance to the family, he still loves Jaime, and for his son, he can grow up healthy and alive. The rest doesn't care too much. Bardock, who pursues strength, takes his squad mates to fight everywhere and rarely returns home, so the previous Raditz is crooked. Growing up in a special environment, there is no pursuit of strength like normal Saiyans, there is no enterprising spirit, and it is completely dependent on its own strong capital to eat. According to the development of the original work, in the end, even intermediate fighters could not compare. Fortunately, the appearance of Vitalis changed the situation. Vegeta 3 paid a little attention to Bardock's situation. He knew that there was such a little bastard who caught Raditz training in the Spirit Time House for a while. Barely got Raditz back on track. Of course, this is what Vegeta 3 felt. Vitalis thinks it's just a crooked direction to something else. Of course, Saiyans generally do not have emotional intelligence, even if they take into account the feelings of others, they will not say it well, but rely on their own alternative methods to reflect. It is also good for Bardock father and son, fairy beans are enough, not afraid of human life, and there is no panic when it comes to human life, and Dragon Balls, which can fish people from the netherworld. Unless it is devoured by an existence like Majin Buu, or a soul that has just died and is sent to reincarnation, the destruction of the god of destruction Beerus, the erasure of the whole king, etc., in addition to dying in Dragon Ball is not a big deal. Overall, Bardock is on the verge of becoming a Super Saiyan. His self-esteem is no worse than anyone else's, not to mention that he is surpassed by Raditz, a little ghost, plus Raditz's honey-smeared little mouth, it's only a matter of time. Chapter 37. The plan can't keep up with the change. The original plan was to gather the Saiyans, and all the Saiyans would return and assemble for at least a year, and the Saiyans would definitely be extremely powerful by then. Can crush the Frisia gang without suspense. At that time, there will be a huge king's enthronement ceremony, forcefully solve Frisia, and deter the universe. It's a pity that Frisia knew in advance and rushed. Although the result was not bad, it cost the lives of hundreds of thousands of fighters and children. Resurrecting them requires possessing at least 2 wishes, and while this idea is a bit ruthless, it is a real loss in the long run. The original plan was to dominate the universe at least without casualties. Now that the Frisia father and son are dead, the Frisia Legion has received news that will gradually spread throughout the universe. So Vitalis had to send a large number of fighters to carry out the annihilation operations of the Frisia Legion, the Kurdish Legion, and the Gula Legion. On the one hand, it is to quickly inherit the legacy of Frisia's father and son, and on the other hand, Liwei, laying the foundation for the future Space Guard. Unfortunately, there are very few Saiyans who have learned to teleport at present, and most of them still need gas positioning, and only a few people have learned to teleport to the target point they see, but the supporting observation magic is progressing slowly, and the best can only achieve observation targets in small star systems. Otherwise, it would be much easier. Of course, Vitalis also has teleportation magic, which can teleport people on a large scale, and the teleportation range can cover the North Galaxy after transforming into a super race. But Vitalis wasn't going to do that. He had done enough, and he was king, and it was up to these Saiyans to keep up with him, rather than being dragged by him all the time. Looking at the Saiyans sent out, although it has only been out for a few days, the planet controlled by the nearby Frisia Legion has already been suppressed by the Saiyans. Scientific researchers and other special talents who do not have combat effectiveness remain. As a warrior of Legion combatants, a kill without staying, Vitalis does not like to kill, or is not used to killing, or even afraid of killing, but does not mean that he will let go of these hidden dangers. Fortunately, the Saiyans are quite professional in this regard, especially Vitalis gave the order, and when encountering enemies who attack them, they can directly kill them without asking for instructions. Other killings need to be reported and approved by the immediate superior, and city-level destruction and above need to be reported to the corps commander level and can only be carried out with permission. Afterwards, it was found that it was unreasonable to punish the Legion leader, and the destruction of the planet required Vitalis to personally sign the annihilation order. These regulations are made because the current Saiyans are per capita star extinction level, and there will definitely be big trouble regardless of the bundle. Fortunately, the skill of telepathic communication is not difficult. Today's Saiyans can easily learn. Their strength is very simple to communicate across stars, and even distributed personnel are wide enough, and they can also pull a chat network covering the entire universe. Real-time calls are simple. So the escalation approval process is quick and won't delay the fighter. Vitalis also has no management experience, can only think of a little to do a little. Fortunately, in some aspects of the Saiyan is very simple, will not take the initiative to find loopholes to carry out some troublesome operations, and has been formed by the combat effectiveness of the superior and subordinate system. The sense of respect and inferiority is very strong. Subordinates basically will not question the boss. Although these Saiyan warriors were meditative and no longer irritable, Vitalis was not at ease, so he and Broly were engaged in Super Saiyan full power cultivation while observing Saiyans who were performing missions outside with Broly. If the previous Saiyans were chaotic and evil, then the current Saiyans are orderly evil, and their cognition does not have such views as justice, goodness, and evil. Only now Vitalis satisfies the feeling that they can fight unbridled, satisfies the combat factor in the blood, and gains great power, plus meditation calms the mind, so they are willing to obey Vitalis' orders. Mainly Vitalis is the second strongest, and the strongest Broly also listens to Vitalis. So the current Saiyans are orderly and evil, and they are keeping the order of Vitalis. They kill whoever Vitalis asks them to kill, and Vitalis tells them not to kill, then they don't kill. Anyway, killing is better than having a passionate battle with your companions. At present, the direction of development is good. Vitalis' goal is to create a orderly and neutral Saiyan, replace the incomplete galactic patrolman, establish a new order in this universe, and do everything possible to improve the comprehensive assessment value of this universe. Of course, you can't expect the whole king to look at the score and let go of this universe. This little fart kid's temper is uncontrollable. What if one day it is fun or unhappy to clear the universe? Therefore, it is necessary to obtain the power comparable to that of the whole king and take your own little life into your own hands. However, the process will be very dangerous. You can't make trouble in this universe, and after stabilizing this universe, Vitalis will find a way to go to other universes, dimensions, and timelines. At least the erasure universe of the whole king is only the universe where the current timeline is located, and does not involve other timelines and dimensions. And the whole king is not the only existence of that pluralism. It is not completely unsolvable, although now the whole king is also an incomprehensible existence. But people, you have to have ideals. Observe the Saiyans for a while and select the right ones for the Super Saiyan God experiment. Once successful, even one case, Super Sai Shen and Super Blue will soon become popular. In fact, most Saiyans are not bad talents, but it's a pity that they don't have that opportunity in the original, unlike the Saiyan race in the Brotherhood universe, where the basic combat power is very high, but they don't know the existence of Super Saiyans, and it's easy for them to transform after knowing it. Similarly, the Saiyans of this universe are not bad, the Foundation is caught up because of the existence of Vitalis, and it is only a matter of time before they are surpassed. One more thing needs to be addressed: Saiyans cannot survive in space. With powerful chi and flesh, it can move freely in dangerous places such as magma, the deep sea, and the universe, and rely on the defense of chi to resist various rays and magma in the universe and the other dimensional environment full of unknown dangers. It is possible to do all-weather all-terrain combat, but it is a pity that oxygen is needed, and without oxygen it will quickly lose combat effectiveness. It is far worse than those races that cross the universe in the flesh alone. Of course, there is no problem in solving the battle during the breath-holding time. But such an existence does not need to be solved in the universe, and can stand in the planet to kill enemies in the universe in seconds. But those who are evenly matched are in trouble. Even becoming a Super Saiyan God can't survive in the cosmic environment, Saiyans are too dependent on oxygen. This shortcoming needs to be made up, otherwise teleportation will only remain invincible. So the next time the dragon makes a wish, this needs to be solved. I just don't know what price Saiyans need to pay to make a wish to the divine dragon to survive in the universe. If you change the bloodline or body structure, it will not be worth the loss. I hope there is a way not to change the Saiyan potential, bloodline, body structure, etc. Resurrection accounts for 2 wishes, and solving the problem of Saiyan breathing accounts for 1. I have to say that the Dragon Balls are not enough, no way, some things are best to rely on the dragon, and it is very dangerous and troublesome to rely on your own words. For example, through time and space, Boomer has only been born not long ago, and there can be no artificial crisis in the future, and Trunks does not necessarily exist, and the time machine hangs. The time ring is in the realm King God realm, even if that person is no matter how good the dish is, it is compared with the villain of the protagonist group at the same time, and now he is alone to destroy the Saiyan without pressure. Without considering the fusion of warriors and Broly, the current realm King God has no solution, and really fights. Beerus is not a vegetarian, even if he kills the realm King God at the first time, Beerus dies, and the angel standbys, but the gods of other universes cannot take revenge on Vitalis. The other gods are not easy to say. Beerus's brother like Pa will definitely take revenge, and Whice's sister will not necessarily be angry, and then this universe will be buried. So it is imperative to let the celestial god upgrade the Earth Dragon Ball. If he can't do it, change to a celestial god, and Dandy is good. Or have Dandy come to planet Vegeta, and then have Dandy make another pair of Dragon Balls? After all, the celestial god people are really good, and they really treat the Earthlings as children, and they deserve it. And Dandy's ability can save a lot of fairy beans. Coming to planet Vegeta is suitable. There are heads. In other words, was Dandy born? Chapter 38. Time passed quickly, and Bardock found Vitalis on time. During this period, Bardock successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. Originally, Bardock was at least 50 times behind Raditz, but unfortunately Bardock was more ruthless, and with the cultivation of fairy beans day and night, mental fatigue was recovered by meditation, and progress was rapid. Unfortunately, the gap between Raditz and Raditz at the beginning is large, always about 10 to 200,000 behind Raditz. Originally Raditz still finds opportunities to be lazy from time to time, but under the pressure of his father, he also began to consciously work hard and maintained a certain gap. Then after Bardock's combat power exceeded 1 million, it was natural to transform into a Super Saiyan. Vitalis thought that Bardock's S-cells had long been enough, and his anger had been holding back, and he had only transformed into a Saiyan so easily after his basic combat power reached the standard. The record for the lowest combat power transformation was broken by Bardock. Aside from Broly, both Vitalis and Vegeta 3 were more than 2 million before they became Super Saiyans. The basic combat power is much higher than Bardock, but as soon as Bardock transforms into a Super Saiyan, he is currently the 4th strongest among Saiyans. Bardock's success has made more people pay attention to meditation, because they are poor in S-cells, not combat power and anger is only an opportunity to break through. Combat power and S cells are the key. During this time, Raditz was very sad, and was beaten by the Super Saiyan Bardock every day, and at first he wanted to cry and let his mother save him, but unfortunately, the more he cried, the more excited Bardock became. Let Raditz meditate for 12 hours a day, and spend the rest of the time in the beating of Bardock's love. Almost several times a day, you will be in a near-death state. The basic combat power has reached more than 3 million, and the potential is indeed the strongest group of Saiyans. Relying on near-death brush combat power, most Saiyans begin to become slow after 1 million, and there is progress, but the effect is not good. And Vitalis and Vegeta 3 are in the second gear, which can be brushed to more than 2 million, and now Raditz is in the third gear, brushing more than 3 million by near-death combat power. After reaching the limit of potential, it is necessary to rely on cultivation. However, it also surpasses most cosmic races, second only to races like Frisia, and innately powerful existences such as artificial humans and biochemical people. The king. Is there a task? Bardock came to Vitalis, who was sitting at the door of the Spirit Time House. Bardock, congratulations, how does it feel to transform into a Super Saiyan? Vitalis asked with a smile. Bardock didn't know, Raditz must be very satisfied. The basic combat power is more than 3 million, only compared to the basic combat power, Raditz is second only to Broly and Vitalis. Very good, unprecedentedly powerful. Once transformed, the combat power suddenly increases by 50 times, and as you gradually adapt to mastering the transformation of Super Saiyan, this multiplier is still increasing. Bardock said his findings. That's right, the Super Saiyan is just the beginning. As far as I know, there is also the transformation beyond the Super Saiyan, known as Super Saiyan 2. And the 3 who surpass the 2 again. Vitalis did not hide it, sooner or later it will be discovered, it is better to say it in advance and everyone work hard to develop. 2? Is that so? Bardock said and transformed into a Super Saiyan, no yelling, no other special effects, just a moment of golden flames, he became a Super Saiyan. Apparently, Bardock mastered the transformation of the Super Saiyan well and walked ahead of Vegeta 3. After all, every day he drives a super race form to beat Raditz, and he also has to control the power not to kill Raditz, which is also an alternative Super Saiyan full power cultivation. Bardock began to gather chi after transforming, and I saw that the muscles of the whole body began to expand, especially the pectoralis major muscles, which were originally extremely strong, and now they are even more exaggerated. Does that count as surpassing the Super Saiyan? The strength of this form is strong, and the strength and speed have been strengthened again, but it is extremely consuming, and it is not suitable for protracted battles. Asked Bardock. No, this look is called Super Saiyan 1 Phase 2, and on this basis, it can further strengthen its strength, and it is called Super Saiyan 1 Phase 3. Vitalis said, and Bardock began to rage again at the same time. More exaggerated muscles bulged, like a small giant, and a fierce aura pervaded. Is that so? The strength of this form is very exaggerated, and Raditz, who has a combat power of up to 3 million, almost died, and I dare not use more, and the strength is strengthened, correspondingly, the speed is very slow, not even as fast as the initial Super Saiyan state, and the consumption is greater, it can't be maintained for long, and it can't even maintain the transformation of the Super Saiyan, Bardock said slowly. Should it be said to be Bardock? Without Vitalis' guidance, so many things were discovered and several forms were developed. Vitalis knew early on that he directly gave up these transformations and chose a full power cultivation that was more comprehensive and closer to Super 2. If Vitalis doesn't know, let him fix it himself, and if he doesn't know the intelligence, Vitalis is not sure to find this. Just what exactly did Raditz go through? However, in this contrast, in order to make up for the lack of speed, I also developed this form, which completely abandons strength and pursues speed. Of course, the strike power is not weak in the extreme speed state, but it takes a little time to create the same power in the power form. Bardak's body shrank while saying. The power form touched lightly. Raditz was seriously injured. This form needs to kick 2 more kicks to achieve this effect. After training, it only takes me 3 seconds to switch forms, so that the power form has the possibility of going to the battlefield. Now Bardak's muscles have completely disappeared, and there is even a feeling of weakness. If it weren't for the wrong hair color and pupil color, I really thought I had seen the Super Sai God Goku. Vitalis sighed, is this the protagonist's father? I groped myself and made changes accordingly. Goku's words are to choose to master the Super Saiyan, as a normal cultivation, reduce losses, increase endurance, and develop the form of full power, which exerts the power of the Super Saiyan to the extreme, infinitely close to Super 2. Bardock, on the other hand, chose to make up for the shortcomings. Combat capabilities were strengthened. According to the naming method of the king, this can be called Super Saiyan 1/3 order speed mode, and the one just now can be called power mode. The only drawback is that it takes time to switch, but the next direct surpass Super Saiyan is. Bardock clenched his fists. These Saiyans are like this, never satisfied with the status quo. In the past, it was just a legend of chasing Super Saiyan, but Immortal can now transform, but he can quickly suppress the excitement of transforming into Super Saiyan in an attempt to surpass again. That's right, Super 2 is more comprehensive than the various forms of Super 1, taking into account strength and speed, but Super 2 can also transform into speed mode and power mode. Your idea is not wrong, even if other forms later, this is also useful. Vitalis felt that these forms could be cultivated. The original Ritalin and Vegeta, relying on the form of strength, the combat power is completely comparable to the Killing and Super 2 Gohan at that time, but the speed is not as fast as it, and it cannot cause harm. But now so many Saiyans, attacking in small groups and not playing one-on-one battle games, have no such concern at all. People in speed mode are responsible for harassing interception, people in power mode are responsible for output, and they can also be enhanced by switching alternatives. However, it is still necessary to focus on basic combat effectiveness. The strength after the Super game depends on the normal. The basic combat power of the Super 2 is 100 times the normal, the Super 1 is 50 times, but the basic combat power is 50 times of 10 million, the other is 100 times of 1 million. Even if it is Super 2 is not the opponent of Super 1, the gap between the normal is not so easy to make up. Vitalis said, he did not want these people to indulge in the power of Super Saiyan and ignore the basics. 50 times for 1,000,000 and 50 times for 3,000,000. Muttered Bardock. Seeing Bardock's thinking, Vitalis was very relieved. During this time, Bardock's basic combat strength was only more than 1.5 million, but Super Race 1 was played by him, speed mode, battle method switching, Yuz lead several versions. In this way, one day Bardock himself will also find that his basic combat power is insufficient. Of course, when the time comes, Bardock may become a strong person only by transformation, but it is better to wake up in advance and take a little less detour. When the time comes, super high basic combat power plus bells and whistles of various transformations, Bardock will become a person who surpasses the super. It's just that 3 million, referring to Raditz, right? Chapter 39. Bardock, you lead 10 legions, responsible for cleaning up the universe, chasing down the exiles of the Frisia Legion, the Gula Legion, and the Kurdish Legion. Of course, the main target is a great demon mentor named Babadai, who masters all kinds of magic and carries a taboo. Vitalis understood Bardock's current situation and made arrangements. In ancient times, there was a guy named Bibadai, who created a terrifying existence called Majin Buu. He easily defeated the gods, although it was sealed later, but now Bibadai's son Babadai, trying to resurrect Majin Buu again. Before this, we need to find out in advance and strangle this threat. Majin Buu is immortal, only one cell can be resurrected, even if it is beaten into gas, it can be restored, and it is extremely difficult to destroy. you can also gain the enemy's power by absorbing the enemy and the tricks become more powerful. So it must not be resurrected, otherwise this universe will only be destroyed. Majin Buu is raging, the Realm King God is not an opponent. When the time comes, Beerus will come out in time, and the inexplicable Realm King God will die together. At that time, the whole king, the great priest and the like will definitely find that the end of this universe will definitely be very miserable. Majin Buu resurrection requires a lot of energy, so Babadai will appear in major battlefields. Be sure to find it, kill it directly after finding it, do not allow long-term fighting. To avoid Majin Buu early resurrection, Vitalis repeatedly emphasized the danger of Majin Buu. After all, in addition to being strong and handsome, Saiyans also have the waves engraved in their bones. It's easy to get rid of big things. So Vitalis needs to stress it again. Of course, these people are responsible for finding, and once found, these people can kill the best. If not, Vitalis will fuse with Broly, and directly teleport over to kill Babadai to rob the Majin Buu. After that, he looked for the Realm King God, asked the Realm King God to bring Majin Buu to the Destruction God, and asked Beerus to destroy, believing that Beerus knew that Majin Buu killed the previous Realm King God, and several other alternate Realm King Gods, and must be afraid to quickly destroy the Demon Buu. Then seal the Realm King God in the Realm King God realm. Everyone will be happy then. Vegeta, you move on, occupy Frisia's territory, leave the scientists, especially the one who created the probe and the combat suit, be sure to get him, kill the rest of the personalities, after which you stay in the headquarters of the Frisia Legion and establish the Space Guard. Pulled a chat network, pulling in the current Saiyan high-ranking people. The current strength of Vitalis and others, joining forces can pull all Saiyans into the chat network, but the consumption is too large. The gain is not worth the loss. Usually they can chat a few times, and then pull the people they are responsible for a network and manage them hierarchically. Paragus, you lead a legion, centered on Nami Nemesis, to implement the control plan. After all, it is Broly's father, and the basic combat power is more than 2 million. Vitalis suppressed the prejudice of his previous life and arranged a position of general. The so-called control plan is a group of Saiyans stationed on a life planet, that is, 2 people. Responsible for protecting the planet and avoiding the destruction of the life planet due to man-made and cosmic disasters. Of course, on the premise of not interfering in the interior of civilization, observing and learning the excellent points of various civilizations is also a part, and you can also be introduced to the Space Guard when you encounter talents, not Saiyans. But you can join the big family of the Space Guard. Everyone loves each other. Of course, there are few life planets in a star system, there are several life planets in the large star system, and only one small one, so the adjacent ones can send a small team to station to facilitate mutual support, and the remote planet does not exist other life planets in a short distance, then this planet will station a team. A squad within the support range can only be responsible for stationing no more than 3 planets. Make sure that at least one fusion warrior needs to be able to strike immediately against strong enemies. Adhering to the principle of not making troubles and waves, the principle of seeing through, the principle of immediate integration of those who cannot see through. Otherwise, there is no right to resurrection unless a great achievement is made. This is the rule that Vitalis feared, that the Saiyans can resurrect at will. You'll need to accumulate merit in order to have the power to be resurrected, and of course your family and friends can also consume their feats to revive. It's not that Vitalis is reluctant to get the Dragon Ball wish, except for a few wishes that must be made. It doesn't matter to anyone who gives the opportunity to make a wish later, but in order to maintain the laws of the universe, the resurrection needs to be controlled, and it is best controlled within the Saiyan. The evil dragon that may appear is a little, it is difficult to deal with the evil gods of the underworld, and it is not wise to break the rules wantonly. Just be nice to your own people. As for other races, die early and reincarnate early. That's all for now. I hope you can complete the task as soon as possible. Broly and I will solve some minor problems, and then contact us if there is something. Vitalis wanted to take Broly to solve Team Kin at first, and he was not worried about the others, so he sent other Saiyans to him, and he was afraid that one day he would be shouted exchanged by the people around him and then replaced with his body. Be careful to make the 10,000-year ship. And the little man in Team Kinnet also has the superpower of time pause, although it is a racial talent skill, but it can also be studied. As for the other miscellaneous fish, Vitalis didn't remember it alone, even if it was the appearance and name, he was not impressed. At most he remembered the team dance of these things, which left a deep impression on the young Gohan. With the crooked aesthetic of Gohan. But fortunately, Deary also likes that set, and Gohan has a common hobby, which lays the foundation for being together in the future, and also forms a Saiyan Superman group. These guys must be destroyed by Vitalis himself, and Vitalis is not left with scum. Afterward, Vitalis will return and take Kakarot to Earth. That's right, because he is in the Spirit Time House. Compared to the outside world, Kakarot was born early, but counting the time of the Spirit Time House, it is similar to the original. This little guy is stained with his father's light. Born with a combat power of 200,000, and was conceived after Bardock transformed into a super race, it is estimated that he can transform at about the same age as Goten, and in a few generations, it is estimated that the Saiyans can be called the strongest race under the gods. It's just that he wasn't born for a few days, so it's not good to take it away directly, so he has to let Kakarot stay with his family for a few days, grow up and then take it to Earth. Generatize Bardock mastered teleportation, and it was simple to visit Kakarot on Earth. Let son Gohan feel the love of his grandfather, and by the way, let Kakarot stay at the first station, laying the foundation for the Saiyans to go to Earth to learn martial arts later. Son Gohan is the apprentice of the Turtle Immortal. This point must be grasped well, otherwise the direct Sai people may agree, but it is difficult to learn the essence. So, slaughtered Kainu first. Chapter 40. Looting Scene. This is Team Keynote's next goal. Because they were dormant, several people had not yet heard of Frisia's death. Team Kainuit is a super special force selected by Frisia from the elite warriors of the universe, and is known as the elite of the elite. Each has their own unique abilities and super combat abilities. Frisia is very indulgent with a few people and gives several people a very high status, so only Frisia can command a few people, and several people also return the favor and are loyal to Frisia. Kainu, in particular, is Frisia's #1 dogleg. Others joined because they valued the might of Frisia's legion, while Kainu applauded them because he appreciated his art and would give them awkward applause and praise, rather than ridicule like other laymen. Death for the confidant. Frisia's gentlemanly demeanor earned the loyalty of Team Keynote. Except for Frisia, no one can wake them up who are dormant during the mission, so they have not yet heard of Frisia's death and are still on Frisia's mission. Follow the trail of Vitalis and find the origin of the fairy bean. Standing on the ground, looking at the extremely fast descent spacecraft, Vitalis had to sigh that this is childhood. I saw the spaceship of several people, according to the set procedure, constantly changing formation, full of commotion. Boom! The spacecraft landed strongly. SHH hatch opens. Ali, a strong man with a pineapple head, flew out first, made 2 movements of unclear meaning, and finally froze a pose and shouted his name. Akiki Bart. When Likum took a pose, a blue-skinned figure full of black spots flew out at great speed, posing in the same pose as Likum but with opposite movements. Ha-gsi red skin, flowing white long hair, this guy is very coquettish when doing movements, you can see that each action has careful thinking, can show the long hair perfectly. Boom Gudu, a small dwarf green-skinned starman, with large eyes on both sides of his forehead that are very conspicuous, making movements similar to guys standing not far from guys. It's just that the hands and feet are short, which is very funny. Hey! Oh Kainu, the body is lilac, with 2 long black horns on the head, and the top of the head is bulging, resembling the devil's Kainu. Unlike the 4, if there is an audience in front of the 4, then Kainu is facing away from the audience. After doing 2 movements, a very standard crotch-watching person movement freezes. Kainu Special Combat Team. After posing for pose, several people changed a few more movements, and it can be seen that even if there is no audience, several people are very happy. It seems that it has been sleeping for a long time and is suffocating. It's perfect, there is no regression due to sleep. Now, separate on King Frisia's mission, think about each move, and rehearse a new team dance when you leave the planet, Kainu ordered. Understood. Understood they. Movements I think about must be the most handsome. Mine is the best. This time I will innovate and create new dance moves. Stop talking nonsense, King Frisia's task is important. Kainu interrupted everyone's quarrel. Kainu Kinu shouted the slogan. Gudujiski. Nuli combat. And several people stood in a column from short to tall and began to run in place. Special Battle Team shouted the team name loudly in harmony. San Kinu looked almost ready to perform the task. How? Feeling a huge force, several people could not move. Kainu asked with difficulty. What to say? It is worthy of being the strongest boy group of Team Kinut, but unfortunately there is no music. With your team song, it would be better. Vitalis slowly walked towards Team Kinut with Broly. Seeing the comer, several people instantly knew who the comer was, and it was the main person in their target. Saiyan King? What are you doing here? Likum asked. Ignored Likum. Vitalis said. It's really hard work, Frisia. It must have taken a lot of effort to find the 5 of you strange, powerful, and hobbies, right? Gee, I was almost brainwashed by you in the small broken station. You are the strongest boy group worthy of it, or the only person who can make Frisia blush. It's a pity to kill a little. Shook his head, as if he really felt sorry for the imminent fall of several people. Oops, how does it feel like I'm a villain? Although the video in the Xiao Broken Station clip is accompanied by the lyrics, you do seem very righteous, but I am the righteous party, okay, Vitalis complained. Bastard, tell me, why do you know about King Frisia? Still know us? What kind of mess to say? Kainu was furious and dared to ignore them, although he knew that Vitalis was powerful, and now he could not move a few people who could be pressed by his strong strength alone. But he had a faint guess in his heart that King Frisia was probably gone. Even if you can't believe that the mighty Frisia, Gula, and the Kurdish king would plant on planet Vegeta. But this Saiyan imp knows Frisia, knows them, and comes here to intercept them, which means that King Frisia has failed. Well, Frisia is dead. I came to send you to the netherworld to accompany him, presumably with you, I can warm Frisia forever. Presumably Frisia will thank me for sending you down, can make Frisia sweat and blush, and pamper you so much. I must really love you, Vitalis said playfully. By the way, bring a word to Frisia for me. I will go to heaven to find him when I have time. Don't miss, thank me again when the time comes. Vitalis said. Damn it, King Frisia. Kainu and Likum were furious, heartbroken. Isn't King Frisia deserving of hell? How is it possible to go to heaven? Little four-eyed Gudu asked. You hearing Gudu say this, Kainu's angry body trembled, but unfortunately he was not a Saiyan or the protagonist, so he could only be incompetent and furious. Well, goodbye, I still have business, just too many pleasantries, goodbye, let this firework commemorate my dying childhood, goodbye, my childhood. Team Kinut Vitalis controlled the 4 people except Gudu to slowly rise into the air, and also created a protective shield to cover the 4 people. Reach 10,000 meters in the air. Vitalis controlled the influx of chi into the 4 people's bodies. An explosion from the inside out. 4 fireworks burst out. Because of the shield, the explosion did not spread, and the sound was so small that it could hardly be heard standing on the ground. The smoke cleared, and seeing that there was still slag at the bottom of the shield, Vitalis raised the gas input into the shield again, raising the temperature. Use magic to generate flames and start burning the residue. Seeing that there was no residue inside, Vitalis nodded in satisfaction and sent this shield into space, flying towards the stars of the local galaxy. Presumably. With the temperature of the star, these gases can sublimate again. Chapter 41. After doing everything, Vitalis turned his head to look into the distance, feeling the touch of fatal points such as his neck and chest and eyebrows, and Vitalis smiled happily. This is the pause in time. What a powerful ability! If only it were to know Gudu's abilities. It is estimated to roll over. They Saiyans mainly rely on Qi. The physical body is very powerful, but in the universe the strength of the flesh is not ranking. When there is no blessing of Qi, it is only dozens of times stronger than the Earthlings. Many races and black technology firearms can break the defense. And Gudu can pause time, is a perfect assassin, like Frisia, a race that is physically strong. It is estimated that he cannot kill, but they Saiyans are determined to kill one by one when they relax. So Vitalis has been maintaining his Qi in a fighting state since he came to this planet, and Broly has been repeatedly instructed, so as not to plant in the hands of this little four-eyed person. Sure enough, this little four-eyed man made a move on him and Broly, but unfortunately he didn't break the defense, so he chose to escape. If it were not for the perception of Qi, it is estimated that he would have fled. However, this little four eyes don't know how many times they have used the time pause, and now the Qi is very weak, and the movement speed is very slow. It is estimated that he is climbing, right? Instantly moved to Gudu, watching this gadget crawl forward hand and foot, sweaty, obviously tired, Vitalis smiled, not looking at the face, quite cute. Where are you going? Need me to send you? Vitalis asked thoughtfully. Hearing a familiar voice, although it has only been a few minutes, Gudu dares to guarantee that this voice he will never forget in his life, the kind that is unforgettable. Think of their Kainu team, since the day of its establishment, invincible and invincible, shut up everywhere they go, no one dares to make a sound, even an ignorant child can stop crying. Why have they ever been so embarrassed? Until this guy suddenly appeared, suppressed them as soon as he came out, said some inexplicable things to himself, and then killed his companions with extreme cruelty. The death of a like-minded friend hit him very hard, and he was heartbroken, making the strongest time of his life pause, and he wanted to avenge his partner. It's a pity that after fighting for a long time, he didn't break the defense, and he had no choice but to flee in embarrassment, waiting for the future to be strong, establish a new Kinna team, no, Gudu team, and then come to take revenge. But now this sudden sound made the excitement of the rest of the disaster instantly cold, and the heart that had finally recovered its calm beat violently again. Slowly turning his head, the face of the demon came into view. He was laughing. The experience of ups and downs in a short period of time, coupled with excessive energy consumption, and then frightened, Gudu's eyes widened and fainted. Oh! It should be too much consumption and dizziness, right? You can't be scared by my handsome face, right? Vitalis turned to Broly. In the face of the question, Broly shook his head, indicating that he did not know, which was beyond his understanding. And it doesn't matter if he is tired or frightened, if necessary, he can wake up this thing now and punch him to change the stun method. It seems that the environment has changed, and Broly has also changed. So is the desire to communicate. Now he is a completely cold male god, addicted to silent words, and said that he can do whatever he wants. Is he broken by Bobo? Shaking his head and not thinking much about it. After taking 2 steps, he stepped on Gudu and channeled a little vitality to him, and it was estimated that it would not be long before he swallowed his breath in a deep sleep. Seeing that Gudu's situation eased, he took Gudu back to planet Vegeta with his feet. Are you awake? Vitalis in cultivation felt Gudu awaken and asked. Gudu, who had just woken up and was still in a daze, trembled in his heart, following the prestige. It was still that demon face. He was laughing. You're fainting, so I'll have to send you to meet your King Frisia with your little friends. Seeing this little thing and wanting to faint again, Vitalis said helplessly. Sure enough, hearing that he would die, Gudu immediately suppressed what he was thinking. Get up, stand upright, bend over. Coherent. Honor the great king of the Saiyans, what are your orders? The little ones are happy to serve. Gudu figured it out, and if he didn't go to heaven with his companions, it meant that Vitalis needed him, and he was safe for the time being. In order to stay alive to avenge King Frisia, Captain Kainu, and Deputy Director Guise, he decided to endure the humiliation and steal his life, carry the weight forward, and wait for the opportunity to take revenge. Hey! It doesn't matter, here you go, this is fairy beans, I think you also know the effect, let me feel the pause of time. Vitalis didn't talk nonsense, directly threw a small bag of fairy beans to Gudu. Fairy beans should increase battery life. By the way, tell you, this is planet Vegeta, not long ago the Frisia father and son were beaten to death here, you can try to see if you can escape, if you are caught, let you experience how Frisia was killed, Vitalis said leisurely. Thinking of Frisia's toughness, their father and son died here, Gudu originally wanted to try to see if he could escape, but now he didn't dare. So let's start. Seeing the results of the intimidation, Vitalis ordered. It's not that he is afraid that Gudu will run away, even if he runs, he can be caught back, he is afraid that Gudu will run around and accidentally encounter the Saiyans in the battle and be involved and killed by mistake. Ha! Ha, King, it's over. I can't hold on, Gudu said suddenly panting. Vitalis was stunned, this is the end? 1 second I said start, the next second you're finished? Wrong. For a second? Next second? You took a pause. Vitalis, who reacted, asked. Yes, King, I've paused time. Gudu replied breathlessly. Vitalis understood, because this chic little thing stood in place, so he didn't react, and the second that had just passed the little guy paused time. Because there was no change around him, Vitalis didn't react. How long did you pause? Vitalis asked curiously. Back to the king, I used 8 fairy beans, paused for about 10 minutes, usually full state no more than 10 seconds. I can pause 5 or 6 times, full strength can pause for 1 minute, desperate can pause for 2 minutes, relying on fairy beans to restore the energy limit is 8 minutes, even if there is energy my spirit cannot continue to support consumption, and then I will die. Gudu quickly explained, by the way, said the limit, so as not to be played to death by this guy's curiosity. In the anime, Gudu relies on holding his breath, and I take it here to consume energy, otherwise how long to hold his breath and pause for how long, it's too buggy. Speechless, originally I wanted to feel the time pause to see if I could learn it, but I couldn't detect it at all. As for letting Gudu teach talent skills, it is estimated that this guy does not understand the principle, otherwise Frisia would have learned it long ago. It seems that I can't be the king of time. Disappointment, Vitalis still thought that maybe he was a genius, maybe he could learn it, it seemed that he thought too much. Time pause, both in the previous life and in this life, is the skill that Vitalis most craves. Under the pause of time, there is no mention of all kinds of riotous operations, escape and assassination, etc. are trivial. This life is also a skill that Vitalis must master. That number 1 killer of the 6th universe can also be crushed by pure energy violence, but in the face of the gods, the trick of turning back time can be used if people want. If you can't counteract, you can only be passive. Chapter 42. Bringing Gudu to the depths of the spirit time house opens up an area of normal gravity, surrounded by a high gravity environment, so that Gudu cannot run around and is temporarily imprisoned. It's a pity to kill, and I'll see if I can master the time system skill when I get stronger in the future. Let people regularly bring water and food, just live, feed first. After a few days of cultivation, Vitalis approached Haimuki and told her to take Kakarot to Earth for further training. It is worth mentioning that Kakarot was born in the Spirit Time House, and the age is estimated to be born at about the same time as the original, with the same hairstyle and appearance as Bardock, and the name is also Kakarot, and there is a high probability that he has not become someone else. But the age of the outside world changed from younger than Boomer to older than Boomer. Knowing that his son had a mission, Himuka did not refuse, but was taken to the Spirit Time House to spend a while with him, teaching some cockroach basics. Holding the little cockroach, admired this handsome cosmic face, although many lower-level fighters are this face, but there are very few handsome hairstyles and normal skin tones. Of course, even if it is like Dallas, it is also very handsome. Vitalis personally sealed the power of Kakarot, otherwise with his current strength, he could casually send Son Gohan to meet the goddess in advance. After confirming repeatedly, he held Kakarot Broly and teleported to the Earth God realm. After all, it was the Earth who carried the handle, and he had to say hello. Yo? What is it? Are you always planning to eat? As soon as I arrived at the temple, I saw Tenjin and Bobo crouching outside studying a strange rice cooker. That's right, a rice cooker with the word sealed on it. Instead of responding to Vitalis' funny, Tenjin slowly recounted the origin of the rice cooker. So in order to regain your power and become a complete Nami nemesis, you want to absorb this evil incarnation again? Vitalis asked. Vitalis remembers that the celestial god's talent is extremely powerful, can craft Dragon Balls, and has the ability to fight, which is also very rare among the Nami nemesis, or only the celestial god can do it. Other Nami nemesis are as comprehensive as this, and they have to rely on assimilation. But it seems that Tenjin and Vic want to merge again, and they need the other party to agree without resistance, right? Old Vic would agree? Can it work? Will this guy obediently go back? Vitalis asked with a frown. Yes, after all, this guy was excreted by me, I studied it for a while, and I was sure to absorb him again and purify the demonic chi and evil thoughts, the god said confidently. Well, what do you need me to do? Vitalis asked. Vic can be said to be invincible during this time period on Earth. Vital could not help in other ways, but was willing to provide military assistance. It's a pity that the second generation of the devil, the nanny bike, that guy is professional as a nanny. But who let the plot deviate to where it is long ago is unknown, and I don't know if the second generation of demons can come out normally, and the current god is his friend of Vitalis. I can't beat him either, I need you to control him and make him incapacitated. Let me absorb him next, Tenjin said slowly. This is simple, when can it start? It's only a few hundred combat power. And it can't turn over a single wave if it is hundreds of times. Although the time is not yet, it has not yet been born, and the old Vic has been several versions behind. I'll be here at any time, see you. Tenjin is still looking forward to it, perfect him, it is not an exaggeration to call him a super Nami nemesis, at least he will become unimaginably strong as he once was. Then now. Just open the seal, right? Signaling Broly to go up and help, he looked at the excitement and left, first gave Kakarot to Son Gohan and then said, although Kakarot is more than a year old, but he can't get it when he pees and. Broly stepped forward and pulled off the sealing charm, and intimately opened the lid, making it easier for the Demon King to come out. A puff of green smoke drifted out. Ha 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 ha, my Vic great devil, finally out, the world will burn under my feet again. An old Nami nemesis who was almost the same as the god of heaven slowly emerged from the smoke. The wrinkled and dry black-green skin of his face had obviously not been photosynthesized for a long time, and the martial arts uniform with magic characters tattooed and the bright purple belt made Vitalis feel something. It is this smell that once brought a sense of oppression to the protagonist group and the audience. The great Devil King tortured the protagonist group, even if it was a decisive battle. He beat the greatly increased strength of Wukong all over his body and won miserably. Of course, there are the most classic Demon King spitting eggs, which are imitated by children, such as table tennis balls and the like, held in the mouth and spit out hard, although it is ugly, but as a Demon King, it is still cool. He nodded to Broly, who was looking at him, indicating that he could do it. I saw Broly instantly appear next to Old Bike, and his right hand went straight to the front door. Boom! The ground was splashed with rubble, and the spirited old Vic was pressed to the ground by Broly with one hand, and the characteristic head of the key part of the Nami nemesis also smashed out of a pit in the ground. The eyelids of the god of heaven jumped. This is the embodiment of his evil thoughts. After falling into the demon path, his simple combat power is stronger than him, but now he is suppressed with one hand, and this old face is still a little similar to him, and he feels a little unable to hang his face. It seems that the long seal has weakened old Bike. Tenjin slowly stepped forward and put his hand on Bike's stomach. As if sensing something, Vic wanted to say something, but because his face was mercilessly held down by Broly, he couldn't open his mouth, and no one could see his expression. He was even controlled by Broly's chi, and he couldn't even kick his legs. "Is this your kindness?" Broly. Afraid that the gods would be soft-hearted, they chose to make such a move, otherwise old Vic could be fixed at a glance. Vitalis nodded secretly, and Broly was indeed naturally kind. It will take a little more time to see. Vitalis begins to search for Son Gohan's chi. Compared to the episode of the old Vic Bike, this is more important. With a swoosh, Vitalis disappeared into the temple. It's morning. Son Gohan was chopping firewood, did not take an axe, kicked the trunk into the sky, jumped up as a few clicks, the size is the same neatly piled aside. Live to a green old age. If he hadn't met Kakarot, this old guy would probably have lived a long time. Unfortunately, Vitalis sent Kakarot. "I don't know what year I can live this time." Snapping. Lifted Kakarot up with gas, and Vitalis clapped and walked towards Son Gohan. The old man is so majestic, but he can still maintain such strength at such an age. He is worthy of being a turtle immortal master, Vitalis praised, while inadvertently mentioning the turtle immortal. "Ha ha ha ha, where, it's not as good as young people, I don't even know when you will appear." In other words, how do you know that I am Wushan teacher's apprentice? Know a teacher? Son Gohan asked. Yes, on the way to find the Dragon Ball, I was fortunate to meet the Turtle Immortal, and when I chatted with him, I knew that you actually have a master-apprentice relationship. Amazing, amazing, both masters and apprentices are martial arts. Everyone loves to listen to good words, and Vitalis is not wrong. The realm of light theory, the entire universe can be compared with these two, very little. Ha ha ha, think too highly of me, at least I'm definitely not your opponent. Is he okay, teacher? I didn't care about Vitalis's words, the words were good, but although the person was old, he was not blind. Vitalis is definitely not weaker than the Turtle Immortals, at least the Turtle Immortals can't fly. The Turtle Immortal is very good, I will also go to him from time to time to chat. After all, it is a martial arts master, and he has benefited a lot, but the Turtle Immortal often sighs. It is a pity that he has not seen a proud protégé for a long time, and I hope to see him again before he dies. Vitalis looked in the direction of the Turtle Fairy House with his hands on his back. Hey, it's me who doesn't argue, I'm not a proud protégé, but it's okay, the master is old, it's wrong for him to worry about it. I should also go to see the master before I die. Son Gohan's eyes gradually became hazy. Ahem, I came here this time, I have something to ask for. Seeing that the atmosphere gradually changed, Vitalis quickly changed the topic. Oh, what is the matter with Xiaowu? I don't have Dragon Balls to change with you this time, ha ha ha. Son Gohan touched his beard and smiled. That's right, you see this person next to me, it's my clan. His parents are addicted to exercise because they have to perform tasks, and they want to ask you to adopt this child for a period of time, can you see? Vitalis took Kakarot into his arms again. Looking at Xiao Budian's eyes, Son Gohan fell into deep thought. Chapter 43. Poor little one, okay, let me raise it for a while. After all, he was impressed by little Kakarot's cute appearance, and the kind Son Gohan chose to help. Anyway, are you his brother who is addicted to exercise? Son Gohan asked, taking Kakarot, looking at Vitalis and Kakarot a few times. If it weren't for the wrong age, he doubted whether this was an illegitimate child, and it was safest for him to raise this old man in the mountains. No, I'm not Radit's idiot. His parents and brother will come to visit Kakarot in a while. By the way, Kakarot is the name of our scion, and I will live on Earth in the future, so please trouble you to choose a name for him, right? Vitalis explained, while wanting to see what Son Gohan would be called. Aliens. Although it feels incredible, this tale is indeed not like normal people, although there are many humanoid races on Earth, but they are only humanoid animals, and there are many aliens coming to Earth, but they are not detected by ordinary people. Wukong, Sun Wukong, you will be called Sun Wukong in the future, right? Ha 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 ha. Looking at the sky, Son Gohan happily lifted Kakarot. Hee hee hey Kakarot, no, Sun Wukong laughed along with him. Kakarot, who has not been indoctrinated with the task of killing the Earthlings, is not a murderous person, on the contrary, he inherits Bardock and Hymen, he is still kind in his bones, but he was given a task in the original plot and did not want to be close to the Earthlings, so he would appear irritable. In this way, Vitalis is very pleased to see this scene in front of him, comparable to the feeling when he recalled this scene in GT in his previous life. It eliminates the means of artificial physical amnesia of Vitalis. After that, you will be Goku's grandfather, please ask you next, his family will come to Earth to see him in his spare time, I still have business, so I will leave first. Vitalis quickly said goodbye, and it can be seen that Son Gohan still likes this little grandson very much. Grandpa. Son Gohan looked at the departing figure of Vitalis. Let's go, Goku, the alien came, haven't you drunk the milk of the earth? Craving milk? Milk? Or dinosaur milk? Placing Goku around his neck, Son Gohan jumped towards the forest. Came to the Turtle Immortal house, the Turtle Immortal was already shining brightly, and this old guy was covering the sun umbrella, lying on the rocking chair and watching the martial arts secrets. Vitalis took out the peerless secret book that he kept for him last time, and he confiscated it when it was not suitable for the old and young, and the old man sprayed nosebleeds every day is not very good, and it is easy to die suddenly. Throw it next to the Turtle Fairy. The frightened Turtle Immortal glared angrily, just wanted to reprimand this eyeless kid, almost scared out of trouble, but his eyes swept to the secret code at his feet, and he suddenly smiled. Hee 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 hee, the color of the goods, the groove? What series is this? I've never heard of it, what kind of garbage did I see before? This is a peerless treasure. Flipping through it at will, the Turtle Immortal picked up these peerless cheats with a serious expression, and disappeared in place with a brush. After inducting it, this old fellow entered the house, he should have found a place to hide these books, and this person in the Dao is very sparing books, and he cannot tolerate the slightest damage and any stains. A few minutes later, the Turtle Immortal walked out step by step. Hee hee, the boy is good, in the future. The Turtle Immortal asked as he rubbed his hands and eyes. Ha ha ha, the seniors said and laughed, just collect these handy labors, they will definitely bring it when they visit your old man in the future. Vitalis shook his head and smiled, these old-timers, although the fairy wind Dao bone, quite a noble style, but also have the hobbies of secular people, or this is also part of the practice. Cultivating the mind is essential, so he has a lot to learn. Of course, it is not ruled out that this is the secret of the long life of the Turtle Immortals, keep a young heart. Vitalis plans to follow suit and see if he can live longer. I don't know if the old-timers have a disciple named Son Gohan. In order to avoid the topic going to the abyss, Vitalis changed the topic in time. Gohan. Indeed, it is my disciple, you have seen him? Is he okay? When the Turtle Immortal heard Son Gohan's name, he put away his smiling face, flashed the mirror, and turned to look at the other side of the sea. Yes, I met on the journey to find Dragon Ball, I am a very good martial artist, I benefited a lot from him, and when I chatted, I realized that he was actually a disciple of the senior, what a famous master and a master. Looking in the same direction as the Turtle Immortal, Vitalis sighed. It's just that the corners of the mouth are constantly twitching. Sun Gohan is actually in the direction behind it, although the general direction of the Earth sphere is correct, but in terms of distance, Sun Gohan is behind the two. That kid is very stubborn. As if thinking of something, the turtle immortal sighed. Yes, but Mr. Sun Gohan said that he has a life. I want to see my mentor again before I die, but unfortunately, I just recently adopted a child, and I plan to take his baby grandson to visit you when the child grows up, and let you guide his eldest grandson. Vitaly slowly said about Sun Gohan's recent situation. I saw that the turtle immortal's beard seemed to move, and the tears under the sunglasses flashed. Ha ha ha, it's good, raised a big grandson, it's right to let me guide, that stinky boy is still far away, he taught it himself is not a harm to the child, even if he still has a little conscience, he knows how many pounds he has. The turtle immortal scolded with a smile, looking very happy. Should I change places? There aren't many people living here, and it's not very convenient to train. The turtle immortal seemed to forget that there was someone next to him, and looked at his island and said, Ahem, there is no hurry, the child is only 1 year old, wait for the child to come back in a few years, let's find a bigger place first, and then move when the time is almost up, right? Vitalis persuaded, the excited turtle immortal immediately moved, and then waited a few years with anticipation, which was too pitiful. Well, just wait, but the little one will take the baby? Don't teach the child badly. Hiding his excitement, the turtle immortal began to worry about the child again. Eat well, study well, sleep well, I wonder if Gohan remembers the purpose of Kame Senryu. I hope he can pass it on to his children. The turtle immortal looked worriedly into the distance. Listening to the words of the turtle immortal, Vitalis felt very uncomfortable. Especially the training purpose of the turtle fairy flow, and he was also touched by this bad old man. Now he is touched again, and now he is still calculating the turtle immortals. Maybe go to other time and space to find other turtle immortals to vent their anger. Anyway, this old man has not done unforgivable things in this time and space, and when the time comes, find more turtle immortals' hobbies to compensate. Do what you can for the turtle immortals. Vitalis actually wants to find an opportunity to clean up the turtle immortals, although he thought this old man was very interesting when watching anime in his previous life, he was very reliable at critical times, for the world at all costs, even if he paid for his life, and he could desperately guide his disciples, even if the disciples already had the strength to destroy the universe, he would do his best to wake up his disciples. But it is undeniable that some places the turtle immortals are still very excessive, the childhood goddess has been frivolous by him, and the more you think about those shots, the more angry you get, especially when watching it with your friends. You just said that you like so and so, and it didn't take long to be taken advantage of by this old man. Others don't know, and Vitalis can't stand it. But now that time and space have changed, let him go. As for the turtle immortals in other time and space, I hope not to be encountered by him at a critical moment. Chapter 44. After suppressing for a while, discussing some philosophical issues with the turtle immortals and changing his mood, Vitalis suddenly felt a huge energy fluctuation in the direction of the temple. Presumably, the gods succeeded. Quickly bid farewell to the turtle immortal and teleport back to the temple. There is nothing unusual, it should be that I came back late and didn't catch up with the special effects. Tenjin Pan sat in the air, looking a little younger. Mr. Bobo looked nervously at the gods, while Broly sat at the edge of the temple and watched the nether. Vitalis decided to wait and earn some money and take Broly to experience the rich life of today's young people. The original development rhythm was supplemented by the gods, and Vic was the mainstay, and the energy of increasing Vic increased the combat effectiveness, and he became a pure combat type Nami Nemesis. But at the cost of losing Dragon Ball. What he got was a super genius who was called by the great elder of Nami Nemesis to be no weaker than the Super Saiyan. Vic didn't disappoint the gods either, and kept following in Goku Vegeta's footsteps, at most 1 or 2 versions behind, much better than those characters who later fell into soy sauce. The original book is not good for non-Vitalis, but Vitalis feels that it is a loss. Unfortunately, Devik and Tenjin had no choice at that time. But now there is no lack of combat power at all, even if there is no super second-level existence. The basic combat power is temporarily no one comparable to the Empty Shell 2 during the Shalo game, but Lightning Shrew is here, facing all the current Saiyans, can hold on for 3 minutes. Vitalis is willing to call him in the name of the god of destruction. Therefore, the combat type Super Nami Nemesis is completely unnecessary, and now the celestial god-based ones are merged into one, and it is still a genuine big that has split out, and the celestial god who has returned to the perfect Nami Nemesis has a greater effect. With the talent of the gods, it is completely possible to reproduce a Nami Nemesis on its own, and it will be better when 1 or 2 Nami Nemesis people who can make Dragon Balls appear in the offspring. Vitalis calculated how to hint at the gods to vomit eggs, but unfortunately the gods are very old, and it is very difficult to give birth to excellent offspring. To give birth to a perfect Nami Nemesis, it is estimated that the old life will be put on the line. If you do not pay attention to quality, rely on quantity, the cubs born are uneven. Just like the brothers of the second generation of Bike, who died miserably, and one seemed to have been eaten. Compared with the little brother who is based on the essence of Vic, this body, I didn't look at it. Do you have to learn a mind control skill to control the evil Nami Nemesis and the celestial god assimilation? He remembers that there is a very bad Nami Nemesis, who can also transform into a super Nami Nemesis, very powerful, allowing him to assimilate with the celestial god, and it is estimated that the celestial god will be epic strengthened. At that time, the descendants of the heavenly gods must be very powerful. But no matter how powerful it is, Vitalis still values the Dragon Ball. Stop thinking about it, and Vitalis decides to give the Saiyans another mission in the future to find the lost Nami Nemesis. At that time, Namek changed drastically. There were many Nami Nemesis children sent to aliens, and there should be other existences that can make Dragon Balls. After all, there are many legends about wishing balls in the universe, and the Dragon Balls of the Earth and Nami Nemesis are not exposed, then there must be other Dragon Balls in other places. No matter how bad it is, you can also experiment with the forced assimilation of those evil Nami Nemesis. Looking for a group of robbers who have just successfully robbed, Vitalis is planning to become a superhero. The gods are over. It's over? Is there a problem with Dragon Ball? Do you want to conquer the world and let the world fall under your feet? Seeing the god of heaven open his eyes, Vitalis quickly asked. He is afraid that this god will be affected by Bike, and he is not afraid that he will not be able to fight, but he is afraid that there will be problems with the Dragon Ball. Looking at Vitalis, the god pressed the mind of wanting to hit people. Although it became stronger, the 2 Saiyans in front of him were still unfathomable. No problem, I'm still me. I'm not affected, I just figured it out. I went to the extreme and thought that there can be no evil, which caused me to split my negative out and almost caused a catastrophe. He is in me, just my negative, my evil thoughts, but separated out to give birth to a new personality, that is, extreme evil. Instead of this, it is better to completely recycle back. I believe that now I can control my evil thoughts. After thinking about it, Vitalis decided that the god was right. He may have cared about the position of the god back then, and he cared too much about evil thoughts. If he didn't split, it was estimated that he would be the Demon King. Now, but after so many years, he had already seen through, and now he was in contact with the wider world, and he no longer resisted this evil thought. By the way, now you can take the initiative to absorb the Nami star? I don't think that guy will agree to actively integrate with you, right? Vitalis asked curiously. If he could really force absorption, then this old guy of God would be invincible. There may not be many Nami Nemesis in this universe, but there is still a group in the universe next door, and the calculation of other time and space is even more infinite, and it may not be enough to suck the whole king all the time, right? The heavenly god turned purple when he heard the anger. Such a big contrarian thought. Listening to the evil thoughts in his body, he was about to move. Suppressing the ups and downs, the god said angrily, "No, this is a special reason, he was split by me, I can recycle him, it is recycling, not assimilation." Oh, well. Vitalis understood as soon as he heard it, but unfortunately, otherwise there is no need to find a way to control the spirit, and the god is very repulsive to absorb the Nami nemesis. It seems that after a while to try again. Anyway, I haven't found the evil Nami nemesis now. What about Dragon Ball, how much can it be strengthened? How many wishes to add? Can the cooldown time be shortened? It's just a simple diversion, and Vitalis is in no hurry. Bobo rolled his eyes. Tenjin turned and left. Broly glanced at Vitalis, and then immediately turned his head. "You'll know in a few days when the Dragon Ball regains its strength and I level up." Without embarrassing Vitalis for long, the voice of the god entered the house and sounded from inside the room. "Well?" Vitalis scratched his head, and although the question was inappropriate, it was indeed what he desperately knew, and sometimes the more he knew, the more stressful it was. "But there are only dozens of days left, and I can afford to wait. Call Broly and teleport to the target he had just eyed just now. The guys are celebrating." Snap! One person slapped stunned. The beating was very heavy. It is estimated that he will be in a coma for a long time, and when he wakes up, he is estimated to be in prison. Carrying a sack and flying towards the city next door. I have to say that this gang of robbers who are facing fire and breaking through is very powerful, and the amount of money is very large. First, one person bought a villa capsule, and then walked with Broly to the speeding car shop. A few minutes later. "Let's go, first find a place with a good environment to settle down, and after a while, let's go and get a driver's license." "No way, ya has no driver's license. Buy a good car only to find that there is no driver's license, although it doesn't matter, but since you choose to live here, you still have to abide by the law. After all, the environment here on Earth is much better than that of planet Vegeta, and not to mention the scenery, there is a reason to stay on Earth for food alone." Vitalis decided that in the future, all Saiyans without tasks will come to Earth for vacation. They can enjoy food, learn the practice of food, and can also contact the Earthlings to learn some behavior. Maybe they can hold out a few super races. Moreover, the Saiyans mixed in the Earthlings can also prevent the Earth's artificial people, which can be found and solved in the first time, and absolutely do not give the artificial people a chance to appear. After the Red Satin Legion and other Vitalis find out the technicians and their secret bases, they will also be eliminated immediately, and then scientists in the Earth science community will also focus on monitoring. Dragon Ball geoscientists are all perverts, and he doesn't want to be hunted down by artificial humans that day. Chapter 45. Days pass by in play. Vitalis took Broly for sightseeing the wilderness and deep mountains and old forests to visit and eat in every city, and amusement parks and the like also took Broly to play. Life is very dashing, that is, occasionally there is not enough money, and you need to find some precious rare metals and other things to exchange for money. Ordinary robbers can't feed them at all, and Vitalis perceives the world easily. The success rate of basic robbers is 0, in the past. Good gangsters can succeed once or twice. Now even if they successfully escape the scene, they will eventually lose money inexplicably, and people have also gone to prison, resulting in the robbery industry basically no one to do. While playing, he collected information about the Red Satin Legion, and also found out that there is no place called Penguin Village on this earth, nor a certain powerful projection, and Dr. Genius, the maker of Alalay, is the person of Senbei. It made Vitalis relieved and a little disappointed at the same time, otherwise he really wanted to see Alalay vs Beerus. As for the whole king, these two things together 12 universes are not enough for them to play. But there is no best, otherwise the variables are too great. Dr. Gallo has basically mastered his whereabouts and has already started the artificial human project, but it is uncertain whether he has begun the project to transform people and Jiru. So Vitalis did not rush to start, but kept watching, after finding out everything about Dr. Gallo, Zaxi a killer, in order to kill with one hit. Can't leave hidden dangers, although the artificial technology Vitalis is very red-eyed, but still that sentence, as the king of Sion, there is no lack of combat power, he does not need unstable artificial people. Although it is possible to rely on Shenlong to obtain the technology or method of mastering artificial humans, there is no need for that, and there are security risks that are not worth trying. It's a pity that the 18th, the goddess of childhood, now the 18th is no less than other anime goddesses, strong strength, Gu family, know to pay attention to the face of their own men, is one of the most suitable objects for marriage. However, the untransformed brothers and sisters, Vitalis did not plan to find, it was also pitiful to say, was abducted and transformed, betrayed and failed and sealed. It was not easy to come out, the future time and space because of unrestricted people to go to the evil road, the main time and space also experienced setbacks, because there was no time to make mistakes, the personality was not distorted, lived, and the life was quite good. But the journey is too difficult, this time and space to be a pair of ordinary brothers and sisters normal life. Endless time and space, there is no shortage of the 18th, when the time comes, go to other time and space to see the goddess. Estimating that the days were about the same, he took Broly and returned to the temple. I saw that the gods were busy early in the morning. Pinching the model in his hand, the corners of Vitalis' mouth twitched when he looked at the model. Holding back a lot of laughter. The dragon horn is quite normal. But the upper body is also too strong, more exaggerated pectoralis major muscles than Polenga, by analogy, is the gap between Broly and ordinary Super Saiyan. Compared with this thing, Polenga is just a little muscular. Vitalis felt the need to persuade him and told him that the original dragon was the most handsome. Yo, Tenjin, are you early? Is this the new dragon you plan to make? Oh, it's not me who said, the dragon with the characteristics of your Nami nemesis is big, and it is not as handsome as the dragon you made before, Vitalis said with a big grin, and sat down next to the god as he spoke. I made Shenlong handsome. The god glanced at Vitalis, but he didn't expect that this thing would also speak a human word. However, he still feels that Nami Nemesis's style is more in line with his taste. Yes, you look at the Nami star dragon, there is no feature except for the size, you look at the body of the earth divine dragon, that horn, that claw, that temperament, nothing compares? Right? Broly Vitalis had to break blindly, who knew that such a thing would happen, did not prepare in advance, typed the manuscript, and really couldn't think of how to praise it for a while. Hey? Yes, Vitalis, you're absolutely right, Broly didn't expect to ask himself, but Vitalis was right. In other words, Heavenly God, is your new divine dragon stronger than the earth divine dragon? Yes, it doesn't matter if you're handsome or not, this is pretty good, said Vitalis, convinced himself. Yes, it doesn't matter if you're handsome or not, it's easy to use. Speechless looked at Vitalis. The god looked at the model in his hand, and suddenly felt that it was still the earth dragon. Throwing the model in his hand to Vitalis, not bad. Then give it to you, he said, and turned around and walked into the temple. When I walked out again, I held the glittering earth dragon balls in my hand. Not to mention, gathered together and emitted a rhythmic light, it was still very good looking, but unfortunately there was a little less dubbing, and it felt a little worse. I upgraded the performance of the divine dragon a little, and my wish was increased from 1 to 2, which is my current limit, Tenjin said slowly, seemingly calm, but the raised corners of his mouth indicated that he was now very proud. Just 2. Vitalis thought in his heart, but he didn't show it. It's good to have an improvement, can't force it, but I have to think of something to praise the god later. The upturned corners of the mouth, too obvious, not to praise 2 sentences cannot be good, after all, it is not a white-eyed wolf. I just don't know what Tenjin likes, so it's hard to find gifts. Or cat fairy is easy to keep. Looked at Vitalis in surprise, did not expect that this guy did not say sarcasm, but he also paused, intending to hit Vitalis' face. It is estimated that his expression showed clues, but unfortunately this opportunity. The gods secretly blamed themselves. Although the cooldown time can't be changed, but this time the improvement is very huge, not only to add one wish. Originally a person can only be resurrected once, now there is no limit, as long as there is no reincarnation, you can be reborn, but resurrect too many people at once, Huixia how a lot of energy, to occupy 2 wishes scheming Vitalis, the god said. But he knew that this time Vitalis was going to resurrect the clansman, and deliberately made some changes. After all, it is a fighting nation, it must be a death, there is no number of resurrections. Now you know how powerful I am, right? He is also not afraid of Saiyan abuse, he still has something left this time. But unfortunately destroy the Dragon Ball at any time, once Vitalis changes, then the Dragon Ball will disappear forever. I didn't hear clearly, Broly, he said there were no resurrections. Vitalis plucked his ears and turned to ask Broly. Yes, you heard me right, that's exactly what he said. Broly wondered why Vitalis was so surprised. This time Vitalis was really shocked. Dandy upgraded the Dragon Ball, but except for adding to 3 wishes, the other rules did not change. This time the heavenly god is really powerful, although it is only 2 wishes, but it is comparable to the optimized version of the Nami Nemesis Shenlong after that. Ahem, what, Tenjin, what do you like? If the earth does not have it, I will give you to the universe to find it, Vitalis asked. In the future, the gods will become stronger, can you upgrade the Earth Divine Dragon to the level of the Super Divine Dragon? This great god can only please Ah. He glanced at Vitalis angrily. I only hope that the earth will always be peaceful. I also hope so, who dares to touch the earth, we Saiyans and him will not die, right? Broly Vitalis is serious, earth. A special presence in Vitalis' heart, even if not the same. But there are humans similar in appearance to Saiyans, and there is delicious food, which is enough for him to protect the earth. That's right, Broly also thinks the food here is delicious, the people here are good talking, there are a lot of interesting things, and Vitalis tells him to hit whoever he wants. Nodding, he placed the Dragon Ball on the ground and signaled that Vitalis could begin. Come out, Shenlong, grant my wish, Vitalis shouted. Chapter 46. What about Shenlong? Is it broken? Vitalis raised his hands and shouted the slogan, but there was no change in the sky, and no dragon appeared. Ahem, I forgot to say it, the summoning spell has changed, you have to shout please, Great Dragon, grant my wish for me. Tenjin cleared his throat and said unnaturally. I didn't expect you to be such a god, and the god still looks thin-skinned. However, Vitalis does not intend to embarrass the gods, after all, he is still using his things, and he can also help upgrade the Dragon Ball, which is really good. So even if it is shouting, the miracle Dragon Ball made by the great Earth God, show your power, and fulfill my wish for me, Vitalis is also willing to shout. Anyway, there is no loss, you can still make a big profit, no loss, as long as the gods are happy. Please, Great Dragon, grant my wish, Vitalis shouted, his voice so blessed that even the cat immortals below could hear it clearly. Covering his ears and looking at Vitalis resentfully, the god felt that he was retaliating against him. This guy was too stingy, but Vitalis seemed to really know a lot. Their Nami Nemesis ears were excellent, and they could hear far away and small sounds. This voice Bobo and Broly are fine, but it hurts the gods extremely much, and they are almost deaf. Familiar scenario reproduction. Say your wish seems to be an old acquaintance, a direct Shenlong. What, Shenlong, let me ask first, can I advance my wishes for the next 10 years in advance? Vitalis asked seriously. Anyway, no one can grab the Dragon Ball from him, and it is estimated that he will make a wish in the future, and there is no problem with the advance. The eyes of the god of disgust. The unchanging eyes of Bobo. The eyes of Broly, the eyes of the sudden realization. The big eyes of the divine dragon flashed. This is not in line with the rules. Say your wish, right? Still no wishes. So I go first? It seems that Shenlong is a little busy and anxious to get off work. Well, as expected, Shenlong, please restore the body of the Scion who was injured by the Kurdish father and son on the planet Vegeta. Vitalis considered this wish for a long time. It is a small loophole, because the resurrection requires a complete body to be perfectly resurrected. The Saiyans do not have the vitality of Frisia, and some Saiyans were not dead at that time, but there were many missing arms and legs, and some were half of their bodies were blown up, hanging by fairy beans and advanced medical equipment. It's not that you can't attach prosthetics and the like, some potions can also achieve a certain degree of regeneration, but Vitalis believes that it is not as good as the original, or let the dragon do it reliably. So these fighters were not treated. Let them recover together. My second wish is to resurrect all the Saiyans killed by the Frisia father and son in the Battle of Planet Vegeta. Continued to say his wish, did not dare to make a wish to resurrect all the Saiyans killed by the Frisia father and son, but added a prefix. There were many Saiyans who were killed before, afraid of more trouble. Vitalis did not choose to resurrect these people. The main thing is that some slag is gone, and it is necessary to adjust wishes, trouble, and after resurrection, it will be resurrected in various places, which is difficult to control in a short time, and it is inevitable to cause trouble at that time. So add a limit. Those who died at the hands of the Frisia father and son before rest in peace, maybe some have been cleansed of their sins and reincarnated. Your wishes have been fulfilled. I'll go first. It seems that he also knows that he will meet with Vitalis for a long time in the future, and this divine dragon is not polite at all, and does not say a few seen words. The divine dragon came simply, and also walked simply, so that Vitalis wanted to have no chance to set words, but unfortunately Vitalis has been preparing for a long time. As long as you master certain skills, set the answer between whether or not, when the time comes, with the reaction of the dragon, you can guess the answer. It's a pity that Shenlong doesn't give a chance. Does it mean that Shenlong can see the future? There are many ways to predict the future in Dragon Ball, and it is very simple for Shenlong to know the past and know the future, but is this observing when the dragon makes a wish, or is it usually observing? What was Shenlong doing during the non-wishing period? Is it really because I fell asleep after turning into stone? The existence of the dragon god is also a mystery. Shook his head, no longer think about it. Anyway, now Dragon Ball is a very useful prop, use it first, and talk about it when there is a problem. At least this is not GT Spacetime, and Broly, who only appeared in the Super period, can prove it, and the fact that there is no Black Star Dragon Ball after the Celestial God merges before and after the merger can also prove this. However, the so-called evil dragon Vitalis is not afraid, and the Dragon Balls that need to be collected and scattered throughout the universe within a year are not afraid. When the evil dragon is about to come out, throw the Dragon Balls to the Realm King, God Realm, or Netherworld. Black Star Dragon Ball for a barren planet to make a wish that if you can collect it, you can collect it, and it is not a pity if you can't collect the barren planet and destroy it. It is impossible to be afraid, it is better to say that there are no such things. Say hello to the gods and take Vitalis back to planet Vegeta. The people who got the news were here early waiting for the return of their families. When Vitalis returned, he saw piles of people, all of them touching around a newly resurrected person to verify the authenticity of the resurrection. Vegeta 3, wearing a golden cloak and a bun, has been replaced with a blue cloak since the handover of the king's cloak. Now after transforming into a Super Saiyan, the gold-trimmed white-bottomed battle suit, golden boots, golden cape, plus the full power state of cultivating the Super Saiyan, has always maintained the Super Saiyan state. It can be said that he is the most beautiful boy present, even if he is not wrapped in golden flames, he is also exuding bursts of golden light, dazzling. Now he is holding little Vegeta. And Bardock took Gnei and Raditz around. Bardock and Jaime were still reserved, but Raditz had no scruples and pinched little Vegeta's face wantonly. Uncle Vegeta, do you want to hand over little Vegeta to me? I'm going to be responsible for passing on the knowledge you imparted to me to little Vegeta? You're in charge of the Space Guard, right? Raditz thinks this face is quite similar, it must be very cool to fight. Looking at his son's stupidity, Bardock's teeth itched with hatred. This thing is considered wasted. Who present can't see what he thinks? When others are fools. Kicking Raditz, Bardock said, "Let me train little Vegeta, I promise to be 100 times stronger than the Raditz you trained." Gnei glanced at Bardock. This guy was worried about Vegeta 3 training Raditz, resulting in being beaten by his son after returning, and now he probably wants to teach little Vegeta so that he will beat his father when he grows up. Humph, no need, my son, I will teach. The framework of the Space Guard has been built, the telecommunication and teleportation taught by Wang are very useful, reducing a lot of pressure, and then follow the steps, I have time. Accompaniment Vegeta 3 refused. I will train my son well, I believe my son is the strongest, it won't be long before I defeat Raditz, even if it's you, Bardock, my son will beat you. Gentle look at his son. Vegeta 3 felt much more relaxed after not being king, and after the death of the Frisia father and son, he felt even more empty, felt that he had lost his purpose all of a sudden, and felt that the burden that had been pressed on his heart was easily resolved. While Paragus flaunted his son every day, he thought day and night about his son who would be resurrected, which made Vegeta Ii's feelings for his son even deeper. He also thought about his relationship with his father and planned to improve the way he got along with his son. After all, the current Saiyan has changed, there is no need to be demanding, he only hopes that his son is happy, safe, healthy, and long-lived. Hey, and Raditz by? Can you catch up? Even if it is Kakarot, he may not be able to catch up with show off his son. Coincidentally, even if it looks at Raditz's rebel son, no matter how unpleasant, but Raditz's talent is indisputable, he also has expectations for Kakarot, except for Broly, he has not been afraid of anyone than his son. Now that they are led by Paragus, their generation likes to compare offspring when they have nothing to do. Humph, little Vegeta just delayed a little time because of death, it's easy to catch up with Raditz, as for Kakarot, with your strength, only 200,000 combat strength was born, that's it? No difference with the War 2 scum? How can it compare to my son? That's right, it's just a little delay, in Vegeta Ii's opinion, his son is the most talented. Wahahaha, I'm back. Let Dad see, it's getting stronger. Paragus on the side suddenly saw Broly and laughed exaggeratedly. It's really time to come, and I'm comparing my son, and my own son is back. Looking at each other, the tacit choice to skip this topic. Bardock and Vegeta 3 walk towards Vitalis. This one really doesn't compare. Chapter 48. Vitalis also saw this group of big men who were keen to compare their sons, and although the painting style was off, he felt that this was not bad. As the second Broly blower, Paragus did a good job in this regard, showing off his unique Broly every day, setting off a craze for his son. Many Saiyans have begun to pay attention to the cultivation of the next generation. After all, Vitalis abolished the tradition of sending newborn Saiyans out to fight. Children are at home, it is inevitable to be pulled out for comparison, there is a comparison and there is harm, so special training between father and son is common. Indirectly improve the family affection, fighting nation, are all fought out of the feelings. Okay, it's rare for everyone to get together, let's have a barbecue, right? Broly and I are in charge of the seasoning, and you are in charge of the ingredients. Let's celebrate? Vitalis looked at the family gathering in front of him. For a while, the mood was mixed, and some of the people in the resurrection were warriors who fought for him, and some were young children who were abused and killed, and these died because of him. But this happy scene is also because of him. There is self-blame, there is low self-esteem, and there is also a strong sense of pride. Although the fact of crossing has long been confirmed, a series of changes have been made, and every time I think about it, it feels like a dream. At this moment, I feel more integrated into this world, into this group. Perhaps these people used to be brutal fighting ethnic Saiyans, but now, they are lovely people who fight for him and listen to his orders. He will lead these clansmen to live a stable, happy life. No matter who breaks this life, he will never forgive, whether there are opponents or other strong existences inside, he will extinguish this sign. Fortunately, the Saiyans obey orders, and those who are violent and murderous are also willing to stay in the depths of the spiritual time house and live a bloody life of daily life and death battles. These fighters outside also completed the task well, which made Vitalis feel that his efforts were not in vain. So what Vitalis has to do next is to keep getting stronger, always be king, and lead his people to keep moving forward and crossing all obstacles. After saying hello to Vegeta 3 and Bardock, he returned to Earth with Broly. Let Vegeta 3 and Bardock arrange for all but those who are on a mission to begin to gather, and 3 days later the banquet begins. The first is to celebrate the defeat of the Frisia father and son, and the second is to celebrate the resurrection of the soldiers who died in battle. By the way, the coronation of Vitalis is held. During this time, all the exiles returned, even the newly exiled babies, and some soldiers were responsible for picking them up. Because of the existence of the Spirit Time House, basically everyone has mastered several teleportation tricks. Most of them will only rely on chi positioning, some have learned to be able to transfer to visible targets, and at the same time master several auxiliary magic, can achieve unlimited transfer, and the better even learn group transfer magic. So mobility is greatly enhanced, which is one of the reasons why Vitalis decided to gather this time, and most people have never seen him, it is necessary to show his face. First went to the doctor's house. Asked the doctor to collect seasonings as much as possible. Fortunately, compared to the number of Earthlings, more than 600,000 Saiyans are the population of a small city. With the status of the doctor, it is very simple to meet the requirements of this barbecue conference. At the same time, he invited the doctor's family to the banquet and got a reply agreeing to participate, but unfortunately the eldest daughter did not know where to run, and only the doctor and his wife participated, which disappointed Vitalis and missed to meet the legendary sister of Boomer every time. Leaving the doctor's house, he invited Tenjin, Bobo, Cat Immortal, Son Gohan, Turtle Immortal and others, and all agreed except for the Turtle Immortal. The gods were going to see if the Vitalis race, known as the Fighting Nation, had really changed. And the Cat Fairy agreed because Vitalis promised that there would be many characteristic fish from other planets. Son Gohan's words heard that he could meet Goku's parents, and immediately agreed to participate in the party. And the Turtle Immortal was originally very interested. As soon as he heard that Son Gohan was going, he clearly refused. He wanted to wait here for Son Gohan to take the initiative to find him. Vitalis couldn't figure out the idea of the Turtle Immortal for a while, and he didn't persuade much. Anyway, there will be more opportunities in the future. After that, I went to Nami Nemesis, but unfortunately no one agreed to the Nami Nemesis. They all lived a dull life and did not like to be noisy. However, Vitalis thinks that this is a barbecue convention, which is cruel to the Nami Nemesis who only need to drink water. They don't even know what meat tastes like, right? After secretly examining the problem, he didn't think about the problem thoughtfully, and after apologizing to the Great Elder, he left Nami Nemesis. At the same time, he contacted Vegeta 3 to arrange for people to go to various planets to collect the ingredients needed for barbecue, focusing on collecting more fish and fish-like creatures. Afraid of poison, he also specially bought a batch of various ingredients from the Earth and sent it to the former Frisia headquarters. That is, the headquarters of the new Space Guard. Let the people there detect the constituent elements, build detection machines, and then select food that is harmless to the Earthlings for supply. Saiyans and Earthlings look no different except for their tails, but their physical fitness is actually far worse, and Saiyans are still quite good in anti-toxicity. Therefore, some Saiyan snacks are tantamount to deadly poison for Earthlings. So detection is still necessary. Fortunately, there is a genius scientist Kikano. It was the cowman who made probes, spaceships, combat suits and other equipment, but fortunately he was timid and knew that Frisia surrendered very simply after he was finished. Left to serve in the Space Guard. For the scientists in Dragon Ball, Vitalis is very vigilant, so let people closely monitor this guy. The laser gun that hit Super Blue Goku is likely to be from his hands, although Goku is carelessly relaxed, but can break defenses and hurt. This ability is no worse than Dr. Earth Gallo. Because of this guy, the detection machine is done very quickly. Let people arrange mass production, take the prototype back to Earth, let the doctor test again, although this guy does not have the guts to mess around. But be careful to sail the 10,000-year ship. After doing everything he could think of, Vitalis took Broly and started shopping. When I passed the bookstore, I suddenly remembered that I forgot the most important thing. Kaishi took Broly to sweep bookstores in major cities, and sent all the books about cooking back to Planet Vegeta for the soldiers in charge of logistics to learn. They are the main force of the barbecue conference. Do not learn, the seasoning is estimated to be wasted at that time. There are countless varieties of materials in the universe, and there are many similar to the taste of the earth, but few people can study food like the earthlings. And personal emotions, Vitalis is also biased towards the earth, and Saiyan tastes similar to the earth, so it is good to learn directly to accelerate. It's even better to create a wave of food among Saiyans, and it's good to hold food competitions and award Grand Chef honors. With everything ready, what should Vitalis say when he starts researching the coronation? Chapter 49. The gods sat below, looking at Vitalis on the throne, at the dense Saiyans in mid-air. He suddenly felt that it was not bad to be like this now, and the relationship with Vitalis was not bad, and Vitalis had no intention of harming the earth, so it was not bad to continue in peace. The main thing is that he looked at it for a long time, and he didn't see anyone weaker than him. Even the strongest warrior of Nami Nemesis is estimated to be the weakest here. Even a half-grown child is outrageously strong. Although they are all well controlled, the breath that inadvertently leaks out of the flight in the air makes the gods tremble. I wonder if the current Nami Nemesis can eliminate all Saiyans after they are all assimilated. I only hope that Vitalis can bring about a change. Occasionally chatting with his boss and other colleagues, the information obtained from the last time I went to the Great Elder of Nanakis shows that the Saiyans are a bunch of war-hungry madmen. Although they all look similar to ordinary earthlings now, most of them have a strong murderous aura and resentment, which is only produced after a large number of slaughter, and it is the unwillingness and final curse of the unjust souls who died in their hands. Watching Vitalis' speech with a gloomy face. Gentlemen, I know that many people have been puzzled by my orders during this time, and have been puzzled by the establishment of the Space Guard. But I'm happy, because even with doubts, you did my job well. Vitalis stood up and flicked his cloak with his right hand. I am the warrior of the Saiyan people, the strongest fighting nation in the universe, Saiyan Vitalis, your king. I want peace, so we want to bring order to the universe, that's all. Why peace? Because this is our homeland, our territory, no one is allowed to spread wilderness. Those who destroy the planet of life without authorization, kill. Wantonly slaughter of the exterminator, kill. I announce that I will be awarded the rank of Marshal of Vegeta 3 and appointed as the captain of the space garrison, responsible for the daily scheduling of the space garrison and maintaining the order of the universe, said Vitalis. His eyes flashed, and a golden S medal appeared on Vegeta III's chest. Bardock, awarded the rank of Marshal, as the commander-in-chief of the expeditionary force, from now on began to hunt down and kill the remnants of the forces of the Frisia father and son in the universe, responsible for the conquest of the forces of the demon world. The forces of the Frisia father and son are now a few grasshoppers. The main thing is the demon world. During this time Vitalis also learned that the demon world, a different dimension, can lead people to fall, and many active or influenced people will call themselves the demon race and set off killings everywhere. This is intolerable for Vitalis, who is committed to improving the score of this universe. Although I don't know what the strength of the demon world is, Dapla, the demon king, is the strongest or just one of the demon kings. But destined to be an enemy, Then Vitalis decided to start early and not give the demon world a chance to prepare. We are the Saiyans of the fighting nation. I hope that you will cooperate with the two marshals to suppress the evil of the universe, bring order to our homeland, and bring peace. That's right, if it weren't for the fear that those high-ranking beings would be unhappy. Now the little blood-boiling Vitalis would want to declare this universe theirs on the spot. Although it is a little tactful and still in the name of destroying evil, but now in addition to some existence, they Saiyan fists are the largest, and solving it by force can still bring peace. Give this universe time to recuperate. Now let's celebrate the defeat of the evil Emperor Frisia and his family. I announce that the barbecue convention is now on. Vitalis simply made some arrangements, and then got down to business. Eating is the most important thing. Originally, Vitalis thought a lot about the coronation process, speeches, and even came up with a Saiyan version of what I had a dream of, but finally gave up. Fighting nation, there is no need to engage in those false things, and everyone knows and recognizes that he is a king. There is no need to engage in bells and whistles. So I just made a simple self-introduction. Declare their status, and by the way, arrange the next development route. Following Vitalis' order, the Saiyans dispersed and gathered in their respective squads to raise a bonfire, while the warriors of the logistics department entered the spirit time room and began to process the ingredients and make the food. Although there are hundreds of thousands of people, everything seems insignificant in the face of the strong strength of the individual, and the Saiyans dance the ancient war dance, meeting each other without using any energy and tricks of primitive hand-to-hand combat. A happy and harmonious atmosphere pervades. Through projection magic, a group of Earth visitors can see what is happening on the ground. Mainly for the doctor and his wife, the gods and cat fairies still have the strength to observe. Father, see what this is. While the group was watching the Saiyan war dance, an untimely voice sounded. According to the prestige, it was Raditz who flew with an unknown animal that had been skinned and flew towards Bardock like a show-off. Father, look at this. This is the horse mane beast that I hunted from the wood armor star. The meat is delicious, roasted and dipped in salt and eaten. Raditz happily showed off his prey. Father, I killed 50 heads and came back, but unfortunately because it was so delicious, I was hunted by the natives there and almost exterminated. I felt the need to apply for an order of extermination. Oh no, it's a pity to destroy the planet. Just wipe off those hateful indigenous Tong cards. What about calling the extermination order? I'll go to Wang later to apply, Raditz said indignantly. Hey? Go roast it, taste it, and talk about the rest. Bardock, let me see how your prey goes. Which of our prey is the best? Vegeta 3 took the conversation and asked Raditz to roast the meat, while he fought Bardock. After a while together, he discovered the charm of Bardock. He has the feeling that Bardock is his lifelong enemy, and even if he walks ahead, Bardock can quickly catch up without falling behind. Some time ago, there was a competition. His almost perfect Super Saiyan full power state was caught off guard by Bardock's speed power form switching combat method. If not for his stronger basic combat power, it is estimated that he would lose to Bardock. But Rao is so only fought with Bardock. Obviously everything is his first. Why is Bardock so good? He just follows Vitalis as described by Vitalis, while Bardock goes his own way. This aroused the competitive spirit of Vegeta 3, who must not let Bardock surpass him, otherwise his face would be lost. Humph, boring. Yesterday I was lucky to find a star beast, and it took a little effort to kill and bring it back, and now Haimuki is leading people to deal with it. Bardock glanced at Vegeta 3 and walked towards Son Gohan. He believes that Vegeta 3 is not as good as him. It doesn't matter if the star beast is good or not, the main thing is that the star beast is strong, and those who can be called star beasts are strange creatures living in the universe. Huge in size, strong in combat, some powerful star beasts even feed on stars, and in the face of these things before, they could only run for their lives. And he, Bardock, found a star beast about the size of the moon on the planet Vegeta, was killed by him at a long distance inside the planet, and risked continuous teleportation to bring it back. What did Vegeta 3 compare with him? Star beast? I went and replied, yea, it's unreasonable, this thing, how can I be so lucky to meet the star beast? The prey he prepared was rare, but it was really not worth mentioning compared to the star beast. Star beasts are powerful, but their number is extremely rare, and they were afraid to go around before, but now, waiting, I will also kill 2 heads back. Vegeta 3 had also been afraid to go out and encounter star beasts, and had also studied the movement trajectory of nearby star beasts, and he was sure that he would bring a star beast back before the banquet was over. Vegeta was no weaker than anyone else in his life. Chapter 50. Looking at the weak old man in front of him, Bardock was puzzled. Why would Wang send his young son to a remote planet to be raised by such a weak old man? Standing silently in front of Son Gohan, Bardock didn't know how to speak. Hello, ha 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 ha, introduce yourself, my name is Son Gohan, from Earth, you are Goku's father. Seeing the hesitation of the man in front of him, Son Gohan introduced himself. At that time, he was still wondering if Goku was Vitaly's son or brother or something, until now, he found that there were so many people with one face, and there were many hairstyles like the same. Just looking at the face, not looking at the others, he couldn't count. He was still wondering who was Goku's father, but he didn't expect this marshal to come over. Probably Goku's father, right? As a marshal, you should be busy, right? No wonder Vitalis came to ask him. Hey? Goku? Bardock wondered. Ah, look at my memory, if I'm not mistaken, his Saiyan name is Kakarot, right? I gave him the name of the Earth, Monkey King. Seeing Bardock's puzzled look, Son Gohan quickly explained. Monkey King? Lifting Kakarot from the stroller, Bardock felt the power in his son's body sealed, but he understood that it was Wang who did it, in order not to let Kakarot accidentally hurt the old man. However, he felt that Kakarot should be wasted, although he was born with extremely high combat power, but after being sealed and sent to such a backward planet, the strongest combat power from Earth was that Pinami Green Nemesis. It used to be possible to compare it, but now it's not worth mentioning. Growing up in such an environment, it was difficult to catch up with Raditz Jr. Vegeta, let alone Broly. Hey, forget it, Raditz is like that, Kakarot doesn't matter, the king is happy. Kakarot may not be good to grow up happily on Earth, no one dares to bully them when I live. Sighed inwardly, Bardock felt that he had to have another child when he had time, otherwise he could now imagine Vegeta's face, and the hateful Paragus. He took a deep look at the old man in front of him. Kakarot will be handed over to you, I'll find a communicator later, call me if you have something. Raise Kakarot high. Monkey King? Is it this guy? Of course, I will take care of Goku, although it is a little naughty, but Goku is the best and cutest grandson in the world, ha 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 ha. Son Gohan laughed, he was very happy to see Goku's family today. Gently putting Kakarot back in the stroller, he noticed Kakarot's clothes, diapers, and bedding, as well as the wooden gadgets in Kakarot's sleeping hand. Maybe that's not bad, Saiyans don't have a childhood, and Kakarot might be happy. Hey? Is it Kakarot? What is it? Moving cots? Noticing his father's behavior, Raditz threw the meat in his hand to the person next to him and came to Bardock. At a glance, I saw the sweet Kakarot sleeping in a stroller. What's that? Is it a legendary toy? Raditz was shocked to see the woodwork that Kakarot was holding, which seemed to be carved of some kind of creature. Lifelike scales, short front paws, thick thighs, thighs with a high upturned tail, and that roaring head, feel a little handsome? Raditz has heard that cubs of other races are basically ineffective at birth, and they have to spend a long time growing up to have a certain combat effectiveness, during which many people will play with all kinds of things collectively called toys. Whenever this happens, adults boast that they Saiyans are worthy of being a fighting people, and children of other races are playing with mud while they fight. He was also proud. But now look at what Kakarot looks like. It seems to feel a little sad. Did he sleep in such a small mobile bed as a child? No, it was always placed in the cultivation warehouse, and after being taken home by my mother, I also slept on an unknown animal skin, and the bed made of stone underneath. Look at the cockroach sleeping, being pushed and shaken, and the rest is a very warm futon, the hateful cockroach. As if feeling malice, little Gaku woke up. Wow 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 wow! Seeing the little grandson wake up, Son Gohan quickly hugged him. Ouch! Don't cry, Grandpa, see, is it wetting the bed? Said Son Gohan quickly opened the diaper to see if it was wet. Not wet. Are you hungry? Son Gohan quickly put little Gaku on the crib. Remove the package you have prepared and open it on the table next to it. It is a box of capsules of various colors. A white capsule with milk printed on it was taken out, pressed and thrown to the ground. Bang! The smoke cleared. It was a device about 80 centimeters high, and after Son Gohan opened it, it was a bottle full of liquid. Here, Gaku, see, what kind of drink you want today? Said and took out a bottle and put it next to little Goku's mouth. Wow! Smacked, and little Gaku continued to cry. Don't want to drink Tyrannosaurus Rex milk today? Here, try milk? He said and put the bottle back and took out another bottle of milk. Cockroach? Godless looked at the scene in front of him. Raditz remembers that after he was taken out of the culture warehouse, he ate meat, drank water, occasionally drank wine, and even ate raw meat and drank hot blood. Milk? What is that? Also, when I was a child, I cried, my mother threw herself out. As for my father, I should have coaxed myself like this, right? The few times my father was at home, came to the side after crying, and soon fell asleep, and slept well, but the memory was very vague, and I forgot how my father coaxed him. I used to think that I was knocked unconscious, but now that I look at it, I should also coax myself like this. Women with children are really not reliable. In the future I will also take my children. Fortunately I have a father, I don't envy at all. Father, I applied to go to Earth to train Cockroach, and I promised to make Cockroach a qualified fighter. I am afraid that Cockroach will lose his bloodiness and forget his identity as a fighting nation. That's right, he loves his brother so much. His brother, he comes to pet, by the way to Earth to see, he really doesn't envy. Hey? Wait until you can transform into a Super Saiyan. As for now, wait for me in the 150x gravity zone after eating later, and I will help you practice glancing at Raditz. His careful Spartak couldn't tell. Now that he is alive, he has the confidence to take care of his brothers for the rest of his life, but he must always have the power to protect himself. The requirements are not high, and it is good to be able to become a super race. Hey? The meat is scorched, I'll take a look. Raditz quickly ran away when he heard this, and it was right to train with his father, but it was his father's training, he was a target, and it was known that being beaten was also training. No one knows his father's strength better than him, and last time his father developed a new form, which of his bones was not broken. Ah ha 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 ha, look at this happy little fellow, come and come, Broly, Bardock and I have a lifelong friendship, you will protect Cockroach in the future, he will be your brother in the future. Paragath came to Bardock and beckoned Broly over. Cut, Bardock, don't go overboard, this guy really doesn't leave Broly in a few words. Cockroach, brother? Broly stood by, looking at the crying Cockroach. Chapter 51. Looking at Bardock and them, Vitalis did not pass. Although Bardock seemed cold, he valued his family and partners, and also offered to give Son Gohan a communicator, indicating that he had recognized the old man. Let's go, doctor, go eat barbecue. These are the warriors who have hunted on various planets, but they can't eat it on Earth. I have something I want to talk about, and we talk while eating. Vitalis called the doctor, intending to talk about some business. Doctor, I have an idea. I will provide you with alien technology for you to study, of course, research the technology that is useful to us Saiyans. I hope you can share it with us. Dr. Brive's high level is incredible, he can repair alien spaceships, and in the process, he also mastered anti-gravity technology. Presumably, scientists like Briff cannot refuse to access higher-level technology, and now the Saiyans have taken over the legacy of the Frisia Legion. There is no black technology in it, and he plans to give it all to the Doctor, and make a good relationship first. Now the time machine may depend on Brive. Well, no problem. Speaking of the battleship you gave me last time, I benefited a lot and found a lot of interesting things. Brive did not refuse. He has become the richest man in the world in this life by relying on time and space capsules alone, and now he has also come into contact with alien technology. This life is worth it. As for sharing technology after research, it is nothing. He does not care about these. Unexpectedly, the Doctor agreed so quickly, but he still managed to tactfully make a request. The Doctor was so happy, he was not vague, decided to wait to find someone to pack all the scientific research materials for the Doctor. Those things he did not care. The target was a time machine. The Dragon Ball world is very interesting. There are martial arts, magic, gods, technology is also very strong. The magic creator Majin Buu, the potential is endless. Let the development, presumably those gods of destruction can also touch. The scientific and technological side is represented by the Earth's artificial people, the strongest of which is Shailu, who collects the cells of major races and has the specialties of various races, and has unlimited potential. The transformation people under Shailu number 17 and number 18 have unlimited energy, and they can also cultivate to become stronger and stronger, and the number 17 under the period is extremely outrageous. There is also number 16 made out of nothing, which is also loaded with unlimited energy devices. Its own strength is comparable to the first stage of Shuru at that time, and it also has a built-in bomb that can destroy the planet, which is terrifying. There is also the time machine created by Boomer, although it can only travel through parallel time and space, but it involves the power of time and space. It can be said that 100 schools of thought contend, magic or technology, are not weaker than mainstream martial arts. What? There are also space-time capsules. I hope to provide them in large quantities. As for the remuneration, the materials that the Earth lacks will be listed later. I will send someone to find them, exchange these, and sell the excess to you. Vitalis said his thoughts. At present, it seems that he loses, and gives technology and covers materials and other materials that the Earth does not have. So he will send a special person to discuss with the Doctor later, so that the Doctor can enjoy science and technology with peace of mind. More than the value of technology and goods for some Earth currency is not bad. Saiyan people will burn money when they go to the Earth. Well, yes, the Earth's resources are limited after all. The Doctor did not refuse. He was confident that he would be able to come up with technology that satisfied Vitalis. By the way, Doctor, after that, I will send a squad to station on Earth. Call them if there is anything, can provide free military assistance, and if necessary, you can hire our other fighters, such as protecting you from traveling in the universe. Vitalis felt very necessary. The Briff family is actually in a bad situation. The hostility of peers, the jackal with red eyes, the Doctor and his wife are basically at home, do not want to go out, only at home base camp is safe, once out will encounter a bunch of troublesome things. If you are on Earth, it is nothing to station a team to protect it. By the way, if you want to play on Earth, you can only hire and earn some extra money. After all, he is the richest man on a planet. After researching some cooperation with the Doctor, Vitalis found the gods. Tenjin stood at the edge of the platform and watched the Saiyans below, while Bobo stood aside. Mr. Bobo, go get something to eat first, I'll talk to the gods for a while, Vitalis said to Bobo. Seeing that the god nodded, Bobo stepped aside and took some raw meat, seemingly planning to do it himself. How has it changed for us Saiyans? Vitalis could sense the god's wariness against him, his wariness against the Saiyans. Not surprisingly, Vitalis knew that the gods could communicate with the underworld, that he still had his superiors, that the rise of the Saiyans and the demise of Frisia were big things, and he did not believe that the king of the realm did not know. It is not surprising that the celestial god got the information of the Saiyans, and he thought differently, facing the infamous fighting nation Saiyans in the universe before. In exchange for him as a celestial god, he was also on guard. And the gods are also good to him and provide a lot of help. This invitation to the gods is also to release goodwill. Let him see the strength of the Saiyan family, let him know that the Saiyans do not have to play yin, everyone is honest with each other. Space Guard, it's very good to maintain the peace of the universe, I hope you can stick to it. It's just, I'm strange, don't rule the universe. It's not difficult for you, right? Is it bad to make laws to govern the universe? Just prohibiting the slaughter of races and destroying the planet can't stop the war. The god was also thinking about Vitalis's intentions, but he couldn't understand it. Obviously he had the power to rule the universe, but he chose to face the world with a neutral attitude. Ha ha ha, I ate too much to rule the universe, not to mention that I don't have the strength to suppress the whole universe now. Being a ruler is troublesome to die. When the time comes, I will have to shrink my hands and feet in the face of the people, and I need to consider all aspects before I can do it. I just want to lead my people to live well. In the past, Frisia destroyed many life planets, led the genocide with various strange abilities. It's a pity, I just want this universe to be more exciting. As for the war, why stop it? For me, as long as I don't completely exterminate the race, destroy the living planet, and don't hit my house, it's peace. Vitalis also thought about ruling the universe. But think about it carefully, it's really troublesome. As an emperor, you can't just think about yourself, you have to take care of the overall situation. He doesn't have so much idleness, and he is very uncomfortable. He can't do what Frisia does, killing if he wants. To make him a ruler and make laws will only be to limit himself. Therefore, it is better to make rules in a neutral posture and let sentient beings act best within the rules. It's a pity that you can't say anything about the cosmic score, otherwise everyone understands the importance of things and restricts themselves, and everyone develops the best separately. Now he didn't dare to mention the whole king, nor did he dare to mention the destruction god angel and the like. Wonderful? Trouble Tenjin was silent. He felt that Vitalis still hadn't told the whole truth, but some of it was true, and that was enough. Chapter 52. After talking to the gods for a while, Vitalis returned to the throne. Looking at everything, it is quite a sense of accomplishment. It's just that the status quo is not very optimistic. A lot needs to be solved. With the expansion of the Saiyans, Vitalis also got a lot of news, suspected traces of the great demon mentor Babadai. A group of wandering magicians, possessing terrifying magic, looking around for something, killing countless people everywhere. There are still many planets that are causing demonic disasters, and either some people have fallen into the demon race, and their strength has greatly increased, or someone has summoned a powerful demon race from the demon world. There are also many strange creatures, which run out of nowhere, and disappear after a big fight. There are some things that Vitalis can speculate about from memory, but some things have never been heard. There are many of these that the current Saiyans cannot solve, even if the current strongest he and Broly fuse, they are not sure of victory, and the difference in foundation is too great. But you can't let it go, some things don't care about him, the development speed competition subhumans are still exaggerated. When the time comes, there may be no need for the whole king to erase the universe, they will not live at that time. Next, Vitalis intends to conduct the Super Sai God experiment and the possibility of the existence of Super 4. Super Saiyan God, 5 Saiyans with righteous hearts transmit the power of their hearts to the shapeshifters, and their principle is to raise Qi in the body, which is then sublimated to the realm of God, that is, the Qi of God. After that, the normal state is divided into 2 types, the universal normal state of not using the Qi of God, and the Super Saiyan state after releasing the divine Qi, both of which can transform into Super Saiyans on this basis. Pu normal transforms into a blonde Super Saiyan. The transformation on the basis of Super Saiyan is a Super Saiyan with the power of Super Saiyan, and the mixture of the two produces a blue-haired Super Saiyan, called Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, commonly known as Super Blue. In the past, I didn't dare to experiment because the original book needed 5 Saiyans with a righteous heart, and Vitalis was afraid that the evil gods could not be suppressed, but now, I plan to find a few weak combat power to try first. With Broly there, I can't turn over the car, and if I don't fuse with Broly, I will be able to suppress. Normal super race god is the best, the words of the evil god, subdued is. As for Super Saiyan 4, Vitalis felt similar to Ultra Blue in a sense. Saiyans possess the power of man and beast. There are human and great ape postures. Super Saiyan 1.2.3 is a human root, and does not use the power of the beast, because it doesn't matter if the tails of these forms are there, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. And Super Sai 4 is a super race transformation in the posture of a giant ape, turning into a golden gorilla, retrieving reason and controlling power and further sublimating to become Super Saiyan 4. It is a Super Saiyan with the power of a great ape, full of wildness. And Super Blue, a Super Saiyan with divine powers, possesses divinity. At present, the most promising to become Super 4 is Vegeta 3, who has mastered the Super Saiyan transformation and can remain sane as a giant ape. And Vitalis was hesitant to tell Vegeta 3 this route. He feared that Vegeta 3, who had transformed into a Super 4th, would take the throne again. But now he feels that there is no need to hide it, even if he is taken away from the throne, and then snatched it back, the Saiyan of the fighting nation should not be afraid of fighting. And during this time, he also saw the changes of Vegeta 3, and decided to believe that Vegeta 3, even if he was taken away from the throne, Vegeta 3 would not change the current plan set by Vitalis. Therefore, the experiments of Super Saiyan and Super 4 will be carried out simultaneously. There is also the Old Realm King God, also need to plan. Potential release is also a good route. Son Gohan gave up the super race route and walked out of his own way, because Son Gohan said that he wanted to fight as an earthling, so it was temporarily called the Road of Man. In this way, the 3 roots of man, beast, and god, even if there are differences in talent between the clansmen, they can always find a path that suits them. Looking at the lively scene in front of him, Vitalis felt that there was a lot to do. Gnei also came to Goku's side at this time and said hello to Son Gohan. And Sun Wukong, who had eaten and drunk enough at this time, became the most beautiful boy at this time. Sitting on the ground, surrounded by a large number of empty milk bottles, Son Gohan took out the space-time capsule while cleaning up, and constantly took out the toys to play with little Goku. All kinds of wooden statues, wooden windmills, wooden cars, airplanes. Many toys, all of which are wood, seem to have been made by Son Gohan himself. Watching Monkey King play happily, Gnei kept running around, looking at the stroller, touching toys, and watching the happy Monkey King constantly giggle. She was also very happy that Goku had such a grandfather, and when she remembered the scene when she brought Raditz, she only felt shameful. And the surrounding Saiyans also remembered what happened to them when they were young. Maybe they can't experience it, but the next generation, shouldn't they change? Now the Saiyans are very strong, there are fairy beans and spiritual time houses. These people who are in the prime of life still have room for improvement, and it seems good for the younger generation to enjoy it. Wow wow wow, little Goku cried again, and Son Gohan threw down the bottle and quickly picked it up. Oh, don't cry, Grandpa is here, let Grandpa see what's wrong. Ouch, pee, ha ha ha, this will change your diaper. Son Gohan, who coaxed little Goku, found that it turned out to be pee. Take off Goku's pants when he wets his urine, and then put Goku on the crib and cover it with a futon. Remove a capsule and throw it to the ground. Bang! The smoke cleared. It was a cabinet about the same height as Sun Wuhan, and after Sun Wu opened it, everyone saw that it was a stack of fabrics of unknown materials, which was consistent with the pants that Son Gohan took off just now and the diaper style inside. Pick out a diaper and put it on Goku's bag, then change into a pair of pants. Vitalis looked at this scene with a smile, worthy of being the protagonist, and everywhere he went, he was shrouded in aura. At this moment, not only on the platform, but also many Saiyans flew in the air, watching Sun Gohan change Sun Wukong's diaper. Bardock, on the other hand, twitched the corners of his mouth, wrapped his hands around his chest, and tapped his left arm with his right index finger. This is his son, since he is so spoiled, and changing diapers in front of so many people, he feels very uncomfortable. But it's hard to say anything, after all, Sun Gohan is really good to cockroach. Just look around, silently remember these people who watch the excitement. He plans to let these people receive his training with Raditz alone, not very forbidden to fight. The time to eat fairy beans will be wasted. Many people go together, take turns to eat fairy beans, can train non-stop, it's great. Gnei squatted next to Sun Gohan and watched Sun Gohan's movements. So, can you let me try it? Haimuka said that she thought it was interesting and planned to try it. Hey? Good. Sun Gohan also roughly understood how fierce Saiyans are, and now he is happy to see Goku's mother want to change Goku's diaper. Handing little Goku, who had just changed his diaper, to Haimchi, he took out a new diaper and pants and put them next to Haim. Bardock turned around and left. Ya has to change again, but Jaime wants to do it, it's up to her. Without looking, walk up to Raditz and pick up a piece of meat and nibble. Click, click, click. Gnawing on a bone, Raditz was angry, perhaps because the Saiyans were precocious, or because he was indoctrinated with knowledge by a machine as a child, causing him to remember a lot of things. He remembers wetting the bed when he was a child, and his mother carrying his feet to the river and throwing him by the fire. Sure enough, women are not reliable, even if they study now, they are clumsy. Look at Kakarot's wrinkled little face, it must be hurt. Carefully remember every step. Raditz decided that in the future, his child, he personally brought it, absolutely not let any woman touch it. What he has suffered, his children must not suffer again. But that Kakarot guy, what a blessing! Chapter 53. The banquet is over, and the group of Earth meets the Saiyan, the strongest fighting people in the universe, and eats food that they have not eaten before, including creatures that can easily destroy the Earth. And the Saiyans also knew that the son of their marshal was sent to Earth to live a happy life, and also knew that childhood can be so happy and happy. Vitalis did not expect this whim banquet, and unexpectedly got a lot of surprises. At least many Saiyans began to think about the parenting of the next generation. Enji, the Earth is handed over to you. You have to take responsibility as a captain, take care of your teammates, and protect the Earth. Vitalis, who sent the gods home, brought the station team back by the way. Yes, King, this body is for the glory of the Saiyans, fighting for the king. With me, I will never let the Earth have an accident. Sharp eyes, messy broken hair, unexpectedly reassuring, is a little middle too. Captain Enji, 12 years old, with a normal combat strength of 660,000, is a newborn after the First World War of Frisia, and grew up in the Spirit Time House. The other 5 team members are all like this. They have been meditating since childhood, they can control their emotions well, they do not have the tyrannical feeling of the Saiyans of the past, and they were deliberately singled out by Vitalis to protect the Earth. They are all 11 or 12-year-old great guys, and this age sent to the Earth, which can deepen the bond with the Earth. Heavenly God, they will ask you, let them live in the temple, it is convenient to observe the nether, and they can also go to the Spirit Time House to cultivate. If there is something to do, just ask them to do it, Vitalis said to the Heavenly God. Moreover, the Dragon Balls are placed in the temple, and it is safe to be guarded. After arranging the matters, Vitalis sent Sun Gohan and the doctor home respectively. Back on the throne of planet Vegeta. The palace has not been restored, and Vitalis thinks it is too wasteful, and the symbol of royal power can be used with this throne, and it is convenient to carry. As for the residence, he prepared various models of capsule villas, and he could also use magic to build a palace in an instant. so it was not a problem. At this time, it was late at night on planet Vegeta. Sitting on the throne, gently waved his hand, and a strong wind pressure appeared and blew away all the clouds, allowing him to better see the starry sky. The right hand stretched out, and the 5 fingers were grasped, as if he had grasped the endless void. This power is true. Destiny? Can I hold it? No, you have to hold it. This feels, it's really good. After finishing the second middle school, he withdrew his right hand and leaned on the throne, looking at the beautiful starry sky, observing the starry sky with magic, and the dreamlike sight made Vitalis addicted. Stepping. The sound of stepping footsteps came, and the person came quietly, stood by the throne, and looked at the sky after taking a look at Vitalis. How, Broly, how is this starry sky? Vitalis asked suddenly. It's beautiful. Broly withdrew his gaze and looked at Vitalis. Yes, it's beautiful. For the sake of this starry sky, we have to speed up our pace. The sooner we clean, the sooner we can feel at ease. What happened to your father? Vitalis asked. Father, he is very happy. Yes, Paragus is very happy. Pulling Broly everywhere to recognize his brother, either his comrade in arms or the son of his colleague, all pulling Broly to pat his chest and straighten up, will let Broly protect them. In addition to causing a storm in beer, Paragus also set off a fertility frenzy during this time, and many people feel that Paragus, a weak chicken, can give birth to a strong son like Broly, and they can too, maybe more powerful. Vitalis also did not explain, happy so, and really reproduce one, then make a lot of money, although the chance is slim. But recently, because of this matter, coupled with the existence of the Spirit Time House, the population has doubled several times. Because the fathers are strong, the newborns are generally strong, forming a virtuous circle, and the development trend is bright. Bardock? Go and call Vegeta. Vitalis contacted Bardock, who was training his son in the Spirit Time House. Let him go find Vegeta. Vegeta 3, not knowing what stimulated him, jumped around in a galaxy about 100 light-years away, and after the coronation ceremony, he met at the banquet and ran to rejoice. King? Okay, I'll go. Receiving Vitalis' telepathy, Bardock was puzzled, but as a warrior, it was his duty to obey orders. Raditz, open your eyes and look well. Bardock began to gather his breath, and his muscles began to shrink and become more even. Oh! A burst of golden light flashed. Raditz, how many times did I attack you? Bardock, standing back in his place, asked. Father dear, I. Difficult to speak, but because of the severity of the injury, it was very difficult to speak. 3 million slag with combat effectiveness, it can't break through now, waste. Looking at Raditz like this, Bardock walked to Raditz's side and grabbed Raditz's neckline with his left hand and lifted it. A fairy bean in his right hand was roughly stuffed into it. Now answer me, how many times have I attacked? Just now. As he spoke, Bardock's body shape began to change, his muscles bulged rapidly, powerful power burst out, and even a trace of electricity flowed on Bardock's body. Gollum. Looking at Bardock like this, Raditz swallowed his saliva. 1843. Isn't it true, 1936? That, father, give me some time to think again. No, don't. Raditz shouted in horror. Holding Raditz in his left hand, he extended his index finger with his right hand and slowly moved towards Raditz's chest. Raditz, you who inherited my bloodline, it shouldn't be like this. Think about it yourself. If it is still like this in the future, I don't care about you, just live under my protection all your life. Who let you be my son? This finger has never been able to click. Let go and let Raditz fall. Feel the imprint left in the outside world. Stop looking at Raditz, teleport away. Hey, returning to the normal Super Saiyan form, Bardock took out a fairy bean and ate it, restoring the consumed physical strength. He doesn't want to treat Raditz that way, but because of the influence of his childhood, Raditz still reluctant to train. The reason is also that he, as a lower-level warrior, surpassed the intermediate warrior and became the first person under the king. He carried the glory, and Raditz, who was judged to be a superior warrior by birth, was not treated by his peers because he came from a family of lower-level warriors. Rejected at some point, he began to become lazy and unwilling to train. Bardock didn't care about this before. But now, he sees it. He still hopes that his sons can grow up happy and healthy. Through Vegeta 3 and his violent beating, Raditz now has more than 3 million combat power, but it has reached the limit and has not been able to break through, although it is also very strong, but in this way, sooner or later it will be eliminated. And the reason for not being able to break through is that Raditz is unwilling to change. Shaking his head, Bardock didn't think much about it. This was his last attempt. If it didn't work, he would throw it to earth, live a carefree life, and protect Kakarot by the way. Close your eyes, empty your brain, and begin to locate Vegeta's chi. Chapter 54. A Galaxies. Vegeta 3 stood at the highest peak of the small star and carefully observed the situation in the local galaxy. I don't know how to describe the mood at this moment. I originally thought that I would be able to hunt star beasts soon, but after running several galaxies, there was no trace of star beasts. Obviously, I had seen star beasts in the intelligence of the Frisia Legion before. His mother's still thinking about beating a big head and Bardock BB before the banquet was over. But he couldn't find it, and he who had been paying attention to the banquet, of course knew that the banquet had long been over at this time. But I really don't have the face to go back. He who did not hide his breath, his whereabouts could not be concealed from others, and Bardock, that guy, would definitely know his thoughts. How could he be embarrassed to go back empty-handed? Did you tell them to come out and see the scenery? Looking at the view, Bardock, who suddenly appeared, asked. Vegeta's heart trembled. What is this guy doing? The scenery here is good. I hunted a star beast here 2 days ago, and I was standing here to kill it, Bardock said leisurely. You guy? Deliberately? Bastard, Vegeta 3 roared. See through and don't say broken, or a good friend, just forget it. Still trademark you killed, or stood here to kill. Hey? What's wrong with me? After all, it's a partner. Bardock still cares. Forget it. The scenery here is good. What are you doing? Vegeta 3 looked around with his hands folded. Hey? So you like the following? I like the starry sky scene from this angle. Bardock doesn't want to say more about his partner's preferences, but are you sure? The following used to look really spectacular, towering peaks, snowy, very magnificent, but that was before. 2 days ago he killed the star beast here. In order to kill with one blow, he used all his strength here. The snow was long gone. This mountain was originally a little higher, but now it is not only short, but also bald, and the earth is full of large rocks and cracks. It is worthy of being the king of the Saiyan people who once fought and likes this post-war style. The king asked me to call you, Bardock said, for this purpose. Bardock, what do you think of the king? Vegeta 3 stared at Bardock and said seriously. King? It's still very immature. He has such a personality, it is easy to die without knowing. Obviously knows a lot, but sometimes he ignores a lot. Cautious, very arrogant, not pure enough, Bardock said his opinion. Yes, not pure enough. Sometimes it doesn't look like a Saiyan, let alone a king. Even as a warrior, it's not qualified, Vegeta 3 said. Oh? Are you still thinking about taking back the throne? Bardock turned to look at Vegeta 3. Ha ha ha, don't look at me like that, although I'm almost used to it, but the eyes of the Super Saiyan are really unpleasant even if he has been exercised to suppress the anger and impulsive feeling when he transforms into a Super Saiyan. The look is infuriating. As for the throne, I don't care. Compared to the king, I am far behind, like Broly. In other words, I am, even if I don't kill, I will be exiled to a remote planet to fend for myself and die alone, and I won't let him grow up. But the king did it, not only let it go, but also helped Broly be strong as much as possible. This kind of mind is not comparable. And now I want to do something to the king. Broly will destroy me in the first time. Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, it's not a dimension at all with us. And the king is the one who brings about change, and I am not an ungrateful person. As for the king is not qualified, that doesn't matter, isn't there us? We will do whatever the king wants to do. We are Saiyans of the fighting nation, and now we are not as weak as before. We have the ability to carry out the will of the king, so play with the king. At least now it's more exciting than before, Vegeta 3 said slowly. Hey, you're here thinking about this? That's all you want to say? It's boring, Bardock scoffed, looking at the sky. What about you? What do you think? And if I seize the throne? Becky 3 stared seriously into Bardock's eyes. If you succeed, I will kill you at all costs, even if it is the same death. Bardock said earnestly, looking into Vegeta's eyes as well. Ha ha ha, you guy. Vegeta 3 suddenly thought Bardock was great. Although Bardock has long been found interesting, but he also understood why Bardock was powerful. In the past, the counterattack of lower-level warriors has also happened, but no one has advanced by leaps and bounds like Bardock. Perhaps, even if there is no king, Bardock will surpass him and become a Super Saiyan. Because Bardock is not as inhumanizing as ordinary Saiyans, and through contact with the Bardock family, he knows that it is Gnei who influences Bardock. Whether it is Gnei or Bardock, it is very powerful. Of course, it is the emotional aspect, and the strength aspect he does not recognize very much. So, Bardock, I want to hear why you want to kill me? Is it for the king? Vegeta asked curiously. No, the Saiyan winner is king, it's just that you are king, I can't get used to it. Let's go, the small talk time is over, the king is still waiting. Bardock turned and left first. What a dishonest guy. Isn't it unfair to say that? For the sake of the fusion companions, I spoke my mind, but Bardock, this hard-mouthed fellow. Shaking his head, Vegeta followed suit. As a former king, there is no partner, no one to communicate with. Now he thinks it is good to communicate like this occasionally, but it's a pity that Bardock, this guy, is not honest. As for others, he couldn't look at it. Wong. Wong. Watching. The two people suddenly appear on one knee and one after the other. Vitalis was in a trance. Yes, he is the king. Get up. Call you guys this time, I have something to say. Vitalis stood up and walked to the platform. For some reason, I know a lot about the future. As for what the reason is, I can't say, but I have changed the future of many people. As for what I have changed, you will meet in the future. I will not repeat it too much, I can't say, but seeing the future or something, it's not unusual in the Dragon Ball world. Some races have the ability to observe a certain future. And in the future, it is bound to contact other dimensional time and space. It is better to hide it than to take a preventive vaccination in advance, so as not to bury the root of the bane. Say it now, and there will be a precaution in the future. Well, just listen to me. If you have questions, hold on, and look for answers yourself in the future. Looking at the two people who wanted to ask questions, Vitalis stopped in advance, making up questions that are easy to go wrong. Let them find the answer by themselves. Looking at Broly, this guy was as reassuring as ever, and although he was surprised, he still stood quietly, listening to Vitalis. Super Saiyan and subsequent forms, Super Saiyan God or something, I have seen, the future time and space have indeed appeared. And this time I called you here, I also intend to open the Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4 experiment. Super Saiyan 4. Bardock and Vegeta looked dazed, weren't they until 3? And it didn't even open 2. Jump straight to 4? That's right, Super Saiyan 4, it's named like this, although in my opinion, it's not a series with ordinary Super Saiyan, but it's officially named like this, and I followed it. It's a completely different path from the Super Saiyan God. Maybe the level is different, but the magnitude will not be weaker than the Super Saiyan God. But I don't know, in this world, Super Saiyan 4 can be born, so experiments. And you, Vegeta, you are the best candidate. Before that, tell me, King Vegeta, why doesn't your ape lose his mind? Chapter 55. Hey? Why not lose your mind? Royal bloodline? Anyway, my grandfather and my father and me, we will not be ape like other warriors and lose their minds. As for the deeper reason, I don't know. Vegeta 3 is at a loss. The royal bloodline will not lose its mind, it is common sense. But once you dig deeper, no one can say why. Hey, are there any history books or other materials that record the Saiyans before that? Vitalis asked, and while not hopeful, he still hoped that the royal family had some secrets. History books? Information? How can we Saiyans engage in these time-wasting things? Even if it is a Super Saiyan, it is only passed down from generation to generation, relying on oral narration. Vegeta 3 pouted. It is also recently developed in science and technology, can rely on machine learning to have some knowledge. His father and his grandfather's generations, but they are all brutes, grabbing some high-tech cannot play. Well, the education of Saiyans is also a problem, although there is no need to take any scientific and technological routes, but at least there must be the ability to inherit civilization, and there will be no civilization fault line because of disasters. Shaking his head, 2. Saiyans are either fighting or on the way to fighting. Is there any rumor about the events before the Saiyans came to this planet? Vitalis is curious. The Saiyans wandered after the destruction of their hometown, came to this planet to develop, slaughtered the natives, and completely occupied the planet. How was the hometown destroyed? Did all the Saiyans get here after the destruction? Could there be other Saiyan branches? I don't know, I wasn't born at that time. My grandfather was born on the road to exile, and he also has a lot of things that are not clear. Speaking of this, Vegeta 3 also felt that basic education was necessary, and Super Saiyan was just that, and it was still possible to be born by chance. But the god of the Super Saiyans who needed to hold a ceremony, such an important thing was not handed down, otherwise it would not be the Super Saiyans who are circulating in the universe now. Why would they be enslaved by the Frieza father and son? Let's do the Super Saiyan 4 experiment first and see if the Super 4 can be born, said Vitalis. Super Saiyan 4? How to do it? Vegeta 3 vaguely guessed. Maybe it had something to do with what Wang asked, but why did it have nothing to do with ape-like losing his mind? Super 4 needs royal bloodline. Bardock glanced at Vegeta 3, and he could see that Wang's chosen candidate for the Super 4 experiment was Vegeta. No, there are no restrictions in this regard, just theoretically speaking. You will know, Bardock, you must also be prepared, and when the experiment to find out the Super 4 is completed in the past few days, it will be up to you, Vitalis explained. By the way, tell Bardock about the Super God, although there is a high probability that there will be no problem, but there is no need to let Bardock think cranky. But the same Marshal, Vegeta conducts Super 4 experiments, and he has nothing, it is inevitable that emotions will arise. So it's better to say in advance, as for surprises or something. They are a fighting nation, not a romantic one, no need. Here I will say that Super Saiyan 4 was born based on the power of ape and the power of Super Saiyan, but this is only a prerequisite. And it is necessary to control the power of Berserk during the ape transformation period to further improve and transform into Super Saiyan. For if you want to control the power of Berserk, you need to have sanity. Among us, only Vegeta can currently achieve the ape state and maintain sanity. Vitalis said that he knew about the problems of Super 4 transformation. Will you transform into a Super Saiyan after being ape? To be honest, I thought about it some time ago, but unfortunately I couldn't keep my sanity. I was afraid to kill Raditz, I didn't dare to try, Bardock said as he clasped his hands to his chest and rubbed his chin with his right hand. Vitalis sympathized with Raditz for a few seconds, but this is one of the reasons why he made up his mind to open the Super 4 and Super Saiyan. First of all, as a king in recent days, he felt the responsibility of the king, and decided that it was unnecessary to hide. As a king, it was necessary to lead the people forward. Secondly, with the popularity of Super Saiyan, it is inevitable that some people will have the idea of setting an ape tenfold increase on the basis of the 50 times increase in combat power of Super Saiyan, which is a fighting nation Saiyan, and all have tails. There will definitely be people experimenting. Although you can't keep your sanity and can't successfully transform into Super 4, what if? Although the Saiyans are loyal now, what if someone masters the Super 4 and gives birth to evil thoughts? What if he inadvertently controls the power when he appears in the runaway and becomes the Super 4 who runs away? Instead of being passive, it is better to take the initiative to open the Super 4 era. After the success of Vegeta 3, the latecomers have a way to find, which can greatly enhance the strength of the group. At that time, even if there are a few violent Super 4 evil Super 4 or something, there is no need to panic. It can also play a good role in suppressing the evil super gods that may appear later. The increase multiple of the Super 4 is unknown, but under the same normal, the Super 4 power may not be weaker than the Super Race God. Bardock, you guy. Vegeta 3 also admired Bardock and made such a fancy switch of tactics, and now he is not expected to be Bardock's opponent. Unlike Bardock, Vegeta 3 did not like the ape form and would not refuse when there was no choice, but now, with the Super Saiyan, he has completely given up the power of ape. Super Saiyan talent is his lifelong dream, and after Vitalis said Super 2 and Super 3, he also followed in Vitalis' footsteps. And Bardock did not practice in the direction of the full power of the Super Saiyan, nor did he chase the idea of Super 2, has been cultivating his several forms, and now he can't beat Bardock, but Vegeta 3 is confident that he will enter Super 2 and completely crush Bardock's form switching. But now, Bardock's idea actually coincides with the Super 4 route Wang said, which is really dangerous. If Wang hadn't said it in advance, would he have faced Super 4 Bardock when he transformed into Super 2 to challenge Bardock? Scary guy. However, the best candidate is him, and he will be the first to become a Super 4. Ignoring the warlike Vegeta below, Vitalis continued. The Super Saiyan ritual requires 5 Saiyans with righteous hearts to transmit their mental power to the ritualist, thus giving birth to the savior of the Saiyan, the legendary Super Saiyan God. Gave the 3 people a few breaths of relaxation, so that they could better receive the information. Vitalis continued. I don't know if it is necessary to have a righteous heart, but the 2 super gods I know are indeed born from the transmission of mental power by 5 righteous Saiyans. I also wonder, if it is an evil person, then will a demon opposite to the god be born? Or is it an evil god? So I have always made up my mind to open the super god experiment. So now? Bardock asked. It seems that Wang intends to let him carry out the Super Sai God experiment, so he is kind in the eyes of Wang? Or evil? I think I have the strength to suppress now, me and Broly. The strength is incredible, did not answer Bardock positively, but showed that Broly was there, super god or devil, he didn't care. However, in order to better observe, you need to prepare at least 3 groups of people, 1 group of those who are grounded in the depths of the spirit time house, 1 group of ordinary Saiyans, and 1 group of good Saiyans led by Bardock. Vitalis looked at Bardock and said his arrangement. Me? Kindness? What a shame! Bardock whispered, but did not refute it. He did know that he seemed soft-hearted compared to other Saiyans. Vegeta 3 looked at Bardock in the same surprise. This guy is kind? Good guy, there is actually a side he doesn't know. But looking at Bardock's face, he didn't speak, not instigated. He really couldn't beat Bardock at this stage. Wang said that the increase in the strength of Bardock's limit may not be weaker than the Super 2, and the speed form is also, so this guy is a pervert and relies on this alternative way to reach the Super 2nd level. Fortunately, he will be able to reach the Super 4th in a few days. Now there is no need to look for a fight, in a few days directly beat Bardock, wouldn't it be pleasant? At this time, a tyrannical and powerful Chi suddenly appeared in the sky. Several people looked up. Chapter 56. Father, I'm not a waste. Looking at the departing Bardock, Raditz' tears slowly flowed. He was judged to be a superior warrior from birth, a rarity in Saiyan history, not because no superior warriors were born except for the royal family, but because he came from a family of lower warriors. In history, in addition to the royal family, those who can give birth to superior warriors are all famous families and elite warrior families. They are all the best among intermediate warriors, infinitely close to superior warriors. He was also happy after understanding the meaning of the superior warrior, but in the eyes of outsiders, he was just a lucky boy who was stained with his father's light, the father of the strongest lower warrior. The father's reputation is very high. Compared to it, the so-called superior warrior is not worth mentioning, because Bardock surpasses the so-called elite, famous family. Father and mother cared about him because he was a superior warrior. Compared with the children of other lower-level warrior families, he is much better, does not need to be exiled, can stay on planet Vegeta to cultivate and grow, and can grow up with his parents, but the more he does this, the more unhappy he is. He rarely sees his father after birth, and every time his father hangs the superior warrior on his lips, his expression is lonely. He felt that his father saw his inferiority. The mother, too, will proudly show off her son at first, but the number of people around him who are willing to talk to his mother about him gradually decreases, and gradually, the mother no longer mentions him when chatting outside. The people around him gathered around him also because he was a superior warrior. Envy, jealousy abounded, and there were many mockers, which he didn't care about, but some fools actually told him that he was a superior warrior and was destined to surpass everyone and stand under the king. Including his father, who was a junior warrior. He hated his father and hated why his father was just a junior fighter. He hated himself. Why would he be a superior fighter? He also hates. I didn't know what I hated before, but now, after the king came, he understood that he hated the system that birth determined fate. Obviously his father was so strong, but he could only be a low-level warrior for the rest of his life. Raditz admitted that he was really lazy before, but at first, he was also lazy because he didn't want to surpass his father, so he was lazy, although he felt really cool and fell into being lazy later, but the original purpose was good, who made him a filial son. The king came, changed all that, and his father became a marshal and became the legendary Super Saiyan, not Broly's kind of super master. He was very happy. Because of his father's regret, the title of junior warrior disappeared. No one called him a subordinate warrior, and no one compared his identity as a superior warrior with his father. He is very happy to practice with his father, although the process is very miserable, but watching his father improve, and he has also played a role, he is very gratified, because his current father is really happy. The most important thing is that his father has not mentioned the superior warrior since then. Thinking about the past, tears blurred his eyes. No, I'm not a waste. Why? Why? Raditz wanted to know the answer. I'm not a waster. Not only Bardock's words. Raditz thought of the change in his companions, from fear and flattery at the beginning to calling him a nest waste behind his back. Although he doesn't care, now he also has a combat power of more than 3 million, and no one dares to call him a waste anymore, but he can't forget the faces of those people at the beginning. Am I weak now? No. I am strong. I am not a waste. I am not a waste. Look at it, father. I am the superior warrior Raditz. I am the strongest. Raditz slowly stood up. The surging chi in the body began to surge. The powerful force distorted the magnetic field, and the rubble generated by the battle began to slowly float, shattered again under the powerful force, and the tears in the corners of the eyes also floated into the sky and dissipated in the air. Raditz, I'm the strongest. Whether it's Uncle Vegeta, my father, or Broly, I'll surpass you one by one. Let you see, who is the real strong, can't figure out why his father is so angry and disappointed. Raditz decided to give up thinking. Angry or disappointed, just solve it in the Saiyan way, wail under my force, tremble for my force, be proud of my force. Raditz, who gave up thinking, decided to speak by force. Presumably the strong force will make the father have no time to be angry and disappointed. The white aura began to transform into gold, the electric light flashed, the rich golden light shone, the pupils turned light green, the eyebrows turned golden, and the flowing long hair stood up even more, and also turned golden. Is this a Super Saiyan? I can't believe I'm so powerful. Clenching his fists, Raditz was excited. A slight shock, dispersing the golden light and dispersing the flames. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, and he smiled evilly. Father, I'm coming. Raditz flew towards the door of the Spirit Time House. Although he left a mark outside, he could also teleport out according to the coordinates, and he could see the outside directly through magic, but he just wanted to fly out. Flying out at a speed that is neither fast nor slow, he wants to declare that he, Raditz, son of Marshal Bardock, is the 5th Super Saiyan, a well-deserved Saiyan top 5. At the same time, he also sensed his father's situation. Wong, Broly, and Uncle Vegeta were there, and it was estimated that he was in a meeting, and if he went directly over, he would be beaten by Broly. Although the mood is high now, Raditz still maintains a certain sanity. No one wants to be beaten in vain. Deliberately flying over her mother's area, sensing the exclamations coming from below, Raditz thought it felt awesome. Wait, father, let you see my true power. Exuding a powerful fighting intent, Raditz began to gather momentum. Father's normal combat power is still a little worse than me. Now I have transformed into a Super Saiyan, definitely stronger than my father, and my father does not know. I secretly learned his power form, although it is useless for my father to strengthen the normal power, but now, I am also a Super Saiyan. Teleportation may be able to make up for a certain degree of mobility, but compared to pure speed, the flexibility is slightly worse, and the father will also teleport, so not only pay attention to the speed of the father, but also block the father's teleportation. I need to restrain the moves of the speed-type opponent, but now it's too late to develop. This time try to see if you can win by surprise. First beat the father and then develop the corresponding tricks. Now, what needs to be considered is tactics. Changed posture, turned his back to the ground, and wrapped his left hand around his chest, with the right hand as the fulcrum. The chin is supported and the posture is thinking. Slowly closing his eyes, Raditz began to think about tactics. Chapter 57. Lean. Looking at the godlike Raditz at the door of the Spirit Time House, Vitalis couldn't help but burst into a foul mouth. At first glance, he thought that Goku had crossed over, or Super 3 Wukong, and after a closer look, he found that this guy had eyebrows, a slightly different hairstyle, no bangs on his forehead, and the long golden hair was more fried than Super 3 Goku. To the curvature of the corners of his mouth, there was a bit of evil nature of Super 3 Goku. And if you feel it carefully, it's the breath of Raditz. Raditz successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, although he had been prepared, but looking at Raditz's appearance at this time, Vitalis felt a little delicate. However, you can shave your eyebrows, and you can still fake it at some angles. Ha ha ha, interesting, Bardock, rushed at you. Vegeta didn't think as much as Vitalis thought. He didn't expect that Raditz would transform into a Super Saiyan at this time. Looking at Raditz, who had a fierce fighting intent, everyone present could feel that this fighting intent was directed at Bardock. And no matter who wins or loses tonight, Bardock being called by his son will be a good story, and he is happy to think about it, and Vegeta decides that he must record the wonderful moment tonight, preferably to capture Bardock being beaten by Raditz. My stupid father, see? This is the power of my Raditz. Looking at Bardock below, Raditz erupted without reservation, and the rich golden aura burned brightly, illuminating half of the planet Vegeta. Hey? Stupidity? Bardock suspected that his ears were broken, and that timid and lazy Raditz could also say such things? That's right, but you're my father after all, so I won't list your stupidity, Raditz said with one hand on his forehead and his eyes closed. However, Marshal Bardock, Raditz want to challenge you. On the battlefield, there is no father-son friendship, so don't expect mercy from my subordinates. So Marshal? Dare to accept my challenge? With his left hand crossed at the waist, the corners of his mouth rose wildly, looking at his father's distorted face, he was now very happy. Raditz, I should have told you that after transforming into a Super Saiyan, there will be an abnormal sense of excitement, although it can increase morale, but you must control this emotion in order to exert your due strength. Take a long breath and warn yourself not to be angry, son, it needs to be taught. That's right, father, you said that, I remember it firmly, but which of your eyes saw that I was not in control? Now it feels good. Stretching out the little finger of his right hand and pulling out his ears, Raditz said that his ears were good and understood. Is it? Remembered? Glancing around and looking at the Saiyans who had come to watch the play because Raditz had made such a fight, Bardock decided that he needed to deepen Raditz's memory, and as a father it was necessary to teach his son well. Well, Marshal Bardock, why so much nonsense? Are you afraid of me? In fact, it doesn't matter, even if I won't show mercy, but it's just a very common challenge, and no matter what, you are also my father, I won't kill you. It's just a merciless fight. Raditz scratched the back of his head, as if distressed by seeing Bardock not daring to fight, and eagerly explained. It's okay, there are immortal beings, the king is there, his recovery magic can also save you. Or I will only use 80% power to compare with you. How about 60%? No matter how low I am, I'm not sure. Looking at Bardock, whose face was twisted and his fists clenched, Raditz was happy and added another fire. Ha 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 ha! Bardock burst out laughing. Ha ha, it's funny, Raditz, did transforming into a Super Saiyan give you courage? But do you think that alone qualifies me to challenge me? Bardock asked with an angry smile. Oh, father, both Super Saiyan, you should understand the power of Super Saiyan, and I, even more above ordinary Saiyans like you, now I'm Super Raditz. Well, there is too much nonsense, fight or not. As a Saiyan, you should not be afraid to fight, or as your son, I will also be ashamed, urged Bardock again. Damn, worthy of his father, it's too hard to provoke him, you have to start fighting before your father reacts. Looking at Bardock, whose face changed several times, Raditz was extremely nervous. Nonsense? Fear? Bardock slowly moved up, step by step towards the sky. With each step, the momentum increases by 1 point. The super match, which was opened for a long time because of training, did not turn on the special effects during the non-combat period, and as Bardock advanced, the blonde hair flew, the flames were raging, and the originally emotionless eyes became even colder. Raditz, I remember telling you that anger can arouse the potential power of living things, and Saiyans, even more so, Super Saiyans, who can also be called angry warriors, the more angry they are, the stronger they are, Bardock said as he walked. Raditz scratched his head, it seemed that his father had said so, including himself, and he also ignited the power of Super Saiyan by anger that had nowhere to vent. But he forgot this. It's okay, my plan is fine, everything is going well, I just need to win one is enough, even if it is a trick, I want my father to see my power. Hey? Father, you are angry? Why? Did I guess right? Are you really afraid of my Super Raditz power? Hardened in confidence, Raditz spoke again. 2. How about I announce the rules before I fight? Although I don't know what Raditz is smoking crazy, Vitalis is also looking forward to the battle between father and son. Rules? Wang Yu said. After a moment of silence, Raditz felt that the rules should not hinder him, and perhaps he could use the rules to seek more favorable conditions. Bardock also turned his head to Vitalis. There are no esoteric rules, we are not people who need to pick words, just pay attention to the fact that the battle can only be carried out in the sky, and it is necessary to control the power not to destroy planet Vegeta. There is no time requirement, until one side admits defeat or the other falls. Leaning back on his throne, Vitalis voiced his request. The power of the two can easily destroy planet Vegeta, which can be said to be effortless. Perhaps the two will refrain from it, but it is necessary for him to declare it in advance, so as not to cause irreparable regret. Understand, after all, it is our home, and I will control the power very well, so father does not need to worry that I will miss and kill you. My Super Raditz is still very confident in this regard. In other words, father, how much force do you choose me to use? Flicking his long flowing hair, Raditz stretched out his left thumb and pointed to himself, proudly declaring, I will restrain myself. Bardock said in a deep voice. Chapter 58. Broly, go find something to eat, and get some drinks. I feel that this battle must be very cooked. And I'm a little hungry too. Said Vitalis to Broly. Watching the play, eating and drinking had to be arranged, and the Saiyan digestive system was very strong, and now he was indeed a little hungry. Okay, Vitalis, wait a minute. Retracting his gaze to Raditz, Broly replied and teleported away. Don't drink? It's a pity not to drink such a beautiful thing. Asked Vegeta 3. I'm still a kid, and a good boy shouldn't touch wine until he's underage, Vitalis said, glancing at Vegeta 3. The main thing is that he does not like to drink. Well, I'll go get the probe. Recorder, by the way, get some wine. Vegeta wanted to say that we are the Saiyans of the fighting nation, but still did not bring it up, looked at the two who were about to fight, and quickly teleported away to prepare. The powerful chi of the two was colliding with each other, and the slightest electric current streaked through the sky from time to time, and small energy balls continued to be generated and exploded. Seeing that the two Super Saiyans were about to collide, the Saiyans watching the play fell to the ground one after another, because they saw that several unlucky eggs who were close had been crushed by the aura of the two and fell to the ground, smashing out one big pit after another. Well, everyone is in place or away from the battlefield. The next battle, I will rely on magic to broadcast for everyone. Close my eyes and see the battlefield situation. Looking at the more and more people gathered, Vitalis telepathically notified all the Saiyans. After all, it is a Super Saiyan battle, which has always been a legendary warrior, and many people are curious. Although the Vitalis several people have been maintaining the super race state in order to adapt to the strength of the super race and train full power, many people have admired it, but they have not touched it. At the beginning of the Battle of Frisia, many people were not on the scene, and most of the people present were sent to the netherworld without watching well, and now the two super competitions are about to fight, so the people who got the news began to gather together. But not everyone is eligible to watch the battle between the strong. You need a ticket, that is, you will not be accidentally injured in the battlefield. To avoid someone being accidentally killed by mistake, Vitalis quickly stopped and turned on the live broadcast, so just now a few people still have a little foundation, otherwise it is not strange to be exploded by the air pressure of the two. The few people who were unconscious just now and those with less than 2 million combat power present were teleported to several nearby life planets. Those who got the news in the Spirit Time House and rushed out also opened a time hole for them, allowing them to rush directly to other planets. As for why not let the two change planets to fight? That's because the sores caused by Frisia's father and son have not fully recovered now, so let the father and son fight, and it will not be a loss to let the dragon repair it when the time comes. No, we have to pass on the restoration magic afterwards, we can restore it ourselves. It is too bad to make a wish with Dragon Ball, and there are a lot of enhanced magic. By the way, upgrade planet Vegeta. Just thought of Dragon Ball. Vitalis remembered that he only taught strategic magic such as meditation, various teleportation, telepathy, etc., taking into account real-time communication and rapid deployment. And other types of magic have not yet been taught, it is simply wasteful. After a storm in his mind, the reality was only a few seconds, and Vitalis retracted his thoughts and looked at the two. Boom! Raditz, now I repeat. The battle is not a family home. After gathering momentum to the extreme, Bardock teleported above Raditz and kicked Raditz in the jaw, kicking Raditz away. This kick, not light, Vitalis saw the energy fluctuations that spread out the moment the foot and chin touched. Gee! It's really hard enough smashing his mouth, Vitalis sighed. So cool, watching Bardock hit Raditz, Vitalis felt great. I'll have to take Bardock to see the scene where they die together. Vitalis, look, is this enough? At this point Broly also returned and asked Vitalis to see if he had brought enough. Looking at the hill that Broly raised with one hand, Vitalis was embarrassed. Enough, put it down, you also come, eat, and watch. Vitalis stepped down from the throne and used his spiritual power to cut down several trees tens of thousands of meters away. Teleport back to make a bonfire, sat cross-legged and took some meat and grilled it. Picked up a few pieces of melon fruit and stuffed a few pieces to Broly. Seeing this, Broly also sat down next to Vitalis. Is this also magic? Looking at the flames, Broly asked. That's right, it's just a simple projection magic, replied Vitalis, nibbling on the melon that he didn't know which planet had picked it. In the flames, there is a scene of Bardock and Raditz fighting. Well, this is the start of the fight. Raditz's too uncompetitive Vegeta, who returned, glanced casually and saw Bardock turn into a light and kick Raditz around like a ball. Come, sit down and eat together. Vitalis sent an invitation when he saw Vegeta 3 return. No, I'm going to record what happened tonight. I hope this guy Raditz will surprise me. Vegeta 3 put down a few cases of wine in his hand, took out a bottle and carried it to the platform. Did he press the start switch of the recorder to record the battle? This is transformed from the detector. The original function remains unchanged, but the video recording function is installed. One is to make the detector not be eliminated. After all, now the average person masters the perception of chi. Second, the video recording function can be filmed at any time, and the skills of the interesting races can be recorded and transmitted to the main brain for analysis. Those who can learn, and those who cannot learn can also stay at the bottom and find a way to crack it, and when the time comes, they will not be flustered when they encounter similar skills. Father, haven't you eaten? How about you go down and eat some too? Come back when you're full. Raditz wiped the corners of his mouth and said sarcastically. I was just kicked around as a ball, and there was no way to fight back. The father was as steady as ever, and after kicking him into the air, he directly turned on the speed mode, and he couldn't react at all, let alone catch up with his father's speed. Oh, it's hard to make my father angry and lose his mind, but I just need a moment's chance. Raditz, you really talk a lot of nonsense after transforming into a super race. And you don't grow. In addition to becoming more durable. Bardock completely ignored Raditz's words. Hey? Nonsense? Father, as long as I want, I can end the battle in an instant. I just hope that you will bring more fun. You haven't seen the facts yet. You look, it's not broken at all. Okay, you're scraping? Shaking his hands, Raditz endured the pain and said, well, the ribs were almost kicked off. If not transformed, it is estimated that it would have been wasted. Hearing Raditz's words, Bardock began to gather his breath. I hit teleport and kicked Bardock, who began to be violent. Yo, we'll take the opportunity to attack. Not bad, but not enough. I deliberately showed flaws. Grabbing Raditz's leg with one hand, Bardock smiled. Raditz condensed an energy bullet in his right hand, bent his knees and twisted to press Bardock's chest. Father, no one knows you better than me, I'm just making a calculation, Raditz said as he teleported away and stood not far away. Oh, leave a mark on me? Normal teleportation can't keep up with my speed, but you think you can catch up with me by positioning teleportation by marking? Naive Bardock looked at the powerless blow, and with a slight perception, he knew the purpose of Raditz's attack. Of course, I know that no matter what kind of teleportation method, in the moment it appears, it is enough for you to react to avoid or even counterattack. Raising his right hand, Raditz began to gather strength, and in less than a moment, a ball of energy with a diameter of 100 meters appeared above Raditz. So, what I'm going to move is my attack, father. This blow, your speed can't completely escape the explosion range, and if you don't pay attention to it, but you will be injured. Give you some time to prepare, Raditz said, comfortably holding up the energy bomb. Oh, by the way, father, don't think about erasing my mark. This is what I carefully prepared, even you can't remove it in a short time. Ha 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 ha, Raditz looked at Bardock. Come on, father, let me see your choice, it's too hard to make you angry, so I had to start plan 2 when I say my plan. Pride will make you give up all defenses and choose to be tough and tough. At that time, the opportunity will come. Raditz, come if you want. What so much nonsense? I remember I told you, in the face of the enemy, you must defeat it with thunder, and not tease the opponent. This is a joke with your own life. Bardock put his hands around his chest. Stand where you are, waiting for Raditz's attack. Chapter 59. Raditz is too much nonsense. In other words, if it were me, Raditz is dead, Broly complained as he looked at the laughing Raditz. Raditz should have had his thoughts. This picture of my conspiracy is obvious. Bardock should also see it. Just cooperating with the performance, Vegeta 3 expressed his opinion. In other words, did Raditz pretend to look like this? He predicted that Bardock would cooperate with him. Nibbling on the melon in his hand, Vitalis offered his point. Telepathy communication is convenient, fast, keeps up with the rhythm of battle, and saves your mouth to eat, which is great. Raditz has this brain. Even so, Bardock should be able to judge that Raditz is still too tender, but unfortunately, just now Raditz wanted to provoke Bardock, right? It's a pity that Bardock didn't cooperate with this, otherwise it's not bad to shoot Bardock's botched acting skills. Vegeta 3 felt that Raditz was a brainless product. I feel that Bardock is still very angry, just suppressed. When you didn't come just now, Bardock's face changed several times, but he was forcibly suppressed, probably for fear of being disturbed by anger and overturning in his son's hands, right? As a father, the pressure is still very high. Vitalis changed a melon and continued to nibble. Is it? It's a pity that I didn't take a picture. I knew I should have gone to get the recorder earlier, and I completed the transformation 2 days ago, but I didn't expect to use it so quickly. Vegeta said it was a pity that he didn't get it. I recorded it with magic. I'll show you the playback later, and then you can shoot it. Vegeta will definitely use these videos to tease Bardock, and Vitalis said that he can help, because there will definitely be a lively view, not a whitewash. Magic can record, why modify the detector? Magic is more convenient, isn't it? Vegeta said he couldn't figure it out. Don't you think it's handsome to wear a detector? And magic requires energy, and sometimes it's okay to rely on machines, Vitalis voiced. It's also. Although it is customary to want to say a few words, just a little energy, saving it does not have much effect, and the fairy beans are immediately filled, and there is no need to care about energy at all, but it is undeniable that he also feels more handsome wearing a detector. Broly looked at the crooked duo and said that he was speechless. So, is father ready? After a few seconds of posing, Raditz finally made a move. Poof cough, Vitalis spewed out the melon that he hadn't had time to swallow. Raditz finally moved. Yes, it was Raditz who moved, not like he said to teleport energy bombs, but teleported himself to Bardock and grabbed Bardock's tail wrapped around his waist. At this time, the scene is a proud Raditz looking at Bardock, who is still holding his hands and waiting for Raditz's attack. Wow! Stupid, I shouldn't have expected Raditz. Can I say I never taught Raditz? I feel like the time I taught Raditz was simply a shame on me. Vegeta 3 patted his head and was speechless. Ahem, I think Raditz is quite unexpected, it's just a pit in his brain. But none of us thought Raditz would do this, and he succeeded took the drink that Broly handed him and took a sip. Are you kidding me? That's it? That's what you're for? Bardock took a deep breath and said in a trembling voice. Aha! Didn't expect that, right? Father, although you have exercised your tail, now my strength is enough to weaken you by several %. Raditz laughed. The golden light flashed, and the electric light exploded. In the blink of an eye, Bardock entered power mode. Snap became a thicker tail and flew Raditz. Switch speed mode, reach in front of Raditz in the blink of an eye, switch back to power mode again, and kick and fly. Bad brain? Do you dare to come knowing that I have exercised? In power mode, the tail is also my most powerful weapon. A little strong, but still close, hard, kick to the waist, recently feel a little back pain. Raditz, who was in a state of leather ball and could not open his mouth, established telepathy with Bardock, and said sarcastically. Still trying to provoke me? If this is your tactic, it can be over. Compared to you before, now you can perform this performance, it can be regarded as a rapid improvement. Bardock, who turned into a little giant, pinched Raditz's little head with one hand. Tired? Father, too, is old and not lasting. Speed mode and power mode make up for each other, but the power consumption is a lot, right? Raditz grinned. Look, this is my transformation. A powerful force emerged, and Raditz's muscles began to bulge, and a trace of electricity flowed between the muscles on the surface of his body. Backhand squeeze Bardock's hand. Now my energy is more abundant, next is my stage, Super Raditz performance time is up. The corner of his mouth hooked up on the other side, Raditz smiled. Is it? Is this what you rely on? After all, it is a little ghost, only poor imitation, follow other people's paths, and, when the gap is not large, rely on passive defense to consume others. You have no problem with your brain, right? Bardock scoffed. No way, Father, your switching tactics are too tricky, only after becoming a Super Saiyan can you experience your strength. In front of you, ordinary Super Saiyans are not your opponents. Raditz said with a wry smile. Bang, the two fists collided, and a huge wave of chi was generated centered on the two, turning into a violent wind that ravaged planet Vegeta, even if it was extremely restrained, but the aftermath generated was enough to destroy the sky and the earth. Boom collided with the fist continuously, making the star tremble. It's still better now, just now Raditz didn't know what to think, unilaterally beaten, although the meal, but not exciting enough. Vitalis turned the meat over, took out another cookie and ate it. Raditz did consume a lot of Bardock's strength, plus the power form. Now there is indeed a chance to fight Bardock, but just now Raditz must have been injured, but I don't know how long I can support Vegeta 3 wanted Raditz to win, but Raditz's experience was far worse. It seems that Raditz will not be able to support it first, the gap is too big. If Bardock is serious, the battle will be over long ago. Boom forced Raditz back with a punch. Let's stop here, I really don't want to fight with you anymore. The little trick of the carving insect is too disappointing for me. If you have to fight the victory, then wait until your physical strength recovers and your strength improves. Bardock turned and looked sideways at Raditz and said. Ahem, abominable, are you still looking down on me? Then come on, this is my last attack. Raditz was furious, daring to say that I was a trick. Crackling electric light flashed, and Raditz began to gather energy into his right hand. This move gathers my unwillingness and anger. Let's go next, Father. The energy ball compressed to the extreme emits a dazzling light. Chapter 60. See my power. A roaring Raditz pushed the ball of energy towards Bardock. Is it? Then let me see. Raising his right hand, Bardock began to gather gas. Looking at the huge energy ball approaching, Bardock slowly pressed the small energy bomb in his hand. Boom! The energy ball in Bardock's hand turned into a pillar of light, pierced Raditz's giant energy bullet, and dissipated into a bit of starlight. Raditz watched all this blankly, suddenly exhausted, faded into the super race form, had no strength to maintain the flight, and fell towards the ground. Seeing this, Bardock returned to normal condition and was preparing to go to catch Raditz. "Father, be careful!" Raditz shouted with all his strength after looking laboriously at Bardock, and after discovering his father's intentions. Hearing Raditz shout, Bardock remembered something, turned to look, and was greeted by the energy ball with a diameter of 100 meters. "Now, teleport behind him." Boom! A huge explosion was generated. This! As bystanders, Vitalis and the others saw clearly, and after Bardock relaxed, Raditz teleported the ball of energy he had just condensed to Bardock's side. If Raditz hadn't reminded him, Bardock would have died. Bardock, who consumes a lot of energy, is completely unable to resist this blow when he relaxes. It's a pity, Raditz finally relented, otherwise Bardock would have died for a while, and it would have been fine. Vegeta 3 felt a pity. "Ahem, Vegeta, it's serious, it's just a competition, no matter how cold we Saiyans are, fratricidal, killing fathers and sons, it shouldn't happen around us. No matter how barbaric we are, we should pay attention to the emotions flowing between bloodlines," looked at Vegeta 3 Vitalis said. "I just sighed, although we Saiyans didn't pay attention to emotions before, we couldn't do the act of killing our relatives with our own hands. At best, exile," Vegeta 3 explained, adding at the end. Shaking his head, the previous Saiyans did not care at most, and indeed would not personally kill the offspring who were not qualified in combat, but the exile of newborn babies was a cold-blooded thing in the eyes of many people. And after Vitalis understood it, he also knew that after the Saiyans entered the decline of physical functions in old age, they would choose to fight to the death and die in battle, and the previous Saiyan society could not find the old, weak, sick, and disabled. With a wave of his hand, a hurricane blew away the smoke. "Go and bring Bardock back," his pride made him defenseless to resist this blow, and now he has lost consciousness, just fall like this, will die. Vitalis said to Vegeta. Cut! The unhappy Vegeta flew towards Bardock, who was falling. "What about Raditz?" Broly asked curiously. "Leave him alone, it's just exhausted, you can't die if you fall, it's not a big deal, young man, you need to sharpen." Vitalis continued to roast meat. "But Raditz, this guy, is unexpected, even if he is part of the plan, wait for Bardock to relax and then come to the fatal blow." Many people thought that Raditz wanted Bardock to lose his mind, and his clumsy acting, arrogant words and deeds exposed his inexperience. From the funny scene of grabbing Bardock's tail, Bardock, whether it was Bardock, or the audience, let their guard down, and no one thought about where the energy ball went, thinking that it was just a false shot by Raditz. Fortunately, this time it will be used as a teaching material. You can't despise any opponent, and you can't relax until all enemies are breathless. Relaxed Saiyans are very weak, they can only break the weapons of the flesh, and they can easily kill Saiyans, even if it is Goku, who has become the god of Saiyans, it will overturn. Vitalis himself knew this, and was on constant alert around the clock, sleeping with magic arranged in advance, but other Saiyans did not have this awareness. Even battle-hardened Saiyans will have times when they let their guard down. And this time Raditz's unexpected move, relying on magic to kill Bardock, is a good negative teaching material. As for how Bardock, who learned about this, treated Raditz, he didn't care. "I believe Raditz will only be stronger." "Well, eat enough, the time on the other side of the earth is almost night, let's go, Broly, first run him 25 million kilometers, swim 25 million kilometers, and then go to the earth to sleep." Vitalis clapped his hands and stood up, transmitting the resulting garbage to the star of an unknown galaxy. With a flash of eyes, he added weight to himself and Broly and jumped off the platform. Glancing at Raditz, embedded at the bottom of the pit, Vitalis ran towards the rising sun. Bardock, seeing Bardock slowly opening his eyes, Haimuka happily hugged Bardock. "I'm okay." After being dazed for a while, Bardock remembered what happened before the coma. The effect of fairy beans is very good, Bardock has fully recovered. What about the Raditz kid? Bardock asked, seeing that there was only himself and Haimuki in the house. I don't know, the devil knows where that unconscionable bastard ran wild, said Haimchi angrily. Well, forget it, Raditz's kid is now considered a strong person, even in the universe, as long as he doesn't meet Frisia's level, it's no problem. Shaking his head, Bardock didn't think about Raditz anymore. But this time I was actually defeated by that kid from Raditz. It seems that there is still not enough cultivation, Bardock said in a deep voice. It's nothing, Bardock, you're not serious, and Raditz's bad guy plays tricks. Seeing Bardock depressed, Jaime quickly comforted. It was I who let my guard down and became an enemy. I would have died, if not for Raditz reminding me. I lost anyway. It's dawn. I went to practice. Looking out the window, he found that it was already dawn. Bardock planned to start training, and next time, with absolute strength, let Raditz know who was the father. Do you want to eat something before going? Haimchi, who was holding Bardock, said. No, after eating fairy beans, I'm not too hungry. Shook his head and touched his stomach. Bardock said that he was not hungry. Also, forget it, I'll go and practice with you too. Raditz, that kid hasn't punched him in a long time, Haimuka said angrily. You're no match for Raditz now, Bardock said, looking at his wife with her hands crossed at her waist. Hey? That kid dares to fight back? Gnei said, dissatisfied. Even if you don't fight back, your attacks won't be effective against him, said Bardock leisurely. That's why I'm going to practice with you, said Gnei. And I can't move him then, let's go together. Last time you said that the king sealed the power of Kakarot, didn't he? You also go to study, when the time comes, you will be responsible for sealing, and I will be responsible for fighting. Raditz, this kid is getting too much. Gnei thought of the sealed Kakarot. Forget it, it's rare that you want to cultivate. Let's go. Without further thought, Bardock teleported to the Spirit Time House with Haimchi. Chapter 61. 7th Universe. North of the Galactic Center. In the corner. Solar System. Earth. Western Hemisphere. An unknown island above the ocean. Several shadow discs sat together. Fishing with a fishing rod in hand. Isn't Majin Buu a legend? Vegeta 3 said, looking at the ever-changing scenery on the water. No, Majin Buu does exist. In the future I know, it will break the seal, although it was successfully solved, but there were too many coincidences, and finally succeeded in defeating Majin Buu, and now I am not sure if we can successfully defeat it, so it is better to solve it in advance, Vitalis said. In the past few days, I planned to carry out the experiment of Super Race 4, and Vitalis brought several people who can transform into Super Race to Earth to carry out fishing and other activities, intending to see if it can play a role in training the mind. At the same time, use magic to observe all the planets infested by demons. No way, the universe is too big, Babadai is too small, it is difficult to find. He only knows that Babadai has a king of the demon world from the demon world as a thug, but he doesn't know the method of entering the demon world, so he has to find it one by one. At the same time, one by one, after killing the Frisia Legion, everyone except the garrison of the Life Planet went to various star domains infested by the demon race to find the entrance to the demon realm. At the same time, chasing and killing Babadai, as well as collecting all kinds of legends, such as the King of the Realm and others, the galaxy encounters a major disaster. They will organize manpower to suppress, kill what can be killed, seal everywhere that can't be killed. Vitalis feels the need to find out to kill in advance, or isolate, so as not to run out of something to kill all sides. At the same time, Vitalis also informed the whole clan of the characteristics of powerful beings such as the God of Realm, the God of Destruction, and VES in his memory, so that they could encounter long snacks on the way to find Majin Buu, so as not to encounter trouble and affect the whole clan. Majin Buu, God of Destruction. Vegeta 3 was in a trance. He had thought that the Frisia father and son were the top, and he had dreamed of replacing them, but now he realized how ridiculous he was. With an increase in strength and a broadening of horizons, I discovered how small I used to be. By the way, what kind of Siddha organization, once Frisia's partners, they claim to have the financial resources and intelligence, and want to cooperate with us Saiyan, maybe they know something. Vegeta said. The Siddha organization? I haven't heard of it. What are you doing? Vitalis asked. After all, it is a complete world, and whether it is a manga or an anime, it focuses on the protagonist's group. Do everything, sell intelligence, reward intermediaries or something. I heard that the courage is very dark, and dare to earn the difference in the price of the Frisia Legion. Vegeta 3 thought about this organization. Is it? Go and ask Majin Buu, the situation of the demon world, and the question of the seal of the gods. As for the reward? Frisia owes me a lot, and before it is finished, let them pay it back. If you don't want to, send them to Frisia to repent. I believe that Frisia will thank me. Maybe he doesn't care about the difference, but someone dares to play tricks in front of him, he should be angry, right? Vitalis said that Frisia's partner must not be a good person either. Okay, I'll send someone to ask, said Vegeta, closing his eyes and starting to contact his subordinates telepathically. As for whether he knows or not, Vitalis is just trying. He remembered what seemed to be an all-knowing guy, very strange. Asking questions must kiss him. Men can only ask one question, women are given the number of times depending on charm. Such a guy Vitalis doesn't want to touch. The devil knows if the identity of the traverser is discovered, will it be taken away by the gods to slice and study? And Vitalis wasn't going to kiss that thing. But you can send people, you can't send women, it's too cheap for that guy. Send a group of macho men. It's okay to have one problem for one person, there are quite a few Saiyans. It's a pity, Frisia's men shouldn't have been killed, let them kiss the most appropriate. Vitalis thought maliciously, but it was just a thought, people didn't know if they agreed or not, and in the end, Vitalis didn't plan to go to the guy. King, the Siddha organization said that they had seen a figure similar to Babadai. It seems that the man was evading the pursuit and quickly disappeared. But the man has powerful black magic, most likely Babadai soon, Vegeta 3 said. Dodge pursuit. Realm King God? Vitalis thought. Oh yes? Send someone to the place they said and see if they can trace Babadai, Vitalis said. By the way, all the organizations that cooperate with Frisia, let them pay attention to Babadai's traces. I didn't expect that the Siddha organization had intelligence here. Whether it was true or not, it was worth a try, and it was possible to cooperate with Frisia, and there were a few brushes. Anyway, now it is very early from the birth of the original Buu, he has time, whether it is to ask people or ask Dragon Ball, you can, but it is not good to waste Dragon Ball's wishes like this. Moreover, to collect energy, the current planet Vegeta is the best place in this universe, whether it is quantity or quality. Planet Vegeta's combat power is first class. It depends on whether Babadai is bold enough. By the way, Bardock, bring 2 legions, Vitalis said, turning to Bardock. 2? What other forces need to use 2 legions now? Found the legendary demon realm? Bardock couldn't figure it out. In the past few days, the big and small demon world has been destroyed by the Saiyans. I have also encountered some tens of millions of demon races, but those are all different dimensional spaces contaminated by the breath of the demon world, some large and small, and they are called the demon world by those demon races who do not know the height of the sky. At the beginning, the first demon world Vitalis was so excited that he gathered 50 legions, intending to attack the demon world, and also painstakingly put marks on everyone, ready to fight and run. But as soon as you enter, it is an underground world with a big fart, even a legion of people can't be stuffed, and there are only a few thousand demon races inside, and the so-called Demon King Puxiu is just a garbage with a combat power of no more than 1,000. Feeling humiliated, Vitalis destroyed the underground world in a wave, and he was ashamed to not blow up the planet, and he was stared at by hundreds of thousands of people at the time, and he really wanted to destroy something to vent. Later, they all sent people to determine the situation. And then made a decision, and it turned out afterwards that most of the known life planets more or less had the so-called demon world. Some even have dozens. An exasperated Vitalis gave an order to destroy the demons, and one of these demon realms destroyed the other. Anyway, the demon race is crazy, it is difficult to communicate, and it is also a hidden danger to keep it. No, I'm going to go to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. These 2 legions will be stationed in the Galactic Prison, where dangerous guys are being held, Vitalis explained. Moro, the boss who came out of the latest chapter before Vitalis crossed over, unfortunately he didn't have time to finish it, and I don't know how he was defeated in the end. At the same time, Myers, alternate angel, came to practice red dust and worked in the Galaxy Patrol. Vitalis felt the need to set up a relationship, get acquainted with it, and see if he could get in touch with the Extreme in advance. Then there is Moro, who definitely does not give him a chance to escape. Vitalis only knows that he was sealed by the Great Realm King God and does not know how he was defeated. Otherwise, I really want to release it in advance to kill, otherwise such a terrifying guy comes out, and the Saiyan family is just a delicious dish for him. So Vitalis intends to send 2 legions to assist in the defense. Yes. Bardock quickly contacted the most elite legion under his command, and Vitalis said trouble, it was real trouble, at least Frisia and that Bu. Vitalis did not say danger. And that Sai or something. What kind of civilization made biochemical warriors? Vitalis was lost in thought, carefully recalling the troubles he remembered, and he wanted to solve them as soon as possible if possible. Chapter 62. In the Endless Universe. A huge space building shaped like a steering wheel and bicycles. The main body looks like a lollipop, with a huge sphere extending 4 pillars connected to support a ring. Giant Galaxy Patrol logo on the ring. Vitalis knew at a glance that this was the Galaxy Patrol headquarters he was looking for. With Broly, Bardock, and Vegeta with him, Vitalis teleported to a man he knew well. Galaxy Patrol Elite, head of the Earth Zone, Gark. Well, it's a lot like Ultraman. Yo, Gark Patrolman, hey? Hello, Vitalis greeted. Wow Saiyan? What are you doing here? The powerful eyesight allowed Gok to notice the sudden arrival of several people, this familiar appearance and the tail around his waist. He immediately knew who these guys were. Leading the way was none other than Vitalis, whom he had been observing. When he received information from an informant that a Saiyan child was heading to his precinct with a fleet, he was startled and summoned several colleagues to help, intending to annihilate him in one fell swoop. But something happened halfway through, delayed. It was not until Vitalis entered the temple of the Earth Celestial God and lost his track that the operation was suspended. But then when Vitalis reappeared, he was already strong, and he wanted to take Myers, who was also an elite player, to arrest him, but this guy didn't know where to go. I had to give up again. Knowing the news of Vitalis again, it was the abnormal actions of the Frisia father and son, who gathered on the planet Vegeta and attracted the attention of the major forces in the universe. But because it was Saiyan and Frisia's territory, they didn't know what was going on. Until a few days later, the news came out that the Frisia father and son shared the spoils unevenly with the Saiyans, and fought on the planet Vegeta, which ended with the death of the Frisia father and son. Shocked the universe. The Saiyan Legion attacked everywhere, annihilating the forces of Frisia and others, taking over Frisia's territory and wealth, and has been teasing the nerves of the Galaxy Patrol. It's just that the Saiyan clan has grown by leaps and bounds, and their individual strength is incredible, and their Galaxy Patrolmen do not dare to fight head-on, so they have not taken measures. Coupled with rumors that the legendary warrior Super Saiyan of the Saiyan family was born, the Galactic Patrol who feared the Saiyans was all assembled, intending to stop the Saiyans when they began to dominate the universe. But then received news that the king of the Saiyan clan established the space garrison and announced 2 iron rules. As long as they did not violate it, the Saiyans remained absolutely neutral. The Galactic King and Myers, who received the news, and several people, including him, the super elite, discussed, suspended law enforcement, and waited to see what happened. If the Space Guard is real, then everyone is happy. If it is fake, the Galactic King will contact the gods and ask for support. According to the information obtained by the informant, the king of the Saiyans is Vitalis, who appeared on Earth. In order to better maintain the stability of his jurisdiction, Gok has been staying at the headquarters, and he has to go out during routine inspections and avoid the Earth. For the sake of the relationship between the Galaxy Patrol and the Saiyans, he had to endure the pain and suspend the mission. All to avoid unnecessary conflicts. But I didn't expect to come to the door. Suppress your instincts and resist the urge to pull out your gun. He knew that in the face of these inhuman beings, these guns in his hands could not be broken, and he had to wait for them to slacken and give a fatal blow. I don't know who is coming. Go and call the Myers team members to come and make tea for all the respected adults. Come, sit here. The Myers team members are the tea elites of our Galaxy Patrol, and the tea he makes is the best. Gark hurriedly stepped forward. The corner of Vitalis' mouth twitched, looking at the undisciplined Ultraman creature in front of him. However, when this guy has to face a crisis, he will not back down, which is not bad. As for the tea-making elite Myers, Vitalis had to sigh at this guy's head, turning fast, this dog-legged look. It is estimated that no one will doubt what he said, and those who don't know will really think that Myers is just a tea maker. But he and others, now there is no harm to this universe, and he can't make a mistake for Myers to risk disappearing, and he is not afraid when Myers comes. Even if you have a falling out, you want to be stunned with an anesthesia gun like the original? Vitalis was ready, and Raditz kept observing the place through the recorder of several people, and when he saw that the situation was wrong, he would teleport away a few people. If the teleportation fails, then the Scion Fusion Army will attack this star field indiscriminately, and at that time, with only technological weapons, even Mels will be powerless. As for using the power of angels? That is, he himself looked for death. No, take me to the Galactic King, don't worry, I'm not here to find trouble. Just need cooperation, Vitalis explained, not to make it clear, he was not sure what would happen to this funny guy. Cooperation? Garker thought as he pinched his chin. That's right, cooperation, peace of mind? There is no more loving race than us Saiyans, and we who love peace have defeated the evil Cosmic Emperor Frisia, Vitalis hinted vaguely. They had eliminated Frisia, and their galactic patrolmen didn't even have the strength to fight the Frisia Legion head-on, let alone the current Saiyans. Captain Garker, the Galactic King asked you to take a few guests to the conference room, and Myers and the others were waiting there at this time. An unknown galactic patrolman came to Garker's side. Is it? Then come with me. Hearing that Myers was already waiting, Gark immediately went to the road, and he had to admit that the Myers team members were indeed reassuring. Of course, he was only a little bit behind. He and Myers joined forces without fear of any difficulties. As Gark walked into a wide room, resembles an octopus with a crown on his head. A short-haired, lean, and neat angel, Myers. Looking at Myers' complexion, Vitalis fell into deep thought. This skin color is not unacceptable. I wonder how Bardos looks in reality? May I ask? You know me? Or is there something wrong with me? Myers said, looking at Vitalis staring at him, feeling that this gaze was wrong. Hey? It's nothing, I just feel that you are very strong, and you can have time to communicate and discuss, said Vitalis, who reacted, it is impossible to say that I am curious about what your sister is like, right? Ahem, this is the great Galactic King looking at the snubbed Galactic King. Garki quickly explained. He saw the Galaxy King's disappointed expression. Well, hello, Galactic King. I am the strongest fighting nation in the universe, Scion warrior Vitalis. Vitalis flicked his cloak and introduced himself. He specially wore a combat uniform and a king's cloak. His Gark gasped, this self-introduction seemed more handsome than mine. Vegeta 3 and Raditz also seemed to have awakened something. Instead, Bardock and Broly, staring at Myers, who was said to be very strong by the king, were almost embarrassed. Vitalis was curious about the difference between the hands and feet of the Galactic King and what? But fortunately, he does not have Goku's social, and he does not plan to shake hands with the Galactic King. However, Goku can accurately hold that after shaking hands several times. It is also a skill. Galaxy King, I came here to cooperate with the Galaxy Patrol. The Galaxy Prison imprisons a lot of monsters. Once they escape, the universe will definitely be in chaos and even into a crisis of destruction. So I plan to send someone to cooperate with the Galaxy Patrol to garrison the Galaxy Prison, Vitalis directly pointed out. Chapter 63. Impossible, no, impossible. Several people present heard Vitalis' request and immediately refused. Just kidding, although most of the criminals in Galaxy Prison do not lead to death, some of them are criminals who have been sentenced to death, but they are forced to be detained because they cannot carry out the death penalty. If something goes wrong with these criminals, then the consequences are unimaginable, especially the notorious Saiyans, cooperating with the guards. Although there is no space guard, it is not enough to make people change. Most people believe that it is just a Saiyan scheme to rule the universe. It's just powerless to resist, so I can only accept it helplessly. Let the Saiyans watch over the prison, they are not at ease, followed by the fighting nation Saiyan. What if the combat addiction comes and the prisoners are released to fight? It doesn't matter how many common criminals and Saiyans die. But some exist, and once released, it is difficult to capture them back. Several people know some cosmic secrets, and they all know that now, 4 of the 5 Realm King gods have died, and one of them has not appeared for millions of years. As for the Realm King, the gap between him and the Realm King god is too big. Not at one level, there are some problems they can't solve. Oh? Is it? Sorry to interrupt, Vitalis turned and left. Oh, by the way, inform you, the galaxy where the Galactic Prison is located, we will block it next, including you. You are allowed in and out. For unnecessary trouble, you can change places to build a prison. Vitalis was not surprised, he thought about the problems he would encounter before he came. And I also thought about countermeasures. Looking at the reactions of several people now, I also know that the Saiyans have not changed in their eyes, as always. But he didn't care, after all, it wasn't long before he found their kindness, which was normal. And it doesn't matter what you think, just follow the rules he set. The main thing is that Malou is unreasonable, otherwise there is no need for this. Anyway, he must supervise the Galaxy Prison, and since he does not agree to assist in defense, then it is good to notify him to block it. There is no need to bother with words, and there is no need for humble negotiations. Today's initiative, in the hands of Vitalis, there is a spiritual time house, and there are millions of Saiyans now, and the per capita star annihilation, even if they are in a team of 2, with teleportation, can ignite millions of galaxies in an instant. If Vitalis thinks that he can destroy all living planets in this universe in a short time, except for angels and destroyers, no one can kill all Saiyans in a short time. And the angel is absolutely neutral and will not move. The destruction god made a move, and it was estimated that the cost was more terrifying than letting all the Saiyans spill, and if it alarmed a higher level of existence, the fun would be even greater. So Vitalis is not panicking, he has the confidence to lift the table, and now he is not afraid of any existence under the god of destruction. This is the situation, even if the strength of others is not as strong as Shalo except for Broly, the existence of millions of people who destroy stars can also make him straighten his waist and say no to existences such as the Realm King God. Unfortunately, in the face of the strong, the universe is only a basic unit of measurement, which can be destroyed with a wave, so you still need to work hard. Wait, can I ask you why you are so obsessed with Galactic Prison? Myers called to Vitalis, who was about to walk out the door. It was Myers who spoke. Vitalis turned around and said, there is an existence in the galactic prison that can threaten the current peace of the universe. I don't worry about your galactic patrol. You guy. An ultra-like creature wearing a cloak and seemingly from the Gok tribe pointed at Vitalis, but unfortunately after thinking about it, he didn't think of how to refute it. Your Excellency, the galactic prison is holding a lot of terrible existences, but some of them have been imprisoned by us for millions of years, and nothing happened. Why do you think it would be better for the Saiyans to take care of them? Myers voiced his doubts. Moreover, some of the guys in it are not something that the Saiyans can defeat now. Even if there are more Saiyans, they can't. Even if they are the Frisia father and son, they have no resistance in the face of them. After a little thought, Myers said that he was not optimistic about the combat power of the Saiyans today. I know, so I need to supervise. At present, the major forces in the universe, there are many existences that dare to shout with the Galactic Patrol, but they dare not do this with the Saiyans, Vitalis said slowly. When Myers heard this, he was irrefutable. That's right, the Saiyans solved the Frisia father and son and became the top force in the universe, and judging from the performance of chasing and killing the remnants of the Frisia father and son, the Saiyans are terrifyingly strong. It is more terrifying than the Kurdish Legion, the Gula Legion, and the Frisia Legion combined. With a combat power of tens of millions per capita, coupled with the Super Saiyans who were rumored to have killed the Frisia father and son, no one dares to touch the nerves of the current Saiyans. Some of the older people and the powerful people with a long history know the horror of the Saiyans thousands of years ago and in ancient times. On the other hand, their galaxy patrol can only take care of their acres and 3-point land, and outside their sphere of influence, no one pays attention to them, even if it is their territory. Some people ignore their existence and act recklessly. Compared with the current Saiyans, the galaxy patrolman is too far behind. Even if he violates the rules, he is not sure to erase all Saiyans before disappearing. Can you give us some time to think about it? After thinking for a while, Myers said. Yes, give you a month. During this time I will be on Earth. You can come to me if you think about it, and after a month, whether you agree or not, I will block the galactic prison. After speaking, Vitalis directly led everyone out of the room. Come here. First visit the headquarters of the Galaxy Patrol, let King Vegeta see how the headquarters of the people works, and can learn a little calculation. It's a pity that Myers stays in the Galactic Patrol all year round, favoring so-called justice, and probably doesn't look down on the current Saiyans side. Although they want to establish diplomatic relations with Mels, they Saiyans are currently a more dangerous existence than Frisia in the eyes of the Galaxy Patrol. After a short exchange just now, Vitalis understood that Myers could not talk about jealousy, but he would definitely not be associated with evil and let evil go unpunished. However, if diplomatic relations cannot be established, and he will not change his strategic deployment. After that, the brothers Beerus and Elephant Paw are both gods of destruction who like food, and the sisters and brothers Ves and Bardos are also angels in absolute neutrality, and their attitude towards things is far from Myers. It's okay to build a relationship with them. As for Myers, he will understand later. Now, it's not forced. Wong, just left? Vegeta 3 asked. That's right, the long-standing inherent thinking is difficult to change. We Saiyans have a bad reputation, so there is no need to reason with them. We are not that piece of material. I am not sure to convince them. Vitalis is still self-aware. He does not believe that a few words will make these people change their opinions about Saiyans. Bardock, you are ready. They agree to cooperate, then station 2 legions, if not, then transfer 30 legions to reside. Vegeta, you are responsible for the relevant equipment, the space station and the necessary patrol ships, as well as all kinds of detection equipment, must be prepared. Vitalis arranged. He knew that there must be equipment nearby that could hear their conversation, and this was his ultimatum. 30? Block a galaxy? Vegeta 3 asked curiously. A galaxy, send a few warriors can be destroyed. The destruction of a planet is just a little time. if they join forces, destroying a galaxy is a matter of moments. Ah, that's right, I also know that it's a little less, but the life planet stationed in the current territory needs people, and the pursuit of Babadai also needs people, and there are not enough people at present. Otherwise I want to transfer at least 100 legions to ensure that not a single meteorite can fly out. Vitalis of course knows what Vegeta means, but well, now is the time to show off his force. Vegeta 3 was speechless. Did he mean that? He is idle. But it also quickly reacted to what Vitalis meant. Is there really such a terrifying thing in Galaxy Prison? Vegeta 3 was now genuinely curious about who made the king and those weak galactic patrolmen care so much. It's terrifying. I won't go into details. If the galactic patrol cooperates, you can ask them for a prisoner's information, there should be a record in it. If you don't cooperate, I'll take you to see it in a month. Faced with this problem, Vitalis chose to put it aside for the time being. He only knows one Maluo, and many detailed places are unclear and the memory is blurry for too long. There is no need to show off. Chapter 64. Myers? What are you going to do? Gark asked, looking at Vitalis' back. Galactic King. I don't know, it doesn't really matter if the Saiyans have changed, what matters is their purpose and why they suddenly pay attention to the galactic prison. Myers shook his head. But I tend to cooperate with them, the gap between our combat power and the Saiyans is too big, whether it is the number of combat power or high-end combat power, it is far less than. The Saiyans at least cooperate with the Saiyans, we will not be passive, we can also observe the movements of the Saiyans up close, and move later, if it is really as the king of the Saiyans said, block the prison galaxy, we have no way. Unless we start a war with them, but the hope of victory is slim. Myers watched the Galactic King analyze his opinion. But that's a Saiyan notorious, a madman who only knows how to fight, said an Ultraman-like creature wearing a cloak. Yes, I'm also curious why these battle maniacs set up a space guard to prohibit anyone from destroying the planet of life, and forbidden any slaughter. Now I plan to garrison the galactic prison. Myers thought with his hands folded. Could it be some conspiracy? Like those prisoners in control? Conquer the universe as their minions? Or are you planning to release those powerful beings and fight against them? The unknown ultra-like creature said. Saiyans do not lack combat power, the current Saiyans, it is not difficult to dominate this universe with the power of one race, what can stop them is either sealed or sleeping, as for releasing them to fight. It is very likely, after all, the family in the name of combat are all crazy people, said Myers. However, it's up to you to decide. Looking at the Galactic King, Myers said slowly. Galactic King. Aren't they surprised to see me? The Galactic King asked. Myers. Gark. Oh, I know, just work with them. I will contact Lord Realm King God later to communicate with Lord Realm King, the Galaxy King said. Today's Saiyans, more powerful Frisia, are about to step on the red line, and when the time comes, Lord God of the Realm will make a move. The Galactic King made a decision. Realm King God. It is estimated that no, the Realm King God does not have the decisive power to destroy the Saiyan race. And that one. It is estimated that it will be piled up by the Saiyans, right? But Myers was not optimistic about the King God. If the great Realm King God and his 4 disciples were there, the southeast, northwest, and 4 were there, maybe it would be okay. But now what? He used his ability to observe that the current Saiyans possessed a terrifying heritage. Every moment is getting stronger, quantity and quality go hand in hand, and the universe under the current rule of the king, because of the Saiyan race, the ranking of this universe has been raised to at least the top 5. If the top combat power comes up, it is not impossible to enter the top 3. Gark, why didn't you express an opinion this time? Seeing that his clan was so silent, the people of Gark's clan asked curiously. Aha! Ha ha ha! Recently there was a big thief in my precinct and I was thinking about how to arrest him, ha ha! Ha! Gark, who was suddenly named, said quickly. Unlucky, why do these Saiyans like Earth so much and keep running to Earth? Gok complained inwardly, but he couldn't say that he was afraid of Saiyans. He was an elite member of the team, Gok. Is it worthy of being an elite player? Gok, do you need my help? He was very pleased to see that his fellow clan was so attentive to his work. No need, your jurisdiction is bigger than me, so I won't bother you. Ha ha ha. Gok wanted to find someone to help, but no one could help him except change defenses. At this time, a galaxy patrolman hurriedly approached. Tick, what's wrong with you? So flustered, Gok asked quickly. Report those Saiyans are messing around at the headquarters, and there are some not very good remarks. Tick saluted. Not very good remarks? What did they say? Gok's eyes flashed, and his sharp gaze looked directly at Tick. Taking out the instrument, fiddling with it a few times, the voices of several people came out. Agree to cooperate, then station 2 core. If you don't agree, then transfer 30 legions. Block a galaxy. At present, there are not enough people, otherwise I want to transfer at least 100 legions to ensure one can't fly out. Abominable. They despise us so much. We are galaxy patrolmen. Everyone listened to Vitalis's words. They all felt aggrieved, but they couldn't do anything. Once the Saiyans, they could only capture and annihilate the fallen ones, and they needed to send elite team members with the most advanced technological weapons to win the battle. But in the face of the current Saiyans, in addition to the destruction of the planet, they are completely qualified to stand in front of the Saiyan warriors. Except for Myers, who had the possibility of maneuvering, the others could only deliver dishes. Agree to his request, let the Saiyans take over the defense, we only keep the necessary manpower to run the prison, let them toss and go, transfer back all the elites stationed in the prison, and let them participate in the management of galactic security. It also allows us to save a lot of energy, the Galactic King ordered. The Galactic King. It's okay, they Saiyans are also part of this universe, they should not want this universe to be destroyed. The establishment of the space garrison has indeed reduced the destruction of living planets and races. Try to believe them once. Anyway, the result will not be worse than now, and we still have the Lord God of the realm. Interrupted a few people, and the Galaxy King made up his mind. Team Myers, it's up to you to take the lead in discussing with the Saiyans about prison defense. I'll go contact the Lord of the Realm King, said the Galaxy King and turned to leave. Everyone looked at Myers. Since he joined the team, Myers has been extremely good in dealing with people and working ability, and everyone respects him. Captain Garker, you come with me, you are the one who has been observing that king the longest. Team Titan, you and Team Roll go to sort out the information of the prison inmates, be sure to be detailed. Myers made arrangements. I didn't expect to have to make a decision in such a short time, Scion. I don't know what the universe will develop into in the future, brother, does he know? Lord Beerus should be waking up soon. Hey, eventful. Understand? Understand? Yes. Hey? Agree to work with us? Looking at Myers, who found himself and the others, Vitalis felt very strange. How could it be so fast? He gave it a month. Thought would agree. But didn't expect it so soon. That's right, but I want you to be careful. Many prisoners in the prison are extremely dangerous, many can destroy this galaxy, and can endanger the existence of the universe. Later I will have people hand over the information of all prisoners. I hope you can understand the importance of things after reading it, Myers said. Yes? Vegeta, you are in charge of receiving information, Bardock, you are also together, and then the defense of the galactic prison will be handed over to you, Captain Myers. I hope you can take Vegeta to visit the headquarters of the Galaxy Patrol. You also know, now Vegeta is in charge of the Space Guard, he has no experience, let him learn, Vitalis said. No way, the current Space Guard, under Vitalis' arrangement, only has a framework, or copied the homework half to half, not the right kind, many details still need to be improved. And Vegeta, even if he had been the king before, but it was the king of the Saiyans, it was difficult to put him in charge of these, so he planned to let Vegeta copy the work of the Galaxy Patrol. After all, the Galactic Patrol has existed for too long, and they have some contact with the gods, who knows if they have any hole cards. Let Vegeta explore the bottom by the way. Laughing, this universe is huge, and our Galactic Patrol is only in the corner. By the way, Myers, do you know about the Demon Realm? How do I get to the Demon Realm? Vitalis asked suddenly. Demon Realm? I have heard that the ancient demon world and the realm king god world are fertat. It is a huge world no less than the mortal world. I don't know the specifics, but because of the breadth of the demon world, it has affected many different dimensional spaces and given birth to a lot of monsters. It has brought us a lot of trouble. I don't know where to start. Many people in the mortal world have mastered the method of summoning monsters, introduced these monsters, and caused a lot of disasters. What are you asking this for? Myers told him what he knew, and he was curious, and Vitalis asked why. You also know that we Saiyans love peace, and the existence of these monsters threatens this peace, so it needs to be solved, said Vitalis with a natural attitude. Myers. Gark. Vegeta 3. Bad Action. Peace-loving? Chapter 65. Saiyans love peace. Raditz stood upside down on the roof with one finger and glanced at Son Gohan, who was bathing Goku in front of the house. It's not cool at all, the Saiyans of the fighting nation, and peace doesn't match at all. However, it seems funny looking at the picture presented by Magic. After hearing the peace-loving Saiyans, those few distorted faces, Raditz mused. Holding back a smile? Angry? Unbelievable? There are also emotions that Raditz can't see. But that desperate patience does not dare to be presumptuous. It's fantastic. Is it a coincidence? Or do you say? Raditz also noticed that the leading guy seemed to glance in his direction a few times. Several times the eyes met each other, which made Raditz very uncomfortable. It must be a coincidence. Using magic, the guy who is weaker than me can't detect it at all, and now my father, they just feel something, only Broly's monster can detect and fight back. How can this guy be better than me? No need to transform, such a scumbag Lord Raditz can single-hand turn the magic to an angle. Raditz is not going to look at this weird guy anymore. But which path do I choose? Super 4 or Super Saiyan? Wang said that although they can all choose, Saiyans have the potential of 2 paths, but it is best to choose one path to be proficient. After all, everyone's talent is different, how far they can go depends on themselves. Super 4 and Super Race God are very different from ordinary super races. There are shortcuts to take, and as a pioneer, Father is in charge of Super Race God, Uncle Vegeta is in charge of Super 4. Once successful, the gap between my father and me will only get bigger and bigger. I will only follow my father and take the Super 4 route for the rest of my life, and I can't control my mind in the case of Ape. I have just become Super 1, far from Super 2, and Super 2 and Super 3 according to Wang's words. In the face of Super Sai God and Super 4, the gap is too big. Abominable, Saiyan bloodline is too unreasonable. There is no chance of defeating my father. Raditz was distressed. He remembered that the last time he was in a coma, no one cared about him at all. He was awakened by the rain that soaked the bottom of the pit. Although he didn't go as expected last time and failed in the end, he wanted to beat his father head on this time. It's a pity, one slow step, one slow step. The road of the Super Saiyan, my father is walking in front of me, and the Super Saiyan, my father is about to walk in front of me. It's abominable. Changing a finger, Raditz continued to watch the picture, thinking to himself. Meanwhile, Galaxy Patrol headquarters. Then leave it to you, Bardock, Vegeta, you will hand over here, right? By the way, Broly and I will go first. Captain Myers, they'll leave it to you, Vitalis said. Everything that should have been done was done, and it went smoothly beyond expectations, although he could also see that the few people in front of him were unwilling, and they were forced by the Saiyan forces to agree. But, it doesn't matter, time will change everything, just wait until they get used to it. Unable to resist, after going with the flow, it will only be assimilated, whether it is body or mind, and after getting used to it, it will be fine. It is that the relationship with Myers has not progressed at all. And it can even be said that it has left a very bad impression, but there is no way, there is a conflict between the forces and goals of the two sides. It is not necessary for him to be at ease, and there is no need to be at ease at this stage. Moreover, Jillian is not without resistance in the face of Gaku, who is at ease, although it is very embarrassing, and Gaku has only mastered it, but Jillian did not rely on the power of destroying gods like Toppo, nor did he master any god skills. Relying on its own strength, it is comparable to the strongest god in the universe with a mortal body, the god of destruction. Vitalis doesn't feel inferior to Jillian, he can't do without divine skills, just create his own skills. Let's go, Broly. Thinking like this, Vitalis no longer entangled in Myers, nor blindly pursued divine skills. Who? Raditz found that the air around his body fluctuated abnormally, and someone appeared next to him in an instant, and under the fright, the body instinctively reacted, the fingers were slightly forced, and the body bounced. Raise your legs and kick towards the target. Broly stepped in front of Vitalis and grabbed Raditz's foot with one hand. Thrown into the air, Vitalis grabbed his hand as he tried to replenish an energy bomb. Forget it, it's just an instinctive reaction, it's better to have this reaction, it's better than being killed by someone sneaking up on you, it's also my fault, teleporting behind him without notifying him. Shaking his head at Broly, who was looking at him, Vitalis stopped. He didn't expect Raditz to have this reaction, and he didn't expect Broly's reaction to be so big. Although neither of them transformed, Broly was too powerful, and this blow would waste another wish. However, Broly is really exaggerating. Raditz, who can have more than 3 million combat power per second, although Raditz did not exert his full strength, but his kick, this universe cannot be much next. That. Wong, sorry, instinctive reaction. Ha 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 ha. Raditz, who teleported back, said with a dry smile, glancing at Broly with a palpitation. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan? It's really scary, it's really sad that he was born in an era. But my father and his father's generation are also miserable, but the pressure still came to me after all. Kakarot, grow up quickly, inherit my will, the burden of fighting with Broly will be handed over to you, father's side, leave it to me. Raditz glanced at the frolicking little Gaku. Raditz, do you really want to live on Earth? Vitalis asked. Raditz has applied, usually he wants to live on Earth and protect his brother. That's right, anyway, with my current strength, plus teleportation, it's actually not bad where to live. I can also quickly dispatch if there is a task. As long as Raditz feels that his hometown is loveless, his father is practicing with his mother when he has free time, and he doesn't take him with him, and occasionally calls him just because he is durable, and when the new trick is finished, he is thrown aside. Okay, but remember, you can't destroy the Earth's environment, you can't hurt innocent people, the rest is casual. Remember to go to the Celestial Temple to find the stationing team to report. After 2 explanations, Vitalis returned to the island with Broly. He is not opposed to Saiyans coming to Earth, or he is encouraging and expecting Saiyans to come to Earth. And the descendants between Saiyans and Earthlings also have endless potential. The main thing is that there is no reproductive isolation, although now Saiyans can suppress a galaxy alone. But there are so many galaxies in a river system, and in the universe, there are countless such as the Milky Way. Relying only on the current Saiyan population, it is difficult to manage. It's impossible to run where something goes wrong, that's too inefficient. Even if a patrol is set up, it is impossible to take care of all regions, and for the strong, it only takes a moment to destroy the planet. So the best thing to do is for Saiyans to spread across the universe. Every galaxy, every living planet, is guarded by Saiyans. At that time, the 7th universe will be the 7th universe, and the ranking will no longer be the countdown. Perhaps the Congress of Power does not need to participate, but can sit in the audience and watch those backward universes fight each other for survival places. However, after the change, will Kakarot know Chuan King? If everything changes, will the king not hold a conference of power? Directly clear the substandard universe? It seems that it is still necessary to find a way to contact the whole king and promote the holding of the conference of force. In case the ranking is worse at that time, it will be miserable to be directly cleared. Taking Broly to continue fishing on the island, Vitalis once again considered the future. He is waiting, the Earth Dragon Ball is about to cool down. When the time comes, solve the last shortcomings of the Saiyans. There are no worries, you can wave as much as you want. It's exciting to think about. Chapter 66. King, I want to hit. Beyond Father, please. Please tell me, a path comparable to or even beyond Super Sai God and Super 4, or a method Raditz sincerely asked as a sergeant. Repeatedly sure that his father and Uncle Vegeta are at the Galaxy Patrol headquarters, and Raditz, who will not return in a short time, is determined to find Vitalis. He felt that under the influence of Paragus, the Saiyan frenzy had affected his father, who had high hopes for him, but unfortunately the gap between him and Broly was too far away. He disappointed his father. He felt that his father turned his attention to Kakarot, although he was not a legendary Super Saiyan like Broly, but the 200,000 combat power born in Kakarot far exceeded the original Broly. It is the only one in the new generation with the highest birth combat power, although now Saiyans are generally born with extremely high combat power, but no one except Kakarot can surpass 100,000. So now Kakarot, one of the focuses of the Saiyan race, after learning that he was sent to the food star and raised by a weak person, most of them shifted their targets, but some of them were still paying attention, including his father. In order not to let Kakarot suffer his own treatment, and in order not to disappoint his father again after Kakarot's defeat to Broly, Raditz decided that he would draw his father's attention. After all, that Broly is really perverted, and he doesn't think anyone will be able to surpass Broly. So he was for Kakarot's relationship with his father. Absolutely unselfish. Oh? Are you looking down on Super Sai Shen or Super 4? How long have you been over? Vitalis looked at Raditz funny, good guy, just learned to walk, and wanted to take off. No, I didn't mean to look down on Super Sai God and Super 4, it's just. Whether it is a Super Saiyan or otherwise, my father is ahead of me, relying on the improvement of basic combat power alone. It is difficult to surpass my father, and Uncle Vegeta told me that because of his father's characteristics, he is suitable for the path of Super Saiyan, and Uncle Vegeta is the same, because of the innate conditions, it is most suitable for the Super Saiyan 4 road. No matter which way I take in the future, I am destined to be difficult to catch up with them. Raditz said his thoughts. Vitalis did not expect that the guy in the original book, who was inconspicuous except for a famous quote, could have such ambitions to surpass Bardock and Vegeta 3. Oh, can't you see, you actually want to surpass Vegeta besides Bardock. Vitalis decided that in the future, he had to take Raditz to other time and space, and let him see Raditz in other time and space. Yes, Uncle Vegeta is my life mentor, it was he who corrected my mistakes, it was he who let me know the meaning of fighting. I want Uncle Vegeta to be proud of my strength, so that he does not regret teaching me this disciple who is not a weapon. That's right, it was Uncle Vegeta who let him know the thrill of fighting for the first time. It turns out that the strong ravage the weak wantonly, it is so happy. Although he was the ravaged party, he could feel Uncle Vegeta's pleasant feelings, so he decided that he must repay Uncle Vegeta. Because everyone is a Saiyan, a fighting nation, and does not like cliché things, they have to repay it in a Saiyan way. What do you think, though? Will you actually look for me to find a way to surpass the Super Sai God and Super 4? You know, the Super Saiyan alone has made countless cosmic races despair. Why do you think I have a more powerful method than Super Sai God and Super 4? Vitalis asked. I know, it was you who brought the immortal bean and the spirit time house so that we had the opportunity to contact the power of the Super Saiyan, and likewise, it was you who proposed the concept of Super 2 and Super 3, Super 4 and Super Saiyan, and it was also you who proposed the experimental plan. I believe, you will definitely be able to do better. Glancing at Vitalis, Raditz lowered his head again. Touching his chin, indeed, the divine skill, coupled with the Saiyan who is good at developing transformation forms, can give birth to a more powerful posture. But at present, the divine technique that Vitalis knows is only free to the extreme and destruction, and the free extreme knows the principle, but just putting it forward like this will definitely be paid attention to by the gods, and look at the gods who stand up in the assembly of power to know how exaggerated it is for mortals to master the extreme of freedom. As for destruction, this thing Vitalis does not dare to think about it, otherwise it will annoy the god of destruction, and it will not be good to come to the door and beat it to ashes, or the kind that has no soul left. I want to develop my own divine skills, but unfortunately, neither the realm nor the strength is enough now. He envied Hit very much. Once Hit came into contact with the realm of God, then the Flash Time Gong series would definitely transform into an extremely powerful divine technique. Looking at Raditz in front of him, Vitalis was very moved. This is the best test product sent to the door, not only the initiative to send to the door, but also the kind of hard work without complaint. Get up, as a Saiyan, this gesture is really ugly. If it weren't for the culture, I would like to cancel the kneeling ceremony as a good young man. Although I feel that it is very cool for others to kneel, I am still a little embarrassed, and I don't care about it. However, Saiyans do not kneel at every turn, only kneeling on very important occasions, and only kneeling on one knee to salute, and in order to maintain the system, it is not good to change the ancestral system at will. Yes, I know, as a Saiyan of the fighting nation, I only kneel to the king. That, said Raditz as she stood up and touched the back of her head. Well, I do have a method here to surpass Bardock and Vegeta, but surpassing the Super Sai God and Super 4 depends on you. If you can master it, then your future opponents are only above God, and no one under God is qualified to challenge you. So strong, I want to learn this God. Raditz threw Bardock and Vegeta only a few words. Know that God is real, and several commands of the king are also related to God. There is no doubt that God is strong and can only be looked upon. And now, he is about to master the power of God, and mortals? Only look up to his qualifications. Ahem, don't get excited too early, maybe this power requires you to spend your life pursuing, and you may not necessarily master it when you die. Vitalis saw Raditz's appearance, thinking of fooling this guy later, feeling a little embarrassed. Super Sai God only touches the realm of God. Super 4 only initially has the power to challenge the gods, mainly depends on the foundation, otherwise with your current strength, Super 4 or Super Sai God, not to mention God, stronger people can easily defeat you. That's right, Vitalis knows that the water of the Dragon Ball universe is very deep, and God is just a powerful life form. God's greatness lies in his priesthood and in his deeds. The Realm King God is weak, but his priesthood and obligations make the Realm King God extremely great. The God of destruction is strong, because destruction is his priesthood, destruction is the law of the universe, and great strength plus his priesthood, no one dares to despise it. But mortals who can kill these gods are not for nothing. So Super Sai Shen and Super 4 just ran a little more at the beginning, and they were far from the end. I know, Wang, I will work hard with the determination to die. I don't want to disappoint my father and Uncle Vegeta, and I also want to contribute my strength to the hegemony of the king. Taking a long breath, Raditz made up his mind that no matter what, he must become stronger. This kid, I wonder how Bardock and Vegeta will feel when they know what this guy thinks? Contribute to my hegemony? Don't come to me for a challenge, right? He just didn't want to disappoint his father and master, and he was far from contributing, right? Hey! Not a fool to know to avoid those two. At this time, Vitalis also understood why Raditz chose this time to find him. But killing two birds with one stone, ready-made experiments, and good shows, how could Vitalis give up? After all, what bad intentions can Raditz have? Chapter 67. Listen up next. It's not so much a move, it's better to call it a realm. Selfless realm. That's right, those gods, whether the realm king or the realm king god, have the ability to observe the nether, and when they merge with Vegeta, they can vaguely detect that someone is peeping. And angels have the means to watch and play back the history of any period of time and place, so it is best not to mention the name of the Jijigong, so as not to get into trouble or leave a gap. Therefore, it is best to say a plausible thing with a layer of skin, as long as the general direction is correct. After all, this is also the responsibility of the experimental product, and find the right path after knowing the general direction. Realm? Without me? Cruel. Although I don't understand, I am very handsome, and Raditz feels that this is tailor-made for him, Lord Raditz. The realm of selflessness. Only without distractions, and with rich experience can we achieve. Fortunately, I have read a lot of anime and novels in my previous life, and the background is quite sufficient, and I don't need to use my brain to package my own intentions. Instead of thinking before acting, we rely on our actual experience to fight back unconsciously and use the tricks of other fighters we have seen. Only those who have transcended their own limits can reach this state. Vitalis said slowly. Although it looks very similar, in fact, the details are still different, but it doesn't matter, the general direction is right. Vitalis doesn't think Raditz can do it at this stage, but he can gain experience in advance, which is good for everyone, whether it is Raditz or Vitalis. In the future, you may not be able to meet Wukong, who has mastered the freedom of other time and space, and when the time comes, because of the accumulated experience, you may be able to master it quickly and be prepared. Without a brain response? Hiss. Unconscious counterattack? This is powerful, not afraid of sneak attacks. The most important thing is that you don't need to use your brain. This is good. Raditz is excited, the body will fight by itself. Does that mean that the body can cultivate and do things by itself? Combined with the magic developed by Wang to strip away consciousness and body when he was ape, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted in the consciousness space? The body will act on its own anyway. Boom! A snap of his fingers ejected Raditz. What does it mean to use your brain? It's so inelegant, although the meaning is in place, but not after thinking about it. Is it instantly much taller? Moreover, looking at the way Raditz looked, he knew what Raditz was thinking, because he had had similar thoughts, but he thought deeper. Consciousness and body are separated, and the body acts autonomously, so is this body still his? If the world were to be changed, it would be a big terror, and maybe a new consciousness would be born. The main thing is that you have not yet learned, and you are imagining the future? Dream again at another time. Listen to me well, don't be ambitious, and take some time to learn the knowledge. Even if you can't avoid becoming a reckless man, you must be a cultured reckless man. Saiyans are about to usher in the era of space operations. Although you can rely on your own strength to resist. But understanding problems such as gravitational fields, the four fundamental forces, and the gravitational slingshot effect, both actions and battles will change, saving time and effort, such as destroying a galaxy with a little less effort. Forget it, don't think too much about it first. Fingers hooked, pulling Latizi back. This is the selfless realm, don't think too much, attack the selfless realm, okay, go and cultivate. Wang, you still haven't said how to cultivate? Speaking of king, have you mastered it? Raditz asked, only talking about the realm of selflessness, and the devil knows how to cultivate. It is said that it is the realm, you have to rely on yourself to understand. It stands to reason that I shouldn't tell you the name, and I also said the effect in advance. In other words, it increases the difficulty of your cultivation, so, it's up to you next. At least what I said just now includes the direction of cultivation joke. He wants to know how to cultivate, then don't experiment now, directly cultivate freely and freely. Super Sai can eliminate anything, Super Sai God Super 4 is not needed, free of the extreme. After successful cultivation will also be born divine power, a group of Saiyans who master the ultimate will. No one under the whole king is afraid. Well, forget it, it's good to tell you again. Anyway, you know the realm of selflessness, which increases the difficulty for you to enter the realm of selflessness and let go of the hollow god. Selfless realm, what I said just now is only the primary realm. There are 3 doors in the depths. It is the 3 hidden techniques of selflessness. I will not talk about the other 2, it is not a good thing for you to know. The limit of thousands of tempering in the realm of selflessness. Okay, go and cultivate. Vitalis waved his hand and began to rush people. Hey? Only names? Raditz feels outrageous. Good fellow, just now I still feel that there is no cultivation method. Forget it, the realm, you need to realize. Now what? Only the name. As the name suggests, you can know it by listening to the name. Thousands of tempers, as long as you don't die, then practice in death. Vitalis turned around and continued to fish, and if he continued, he would not be able to make it up. Although he remembers probably, he can't remember the details. It's not good to be crooked. However, today, with a flash of light, replacing the selfless intention with the intention of selflessness, he found that the realm of selflessness did not seem to be low, especially the 3 gates, one more outrageous than the other. The effect of the seamless limit is even more outrageous. This is still called playing tennis? What kind of tennis is this? Although the difference between martial arts and tennis is too big, the realm is the same, and perhaps the transformed selflessness is no worse than the extreme of freedom. At least he knows the 3 ways without me, and he knows only ideas. Okay, then I'll go first, but it's all to the beach. I'll go catch some fish and go back. Raditz flew towards the depths of the ocean. He didn't dare to disturb Wang Yu. Broly's guy is still around, disturbing the king, he will die. This guy showed mercy to anyone who offended the king. He almost died 2 days ago, and the shadow of death was still fresh in his memory. It was the first time he faced death. Vitalis, without the realm of self, can I also learn? Looking at the departing Raditz, Broly asked. Of course, here I am. You can learn whatever you want, but the realm of selflessness is too ethereal, there is no need to pursue it too much. Maybe you will meet something more suitable for you in the future. In Vitalis's opinion, Broly's personality is indeed the most suitable for being at ease. Simple, more simple than Kakarot, at least in the super period of Goku. In terms of psychic, not as good as Broly. In addition to being at ease, Broly's natural strength and supernatural characteristics are also suitable for destruction. Therefore, after getting to know Beerus and Weiss, he will find a way to send Broly to cultivate with the 2. Of course, he also wants to go if he has the opportunity, but Broly has the highest priority. When it comes to talent, Broly is undisputed. When the time comes, it will be okay to come back and teach him, right? Chapter 68. Broly? According to the outside time, you are estimated to be only about 1 year old, right? Vitalis asked, looking at Broly beside him. At first, he just wanted Broly to grow up quickly, ignoring other things, such as Broly's childhood. Maybe the former Saiyans and himself did not care about this. But when he came back to his senses, Vitalis still felt guilty. After all, after a long time together, he felt that this was a real world. They are all living people. Moreover, Broly's attitude towards him made Vitalis feel even more guilty. Broly treated him as a relative, a brother, and was loyal to him. Perhaps Vitalis and his father were opposed, and Broly would also choose him. Who let him abduct shortly after Broly was born? Probably. What's wrong? Do you think I'm still young? So I'll go to the spirit time house for a while? Broly asked curiously. Indeed, Broly could sense that Vitalis felt overprotective of children, abolishing the tradition of exiling Saiyan junior warrior children to invade the planet, and even forbidding children under the age of 18 to join the Battle Legion. Only children who are good, strong, and have potential are allowed to take on the responsibility of guarding the planet. Broly, who had been on Earth for a while, probably understood Vitalis's thoughts, and although the clan was quite complaining, Broly did not feel anything, because he believed that Vitalis did everything right. No, I didn't mean that, it's just that you missed your childhood and can't miss your youth anymore. Tomorrow you can make a wish again. After the wish, you have to leave. I have a special task for you, I hope you can complete it, Vitalis said. Mission? Vitalis' mission, I will definitely complete it. Broly heard the task and stood up excitedly, and the momentum exuded by the excitement set off waves on the sea. A flash of light in Vitalis' eyes quelled the storms and waves that Broly had inadvertently caused. This is the strong, every move can inadvertently cause natural disasters. Broly, your hard practice is not enough, you still need to cultivate. Sorry, I'm just too excited, this is my second official mission, right? When you told me that you wanted to find an opportunity to teleport me to the headquarters of the Frisia Legion and defeat Frisia, but unfortunately Frisia came early, and I couldn't kill that guy myself. This is a shame in my life. Broly clenched his fists and tickled his teeth at the mention of Frisia. At the beginning, Vitalis mentioned when he was cultivating that he would send him to annihilate Frisia when the opportunity came, but Frisia actually ran to kill him in advance, and because of his reasons, he did not kill Frisia in the first place, which indirectly caused a lot of losses. However, he also has plans that after Vitalis fulfills all his wishes, he will apply to Vitalis to use the Dragon Ball to revive Frisia and wash away his shame, and he must punch after punch to kill him alive. No, there is no need to pay attention to it, I was just imagining the future, and the plan couldn't catch up with the changes. Touching his head embarrassedly, Vitalis said, the so-called right time is to use teleportation magic to send a courier to Frisia when Broly is violent. At that time, he just used Broly as a tool, an unstable powerful thug. But this time Broly thought too much, he didn't let Broly fight this time. Moreover, although Frisia also has great potential, Broly, your talent is the strongest, and your enemy should not be mortals, Vitalis said, and glanced at the setting sun with a lonely expression. Talent, whether it is Broly or Frisia, is too strong, the two who do not cultivate can surpass most people, and their cultivation talent is even more outrageous, and they can span the efforts of mortals in a short time. Not to mention them, Vegeta 3, Bardock, Raditz, they are equally more talented than him, although the previous warrior classification missed a lot of genius. But that's because they don't have bug items like fairy beans. Therefore, the warrior classification can still distinguish talents to a certain extent, and compared with these people, he is only a subordinate fighter. It's just a temporary lead by relying on prophetic foresight. If nothing else, Broly has far surpassed him. In terms of combat power alone, Bardock is about to catch up with him. Vegeta 3 and Raditz, after breaking the boundaries of the super race, are also growing rapidly. Do you have to rely on Dragon Balls to change your bloodline or body or something? Shaking his head, Vitalis dispelled the tempting thought, Majin Buu's physical body, transcendent bloodline, and the exchange of bodies with future Goku and so on, Super Divine Dragon should be able to do it. But Vitalis doesn't want this, the Saiyan bloodline in the body is also rejecting this, it is rare to live again, or such a wonderful world, you can't say it without trying once. Even if it is a Saiyan bloodline, it has evolved from generation to generation of ancestors fighting, and he may be able to further improve the bloodline. I don't know if I can develop a posture that belongs to me, thinking of Sun Wukong and others in other time and space who developed Super 1, Super 2, Super 3, potential release mysterious form, Super 4, Super God, Super Blue, Free Extreme, etc. One by one handsome posture, Vitalis felt hot in his heart. After all, Kakarot is only a low-level warrior, although that is the protagonist, and compared to it, his willpower in pursuing martial arts supremacy is very weak, and his thinking is not simple enough, but people. There must be a pursuit, and the time is big to go to heaven to retire. Trying not to lose face. Just. It seems that there are not many colors left. Sunset. Hey, thinking too much, can't sleep. Practiced, how about you? Sleep or come together? Vitalis looked at the setting sun and thought that he would soon be able to make a wish again, a little excited. And just thought too far, the blood has not receded. Of course, let's practice together, Vitalis. Said Broly, okay, sleep? Are you still asleep at this time? The two chase the sun. Without relying on the chi in the body, he ran on the sea surface with his physical body alone, and set off a fierce wind on the sea at an extremely fast speed, bringing gusts of huge waves. Hey, I want to cultivate too. After the king came, he did something, but he always swept the tail for them. It's good to be a king, and you can act recklessly. A warrior appeared on the surface of the sea and smoothed the vision caused by the two. After running around the earth for a few times, the earth finally finished a circle. Let's go, Broly. Seeing that dawn was dawning, Vitalis beckoned Broly to fly towards the temple. Originally, I thought about trying to see if I could use Dragon Balls after 12 o'clock, but thinking that Tenjin and Bobo were still resting, it was not very ethical to disturb them rashly, so I ran all night according to my patience. Arriving at the temple, Bobo has placed the Dragon Balls on the ground. Of the stationed Saiyan squad, only 2 remained in the temple, and the rest were scattered above the earth, and they learned about the role of the Dragon Balls and the king's use of the Dragon Balls, spontaneously guarded. They are located in a position that covers the whole world and can launch a counterattack against the ground and space at the first time. Seeing this scene, Vitalis smiled slightly. This is the benefit of Wang, not a feeling of a person. Quite good. Please, Great Dragon, grant my wish. Vitalis stepped forward, raised his hands and shouted a spell. The sky, which had just lit up, was once again shrouded in darkness. The light cut through the sky, and the huge body of the divine dragon appeared in the sky, and the huge head hung down, staring at the pair of huge eyes staring at Vitalis. Fallen Ah Shenlong, the signature lines are gone. As for? Isn't the original time and space often used by that group of people, and I haven't seen you playing tricks? Forget it. Shenlong. Please tell me the whereabouts of all the Dragon Balls. Chapter 69. Shenlong. Please tell me the whereabouts of all the Dragon Balls. Vitalis felt that he didn't say well, but the dragon didn't hear clearly, so he said it again. Tenjin. Mr. Popo. Broly. As you wish. Shenlong's eyes flashed. Your wish has come true. Please name your next wish. Lean. Earned. Vitalis originally just planned to give it a try. There is no necessary wish at the moment. He took a wish out originally to try his luck. See if there are any other Dragon Balls besides Earth Dragon Ball and Namek Dragon Ball, Super Dragon Ball. Earth gods are orphans of Namek's escapees. Grand Elder Nami Nemesis is a survivor of the Crisis of Doom. The theatrical version also featured the evil Super Nami Nemesis. So will there be other Nami Nemesis survivors? Will there be dragons among them who can make Dragon Balls? Vitalis thought so. After all, the universe is so big. Moreover, the brother universe, the 6th universe also exists. The Nami Nemesis, they definitely have Dragon Ball. No matter how bad it is, getting the Super Dragon position of this universe is also conducive to the layout in advance. Although I don't know when the 6th universe destruction god Elephant Paw began to collect, I don't dare to move for the time being, but it is also possible to lay a monitor to understand the movement. At that time, just make some movement to wake up Beerus. Maybe you can contact the gods in advance. Pit like Pabalus will definitely be happy, and maybe there is a chance to use Super Dragon Ball. Anyway, no matter how you calculate it, this wish is not a loss. Unexpectedly, there were actually other Dragon Balls. First of all, the information given by the dragon. There is no Dragon Ball information from other universes. Even if it is the Super Dragon Ball location of this universe, it should be that the desire of the Earth Dragon Ball is limited to this universe, and the level is lower than that of Super Dragon Ball, and it cannot observe the specific location. Of course, it is also possible that it did not tell Vitalis because of the rules. However, Vitalis also knows that there are currently 3 Dragon Balls in this universe. Earth Dragon Ball and Nami Buster Dragon Ball, both shown on Earth. Of course this is crap. There is also a pair of planets called Cyril, so where should there be Nami Nemesis people to survive? Shenlong, wait a minute. Grinning, Vitalis was happy. Because it is a secondary Dragon Ball, it is very peculiar. There are only 2. This is a brand new Dragon Ball that Vitalis did not see in the original book, and he once thought that Dragon Ball was composed of 7, whether it was Earth Dragon Ball, Namek Dragon Ball, or Super Dragon Ball, it was composed of 7. So is there a special place in Cyrillic Star Dragon Ball? 2 divine dragons, strong or weak? Swish! Swish! In just 2 minutes, Vitalis returned, and the position given by the dragon was very accurate, and it also contained space-time coordinates, and Vitalis could accurately teleport. It's easy to get the Dragon Balls. Playing with the 2 small Dragon Balls in his hand, Vitalis was curious if this dragon would be underage. Is it legal to work? Come out, Shenlong, grant my wish. Throwing the Dragon Ball to the ground, Vitalis shouted a spell. Ahem, try Nami Buster, Ta Kalapit. Tot Lombo. Pupilit Paro. Buzz. The 2 Dragon Balls that resonated with the light emitted dazzling light, and a figure appeared from the light. It's just that the appearance of this figure seems a little subtle. Slightly smaller than other divine dragons, the appearance is more like a loach. Those who have collected 2 Dragon Balls, say your wish. Any wish, as long as I can fulfill it, will help you come true. The 2-star divine dragon whose words just fell, seemed to have discovered the Earth divine dragon. 4 eyes opposite. Speechless. Earth divine dragon, Cyril star divine dragon. Celestial god. It's quite polite. Hey, the Earth dragon, you learn a little. Anyway, it seems that this new dragon is quite polite, at least the appearance lines seem very sincere. Is that your second wish? The Earth divine dragon leaned out and asked closely. Nope. You wait, let's see the power of your new colleague. Taking 2 steps back, Vitalis looked at the Cyril star dragon. It feels like the Earth dragon seems to have some emotions. Please tell me all the ways that Saiyans can survive in space and the drawbacks of the methods, Vitalis said in Nameki. Is that your wish? Although it seems to be 2 wishes, they are related, and they are fulfilled for you. Also, you don't need the Nami star language to make a wish, just the universal lingua franca. Said the 2-star Shenlong. Hearing Shenlong's words, everyone present turned their heads except for Vitalis. They probably knew what Shenlong meant, but they didn't expect that Shenlong would dislike Vitalis' crappy Nami Nemesis language. Oh yes? Thanks for the reminder. Look at the people, the Earth Dragon learns a little, say 2 more words and feel that you are making a wish. How much do you want to get off work? Vitalis complained that the Earth Dragon's wish depends on the person. In the presence of Beerus, he is a different gesture. Is that your second wish? The Earth Divine Dragon's eyes narrowed, looked at Vitalis and asked. No, you wait. This guy, it seems necessary to make a wish next to Beerus when he makes a wish later, To admire the dragon's fear and licking the dragon. As you wish. Next time, I will say that. The 2-star divine dragon glanced at the earth divine dragon thoughtfully, dispersed its body, and the 2 dragon balls on the ground rose in the light and scattered at an extremely fast speed. Knowing Vitaly's nature, Broly quickly flew towards the dragon ball, but when he was about to touch the dragon ball actually turned a corner, accelerated again and disappeared into the sky. Hey? It doesn't seem to turn into stone? Vitaly saw that the dragon ball in the light did not turn into stone, and seemed to have spirituality, and actually drifted. The angry Broly was furious, quickly chasing after the dragon ball. A few seconds later, Broly handed the 2-star dragon ball in his hand to Vitaly's. Sorry, Vitaly's, I was careless. Next time, I won't let him run again, Broly said embarrassedly. Even if he increased his strength in time when he reacted, he only chased one and ran away. It's okay. On Earth, he can't run away. No, the radar is for you, bring him back. Take out the Dragon Ball radar from the magic storage space and hand it to Broly. In fact, it is nothing to disperse the Dragon Ball. There is a radar. With their power, it can be collected in minutes. It's just that after turning into stone, the Dragon Ball radar can't detect it, so intercept it in advance to save some time. However, Cyril Star Dragon Ball actually did not turn into stone. Does that mean that you can make a wish immediately? Looking at Broly who rushed away, Vitaly shook his head, no longer thinking about it, just try it later. Close your eyes and start looking for the best Saiyans among the many ways to survive in space. Chapter 70. All the ways that Saiyans can survive in space. It was Vitaly's wish. This divine dragon did indeed do it. There are many ways. For example, by spaceship. For example, wear a spacesuit and carry an oxygen cylinder. There are also many species that can survive between universes. Replacing the bloodlines or organs of these creatures can also survive in space. The advantages and disadvantages of these bloodlines or organs are also intimately marked. But if you change the bloodline, you have to abandon the Saiyan bloodline, and as for the bloodline fusion, it is okay, but the gap between pure blood and mixed blood is very large. Among them, the weak bloodline not only does not increase the potential, but also affects the Saiyan bloodline. Although the problem of survival is solved, the decline in potential is not worth the loss. There are also strong bloodlines, some are not inferior to the Asians, have strong survivability, and there are many more potential than Saiyans, but then they are no longer Saiyans. With other options, Vitaly didn't want to change these bloodlines. After all, Super Saiyans are childhood, emotional bonuses, plus those powerful bloodlines are not people. He has not yet pursued strength to the point of giving up human posture, so as not to be a person. Replacing organs is also a choice, even if there is rejection, it can be eliminated by Shenlong. Among them, there is a creature called Aetherosaurus. His energy organ makes Vitaly very excited. Only a small amount of matter can be fused, produce huge energy. If replaced by this energy organ, may be able to stand at the peak of the universe in a short time. But unfortunately, the supporting ones also need to strengthen the body, otherwise with the physical strength of the Saiyan, it cannot withstand the energy generated by the energy organs. Even the race of Aetherosaurus has not played the role that this energy organ should have, and no one knows the limit of the energy that the organ can produce so far, because no one can hold out until that time. The powerful energy burst, the first to collapse is itself. It's good to use self-explosion to end up. Although there are many ways to strengthen the strength of the body in the follow-up, which makes Vitaly very excited, he is temporarily unable to accept the growth of xeno-organs in his body. So don't take. After looking at all the methods, Vitaly realized that there were so many magical species in the universe, and their bloodlines and various strange organs were shocking. The powerful bloodlines and organs in it made Vitaly very hungry. If it weren't for the hurdle, he probably couldn't help but replace it. There is another way, that is, to become a god, a god in the true sense, not a super Saiyan god who has the breath of a god and transforms, maybe delve into the power of gods, and super Sai gods can also survive in space, but this is too far away. And those ordinary Saiyans who are not qualified to transform into super Sai gods, their combat power is wasted, after all, per capita explosion stars, but cannot go out of the planet to fight, too ironic and funny. Fortunately, the method introduces a tantric method of alayu, which after operation allows organisms to not rely on breathing. Relying on the energy supply of the body, replacing the role of the respiratory system, is not simply holding the breath. The role of breathing is to maintain life. Breathing is divided into external breathing and internal breathing, and the role of internal and external breathing is to maintain life. The role of external respiration is to inhale fresh oxygen and expel carbon dioxide, finishing the site in the lungs. The function of internal respiration is to first transport the inhaled oxygen to various tissues and organs of the body through the blood circulation, and is used by tissues and cells for metabolism. The carbon dioxide produced by tissue and cell metabolism is then transported back to the pulmonary capillaries through blood circulation, and excreted from the body by the action of external respiration through exchange with alveolar gas, and the part where internal respiration is completed is at the tissue and cell level. The Achu tantric law is to use the energy in the body to replace breathing. As long as the energy in the body is not used up, then you can always survive in an oxygen-free environment. This is exactly what the Saiyans need. Perhaps you can survive in water, magma, space, and other dimensional space for a certain period of time by holding your breath, but if you fight, holding your breath is purely looking for death. Saiyan physical and energy protection allows them to survive and fight in a variety of harsh environments. The only constraint is breathing. The Achu tantric method is a good solution to this problem. Although the loss of chi is increased, the existence of fairy beans can ignore this. Swoosh, at this time, Broly also found another Dragon Ball and just returned. Here you go. Broly handed Radar and Dragon Ball to Vitalis. Sure enough, it didn't turn into stone. Looking at the Dragon Ball in his hand, if he hadn't just made a wish, Vitalis couldn't believe this scene in front of him. Tenjin, do you know something? Vitalis turned to ask the gods. I mentioned in the inheritance knowledge I got from the Great Elder that the number and size of Dragon Balls are also uncertain due to the ability of the maker, so the maker of this Dragon Ball must be very powerful, right? Tenjin said slowly. He was also shocked. There was no cooling Dragon Ball. He was also the first time to see. Is it? Whatever about him, it's easy to use. Shook his head, no longer thinking about it, thinking so much about why he could use it as he wanted. Ta Karapat. Tot Lombo. Pupilit Paro. Buzz. The two Dragon Balls that resonated with light emitted a dazzling light, and a familiar figure appeared again. Those who have collected 2 Dragon Balls, say your wish. Any wish, as long as I can fulfill it, will help you come true. The 2-star divine dragon who read the lines also saw the surrounding environment and Vitalis, who had just finished his wish. Boom! The powerful momentum broke out, and everyone dragon looked at it. It turned out that Broly had entered the super race state. There was even a faint green light shining around the golden flame. Those emotionless eyes stared at the 2-star divine dragon deadly. 2-star divine dragon. Cough. Shenlong, my wish is to use the Achu tantric method as a living Saiyan talent skill in this universe. Can it be done? Or do you need me to explain what a talent skill means? Vitalis said embarrassedly. Is this your wish, Earth God Dragon? Is this your wish, Cyril? Star God Dragon. Earth God Dragon, you wait a little longer, ha? Well, Cyril Star God Dragon, my wish is this. Vitalis said to the 2 divine dragons separately. It seems that multiple divine dragons will be present in the future, and they need to be prefixed. As you wish, just born. Cyril's star dragon's eyes flashed. Your wish has been fulfilled. Also, although I don't have a cooldown, my energy is also limited, this time to increase the talent of a large race, the consumption is a bit serious, and I can't realize the wish that requires a lot of energy in a short time. You should understand what I mean, right? This time, Shenlong did not leave directly, but explained his own situation. So that's the case, if you can use it all the time, it will be amazing. I know, thank you, Shenlong. Vitalis thanked him. After all, this guy was quite polite and fulfilled his wish, and it was necessary to thank him. Earth Divine Dragon. Then I'll go down first. Left glanced at Broly, who was in that crazy explosion. The Divine Dragon dispersed its body in the light, turned into a Dragon Ball and slowly floated to the place, as if knowing the strength of several people here and the existence of the Dragon Ball radar, plus the wear and tear are serious and cannot fly, do not intend to do useless work and waste strength. Broly saw that the Dragon Ball did not fly away. Broly was stunned for a moment, but did not say anything more, and returned to normal. The luster is indeed a little dim. Do you want to call it out again to try its limits? Vitalis made a move, and the Dragon Ball flew into his hand, looking at the Dragon Ball in his hand and said, "When are you going to keep me waiting? If I don't have a wish, I'll leave first," said the Earth Divine Dragon. Chapter 71. Although there is a potential crisis in the Dragon Ball wish, even if it is determined that this universe is connected to the God of Destruction and the Broly root, there may not be such as the Dark Star Dragon Ball and the Evil Dragon, but the Old World King God has also said that the Dragon Ball will affect the natural laws of the universe. It is difficult to use too much to ensure that it encounters unknown crises. But go for it. It's impossible without Dragon Ball. Who can bear such a convenient thing? Vitalis couldn't help it anyway. Collateral benefits alone, Vitalis won't give up on Dragon Ball. Most of the Saiyans are originally fearless of death, fearless of everything, and fight to the death, but a small number will still retreat in the face of death. After the last resurrection of the dead Saiyans, everyone learned of the existence of Dragon Ball. Now there is no one in the whole clan who is afraid of death. There are fairy beans for injury, and Dragon Balls for death. And according to those who return from Hades, going to Hades after death requires going through judgment and deciding whether to go to heaven or hell, or to reincarnate. Then no one is even more afraid of death. Death? It is also just another beginning. Whether it is heaven or hell, it does not matter, and reincarnation is not a loss. Therefore, the current Saiyans themselves do not spare their hands at all, and they do not fight to death, fighting externally, fighting to the death. Whether it is the enemy or yourself, you must fight even if you have one breath left, showing the style of fighting nation. All kinds of benefits, there is no possibility of giving up Dragon Ball. Which? Have you made a wish? As Vitalis pondered, the dragon lowered his head again and looked at Vitalis urgingly. Well, that? Shenlong, can you bring the Earth Dragon Ball to me in a year's time? Vitalis thinks you can try. After all kings can exist too, and Dragon Ball should be able to do it. No, this is against the laws of the gods and the rules of the universe, and there is nothing I can do," said Shenlong helplessly. "Yay, every day I want to get something for nothing. Who is used to it?" He actually put forward some wishes to embarrass the dragon. "Okay, then you wait, I'll think about it again." For this answer, it was not unexpected for him. "Just want to see if I can succeed. Anyway, failure does not occupy the number of wishes. But if it succeeds, he wants to see if a Dragon Ball disappears after a year, or a parallel time and space without Dragon Ball is born. If the previous one can directly complete the straight line traversal, instead of going to parallel time and space, then he needs to re-evaluate the power of the gods. The gap between going to a different timeline in a parallel universe and jumping directly in the local space-time timeline is too great. Even if the king god of the realm uses the space-time ring to observe space-time, he can't change history, otherwise a new parallel space-time will be born. Nor can they interfere with the history of this time and space. The result of the failure is good, but it is still necessary to find a way to verify the gods' control over time and space and their ability in time and space. Forget it, this wish remains. If I remember correctly, leave a wish, the cooldown time is halved, see you next time. Shenlong thought about it. There is no wish that must be fulfilled at present. Shenlong. Really? Is there really no desire? Shenlong asked in surprise. Well, today's harvest was beyond expectations, it disrupted my train of thought, I have to brush it off. Sorry Shenlong for keeping you waiting, Vitalis said a little embarrassed. Your wishes have been fulfilled. Shenlong's eyes flashed, and he said the exit line, dispersing the light, leaving 7 Dragon Balls turned into stone on the ground. I don't know when the Dragon Ball stopped trying to leave. There is still one wish left to make a wish with the Nami Star Dragon. During this time, it is better to test the limit of the Cyril Star Dragon, so that 3 dragons can be arranged. At present, the Nami Star Divine Dragon has outstanding abilities in resurrection, although it can only resurrect one person at a time. Followed by the Earth Divine Dragon, and the ability is extremely superior after upgrading. Cyril Star Dragon Ball, there is no cooldown, but it seems that there is a problem of energy loss, which Earth Dragon Ball also has, but it is necessary to occupy the number of times of wishes, and the cooldown time remains unchanged. Nami Dragon Ball has not yet reached its limit. So Vitalis wants to try the limits of the Cyril Star Dragon, and when the Cyril Star Dragon Ball recovers, he will do the test. Based on the test results, the use of the next 3 Dragon Balls is decided. If the Cyril Star Dragon Ball has no characteristics other than no cooldown, then the Cyril Star Dragon is responsible for intelligence later, and it should not be much to consume just answering questions. Forget it, wait a minute. Too many Dragon Balls is also a trouble. Vitalis contacted the nearest legion near Cyril and asked them to go to Cyril first, including Cyril and the Nemesis people above it. Then everyone in Tenjin and Nami Nemesis can happily go to the fellows again. After they got acquainted, Vitalis went to ask Cyril about the details of the Star Dragon. Broly, I have a mission for you. It's a long-term mission, Vitalis said as he came to Broly's side and patted Broly on the shoulder. Despite the orders, Vitalis, I will definitely complete it, no matter what the task. Said Broly excitedly. Finally, there was a task again. As for resurrecting Frieza, wait a minute, you can't run anyway, and when he is a little stronger, the 3 fathers and sons will be resurrected together, and it may be cooler to beat them together. Well, you know, although we Saiyans can burst into anger with more powerful power, but that is too extreme, especially you, it is easy to storm. Vitalis looked at Broly's excited look a little embarrassed. Well, I understand. I can't control that power very well, even if it's an ordinary Super Saiyan, there is a possibility of running away. Broly also knows that his own strength, once he runs away, can easily cause a big accident. If Vitalis and the others can't fuse, then the strongest Saiyans at present, one punch at a time, although he deliberately did not cultivate, but last time he fought with the Frieza father and son, he also fought with Vegeta. In the face of him who is now adapted to his strength, perhaps the current fusion of several people in Vitalis is estimated to be unable to defeat him in a short time, and over time, the fusion warrior may be defeated by him. So, you have to pursue the power of love. Love can change the world. Love makes you grow, Vitalis said earnestly. You can occasionally go to your father and me, but most of the time you have to go on a journey alone, in search of love. Yes, Vitalis intends to make Broly fall in love. This is indeed for the good of Broly, love can indeed make people stronger, not to mention anything else, just for Vegeta, who broke out Boomer, you can see how handsome and strong the Saiyan who breaks out after the lover is hurt. And it's just a slap, if you sacrifice to the sky like Klin, it is estimated that you will have to hold out a new form, although it may be difficult to face the god of destruction, but other mortals can block it. This is also a little bit of Vitalis' careful thinking. There are only two people who can make Broly erupt so far. One is him, who grew up with Broly, and the other is Broly's father. Vitalis, who didn't want to sacrifice to the sky, moved the idea of asking Broly to find a daughter-in-law. Of course, the sacrifice to the heavens is just a joke. The creatures under the gods who need Broly to use the heaven sacrificing method have not yet been born, and it is estimated that the heaven sacrificing method above the gods is useless. The main thing is that even if the child born cannot inherit the super bloodline, it will definitely explode strongly, at least not worse than the talent of Son Gohan in the future time and space. Therefore, marrying early, having more children, and giving full play to Broly's bloodline is the most correct approach. He is Vitalis, willing to be the nanny of the Broly family. Broly, you can go back to planet Vegeta to see if there are any girls you like, or look for them on Earth. When you meet a favorite who looks good, you will boldly pursue it, and after finding the goal, you can come and ask me how to chase girls. Maybe I haven't been in love, but at least the theoretical experience hangs all Saiyans. By the way, if you don't like it, you can also go to the universe, as long as you can have a normal baby after the union, I can accept it. Vitalis suddenly thought of the woman next to Broly in the original book. Although Vitalis also thinks it's a little good looking, Vitalis can't accept it if he gets married and has children. But what if Broly likes that? It's a pity that the details of the girl in the original book are not introduced, even the age, when she joined the Frisia Legion, and which department, Vitalis is not clear. Have you been born now? How old is it? Did you join the Frisia Legion? It would be best if you hadn't been born or joined the Frisia Legion, otherwise you would have gone to Hades by now. The names of the Frisia Legion, except for technical talents such as scientists, were removed. So let Broly find true love on his own. Chapter 72. Kicks Broly down the temple. Broly also wanted to refuse, as a scion of the fighting nation, and as a child, he did not want to find a daughter-in-law, he wanted to refuse the mission, he just wanted to stay with Vitalis, he had to fulfill his duties as a captain of the guards. So Vitalis had to help him and let him embark on a journey to find love. Broly, if I don't bring back a daughter-in-law and cause the mission to fail, I will be very disappointed. I don't think you will be able to accept the punishment for failing the mission. Vitalis didn't know how to punish Broly, let alone him, the current scion. He doesn't know how to punish, he's not afraid of being beaten or the like, he closes a small black house or something, they are even less afraid of fighting alone outside all year round, and they don't care even more about material things. The only thing he cares about is the glory of being a scion warrior, and this thing Vitalis does not dare to deprive at will, and depriving this thing is more serious than taking their lives. And there is not enough reason and cannot be arbitrarily deprived. So Vitalis played a play on words, only saying that Broly couldn't accept it, then Broly naturally thought about what made him unacceptable, naturally thought of the things he feared the most in his heart, and the simple Broly must be full of motivation. Bardock and Vegeta 3 already have a wife, and the next one who needs to be married is Raditz, which happens to be on Earth. And when Raditz and the Earthlings are combined at this time, the next generation will definitely transform into a Super Saiyan as easily as Sun Wushan and Trunks. The national super race is not a dream. However, although boasting about Haikyuu, Vitalis' understanding of love is very one-sided, limited to obtaining information in TV series, movies, anime, and novels. Similar to the unswerving true love in literature, he has never seen it in his 2 lives. What is love? A good-looking beauty, he sees one and likes one, it should not be considered love, right? Or love beauty. Say goodbye to Tenjin and others. Vitalis came to the atmosphere. Look at the endless universe. A little further on, there is space, where there are all kinds of cosmic rays and unknown dangers. The most important thing is that there is no oxygen. It is a territory that the Saiyans have never explored. The previous battles took place on the planet. There are scruples and the need to be distracted to protect the planet, even if it can resist the explosion of the planet, it cannot resist the harsh environment in space. And now, the breathing problem has been solved, and the combat power has been further liberated. Can fight unbridled. The planet has been burst, looking for the dragon is. Taking a deep breath, Vitalis stopped breathing. It is not simply holding the breath, but turning into the chi in the body instead of the outer breath. Until the gas is exhausted, the supply of oxygen is no longer needed. Mobilizes the chi in the body to form a protective film on the surface of the skin. Vitalis slowly flew off the earth. The protective film formed by chi isolates everything, whether it is beneficial or harmful rays, and may be blessed with chi that the body can resist most rays and radiation, but just in case, some measures must be done. Space is very magical, only a little force can be very effortless push, but when encountering a star, you will feel the gravitational pull involved, and you need to fight to avoid being captured by various stars. The field between the various stars also requires a lot of energy resistance. Now Vitalis doesn't need to care about these if he fights, maybe the legendary black holes, stars, neutron stars, white dwarfs and the like will be threatening, and Vitalis didn't dare to try. In case something really goes wrong, it's troublesome. Have fun in the vast starry sky. Vitalis found that he could accelerate all the time when flying, but it took more force to stop or corner, which was the conclusion after breaking his leg a few times. Using the gravitational slingshot effect and the like can also save strength and time. Of course, this is not necessary for those who have mastered teleportation, etc., and it is not applicable in battle. But it's not fun. For example, just by maintaining the energy of the protective body, you can kick an asteroid after consuming a little strength. It is a pity that there is no audience, and there is no admiration and applause when Vitalis speaks the words that speed is power. Unfortunately, in the face of players of the same level and stronger ones, these are all bells and whistles, and there is no room for application. After all the fun along the way, I finally returned to planet Vegeta after a few days. King the planetary garrison stepped forward to greet him. After nodding, Vitalis came to the door of the Spirit Time House. Walk into the Spirit Time House with a tense face. A moment to step into the Spirit Time House. The golden light shone, and Vitalis entered the Super Race 1 full power state. Up to 600 million combat power was arbitrarily released. Crush everyone in the Spirit Time House to the ground. He was angry and happy. These people, whether they are frontline fighters or personnel in charge of logistics, have always stayed here to cultivate except for working hours, and some even live here. Seeing this scene before, Vitalis was very relieved, because it was originally for the Saiyans. However, because most people rely on teleportation magic to enter and exit after running out of times, there is no limit to the number of times, and they do not use it sparingly. Some people have been in it for decades or even centuries. Some people are even dying in this old age. Saiyans are not a long-lived race and also cost them when gaining power. Realizing this, Vitalis intends to make some changes and limit the Spirit Time House, at least for now. Those old people can't die, and where they go also affects Vitalis' layout. The second is the population problem. Now many children are born and grown up in the Spiritual Time House, although there should be a lot of time for the inside, but the time gap between the inside and outside is too large. If you do not make adjustments in time, then there will be a population crisis for Saiyans in the near future. Although due to the time gap between internal and external times, the Saiyan population has ushered in a wave of outbreaks, and now there are more than 3 million people, but most of them are old men and mothers, and they continue to increase. In contrast, the number of births continues to decline. When the life expectancy of these old people comes to an end, the Saiyan population will plummet, which may directly affect the score of this universe. Vitalis is sure that if the current comprehensive strength of this universe is 10, Saiyans account for at least 4 points. There are not many top combat powers in the future 7th universe, Golden Frisia, Kong Bei, and number 17, these are all existences with the power to destroy the universe. But it turns out that the top combat power does not account for much of the score in the universe score. It's more about looking at the average strength of the universe. It's not so much that Goku single-handedly pulled up the score, but that ordinary sentient beings pulled down their scores. So it's a pity that these Saiyans are so old. The life expectancy of Saiyans is similar to that of Earthlings, which is a little longer. They can live to about 200 years old, and they can live a little longer if they are well maintained with strong combat effectiveness. Of course, this is a normal life expectancy, and the average age of Saiyans in the past is 40 or 50 years old. Either die in battle or die in battle. And now, although there is no external pressure, they who are chasing the supreme power do not consider anything else, and they are all immersed in hard training in the spiritual time house. Including those who act outside, they will drill into the mental time house as soon as they are on vacation. Are stuck in a blind spot. In fact, it is the same when training outside. In the past, it was only because of Frisia that he needed to get stronger quickly, so he had to rely on the spirit time house. So Vitalis needs to correct his mistakes. Saiyans, just fight. He wants to sweep the spirit time house with the invincibility of the super race to see if he can stimulate a few super races. Now, except for the newborn cubs, there is basically no one with a combat power below 500,000, and no one with a combat power below 1 million after the age of 10. Bardock proved that a million combat power can also be transformed into a super race, and what is missing is just an opportunity. Now, Vitalis intends to take this opportunity to give these people an opportunity. Make a little contribution to the national super competition. Chapter 73. Yo, hello everyone, I have something important to announce. Until then. Fight me first, right? Blessed with chi, the sound spread throughout the spiritual space-time room. There is only one rule, and that's me and you. Only one side can stand to the end. Well, don't eat fairy beans. Fairy beans must be forbidden. There are about more than 300,000 Saiyans present. If they all eat fairy beans, it is estimated that this battle will be fought for a long time, until the fairy beans are eaten. This is undoubtedly a huge waste. Give you 3 seconds to prepare. Okay, I'm on, said Vitalis, and instantly appeared next to a still stunned Saiyan and kicked it off. Then he pressed the Saiyan next to him who had not yet reacted to the ground, and his hard head hit a deep pit in the ground, rolling his eyes and losing consciousness. I'm not going to keep my hand. It's better to fight with the determination to kill me, otherwise such a powerless feeling can't be called a fight. Fusion. Have you been studying for that long? Don't know the minuses yet? It's so ugly, Vitalis said, kicking the 2 nearby warriors who were ready to fuse into the air. Are you still a scion of the fighting nation? Can't you see the most basic battlefield situation? Go out and hide your tail in the future, don't expose the identity of the scions casually, I can't afford to lose that face. Vitalis taunted while rushing into the crowd to open Wushuan, taking away a few scions in one move. Don't say, the abuse of vegetables is really cool, and the abuse has always been cool. Although you can't kill if you want to keep your hands, you can still be disabled, as long as you don't lack arms and legs. The combat in the world of Dragon Ball is simple, hand-to-hand combat is the mainstream, the wave is a lore, and occasionally some strange abilities and magic are used as auxiliaries. There are few bells and whistles. But the fist-to-flesh fight like this is very cool. Do you want to cultivate the ultimate intention? Vitalis, who is full of firepower, no one present can break the defense, and it doesn't matter if he is at ease under cultivation, even if he can't dodge the attack, it's nothing if he is hit. It's not that Vitalis doesn't want to release water, in the face of hundreds of thousands of scions, mastering fusion and the ability to become a giant ape at any time, if you don't go all out, you will die. This is also the reason why Vitalis transformed into a super race in advance, otherwise he will be caught in the gap of transformation, and a fat beating is inevitable. Although the current scions are warlike, they enjoy fighting more and fight on the battlefield, but they do not let the enemy become stronger like the empty shells. Saiyans with transformation skills know the stakes and will not give other races the opportunity to transform. However, waves are the nature engraved in the bones of Saiyans, and there will still be people who play tricks on the enemy when they gain the upper hand. This is difficult to change. All Vitalis can do is increase the Saiyan heritage. One person rolls over, but there are thousands of people waiting behind him, and a family cannot overturn. In the middle of his thoughts, Vitalis had already let go of thousands of people. Now the remaining ones except for the distant periphery have basically been fused and aped. Not to mention, the gorilla wearing a pony coat with a Mohican hairstyle is still very oppressive. However, these people can't separate body and spirit like Vitalis. When they lose their minds, they can't train. Hey! Just try the latest trick, the strongest cutting technique, Vitalis said with a sly smile and stretched out his right hand. The golden chi gradually takes shape, and the ring-serrated light wheel composed of energy. Different from Klin's gas round slash. This is a prototype created by Vitalis based on a well-known skill in a tokusatsu work in a previous life. Its name, 8th Point Light. Wheel holding light wheel, Vitalis is like a tiger into the sheepfold, rushing into the orangutan herd, hands up and down, and tails are cut off by Vitalis. The next battle, do not allow ape transformation. Otherwise, you who are irrational will never grow divided into 5 doppelgangers, each with a combat power of 100 million. This is to maintain the face of the king. Below 100 million, there is a risk of being burst. Each avatar holds a light wheel and constantly harvests its tail. How? What do you think? Hundreds of thousands of people, facing me alone, are so powerless. Standing above the great ape, Vitalis said, looking at those who remain sane. Nobody speaks? Aren't they all self-proclaimed Saiyans of the fighting nation? Such a powerless attack. Randomly picked out one of the energy bombs flying in the sky and pinch it in front of everyone. At this time, a giant ape instinctively seized the opportunity and attacked Vitalis with a fist from behind. This time Vitalis did not dodge, did not defend. Just turned around, looked up, and watched this huge fist fall on his face. The huge impact force produced a gas explosion that swept in all directions. Blow the people around you and the great apes away. The combat power of this punch is at least 20 million. Soft fists. Did you not eat? Is guasha in this? The moment the great ape withdrew his fist, Vitalis threw a punch and broke the great ape's arm. And cut off his tail in the roar of the great ape. Oh Leel! It's embarrassing. That's it. Do you still want to call yourself a fighting nation? Are you still Saiyan? I'll count Ha. Vegeta is a capable fighter, Bardock is also very strong. And that Raditz kid, you can't even compare to that little ghost? Oh, yes, and Broly, but that guy you guys don't compare. Isn't it curious that I didn't mention myself? Because I'm here. One person tortured hundreds of thousands of you. Vitalis stood high in the air and laughed maniacally. The figure flickered, and at a speed that no one could capture, it took 3 minutes to clean up the thousands of fusion great apes. Can't afford to dance? Pinching his neck with one hand, Vitalis looked at the person in his hand and asked. The high horsetail flutters in the wind, clear and bright pupils, curved willow eyebrows, long eyelashes tremble slightly, fair and flawless skin reveals a light red pink, thin lips like rose petals delicate. Tall, slender waist and long legs, the fusion of national costumes is more style, compared to male warriors, female warriors have a wrap under the coat. After appreciating it, Vitalis threw out a backhand, weak as ugly kicked in the wonderful position that revealed the mermaid line, probably flew more than 10 kilometers, right? Dozens of people were also rammed and flown on the way. Jumped continuously at high speed, took the opportunity to touch my nose, fortunately did not have a nosebleed, it seems that the practice on the earth was not in vain. Just as a king, speaking against his conscience, Vitalis has a bad conscience. Not only is it not ugly, but it is also very beautiful, because of years of exercise and fighting everywhere, Saiyan women have great figures, coupled with physical reasons, there are few impurities in the body, and their appearance is very good looking. The one who just kicked and flew is even more a beauty among beauties. Ah! Weak, I want to cry. If this continues, sooner or later, the Saiyans will finish. The right hand made a tear-wiping appearance. With his left hand, he grabbed the ankle of a young lady with short hair, swung it in the air a few times and threw it out. Turned around and slapped a 1 meter 2 little ghost head. Teleportation in the jaw, 2 punches to beat the 2 old men. Well, this is the fate of being a king. Can the king only be a negative character? Can I still find my daughter-in-law like this? I sighed secretly in my heart. The action couldn't help but be a little faster, only a little hit, and there were many people waiting to be beaten. Chapter 74. Kind of interesting. But it's far from it, Vitalis said with a slight embarrassment, making a mistake and receiving dozens of energy bombs with his face. Because he wanted to try to cultivate the extreme of freedom, the moment he saw the attack, his instinctive reaction wanted to flash, and then the idea of not thinking through the brain, but letting the body make its own dodge. As a result, the thoughts in the brain inhibit the body's actions, and the original instinctive reaction is interrupted, and the attack comes while the head is thinking. The result was to catch an energy bomb with his face and pat his hair. Fortunately, the gap in combat effectiveness was too large, and he did not break the defense, otherwise this hair would be destroyed. In fact, the speed of these energy bombs is very slow in the eyes of Vitalis, which can be easily avoided, and can be easily dissolved by blowing breath and flicking fingers. However, when he had the idea of cultivating freely, he deliberately did not avoid it. But now it seems that sometimes knowing too much is not a good thing, especially a type like Ji Gong. If you practice under the premise of knowing, the possibility of success is basically zero. Well, forget it. Forrest is just getting farther and farther away. Boom! Angry Vitalis kicked a big man who looked strong and beaten to the ground, forming a pitch-black pit. No doubt, there is no need to probe the bottom, you can also know that this pit is very deep. Very good. It looks like you guys are still a little bloody. Although he felt helpless that he couldn't find the door of his own extreme skill, but such a one-sided crushing and deliberate ridicule, the rest of the Saiyans present were already angry. Although compared to the power of Vitalis, it is just incompetent rage. But it allowed these fighters to exert their strength far beyond usual. It's worthy of me. It seems that the national super race is not a dream. But it shouldn't roll over, right? Glancing at several doppelgangers who were fighting fiercely, Vitalis was satisfied. From time to time, Saiyans erupt, slowing down the harvesting speed of several unintelligent doppelgangers. It's a little dangerous. It's basically fused, and if you pop up a few super races, it's really possible to overturn, although the gap in basic combat power is large. But these are fusion warriors. The combat power of a single body is 1 million, and most of the combat effectiveness after the fusion is about 10 million, of which the excellent ones have reached 20 or 30 million. It is good that the ape is banned in time, otherwise it may have overturned. After all, the ape is 10 times more powerful. Replace it with Frisia, who is estimated to have been killed. Vitalis withdrew his doppelganger, and he sensed that several people were already at the tipping point. Perhaps next, it will be the stage of battle between the super races. And what he will face is the super competition of the fusion warrior transformation. Vitalis followed the prestige. It was the beautiful warrior who had just been kicked by him. The huge aura continued to burn with the roar, and the tiny lightning continued to streak through. The extremely oppressive momentum savagely pushed the people around her away. The ponytail fluttering in the wind was dyed with a thin layer of golden light, and those beautiful eyes stared at Vitalis. The eyeballs are constantly flashing. The hair color and eyebrows are also switching between gold and black. Suddenly, the electric flash, the eyeballs first turn light green, then the hair and eyebrows turn blonde, and the hair stands up except for Lu Wei. Vitalis breathed a sigh of relief. He was still wondering what that ponytail looked like. If it all exploded like trunks, what would this beauty look like? Although he felt that this beauty's appearance could control any hairstyle, the killing matte beauty felt a little difficult to accept. After the transformation was completed, the beauty instantly appeared in front of Vitalis. So fast Vitalis swallowed his spit, thinking that a person's eyes could not be hidden. Looking at those emotionless eyes, Vitalis felt flustered. It's over. What should I do if I am really hated? Being hated by beautiful women, Vitalis is very troubled, always hated by women, can't find a wife. Weak is ugly? So am I still ugly? Fusion Warrior's unique compound voice, unique voice without fluctuation to ask questions. Well, what does it mean to be free of fluctuations? It is like reading aloud texts without bringing in emotional rigidity. Vitalis complained inwardly that beauty is beauty, but it is too cold. Sure enough, no matter what race, women care about their appearance, even if they are Saiyans, they will be angry when they are called ugly. Well, in my personal opinion. That's all you have to say? It's just that you have just transformed into a super race, your road is still long, and you are still far from it. The king's personality cannot be lost, and he has just taught people such a cruel lesson, and now it is embarrassing to praise people with a shy face. After all, as a king, what he just said changed in a few minutes, which is very faceless. Decided, in the future, it is better to go to the earth or other time and space to find a wife. As for the women in the clan, if they are hated, they will be hated. We're still on the battlefield now, and you just missed the chance to hit me. Boom said, Vitalis punched the woman in front of him away. The huge force not only knocked this woman away, but also produced a gas boom and sonic boom, once again eliminating a group of people. Vitalis teleports the seriously injured and feeds the fairy beans to those outside. With this punch just now, although Vitalis kept his hand, it was only to the point that he could not be killed. The woman just now, after the transformation, surpassed Vitalis' combat effectiveness, conservatively estimated at about 1 billion. That's why she dared to stand in front of Vitalis and ask questions. The gap in combat effectiveness is tens of dollars, which is a chasm, but it is not impossible to cross. More than hundreds, without whole cards you can only wait to die. More than thousands, any resistance is meaningless. More than 10,000. Unless you can become a Super Saiyan. Of course, if the opponent wants to play and release water, he may be able to hold out a little longer. Unless there is a special bonus, the gap between combat effectiveness is desperate. Generally speaking, the gap is tens of seconds, which can constitute a second kill. In order not to lose face, Vitalis has just made an ape. Ape transformation is the most fancy played by Vitalis before transforming into a Super Saiyan. Meditation on the moon ape, relying on magic to suppress the body giant ape, can exert the power of ape in human form. Proper low-end version of the super. And after version optimization, Vitalis can be ape at the moment of attack, and after the attack, it can be unaped, and cleverly control this power. In superimposing the power of the super race, Vitalis' current power can reach a terrifying 6 billion, but unfortunately this power cannot be fully controlled. If you don't rely on such control, if you completely lose your mind and firepower, no one here can live. And the instant ape of the attack is too short a time to exert its due strength. For example, the punch that the woman received just now, Vitalis deliberately did not exert much power, just swung it at will, but in that instant, after the blessing of ape power fell on the woman, it was a fatal blow. No, lying in a deep pit more than 1,000 kilometers away, rolled his eyes and fainted, and was forced to withdraw from the super race state. Oops, accidentally. Gee. It's hard to have someone who can fight, look at the way you guys, it's really suffocating. Rapid breathing. Incompetent shouts, what a stench. How about another one in a while? Give you some more teammates? When the time comes, see how I alone will hit millions of people. Embarrassing forced distraction. Vitalis also didn't expect the supermatch superimposed ape to be so fierce, and the punch was second. Fortunately he didn't kill him. Just to maintain the face of the king, of course, more for his own face. Just shoot directly. I'll apologize to someone after the fight. For the sake of my own face, I did go too far, I just transformed, and I needed a hearty battle to stabilize, but I seconded her for myself, what a sin. Chapter 75. One after another, a roar sounded. Fusion warriors are not just about improving strength. It is a high concentration of body and mind. Physical strength, spiritual awareness have been improved, and talent and potential have been greatly enhanced. In fact, most fighters have already touched the Super Saiyan barrier when they are alone. And this sudden attack of Vitalis, the strength of the strong crushing of the audience, as well as the merciless wanton blows, physical and mental torture. Let these fusion warriors successfully break boundaries. Successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. Even some of the ones that were a little worse were also driven by the gas machine and successfully transformed. 1, 2, 10, 100, thousands. The birth of thousands of Super Saiyans dyed the space gold. The huge force even distorts the magnetic field, and gravity is changed by the pull. The earth and even space trembled. Finally the era of super racing has finally arrived. Although now it is only a fusion warrior transformation. But originally they had already met the conditions, and with this experience, with more contact, the single body can quickly master the transformation of the Super Saiyan. So, now it seems that only a few thousand people have transformed, but in fact this number should be multiplied by 2. The current Saiyans deserve to be called the strongest fighting nation in the universe, and even in other universes, it is estimated that they cannot find a race that is stronger than the current Saiyans. Well, not counting the angels. Roughly counted, 6,342 people successfully transformed. Because these people burst out with all their strength when they transformed, ordinary people were ejected and crushed to the ground. Vitalis teleports these people out, and next, there is a battle between Super Saiyans, and the trash fish can feel the power of Super Saiyans. If you stay any longer, just the aura competition between the strong can crush these people into meat mud. Secretly ate a fairy bean, although the crushing battle just now did not consume much chi, but several cross-border teleportations, it still consumed a lot. This is the gap between the strengths. Vitalis probably hit more than 160,000 people, but the consumption has not yet consumed more gas to send these people out. Therefore, it is safer to eat a fairy bean, and the combat power of these people who have successfully broken through in front of them is generally 400 or 500 million. There are a dozen or so between 8 and a billion. Secretly remembering these people, Vitalis planned to play with them and drop them first. So as not to overturn the car and lose your face. And for the rest, you can have a bitter battle. The pressure of the Super Saiyans with hundreds of 4 or 5 billion combat power is still great, and if they don't eat fairy beans, they may be killed by the tactics of the sea of people. This is also a disadvantage of Saiyans, who need to rely on a lot of food to maintain physical strength, and it consumes a lot. As far as Vitalis knows, artificial people have unlimited energy. Complete Body Shuru has 2 artificial humans for energy, and primitive Majin Buu is also unlimited physical strength. These existences cannot be solved by the tactics of the sea of people. Not to mention the existence above the god level, the number is completely meaningless. So Vitalis is still a long way off. Wu take a long breath. Vitaly's fighting spirit was also ignited by the scene in front of him, and the Saiyan cells in his body were trembling, not because of fear, but because he could finally fight with all his strength. Drink or disperse superfluous thoughts. Vitaly's also began to charge gas. Guided by many Super Saiyan popular machines, Vitaly's forgot his plans at this moment. Face? No, besides, it is not a shame to be defeated by the fusion warrior. If he and Broly fused, there would be no suspense in crushing the audience. Now he just wants to fight a bitter battle, and as a fighting nation, he plans all day long to survive, and does not hesitate to strangle strong enemies in advance. The blood flowing in the body, every cell in the body, is excited by the strong enemies that will appear, eager to fight them, but the soul is afraid of death. When not fighting, reason prevails, allowing him to solve problems in advance with a clear mind. But at this moment, the fighting spirit is on the rise, and Vitaly's wants to fight happily. Anyway, it should not be killed, and Broly will resurrect me if I am killed, and indulge at once. Closing his eyes, Vitaly's gave up the idea of using ape transformation to kill those who were stronger than him. Opening his eyes, the aura that wrapped around his body also dissipated at this time, and at this moment, Vitaly's combat power was fully opened, and the huge power was all compressed in his body, only for a better outbreak. Stretched out his right hand, slightly provoked his index finger. Just transformed into a Super Saiyan, the mood is in the excitement period, where they are provoked, they rush to Vitaly's. Bang was punched firmly in the face and lay back on his back. Boom! Vitaly's, who was beaten and leaned back, stopped his figure and slammed his head into the fist that attacked him with faster and stronger strength. Ha ha ha, cool, this is the fight I longed for. Vitaly's laughed. That's right, why do you like watching Dragon Ball? Isn't it this punch-to-flesh fight? But after crossing over, thinking about the future enemy, I want to take shortcuts all day long, and I forget how I felt watching Dragon Ball on TV. Once, he was also eager for such a battle. But after really becoming a Saiyan, he was afraid. Ha 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 ha, kept laughing, rushed to the crowd, completely abandoned the defense. You punch me, I will return your kick. At this moment, Vitaly's let go of his superiority as a traverser and the burden of the king. Experience the pain of this attack that falls on the body. The pain is real pain, but there is also the pleasure that words cannot express. Ha 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 ha, that's it. Happy like a wild monkey that spills out. Without any skill, the head, hands, feet, tail, and parts of the body that can be attacked by kinetic energy are all used. Driven by Vitaly's emotions, none of the fighters present used energy attacks anymore, and they also felt that hand-to-hand combat was really cool. Even the warriors whose combat power surpassed Vitaly's did not strike with all their strength, but suppressed the combat power and joined this primitive and wild battle. Al! Bang! Vitaly's, who was fighting to his heart's content, found that his foot was grabbed and thrown hard to the ground. Standing up from the pit, light green eyes scanned the sky over the Super Saiyan. True trademark cool tightened his belt, tore off the torn top, and Vitaly's rushed into the crowd again. Let's fight! Before he finished speaking, he was kicked and flew away again. After all, there is a limit of physical strength, although there is no energy attack, no big moves, but nearly 10 minutes of all-out fighting, physical strength is basically exhausted. Snap knock! Pop boom! Damn it! Was beaten around the crowd like a ball. Is this my limit? I hit less than 20 people. There are too many people, there is no chance to catch a person beaten to death, and the few who are knocked down are only the weakest ones in a second. It's a bit humiliating. Hey, thinking about these things again, face? What is that? It's a great feeling not to be faceless. It's not okay to end such a bitter battle. Bastard. Go on. Feeling that the frequency of attacks falling on his body was getting lower and less, and his power was getting smaller and smaller, Vitaly's roared angrily. All present were battle-hardened warriors, all of whom had seen Vitaly's state, and they all thought that the battle should be over. After all, it is the king.